On March 23rd at Changsong Prison, a junior officer asks his senior about a certain inmate. He remembers the man, number 8226, was once a big shot, but now he seems completely washed up. But what he can't understand is why the warden himself would personally see off a common thug. The senior officer asks the rookie, Kim, if he's new, and Kim confirms he's only been there for 2 months. The veteran reveals that for the last 10 years, this one man single-handedly stopped all violence in a prison full of the most serious criminals. He calls the inmate the last of the tough guys, a ridiculous but true story he feels indebted to. Officer Kim scoffs, calling him a punk who will undoubtedly be back behind bars soon enough. The veteran admits it's possible, but after witnessing the man's power, he presents a chilling thought. He wonders if a man like that keeps returning to prison. Maybe the problem isn't him, but the screwed-up world outside. He thinks about the modern gangsters who would sell their souls and abandon all humanity just for money. This inmate is a different breed entirely, making him seem completely out of place in this new era. Kim calls this romanticizing the past, but the veteran just sighs, admitting that even fellow guards can have very different opinions. The veteran officer looks out at the prison yard, questioning what society even means for their different generations. He recalls his final words to the legendary inmate, admitting he owes him a great debt and declaring this new era the absolute worst. 2 months later, that same man is living quietly in a park, impressing a crowd of old men with his god-level moves in a board game. He then gets in line for a free meal. Just another forgotten man trying to get by. But the peace is shattered when a young punk accuses him of cutting, sparking a loud and pointless argument. The kid ridiculously claims his 7th grade status gives him seniority here, escalating the tension. In a flash of aggression, the punk shoves him, knocking a full bowl of hot food from his hands. The meal spills everywhere as the man realizes with dawning horror that he's completely screwed. He stares down at his last meal, now ruined, while the punk threatens to screw up his life even more. The server timidly pleads for them to stop, but the aggressor warns that he's done holding back and now considers them dead. The former inmate's entire body trembles uncontrollably as he desperately tries to restrain the monster within. But with a silent apology to the warden, his control finally shatters as he snarls for them all to stop. With a single, unseen strike, the punk who started the fight is left clutching his back in agony. A brave volunteer rushes forward, desperately trying to de-escalate the explosive situation. But the legendary inmate turns on her, his voice dripping with menace as he asks if she wants to cause trouble too. Fight her fear. She puts on a brave face and politely begs for everyone to calm down. She even naively suggests they shake hands, trying to quell a beast she can't possibly understand. The man, young Buldo, a retired legend, sighs as the conflict ends, just wanting to live a quiet life. Later he finds a peaceful spot in a park, finally able to eat his meal alone. But his solitude is quickly broken by a stray cat with its eyes on his food. The cat inches closer, meowing insistently at the delicious-looking meal before him. Its wide, innocent eyes stare directly at him in a silent plea for a share. Young Buldo pauses, his intense gaze fixed on the tiny, hungry creature. Suddenly, a haunting memory cuts through the silence. The voice of a prison officer ordering him to eat everything and leave nothing behind. Just as he's about to feed the cat, a voice cuts in, scolding him for giving it human food. Suddenly, a young girl appears, pointing out the non-smoking rules and offering him a coffee instead. She pushes the drink on him, insisting it's just a gift she happened to receive. Introducing herself as Park Sia, she then boldly plucks the cigarette right out of his mouth. She lectures him about the dangers of smoking, questioning what's so great about a habit that's bad for him. Then her questions become a relentless barrage, asking why he volunteers and why he talks to cats but not people. The silent man finally speaks, revealing his name as Jung Buldo. He asks her to slow down and ask one question at a time while popping open the can. After a long drink, he tells her to go ahead, admitting it's hard for old guys to quit bad habits. She immediately asks if he knows Monk Sodom, the man who runs the local meal center. His simple confirmation makes her realize that all the rumors she's heard must be true. Leaning in close, she asks the one forbidden question about his past. Was he really a famous gangster? The question hangs in the air, and the man's weary eyes hold the weight of a dark past. He quietly admits that what she heard was right, but insists that was a long time ago. With a bright smile, she declares he's not a gangster anymore, adding her dad believes animal lovers can't be bad people. She even playfully nags him to shave, treating the legendary figure like a harmless old man. But then her tone shifts as she reveals a surprising connection. Her own father used to be a gangster too. She explains that seeing him on the bench reminded her of her dad, which is why she wanted to talk, prove her goodwill. She hands him a business card for her family's Chinese restaurant. He stares at the card as she invites him to come try their famous jampong sometime. Suddenly, her friends call out from a distance, forcing her to cut their strange conversation short. She cheerfully waves goodbye, leaving her friends completely shocked that she's on a first-name basis with the terrifying man. Her friend scolds her for talking to a former gangster, but she reveals it was all just a plan to promote their restaurant. Left alone, the man takes a long drink, muttering to himself that kids these days are truly something else. An airplane soars across the sky, marking the passage of time, as young Buldo relaxes on a park bench, appreciating the beautiful weather. But his peaceful moment is interrupted when he remembers he has to go out this afternoon. He walks through the bustling city, already feeling the pressure of modern society after his release. His destination turns out to be a massive construction site, a place defined by hard labor. There, he's back to grueling physical work, hauling heavy steel rods with raw strength. After a long day, he soaks his tired muscles in a public bath, finding a small moment of peace. Later, he decides to visit the restaurant from the business card while looking at a post on his phone. He takes a drink, his eyes fixed on the screen with a dark, unreadable expression. Inside, the very girl who invited him is being cornered by a group of menacing-looking youths. The leader of the thugs locks eyes with him from across the room, a silent challenge hanging in the air. But the confrontation is over before it even begins, as the youths are paralyzed with fear just from his gaze while he calmly eats his noodles. After a hard day's labor, the former inmate finds a moment of peace in the steam of a public bath. But the quiet doesn't last as he walks the lonely city streets, his expression unreadable. In a dark alley, he reveals a hidden gentleness, taking the time to feed a stray cat. This small act of kindness is a stark contrast to the world he inhabits. His journey then takes him to a horse racing establishment, a place filled with desperation and greed. The instant he steps inside, the staff are paralyzed with absolute terror at the sight of him. He calmly places his bet, his eyes fixed on the board showing a simple fourth-place win. But the money means nothing to him, as he casually tosses the winning tickets into the trash, stepping outside for a smoke. He's shocked to see a familiar young girl in a place like this. It's the same girl from the park, now being cornered and dragged away by a group of thugs. His eyes lock onto hers, a flicker of recognition instantly hardening into a dangerous glare. He blocks their path with an unnerving calm, telling the thugs their friends are waiting for them inside. The lead thug leans in with a sinister smile, inviting her for drinks she clearly doesn't want. But from the shadows, the legendary inmate watches them, his gaze cold and calculating. The thugs dismiss him as just another sketchy racetrack regular, telling each other to just ignore his intimidating presence. Yet a deep sense of unease settles in his gut. He knows she isn't the type to associate with people like this. He tries to brush it off, rationalizing that it's probably just a harmless birthday party or some misunderstanding. Calling himself an old fogey, he ultimately decides to walk away and let the kids be kids. 2 weeks later, he's found a new purpose, volunteering to serve meals at a local park. Suddenly, he spots a familiar face in the chaos. It's the same girl, now trying to manage the unruly crowd. His eyes lock onto her, realizing he hadn't seen her around for quite some time. She frantically pleads with the growing line of people, begging them not to push forward. But as another volunteer tries to control the queue, he realizes something is terribly wrong with the girl. His spoon freezes midair as a chilling thought crosses his mind. Is she sick? He tries to serve food, but his mind is elsewhere, convinced that something is terribly wrong. It feels like weeks have passed since he last saw her, and his instincts are screaming. A chilling memory flashes through his mind, the girl's terrified eyes and the sinister grin of the thug who was harassing her. He tries to dismiss it, thinking it's normal for kids her age to be bored with volunteering. He tells himself she's probably just skipping school, but his body starts to tremble uncontrollably. But this incredibly uneasy feeling washes over him, a premonition he can't possibly ignore. His hand instinctively reaches into his pocket, searching for the one clue he has. It's the business card for the 24-hour Chinese restaurant she gave him. He tries to calm himself down, thinking he's just overreacting because of his violent past. A voice in his head warns him to mind his own business, that a thug will always see things through a violent lens. So he finds himself standing before the Chinese pavilion, justifying that he's only there for a bowl of jampong. Yet as he pushes through the door, he gives himself one last warning. Stop meddling in other people's affairs. But as he enters, a young man with glasses warmly greets him, asking how many are in his party. The greeting is cut short as the man stumbles in shock, dropping a bowl of hot noodles everywhere. He looks up in utter disbelief, recognizing the legendary inmate from his past, Brother Buldo. Young Buldo is just as surprised, realizing the restaurant owner is his old prison acquaintance, Jory. A moment later, Jory is pouring him a drink, catching up after all these years. He bows his head apologetically, regretting not being able to greet him properly after his release. Boldo simply accepts the drink, telling his old friend not to worry about it. The conversation then takes a shocking turn, as they realize the girl Boldo met is Jory's own daughter, Seah. Jory fondly shows a picture of her on his phone, laughing that he only ever showed Boldo a baby photo. Shifting the topic, he asks what brings the feared man to his humble establishment. Boldo lies smoothly, claiming his niece dragged him here for a bowl of jampong. But his true, unsettling purpose is revealed when he casually asks about Sia, noting she's suddenly stopped volunteering. Tears welling in his eyes, Jory struggles to explain the truth to his old friend. He can only sob as he looks at a happy photo of his daughter on his phone. Trembling with grief, he finally forces the words out, admitting that something terrible happened. Story then flashes back 2 weeks, to Jory taking a seemingly normal call from the Yongdeungpo police station's juvenile division. He was confused at first, telling the officer that his restaurant doesn't deliver that far. But the call wasn't about food. His knife froze mid-chop when the officer asked if he was Park Sea's father. His world completely shattered when they told him they were currently protecting his daughter. Without a second thought, he dropped everything and sped off on his scooter in a blind panic. He burst through the station doors, screaming Sia's name, his heart pounding in his chest. He found her by her trembling hand, then saw the name tag on her school uniform, and then he saw the full, horrifying truth. His daughter, bruised and broken, could barely whisper Dad. Jory's face contorted in disbelief and rage, seeing the unspeakable damage done to his child. A broken Jory explains the horrifying truth. Sia was the victim of a drug-related crime. Boldo's face contorts with rage and disbelief at the unthinkable news. Jory flashes back to that night, as a group of thugs descended upon the restaurant. One of them smashes the door with a pipe, furious that Sia dared to report them. He screams a chilling promise to tear her entire family apart for ratting them out. The thug then cruelly mocks her father's absence, only to realize he recognizes Jory from the racetrack. Back in the present, Boldo asks if Jory knows the kids, but he only has a dark suspicion. Suddenly, the gangster steps forward to handle the situation himself as his men identify Sia's dad. The boss issues a cold command to bring the girl to him immediately. In the present, Boldo tells Jory to go take care of his daughter, but the father protests that he must be the one to act. Ignoring his pleas, Boldo orders him to protect Sia and turns to face the entire gang alone, with a terrifying resolve burning in his eyes. The legendary inmate vows to rip every single one of them to shreds. Meanwhile, at the Cheongdam branch of DN Capital, 2 men are warmly welcomed into an office for a meeting. They're here for a special investment briefing, and are told the company's CEO will arrive shortly. Inside, a group of eager investors, who only know each other from a group chat, excitedly introduce themselves. One of them can't believe how generous the business conditions are, almost sounding too good to be true. Just then, a new figure with an authoritative presence steps into the conference room. The investors fall silent as the long-haired individual takes their place at the head of the table. He offers a deep, formal bow to the assembled group, showing a surprising sign of respect. With a charismatic smile, he thanks everyone for coming and prepares to formally introduce himself. He reveals his name as Lee Yongbin, the CEO of DN Company and a man known as the God of Business. He declares the beginning of the briefing, promising it holds the key to all of their future success. But as he clicks the remote to start the presentation, his friendly facade begins to crack. Suddenly, his entire demeanor shifts as he begins screaming at the utterly confused investors. His face twists in anguish, sweat beading as he looks completely overwhelmed by emotion. He quickly wipes a tear away, struggling to regain his composure in front of everyone. For a moment, he completely breaks down, bowing his head over the podium in apparent despair. But then, with a silent clench of his jaw, his entire demeanor shifts once more. He suddenly straightens up with a charismatic smile, apologizing for his emotional outburst. The room is dead silent, the investors completely stunned as he invites them to ask questions. Whispers then erupt as one man convinces another. This is their golden opportunity to invest everything. With tears in his own eyes, another investor is fully convinced, believing this is their only path to salvation. Seeing their desperation, Lee Yongbin moves in for the kill, asking who is ready for a contract consultation. The tension in the room is palpable as hands begin to clench, life-altering decisions being made in an instant. He softens his voice, showing false sympathy, and telling them he understands their difficult situation. And with a seemingly gentle gesture, he pressures them to consider carefully, knowing he already has them hooked. One man, completely ensnared, leaps to his feet, pledging his life savings to the God of Business. His declaration triggers a chain reaction as the entire room erupts, begging for a chance to invest. Lee Yongbin watches his trap close, a smug smile spreading across his face as he promises to meet with each of them. With a sharp snap of his fingers, He signals the next stage of his manipulative ploy. Suddenly, women are ushered into the room, presented as a small token of appreciation for the eager investors. A lavish party begins, designed to lower their guard and celebrate their own financial ruin before the contracts are even signed. One of his directors begins pouring drinks, tasked with guiding the victims through the final steps of the process. But in the chaos of the party, a phone is secretly recording, gathering blackmail material on the unsuspecting guests. Later, behind closed doors, the true nature of the scheme is revealed, as Yongbin is praised for his masterful performance. The subordinate laughs, admitting that his boss's acting was so convincing he almost fell for the bullshit himself. Pleased with his work, Lee Yongbin hands over a thick wad of cash as payment for a job well done. He then sends his men back into the fray, ordering him to smooth things over and ensure every last victim signs on the dotted line. As one of his hired actors leaves the room, Yongbin praises him for a job well done on the successful scam. But one of his directors cautiously brings up a problem with the plan, citing their current financial situation. Yongbin's friendly facade instantly shatters, his eyes filling with cold rage as he cuts the man off. He violently grabs his director's face, furiously questioning if the man has lost his mind for daring to doubt him. Squeezing harder, he screams that it's his subordinate's job to clean up his messes, not to ask questions. Letting go, Yongbin angrily demands to know what happened to a certain runaway brat he's been looking for. With absolute authority, he gives a final, chilling order to handle the situation properly and without fail. He then makes a horrifying threat, warning that if the director doesn't find the runaway, his own daughter will take her place. Meanwhile, a fist wrapped in prayer beads clenches with righteous fury, belonging to a man on his own mission. That fury is unleashed in a single, devastating strike that shatters everything in its path with explosive force. A thug is left broken on the floor, utterly defeated before the feet of this unstoppable monster. The legendary inmate, young Buldo, looks down with cold eyes and simply calls for the next piece of trash. A blonde-haired thug scoffs, mocking his fallen comrade for going down so easily after acting tough. He's urged to hurry up and finish the job, questioning if there will be any problems taking their target out. But just as they prepare to move, a heavy footstep announces a new, terrifying presence. One of the thugs lunges forward, thinking only of grabbing the cash and running. Suddenly, he's lifted clean off the ground by his neck, while his friends just film like idiots. Another thug tries a desperate kick, only to be effortlessly blocked by an unmovable force. With a sickening crack, Buldo shatters the man's leg, turning the fight completely one-sided. He follows up with a devastating blow that slams directly into the thug's chest. The man can only choke as the life is literally beaten out of his body. The sheer impact sends him flying backwards, a scream of pure agony echoing through the room. Looking over the carnage, young Buldo sighs, realizing this will be a pain to clean up. But a cold, determined glare reveals his hunt for vengeance is far from over. With a chilling glare, young Buldo sets the price for their sins at 30 million won for damages and medical bills. But the lead thug just scoffs, calling him an insane old man, with a death wish for daring to face them alone. Buldo simply cracks his knuckles, coldly asking if they only need one survivor left to go get the money. His eyes burn with impatience as he warns them he's closing soon. The thug smirks, completely oblivious, telling the old man he's just made a grave mistake. Then comes the terrifying promise. Don't think about dying. Think about getting killed. Enraged, the thug finally snaps and throws a wild punch, screaming insults as he lunges forward. But his attack is met by an impossibly fast block that stops his fist dead in its tracks. Buldo effortlessly catches his arm, the thug's expression turning from rage to pure, pained shock. A devastating counterblow then slams directly into the punk's face with brutal force. He immediately follows up with another vicious strike, giving his opponent no time to even breathe. The final impact echoes through the room, a testament to the old legend's absolute and terrifying power. The thug's desperate scream is silenced by a bone-shattering blow that sends him flying. He can only think of a sledgehammer, as Buldo's grip crushes his face with overwhelming power. Another strike lands with blinding speed, a testament to pure, unbridled rage. And in his eyes, there is no mercy, only the cold promise of retribution. With prayer beads shoved into his mangled mouth, the thug can only mumble a final, pathetic threat. Buldo then turns his attention to the next punk, delivering a vicious backhand that echoes through the room. The second thug freezes in terror as Buldo calmly demands he repeat his earlier insults. His bravado shatters into desperate pleas for forgiveness as he's choked by the very hand he mocked. But just then, a phone starts ringing, and Buldo coldly tells the terrified man to answer it. The thug trembles, realizing the call is for him, while trapped under the legend's unyielding gaze. He frantically answers, only to be met with a furious voice demanding to know what he's doing. As the caller screams about grabbing the girl, Boldo's expression darkens, realizing this is far from over. Boldo grabs the phone, coldly asking the man on the other end if he's the owner. With his back turned, he poses a chilling question to the unsuspecting caller. Who am I? A flashback reveals his legendary past as the leader of the Gangster gang, a group that once terrorized the entire nation. Not only that, but he was a top executive in the Hwangryong organization, a power that nearly split Korea in two. Meanwhile, the arrogant CEO on the other end is left utterly confused by the sudden silence, wondering if he was hung up on. Back in the present, standing over the broken bodies of the thugs, Boldo prepares to reveal the truth of who he is now. He calmly looks down at a simple serving spoon, a symbol of his new, quiet life. His name is Young Boldo, and he's now just a humble volunteer at a free meal center, a legend forced back into the life he left behind. But his return awakens the shadows, revealing a gallery of the worst criminals he's about to face. The entire criminal underworld seems to stir, filled with monsters who have no idea what's coming for them. The CEO, still on the line, mocks Boldo's seemingly pathetic new life, reminding him of his simple meal distribution duty. He hangs up, sighing about the strange man he has to deal with, completely oblivious to the legendary killer he has just provoked. The arrogant CEO Lee Yongbin smugly asks if an unknown caller knows where he is, only to be called a piece of trash. But the mysterious voice on the other end simply says, "See you soon," and hangs up, leaving him stunned, utterly confused. He tries to get a response but is met with dead silence on the line. He stares at the ended call, cursing the crazy bastard for the annoying and cryptic interruption. Just as he's processing the strange encounter, another call immediately comes in, making him wonder what's going on. He sees the caller is Sung Joon-hee, questioning what this man could possibly want from him now. Answering politely, he's immediately screamed at for playing games, when the crucial general meeting is today. The caller furiously reminds him that everyone is waiting, warning him about the infamous temper of someone named Yong Hee-soo. Now in a complete panic, Yongbin rushes in his car while getting an earful for his tardiness. He's ruthlessly berated for failing to manage one simple meal center, the very thing he had just mocked. Losing his cool, he violently kicks the back of the driver's seat, screaming at him to turn right. His professional mask completely shatters as he threatens his terrified driver, revealing the true, violent nature hidden beneath the CEO's suit. Arriving late to the H Hotel, a furious Lee Yongbin rants about silencing some YouTubers who got in his way. He hurls his phone at his driver, demanding that the punk he dealt with be thrown back in and kept quiet. Annoyed at having to do everything himself, he ignores his subordinate's concern for his injured arm. He then violently shoves through the hotel staff, screaming at them to get out of his way. Entering the lavish suite, he finds the entire party has already started without him. His heart sinks as he frantically asks for Hee-soo, only to be told the boss is right behind him. Believing he's in the clear, Yongbin lets out a huge sigh of relief, narrowly avoiding a disaster. However, an associate named Sung Joon-hee coldly warns him to focus on his work, or he'll literally lose his head. Another executive, Jennifer, agrees, reminding everyone that their entire business operation depends on Yongbin's success. But a third member, Guy Jin Myung, couldn't care less, completely engrossed by a high roller on his illegal gambling server. Suddenly, the entire room goes silent as a new figure makes their grand entrance, catching everyone's attention. The group immediately leaps to their feet to greet the newcomer. Hee-soo, the very man whose wrath Yongbin was so terrified of, comments on how his little dog always acts up when he's around, ready for another round of chaos. And this man is revealed to be Yong Hee-soo, a ruthless gang leader who declares it's time to go wild. But his chilling gaze lands on a terrified Lee Yongbin, who curses his luck for being noticed by the boss. Hee-soo approaches with a predatory smile, sarcastically congratulating Yongbin on his recent business success. He then drapes a heavy arm over his subordinate's shoulder, demanding to know why he's suddenly gone quiet. Panicked, Yongbin tries to explain there's just a small problem with their vile operation to drug kids at a VIP event. Hee-soo's grin tightens as he mockingly asks if Yongbin is just trying to waste his time with nonsense. His expression then turns deadly serious as he demands the truth before he's forced to squeeze it out of him. Nearby, an executive scoffs in disgust, realizing she'll be the one to clean up the mess his subordinate made. Another associate tries to de-escalate, explaining they've handled one issue, but a runaway punk is still at large. A director then turns to the organization's fixer, Seo Dong-shin, asking for his professional opinion on the matter. The fixer simply raises 3 fingers, giving Lee Yongbin a chilling ultimatum. He has exactly 3 days to fix everything. Hee-soo whispers a chilling threat, warning Yongbin that 3 days is a very long time. A terrified Yongbin agrees to the deadline, while his associate awkwardly tries to de-escalate. With the ultimatum set, the boss decides it's time to kick off the main event. Meanwhile, his executives prepare for a depraved party. discussing which hopefuls to bring in. Revealing tonight's targets are entertainment trainees looking for rich sponsors. The VIP room fills with a sickening energy as the night's twisted festivities begin. Forced to play along, Yongbin puts on a brave face while internally panicking about the deadline. He tries to lose himself in the wild party, desperate to ignore his impending doom. But just 1 hour earlier, the man hunting him down slammed a phone on the table. Young Boldo smashes the device, his patience wearing thin with the thug's pathetic excuses. He calmly pulls out a cigarette, preparing to get straight to the agonizing point. With chilling intensity, he demands the location of their boss, a man they've never even met. Under suffocating pressure, the thug finally cracks, blurting out a desperate clue about a club in Gangnam. Young Boldo's eyes narrow with terrifying focus as the man confirms he'll find his target there. Cold finality, he grinds his cigarette into the thug's shoe, ordering him to get up and lead the way immediately. He offers a chilling choice: guide him to the club, or join the other unconscious bodies on the floor. But as he prepares to leave, he's stopped by Sia, who timidly peeks out from behind her father. With trembling words, she asks if he's really going to fight a war just because of her. He tries to brush it off as nothing, telling her to stay home and rest while he handles it. Heartbroken, she tearfully reminds him he quit being a gangster, terrified his return to violence is all her fault. He insists the blame lies with the adults who failed to protect her, not with her. But she screams back in despair, questioning what beating them up will change when the law is so useless. Cries for a justice the system can't provide are so powerful they even move the captive thug to tears. Her words hang heavy in the air, but his resolve is absolute as he turns and walks out the door, ready to deliver his own brand of justice. Young Boldo reflects that his friend raised a tough kid, far smarter than a blockhead like himself, but he now accepts he is a gangster to the bone, knowing nothing of laws or other methods. He lived as a thug from a young age, a path that ultimately cost him 10 years in prison, and though he once believed he had changed, he now sees he was always destined for this violent life. A frustrated sigh. He admits the girl's pleas offer no comfort or help at all. His resolve hardened. He turns to his captive and coldly orders him to lead the way to the club. The terrified thug can only ask if he can promise him one thing before they leave. An hour later, they stand before a flashy Gangnam club as the thug stammers that this must be the place. Boldo warns his guide not to even think about running as they approach the entrance. He's immediately blocked by a bouncer, but delivers a chilling threat to shatter his wrist if he doesn't move. Suddenly, a sleazy host intervenes, mocking him for being an old man looking for young girls. The man offers to set him up for cash, and Boldo's cold expression confirms he's finally found the den of vipers he was looking for. Ignoring the sleazy offer, Boldo cuts straight to the point, demanding to know where Lee Yongbin is. He declares he'll find the man himself and shoves the arrogant host out of his way. But the man foolishly grabs his shoulder, threatening death for the disrespect. A fatal mistake. In an instant, Boldo makes good on his promise and shatters the man's wrist with a sickening crunch. As the host screams, an enraged blonde thug steps forward demanding to know who this monster is. His only answer is a devastating punch that lands squarely on his jaw. The sheer force sends the thug flying back, while another foolishly tries to attack from behind. But this second attacker is met with the same brutal, lightning-fast efficiency. Meanwhile, the host who started it all can only writhe on the ground, cradling his mangled hand. His cries are silenced by one final, bone-crushing punch that knocks him out cold. With the entrance now cleared of trash, his gaze hardens, focusing on the true targets inside. The remaining staff, now trembling in absolute terror, simply wave him through, wanting no part in the coming storm. Young Boldo calmly descends the stairs as a panicked underling rushes to warn his boss of the monster outside. Without breaking stride, he violently shoves another thug out of his way, with contemptuous ease. He's immediately confronted by a man in a suit, who points and demands to know who dares to trespass here. The thug winds up for a punch, arrogantly questioning if this intruder knows whose territory he's on. But the attack is meaningless as young Boldo unleashes a flurry of his own, dismantling the entire group in seconds. Standing over the fallen, he makes a chillingly simple demand for them to bring him Lee Yongbin. This declaration infuriates another gangster, but young Boldo only smirks, finally seeing a flicker of a real threat. As the order is given to kill him, he moves like a phantom, grabbing one man by the face before they can even react. He then uses the man as a weapon, smashing his head into another thug with sickening force. The room is filled with the sound of breaking bones and splattering blood in a completely one-sided massacre. Just 10 minutes later, the once cocky thug from the stairs can only kneel in a cold sweat, utterly broken. Young Boldo calmly lights a cigarette, annoyed that these idiots should have just said their boss wasn't here from the start. Realizing his target isn't here, young Buldo decides it's time to leave the carnage behind. The terrified thug, still bleeding from his beating, nervously leads him out of the building, but his mind drifts back to a quiet, moonlit night, replaying a pivotal conversation. He remembers a solemn promise he made, one far more important than paying for a canned coffee. In that moment, Park Sia had asked him for just one thing, her voice trembling with desperation. She had clutched his shirt, her grip tightening with the unbearable weight of her trauma. Through tears, she confessed the dark thoughts that haunted her, admitting she had even contemplated dying. She couldn't understand why she was the one forced to suffer so horribly when it wasn't her fault. Apologizing to him, she revealed she had cried and prayed every single night for some force to punish those monsters. Her plea then hardened into a fierce demand that he ensure no other kid ever has to go through what she did. With a face twisted by anguish and rage, she begged him to punish every single one of those bastards. Snapping back to the present, her words ignite his resolve as he grabs the thug, declaring it's time to go. Young Buldo's face is filled with cold fury, his mind set on a promise to pay them back 1,000 times over. He turns away, announcing he's going to the bathroom so they can never do this again. Inside, he finds a simple razor by the sink, a tool for his transformation. With grim determination, he begins to shave his head, vowing to break them all thoroughly. Looking at his new reflection, he reassures the memory of the girl not to worry. A terrifying, blood-stained grin spreads across his face as he declares this is what he does best. Later that night, the scene shifts to the neon-lit streets outside the infamous Club Wyvern. In a back alley, the usual degenerate crowd loiters, completely unaware of the approaching storm. Inside, the music is blasting as people dance without a care in the world. A man smiles as he dances with a woman, lost in the vibrant, pulsating nightlife. Suddenly, the party is shattered by a violent crash as young Buldo hurls a body down the hallway. The music cuts out as he stands over his victim, holding the man up effortlessly by his collar. Young Buldo glares forward with cold fury, the club's music fading into the background. A trio of suited enforcers steps up, pointing accusingly as the crowd watches on. But their challenge is met with overwhelming violence as young Buldo tears through them in a blur of motion. He stands alone amidst the wreckage of their bodies, a silent predator who has just cleared the room. Gripping the last man by the face, he snarls with pure, undiluted rage. With the thugs utterly broken, he calmly lights a cigarette before declaring his next move. A weapon drops to the blood-soaked floor, the fight already a distant memory, leading his terrified new guide. He announces he's ready for the next target on his list. A short while later at Club Dragon, patrons scream in shock at the chaos unfolding at the entrance. An arrogant manager confronts the intruder, demanding to know how an old man got past his security. His words are cut short by a brutal impact that sends him flying backwards through the air. The manager's body crashes onto the stairs as the crowd realizes a monster has just walked in. Club security scrambles to help their dazed manager, completely blindsided by the sudden chaos. Young Buldo descends the stairs with an aura of pure menace, declaring he's done asking questions. A woman in the crowd films the entire confrontation, screaming that security is just standing there frozen. With a cold glare, he confirms his location, making it clear he's exactly where he wants to be, Lee Yongbin's club. The guards are ordered to attack, but young Buldo calmly offers them a choice: bring out their boss, or face the wheelchair. While most patrons are terrified, one man smirks from the crowd, telling everyone to put their phones away as if he knows a storm is coming. He then lays down the stakes, challenging them to see which comes first, him destroying all their clubs, or their boss finally showing his face. Fueled by a mix of terror and rage, the first security guard lunges forward to attack, but the thug's weapon shatters against young Buldo's head, leaving him stunned by the man's impossible durability. Before he can even process what happened, a brutal counterattack cuts his taunt short. Young Buldo turns to the remaining thugs with a terrifying grin, asking why they're whispering behind his back, and without waiting for an answer, he unleashes another devastating blow, continuing the one-sided slaughter. Terrifying grin. Young Buldo invites the remaining thugs to their demise. They scream for his death. He launches forward, a blur of unstoppable force. His first punch lands with a sickening crunch, instantly dropping one of the attackers. But amidst the chaos, a lone spectator smirks as he films the one-sided slaughter. Finding it impressive, when a guard confronts him about filming, the young man coldly dismisses the warning as nothing more than a dog barking. Before the guard can even process the insult, he's sent flying by a stray blow from the main brawl. The spectator's amusement shatters into disbelief, stunned that the old man is still standing after the hits he's taken. He realizes this isn't just punching, it's a deadly dance as young Buldo systematically dismantles his armed opponents. Every movement is precise, fueled by a cold and unstoppable rage. The young man's shock quickly morphs into a twisted admiration for the raw power on display. Young Boldo calmly steps over the body of another fallen thug, a knife lying uselessly at his feet. He stands over the carnage, disappointed that this pathetic level of resistance was barely enough to make him break a sweat, leaving a trail of broken bodies. Young Boldo wonders if this pathetic resistance means he's finally getting old. Meanwhile, his terrified guide desperately plots his escape from the psycho old geezer, who has him cornered. But his plan is cut short when an iron grip seizes him, and a voice calls out to Underwear Head. Now inside another trashed club, young Boldo furiously demands to know where the coward Lee Yongbin is hiding. He tells the thug he isn't going anywhere, completely ignoring the desperate lie about a bedridden mother. Suddenly, a new voice cuts in, as a young man casually asks if he's the one looking for Yongbin. The mysterious spectator explains that no matter how hard he looks, he'll never find him, because that bastard has stealth as a passive skill. Young Boldo's eyes narrow as he turns to confront this stranger, silently demanding to know who he is. The man grins, introducing himself as Tae Yoon-suk and acknowledging that the old man has some skills. He then extends a hand, suggesting that it seems they both have the exact same goal. With a chilling smile, he proposes they team up, boasting that he can throw down people too. Young Boldo remains unimpressed by the offer, looking down at the whimpering thug and wondering what is wrong with kids these days. Suddenly, a car screeches to a halt as a thug screams out that he's found their targets, and the order is immediately given to grab every weapon they have for an all-out assault, as one of the gangsters grips his blade, absolutely furious at the disrespect they've been shown. Young Boldo and the kid's eyes widen as they realize they're now completely swarmed by enemies. But without a moment's hesitation, Boldo shoves the cocky kid out of the way of an incoming attack. The terrified captive they were holding points them out, begging the arriving mob to teach these bastards a lesson. And the new enemy leader scoffs, mocking the old geezer and a punk who dared to trash his clubs. His men laugh, taunting them about whether they have family to care for them after they're left in a vegetative state. So the kid panics and tries to deny any connection, only for young Boldo to suddenly grab his hand. He forces a handshake, coldly accepting the duo for now as the kid mutters that he's an opportunist. Then young Boldo calmly wraps his prayer beads around his knuckles, preparing for the slaughter, and clarifies that this is merely a temporary alliance to test the kid's abilities, leaving his new partner completely stunned. Young Boldo declares the interview has begun, challenging his new partner to survive on his own. The enemy leader orders them to be strung up, as Tae Yoon-sik feels blood dripping from a fresh cut on his neck. But with a look of pure resolve, the kid accepts the challenge, ready to put on a show for his interviewer. A gangster lunges forward swinging a heavy baton, aiming to end the fight before it even starts. Tae Yoon-sik parries the blow with contemptuous ease, his expression turning cold and serious. At the same time, a blade is pressed against young Boldo's throat, his eyes reflecting the cold steel without a trace of fear. The thug holding him snarls in his face, completely unaware of the monster he has just provoked. With absolute calm, young Boldo seizes the man's jaw, his grip promising nothing but pain. Meanwhile, Tae Yoon-suk explodes into action, flooring an opponent and casually calling out a double kill. He immediately follows up with another brutal punch, racking up a triple kill with terrifying speed. The massacre continues as he announces a quadra kill, his fists a blur of motion as he lines up his next target. And as the kid carves his own path of destruction, young Boldo silences another thug with a single, crushing strike. A thug swings a heavy weapon with all his might, aiming to shatter his opponent's skull. Yet the devastating blow barely phases the lone fighter, who only notes that his neck is throbbing a bit. His eyes widen as he realizes his opponent is wielding a solid steel pipe, forcing him to get serious. As another brutal strike lands, he screams, forcing his body to remember its old fighting instincts. With a furious roar, he unleashes a devastating counterattack, promising to smash his opponent's head in. His eyes narrow with lethal focus as he puts all his strength into the single, crushing blow. But a sudden attack from behind catches him off guard, a fatal mistake in a life-or-death battle. As he stumbles, the story suddenly shifts, jumping back in time to a different legend entirely. We're thrown into the bloody past of a terrifying figure known only as Asura, a man who was more demon than human. In that brutal memory, another inmate strikes Asura with a pipe, only for the beast to endure it. Snapping back to the present, the top-knot fighter whirls around, furious at the cowardly attack from behind. He glares at the surrounding enemies, knowing that when outnumbered, the only way to win is to instill absolute fear. Tae Yoon-suk mocks the old fighter, thinking he's just a brawler who's out of breath. But before he can finish his taunt, something smashes into his face with blinding speed. Startled, he realizes the old man threw his heavy prayer beads, a weapon he never even saw coming. He's absolutely stunned by their immense weight, understanding this fighter is a monster in disguise. With his movements now unburdened, the warrior steps forward with terrifying purpose. He instantly closes the distance, slamming into the shocked Tae Yoon-sik with a brutal strike. The scene then shifts, showing him holding a blade to a fixer's throat, coldly stating the interview isn't over yet. We get a sudden glimpse of his legendary power as he blocks a full sword swing from a deadly opponent. He doesn't just block it, he catches the razor-sharp blade in his bare, tattooed hand. With cold determination in his eyes, he tightens his grip on the unforgiving steel. The blade instantly shatters from the sheer, inhuman force of his hand alone, towering over his fallen enemies. He roars at the pathetic idiots to get back on their feet. The warrior, battered but standing, questions the young punk's comment about his breathing, but his new ally just smirks, mockingly apologizing that he's still strong enough not to need a respirator yet. He then casually hands back a wooden case, saying his own hands are a bit full. The older fighter takes it, warning the kid not to waste his youth on murder and prison. But the boy scoffs at the advice, revealing that in his world, it's a simple matter of survival. He stands over a sea of defeated bodies, declaring that if he doesn't take them out first, he'll be the one to die. 20 minutes later, the dust has settled, and the young brawler is busy looting a Rolex from a fallen thug. His partner, however, dismisses it as a cheap replica while lighting a cigarette with a discerning eye. Tae Yoon-suk, still underestimating the old man, casually offers to grab the watch for him anyway. As he continues to search the bodies for cash, he can't help but wonder who this strange man really is. The top-knot fighter, having found a single 50-01 bill, suddenly suggests they leave before the cops arrive, leaving the kids speechless. But Tae Yoon-suk just laughs, confidently telling the uncle not to worry, because the cops are definitely not coming here. Tae Yoon-suk reveals that their target, Yongbin, is so powerful that bribing the police is nothing to him. This revelation only makes the old fighter more suspicious, and he grabs the kid, demanding to know his connection to this man. But the boy just smirks, claiming the information is too valuable to give away for free, and offers to trade it over drinks. Losing his patience, the fighter tightens his grip, threatening him to start talking before things get ugly. He gives the boy one final chance to speak, making it clear that his patience has run out. In a stunning display of overconfidence, Tae Yoon-suk completely misreads the situation and challenges the old man to a fight. The fighter's face twists into a mask of pure rage at the sheer disrespect. Meanwhile, at 1:32 a.m., the scene shifts to the decadent penthouse of the crime boss, Yang Hee-soo. Inside, two figures lie tangled together beneath the sheets of a massive bed. One of them, his executive Jennifer, is sound asleep, oblivious to the world around her. But the boss himself is wide awake, sipping wine as a late-night call suddenly shatters the silence. He stares into the darkness with a cold, calculating expression, wondering who dares to disturb him at this hour. The call comes from someone named David, a name that immediately raises questions. With a decisive tap, Yang Hee-soo answers, intrigued by the late-night disturbance. He finds it odd, remembering David is an associate who always skips their regular gatherings. The caller gets straight to the point, reporting that Yongbin's numbers are off, leading the boss to suspect his subordinate is skimming again. But it's far more serious, as David sends a video revealing a new, unknown threat. The footage shows two absolute monsters locked in a furious battle, their power undeniable. A cruel smirk crosses the boss's face as he orders his man to find out who these skilled fighters are working for. Meanwhile, from a dark room, the hooded figure advises his boss to keep a close watch on Yongbin's businesses. This mysterious man, David, is revealed to be the asset manager for the entire friend Gangster firm. Back at the fight, Tae Yoon-sik stands over a pile of bodies, oozing confidence, but his partner asks if he'll feel the same after what's next. The old man grips a heavy hammer, calling the boy a disrespectful punk who needs to be taught a lesson. But just as he's about to strike, a subordinate runs in desperately screaming his name, stopping the brutal lesson before it begins. The old man angrily questions Jory's interference, asking why a parent would get involved in this mess. But Jory, panting amidst the wreckage of a one-sided fight, says he had to come for his daughter's sake. Suddenly, Tae Yoon-suk grabs him, a spark of recognition crossing his face as he realizes who this man is. He remembers Jory from the police station, but the old fighter corrects his name before asking about the daughter's condition. The top-knot fighter then pulls Jory aside, suggesting they go have a private chat. Tae Yoon-suk suspiciously asks who this newcomer is, only to be told he's the one who helped Sia back at the station. But his random appearance here feels too much like a coincidence, raising red flags. The old man dismisses the suspicion, while his cocky partner smirks that they can always snap his neck if he's a problem. Jory agrees with the fighter, Deciding they'll hear him out and see what he knows for now, the old warrior finally tells Tae-Yoon-suk to get up, agreeing to give him what he wants. As the unlikely trio walks off, he tells them to follow him for a drink. Tae-Yoon-suk excitedly suggests a trendy spot, but the old man grimaces, clearly hating those kinds of places. Tae-Yoon-suk smirks with absolute confidence, promising his partners they'll like his choice of venue. He cheerfully announces their arrival at a dingy old restaurant called Sil Bai Jip. As the unlikely trio enters, the owner greets Yoon-suk, surprised to see him bringing new faces. He waves the hesitant warrior inside, brushing off a complaint about the cold draft. The top-knot fighter admits the place is more their style, though he doubts modern kids even know what it is. Soon, a hearty meal of raw liver and other traditional dishes is served for them to enjoy. Tae-Yoon-suk grimaces at the sight of the food, cutting straight to the point and asking what his partner's motives are. But it's Jory who answers, explaining that he eats the strange food for its vitamin-rich properties. The top-knot fighter suddenly turns the tables, intensely demanding to know who Tae-Yoon-suk really is. Yoon-suk calmly reveals his job is to find and take care of their mutual target, Lee Yongbin. Taking a shot, he proposes that since their goals align, they should pragmatically use each other. He then lays his cards on the table, admitting that to achieve his mission, he desperately needs the old man's fists. The top-knot fighter turns the tables, pointing out that Tae-Yoon-suk needs his intel just as much as his fists. So, with a toast, he makes a formal proposal. They'll take down Lee Yongbin together. Tae-Yoon-suk remains silent, his piercing gaze sizing up the old man's sincerity. The fighter finds his directness refreshing, but before they agree, he has one last condition. Annoyed Yoon-suk pours another drink, wondering what more there is to discuss. The old man's condition is simple. He needs a reason to trust his new, mysterious partner. Yoon-suk scoffs, questioning if the fighter even understands the kind of monster Lee Yongbin truly is. Without a word, the top-knot fighter downs the entire glass in one go. He slams the empty glass down, prompting his partner to start explaining who their target really is. Yoon-suk reveals that Lee Yongbin is a celebrated CEO and YouTuber, a success story for the younger generation. On the surface, he runs a network of legitimate businesses, from cafes to bakeries, building an empire of trust. But in reality, it's all a massive scam, a parasitic enterprise designed to suck innocent people dry. Their main scam is to spread rumors in online communities and chat groups, where gullible fools are lured into investment presentations with a mix of lies and half-truths. What makes them truly vile is how they specifically target mid-level corporate employees with decent reputations. These people, having tasted success, are blinded by greed and ignore all the obvious red flags. They flatter these young smartasses chasing fast money by calling them investors, and giving them fake titles like CEO to pretend that profits are guaranteed. Once hooked, the victims rush to open businesses that are designed to fail from the start. When they inevitably go bankrupt, the scammers push shady crypto schemes to dig the hole deeper, using their victims' names to launder money overseas. Lee Yongbin and his crew then completely disappear. But the real exploitation begins with the snowballing debt. And if you can't repay, they come for your family. This isn't a business, it's hell. A machine that has likely destroyed hundreds of families. And if anyone dares to fight back, they're silenced with drugs or blackmail videos, trapped with no way out. Tae-Yoon-suk reveals the final horror of the scam is organ trafficking, but Jung Boldo has heard enough, as he's mocked about the old days. Boldo's rage finally boils over, his voice a low growl. He shatters his glass in a fit of pure fury, calling out his old friend's name. Jory stares at the bloody shards, wondering if this level of depravity is even human. Trembling, he agrees they've crossed a line that can never be forgiven. Tae-Yoon-suk coldly tells him to wipe the blood, and after a tense moment, Boldo manages to compose himself, with his own hand wrapped. He prepares to finally explain his own personal reasons for hunting this monster. But Tae-Yoon-suk drops a bombshell of his own, revealing those same bastards messed with his mother. He casually takes a drink, asking if Boldo wants to hear more of his family drama. The legendary fighter is left completely silent, stunned by the unexpected revelation. Finally, Boldo admits the kid has left him speechless, solidifying their shared purpose in that moment. With their dark alliance now forged, he asks where they're going next, ready to unleash hell. Tae-Yoon-suk asks if their new alliance makes them friends, but Boldo coldly shuts him down, saying he doesn't befriend kids. Clenching his fist, he prepares himself for the long night of vengeance that lies ahead. But, elsewhere, an enraged voice curses that their entire operation was just crushed by only 2 people who are now live-streaming it. Dory then flashes back to Boldo's past in prison, where he seethed with rage over a humiliating duty. A senior correctional officer simply watched the inmate's fury with a tired expression. He calmly remarks that sometimes Life needs chaotic events like this to stay interesting. Taking a deep breath, the officer seems to be formulating a plan based on the chaos. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he relishes the opportunity this event presents. Back in the present, one of the enemy executives has a sudden, twisted idea at his computer. With a single click, he decides to broadcast his own version of the story to the world. He puts on a somber act to deliver what he calls sad news to his audience. He then begins to spin a false narrative, claiming some attention-seeking punk went around their clubs just to pick fights. He laments how bad the economy is, painting himself as just another hard-working victim. He then addresses the damaging rumors that have been spreading about drug problems in their clubs. Speaking directly to his viewers, he begins to set the stage for his own version of the story. He masterfully claims it's all a smear campaign by rival venues, even faking tears to manipulate the live chat. His act works perfectly, and as donations flood in, he graciously thanks his loyal supporters. With his underlings managing things off camera, he triumphantly declares that he, Lee Yongbin, will never be defeated. To seize the momentum, he announces a massive 3-day promotional event at Club Dragon to win back the public. He sneers at his screen. Note that if you throw people something sweet, they come running like dogs. But a memory of a stark warning echoes in his mind, reminding him that his boss Hisu will have his head if he fails. Stealing his resolve, he tightens his tie, convinced his enemies are just poking around and don't know a thing. Still, he decides he must crush this threat early before they see the real signs of his operation. As a bloody fist clenches with terrifying purpose, he resolves to re-educate these punks by calling in the man who handles discipline. A blood-soaked enforcer stands over his latest victim, coldly advising him to pick his fights more carefully in the future. But his work is never done, as he immediately gets a call for a new part-time job. Meanwhile, a new unlikely alliance hits the streets, their steps filled with grim determination. Tae-yoon-sik begins to unravel the mystery, explaining that their target's empire is like an octopus with countless venues. However, he reveals that Lee Yongbin doesn't care about the regular clubs, preferring to give orders from the shadows. The true source of his power, and his greatest fear, is losing his high-class VIP and celebrity connections. He even mocks Buldo's direct assault as an old-school method, explaining the real money comes from a different world entirely. Buldo glares, demanding to know why he hid for so long, forcing Tae-yoon-sik to admit this enemy was too powerful to face alone. After navigating the city's corrupt streets, their guide suddenly stops, announcing they've finally arrived. Buldo scoffs at the lavish building, calling it a garbage dump that ordinary people could never approach. Yet inside, it's a fantasy paradise where the elite's darkest desires are fulfilled. This is Sakura, a high-end omakase bar and the secret heart of the entire operation. Protected by 2 imposing guards, Tae-yoon-sik finally points out their destination, a place called Sakura, hidden in plain sight. Inside is a decadent fantasy paradise where the elite can have anything they want. He explains that only big spenders with a special badge can even get past the entrance. The cost of entry is an insane 60 million won a month for 6 consecutive months. Here, the VIPs are treated like kings in private spaces tailored to their every desire. But he warns that there's a dark secret hidden among the club's powerful clientele. It's not just the wealthy. Regular people trapped by loans and gambling are also inside. These monsters kidnap and drug civilians, turning them into slaves to serve the powerful. Despite the supposedly impenetrable security, Buldo decides it's time to make his move. With cold resolve, he prepares to face them, vowing they have finally met their match. But just as they approach the entrance, 2 guards block their path demanding a badge. Without a word, Buldo unleashes a devastating strike, shattering their defenses in a single blow. As Buldo and his companion step over the fallen guards, Tae-yoon-sik can only watch, remarking on the unyielding nature of the elders. Meanwhile, deep inside a den of sin for the worst generation, the depraved entertainment is already in full swing. A lone entertainer performs for shadowy, powerful figures, her every move for their amusement. She's forced to serve lecherous old men who see her as nothing more than an object. The VIPs laugh and cheer, completely indulging in the twisted services the club provides. But the lead entertainer announces something new for their special guests, revealing a fresh recruit has just arrived. A terrified young woman is then ordered to come forward and sit with the clients. When the girl hesitates, the entertainer's expression turns to ice as she coldly calls for the managers. 2 imposing figures immediately grab the girl, who pleads that she was only supposed to serve drinks. But a manager leans in and threatens her, reminding her of an impossible 1 billion won debt hanging over her head. Just as the VIPs drag her away screaming, a sudden noise from outside the room catches their attention. And back in the main hall, young Buldo has finally made his entrance, calmly observing the very place he's about to tear apart. Young Buldo's eyes burn with cold fury, his thoughts turning to the families he could have saved. He takes a single, deliberate step forward, the sound of his shoes heralding the coming storm. One of the club's enforcers charges blindly, screaming in rage, completely unaware of the legend he is facing. But the thugs are already on the floor, looking up in disbelief at the intruders who now command the entire hall. One of Boldo's allies, a man with the eyes of a killer, asks his boss if he can finally unleash his blade after years of hiding his skills. He grips his knife tightly, ready to carve a bloody path through their enemies. Meanwhile, another masked figure steps up, revealing a legendary airborne assault captain is still standing and volunteering to take him down personally. Across the room, a veteran enforcer smirks, recognizing a worthy opponent and eagerly asking for a long-awaited rematch. His subordinate agrees with a sneer, remembering this guy was a formidable fighter back in the day. The fight then erupts in a blur of motion as the first brutal blow lands with a sickening crack. The charging thug is instantly rocked back, his mind reeling as he struggles to comprehend the power of these invaders. And with a single devastating strike, young Boldo clears a path, proving this isn't a fight, it's a one-sided slaughter. The thug is sent flying with a blood-curdling scream as the brawl reaches its peak, and Tae-Yoon-sik takes a brutal blow to the face, staggering from the overwhelming force. He clutches his chest, realizing he's completely outmatched and has no space to breathe. Abandoning his post, he drops his weapon and decides to hunt for their real target, Yongbin. He sprints down the corridor, screaming for the boss to come out and die. But while the kid struggles, the legendary Jung Boldo effortlessly blocks a punishing strike with his bare arm. His prayer beads glow with power as he prepares his devastating counterattack. He shatters his opponent's weapon with a single, perfectly timed block, proving his defense is unbreakable. With absolute dominance, he seizes the terrified thug by his collar, lifting him into the air. The man is then hurled through a wall like a ragdoll, crashing the VIP party inside. Young Boldo calmly walks past the carnage, utterly unimpressed by the pathetic resistance. His eyes are completely locked on a predator who has finally found his prey's scent. Young Boldo peers from the shadows, his eyes burning with cold rage at the scene unfolding before him. He watches a panicked professor trying to flee the room, being urged to escape before the police arrive. But his escape is blocked by a desperate young woman clinging to his leg, pleading for help as he calls her crazy. The sight fills Boldo with a simmering disgust, his knuckles turning white as he grips the doorframe. On the floor amidst the party's aftermath, the same woman continues her desperate pleas for her life. She is battered and bloody, gasping that she can't breathe while still calling out for the professor's aid. Professor, however, shows no pity, callously demanding someone get this leech off of him. His rage finally boils over as Boldo mutters how truly filthy this man's actions are. He steps forward and snatches the man's ID, silencing his pathetic threats with a promise of brutal violence. The card confirms the man's identity, Professor Park Hyun-chul, a surgeon from a prestigious university. Boldo's fury explodes as he confronts him for preying on girls, young enough to be his own daughters. Professor just smirks, shamelessly claiming the girls came to him willingly, and that he's committed no crime. Fueled by pure rage, Tae-Yoon-suk unleashes his fury, warning the professor that he has no idea who he's messing with. A brutal punch lands square on the man's jaw as Tae-Yoon-suk mocks him for running his mouth. He continues the savage beatdown, slamming the professor's face into the floor, while demanding to know who could possibly back him now. But suddenly, Boldo's voice cuts through the chaos, commanding him to stop. His hand shoots out, grabbing Tae-Yoon-suk's arm with immense force and halting the assault. Tae-Yoon-suk pants heavily, the adrenaline and rage still coursing through him. Boldo calmly repeats that it's over, his expression unyielding as he holds his ally back, finally relenting. Tae-Yoon-suk apologizes for losing his temper and suggests they finish their mission. But Boldo's attention is already elsewhere, sharply telling Jojori to stay focused as a new threat emerges. In an instant, the room explodes into violence as Jori is brutally slammed through a table. A new enforcer looms over his broken form, calmly greeting the boss who has just arrived. The room is now surrounded by enemies as their leader screams for Boldo's death. But this fight is far from over. But the legendary young Boldo is faster, wrapping his prayer beads around the enforcer's throat with blinding speed. With a single, brutal motion, he pulls the chain taut, instantly cutting off the man's air supply. The enforcer is yanked helplessly forward, his surprise turning to terror as he's completely overpowered. Suddenly, a desperate cry rings out as another thug with a knife lunges at Boldo's unprotected back. But the attack is intercepted as Boldo's loyal subordinate throws himself directly in the path of the blade. His eyes show no fear, only the grim determination of a man willing to die for his leader. The steel plunges deep into his side, a willing sacrifice made without a moment's hesitation. Enraged by this act, Boldo releases his chokehold and instantly turns on the knife-wielding attacker. The fight is over in a flash as the would-be assassin is disarmed and slammed mercilessly to the ground. Boldo then turns to his wounded man, scolding the fool for not thinking of his family and being so reckless. His follower simply smiles through the pain, declaring that he was prepared for this, as it's nothing compared to the countless times his boss has saved him. With a rare smile, Boldo grasps his hand, their bond of loyalty proving stronger than any blade. Tae-yoon-sik watches the chaos with a smirk, mockingly calling the bond a middle-aged romance. But his amusement turns to focus as enforcers draw their blades, ready to slaughter Boldo's crew on command. The manager panics, screaming at her men to kill the intruders, while desperately wondering where Lee Yongbin is. She sends a desperate text, warning that their ultimate boss has arrived and they're all dead. Meanwhile, far away in a hotel suite, Lee Yongbin is completely oblivious, admiring a sinister new video he plans to profit from. He licks his lips with predatory glee, certain that if he finds the footage great, the public will be absolutely captivated. But his twisted fantasy is shattered by an urgent message from Sakura, informing him that the real boss is at his club. His face contorts with rage as he realizes his operation is compromised, swearing that it's finally time for them to die. Elsewhere, in the dead of night, at a high-end sports club, a completely different kind of monster is being forged. Inside, a coach pushes a fighter relentlessly, demanding more power as brutal impacts echo through the gym. The fighter unleashes a punch of such devastating force that his coach is forced to call for a break. The hooded boxer complains that even hitting the mitts is enough to shake his own bones, hinting at a terrifying level of untapped power. The coach interrupts the brutal training, telling the hooded fighter that his senior is on the line. Answering the phone, this new monster is revealed to be Kang Hanseong, a former UFF middleweight ranker now working for Yongbin. On the other end, Yongbin gives the chilling order to finally execute their secret plan. He commands his new enforcer to go to Sakura immediately and crush everyone there without mercy. With a look of deadly resolve, Kang Hanseong ends the call, his mission now crystal clear. He turns to his own waiting crew, announcing that it's time for a little part-time job. With their destination set for Sakura, his subordinates immediately fall in line, ready for war. Meanwhile, back at the club, fresh blood splatters across the floor from the ongoing carnage. A defeated thug pants heavily, his hand trembling around a bloody weapon. Completely broken by the assault, Tae-yoon-suk glares directly into a camera, screaming a challenge to Yongbin, who he knows is watching their every move. Jung Boldo, though wounded, grits his teeth and curses the rat-like bastard, vowing to continue the hunt tomorrow. And, as he speaks, a hidden camera silently records everything, feeding vital intelligence straight to their true enemy. Tae-yoon-sik furiously screams at the hidden camera, demanding the coward Lee Yongbin show himself. But at that very moment, a new enemy force mobilizes for some early morning training with deadly precision. Their orders are simple and absolute. They have exactly 10 minutes to wrap this up. With a thunderous roar, the disciplined fighters confirm they are ready for the slaughter. Suddenly, Boldo and his crew freeze in disbelief as an unexpected and powerful presence appears before them. The man leading the charge is none other than the feared professional fighter, Kang Hanseong. Jory frantically warns Boldo that these aren't just thugs. They're all professional MMA fighters. Their leader is a ranked UFF middleweight champion, and Jory immediately suggests a tactical retreat. But the legendary Asura simply scoffs, more concerned with finishing this quickly so he can get some soup. His loyal subordinate then steps forward, confidently ordering their own crew to handle this small interruption. He barks at his men to get moving, and they immediately charge forward to meet the new challenge head-on. A vicious grin spreads across Boldo's face as he prepares to punish these rotten bastards who fight only for money. A vicious grin spreads across Boldo's face as he prepares to set these bastards straight. Meanwhile, the big boss Young Hisu makes a call, ordering his top fighter to crush everyone at Sakura. The target of this chaos, Lee Yongbin, paces anxiously in his high-rise apartment, the weight of his failures crushing him. High above the city, the elite enforcer Kang Hanseong receives his orders. Looking down on the streets below, an associate recalls the grim ultimatum given to Yongbin, a terrifying deadline of just 3 more days. A deep sense of unease washes over Yongbin as he realizes something feels terribly wrong. Frustrated, he makes a desperate call to his own secret errand center, demanding they do their job right. He introduces himself to a contact at a pet shop, a clear codename for something far more sinister. Yongbin gives the chilling order to unleash the twins and send them to Sakura immediately. Suddenly, a new crew descends on the scene, brutally clearing house with ruthless efficiency in under 10 minutes. But unbeknownst to them, a veteran correctional officer watches from the shadows, intrigued by this flashy return to violence. His rookie partner reports on the scale of the fight, warning that trying to catch these guys will be a serious problem. An enforcer grips his bloody knife, gratefully accepting a dangerous order from his boss. Tae Yoon-suk explodes in frustration, questioning his ally's confidence in this chaotic situation. But young Boldo just smirks, mocking his younger ally's panic in the face of overwhelming odds. He calmly points out the escape route, using Tae Yoon-suk's full name with a chilling seriousness. Boldo tells him to go hide if he's scared, making it clear this fight is for monsters like him. Suddenly, two blades flash towards his face as his men cry out in warning. But with inhuman speed, he snatches both blades out of the air with his bare hand. His allies can only stare in disbelief at the impossible feat they just witnessed. Predator's grin spreads across Boldo's face as the real battle finally begins. Flash. He unleashes a devastating strike that sends the first attacker flying. The enemy crew freezes, completely stunned by his terrifying speed and power. He then hoists another goon into the air by his throat, proving this isn't a fight, it's a culling. A thug screams as he's brutally used as a human shield against his own men. His comrades panic, yelling to just pull Boldo down, convinced the fight is over once he falls. But with a surge of adrenaline, Boldo grits his teeth, ready to unleash his true power. He lets out a primal roar, a terrifying signal that the real hunt is about to begin. On his command, his loyal followers prepare to escalate the battle, having waited for this moment. Meanwhile, a different kind of monster watches from the shadows. A seasoned fighter who has survived countless death matches. He finds the chaos deeply amusing, wondering just how far this legendary beast can be pushed. Back in the brawl, Boldo's men begin to turn the tide, capturing one of the ambushers. They unleash a devastating blow that shatters the enemy's formation with pure force. But Tae Yoon-suk has had enough of the grunts, furiously demanding their real target show himself. He carves a path through the chaos, screaming for the coward Lee Yongbin to finally come out. At that very moment, at 2:30 a.m., a black car rolls up to the club's main gate, signaling the arrival of a new, even deadlier player. Car door slams open as the first of the new arrivals makes his move. Crew of hooded fighters appears, led by the monstrous boxer Kang Hansing, who orders them to handle things as quickly as possible. They step onto the pavement, a silent promise of the overwhelming violence to come. But suddenly, the man they're hunting, Lee Yongbin, is already there. Coldly telling the brawlers they'll have to pay for their stay, he surveys the absolute destruction of his VIP club, Sakura, where a single survivor cowers in the corner. His face twists in rage as he realizes just how badly his operation has been messed up. Just then, a terrified VIP known as the Dean peeks out, shocked to see who has arrived amid the chaos. The Dean frantically grabs Yongbin, screaming about his investment, but Yongbin calmly hands him his jacket. With a firm grip, he reassures the powerful man, his calm demeanor hiding the storm underneath. He smoothly apologizes for the disruption and promises flawless service on the Dean's next visit. The VIP, though still furious, warns Yongbin that a formal complaint is coming for this disaster. Yongbin plays the perfect host, putting an arm around the Dean while offering him a personal ride home to ensure his silence. With the VIP dealt with, Lee Yongbin coldly orders his men to escort the Dean away, while he maintains a perfectly polite facade, bowing as the car speeds off into the night. But the second he's alone, his calm mask shatters, revealing pure, seething fury. His fists clench as he remembers he came here to break the necks of his enemies, and now he makes a silent, deadly vow to personally kill the punks who caused this mess. He turns to his newly arrived enforcers, ordering them to lower the shutter and lock the place down. But just as a fighter moves to smash the controls, a desperate voice cries out for them to stop. A new challenger appears, a professional fighter who came expecting to swat flies but found a hornet instead. His eyes lock onto the bloodied but still defiant young Boldo, to whom he makes a strange proposal. The enforcer, a former UFF pro, offers a one-on-one duel, promising to give up everything if he loses. Boldo's ally instantly recognizes the man's deadly reputation and frantically warns that it's an obvious trap. But Boldo, ignoring all warnings, makes his decision, ready to face this terrifying new opponent head-on. Boldo accepts the duel with a chilling condition that death or crippling injury are on the table. The UFF fighter, Kang Han-seong, coolly agrees and warns his own crew not to interfere no matter what. He arrogantly tells Boldo to bring any weapon he desires as he prepares for battle. Tearing off his shirt, he vows to break every single bone in his opponent's body. Boldo calmly acknowledges his opponent's youth, but declares it's the price for serving scum. He then promises to take an arm or a leg as payment for his crimes. The pro fighter's patience wears thin, and he demands they stop talking and just fight, with an equally intense gaze. Boldo agrees to grant his opponent's death wish, but instead of fear, the professional's heart pounds, with an excitement he hasn't felt in years. He relishes the chance for a genuine fight, something impossible to find in the professional cage. To him, this raw, life-or-death combat is the greatest joy humanity has ever discovered. Jung Boldo, however, meets this twisted battle lust with a cold, unyielding resolve. Seizing and opening, the professional boxer lands a clean, devastating blow to Jung Boldo's face. Boldo grunts, the sheer force of the punch staggering him for the first time. His opponent, Kang Hanseong, relentlessly presses his advantage with a furious follow-up strike. A brutal flurry of professional-grade punches hammers down on Boldo, who is forced completely on the defensive. But even under this assault, Boldo's eyes burn with cold analysis, thinking his foe still shows signs of being an amateur. He dismisses the boxer's polished technique, even as his opponent grunts with the effort of the attack, wiping blood from his mouth. Boldo admits the rancor is on another level, a grim smile forming as he relishes the genuine challenge. He internally mocks the fighter's skill, attributing it to a sheltered life spent only hitting a sandbag. Then, in a bizarrely calm motion, Boldo reaches out and lightly touches his opponent's fingers. The sudden, strange gesture completely baffles the professional fighter, breaking his combat rhythm. In that split second of confusion, Boldo explodes forward, landing a brutal counterpunch of his own. The single street-forged strike is so powerful that Kang Hanseong's vision immediately begins to fail. The force of the blow sends the pro boxer stumbling back in disbelief. Boldo's crew watches in shock, one crying out for his boss as the tables turn. But Tae Yoon-sik suddenly realizes the horrifying truth behind the boxer's stance. He's a southpaw. He explains that Kang Hanseong is left-handed, using his right only to distract and block his opponent's vision. Then, once his target is down, he moves in for the final, decisive blow. Despite this insight, Boldo is forced back on the defensive, enduring another brutal strike. He knows that ordinary methods will never work against a monster of this caliber. Pro fighter mocks him for keeping his distance, sarcastically calling him a thug with intelligence. Instead of responding with his fists, Boldo suddenly closes the distance with an unexpected step. In a move no one saw coming, he unleashes a powerful kick aimed right at the boxer's head. The sheer audacity of the attack leaves the professional fighter completely frozen in shock. The raw, unrefined power of the street smashes into his jaw, shattering his composure. The boxer sees an opening as Boldo commits to the kick, thinking he's found a fatal flaw, but he scoffs at the idea of falling for the same trick twice, effortlessly deflecting the blow. From the sidelines, Tae Yoon-suk can only watch in absolute disbelief at what's happening, because the kick was just a feint, allowing Boldo to seize control of the pro fighter while mocking his predictable instincts. Gritting his teeth, he warns the boxer that if he truly wants a real fight, then he must stop acting like a rookie and put his very life on the line. Hanseong's crew is frozen in shock as their boss is completely overpowered, and with a brutal slam, the former UF ranker is thrown face-first to the ground. Boldo stands over his fallen foe, coldly stating that, as promised, he grabs hold of the defeated fighter's arm, preparing for the final punishment. He declares that he will be taking an arm as the price for this duel, but just as he's about to snap the bone, Hanseong's enraged crew roars forward, screaming that he's completely insane. But just as they charge, Boldo's subordinate steps forward with a knife, ordering them to stop. Boldo glares down, coldly reminding them of their agreement for a fair fight, and that he could have simply taken the boxer's head. Hanseong's men seethe with rage, but one of them grits his teeth and tells his boss to accept the punishment. With a sickening snap, Boldo twists the pro fighter's arm, and a blood-curdling scream echoes through the room. His point made, Boldo and his crew turn to leave as the defeated men carry away their broken leader. Tae Yoon-sik quickly gestures for his boss to follow him, urging him to leave the scene. Meanwhile, the man orchestrating this chaos, Lee Yongbin, watches remotely, shocked that a monster like Kang Hanseong was actually taken down. Just as they reach the exit, a new voice rings out, commanding them to stop right where they are. A smirking Lee Yongbin finally appears, mockingly asking if he's finally meeting the idiot on meal duty. Boldo freezes, turning to finally face the man he's been hunting this entire time. The defeated Hanseong can only apologize to his boss, pathetically promising to finish what he started, but Yongbin explodes in absolute fury, screaming at his failed enforcer and demanding to know why these bastards are still standing. Lee Yongbin grabs his defeated fighter by the hair, furiously demanding to know why he turned this into such a disaster. He viciously berates the broken man, mocking him as a mere guard dog who got too clever and ended up with a lost arm. But Jung Boldo calmly steps forward, interrupting the tirade to declare that Yongbin's real business is with him. With a cold smirk, the boss finally acknowledges his true target, condescendingly calling him meal duty. He then cruelly informs his own enforcer that it's his fault he's now a cripple who's as good as dead, as the horrified Hanseong desperately pleads for a second chance. Yongbin coldly orders his men to seize the fighter's broken arm. The enforcer's screams of agony fill the air as his own allies finish the job. A brutal betrayal his boss admits he always intended. Yet, this entire brutal spectacle is being watched through a hidden camera, its lens silently recording everything. Far away, in a secret monitoring room, an unknown figure analyzes the footage, pulling up files on every person involved. Green flashes to a complex organization chart, revealing the vast criminal network Boldo has just provoked. The firm's asset manager, David, furiously types away, compiling all the data on this new, disruptive force. Finally, he prints out a confidential file on Jung Boldo, officially marking him as a high-priority target for the entire organization. The asset manager David stares in disbelief at the file he's just uncovered on Jung Boldo. This man is no mere thug. His entire history is deemed inaccessible, blocked by the National Intelligence Service itself. The records reveal he's a legendary fighter managed separately by the country, a fact that makes David grin with excitement. He muses that things are getting far more interesting than he ever could have imagined. With a sinister look, he wonders how his boss, Young Hee-soo, will take this shocking new development. Meanwhile, back at the ruined establishment, a blood-soaked Boldo slowly prepares to have a little chat with his enemy. His eyes burn with an unholy fire as he stares down the man who orchestrated this entire nightmare. But the arrogant CEO, Lee Yongbin, simply threatens to hunt down and personally destroy Boldo's family, friends, and everyone around him. Enraged by a line that should never have been crossed, Boldo grabs him, recognizing he's facing a monster who has given up on being human. Yongbin shrieks for his men to kill Boldo as painfully as possible, sealing his own fate. With a terrifying calm, Boldo declares that if that's the case, he too will stop pretending to be human. In an instant, a monstrous, draconic aura erupts from his body, ready to unleash absolute devastation. His very shirt rips apart as pure, untamed power surges through his body. He stands before Lee Yongbin and his army of robed enforcers, a lone monster against a legion. But his ally, Tae-yoon-seok, warns him with a look of genuine fear to stay back no matter what happens. Even his most loyal follower can only whisper his name in terror. Sensing the coming storm, Boldo simply repeats the command with cold finality, telling them all to stay away from him. Unfazed, Lee Yongbin casually turns his back, ordering his men to clean up the mess and call him when it's done. As his men grab hammers and weapons, one of them questions if this level of overkill is even necessary. But Boldo's loyal follower grips his knife, vowing to help his boss without getting in the way. Suddenly, Tae-yoon-seok erupts, screaming at the coward Lee Yongbin to face them as his crew prepares to charge. Boldo clenches his fist, accepting their help, as they promise to clear a path for him. They tell him to focus on one thing, catching the man who is already walking away. Tae-yoon-seok glares with murderous intent, promising to let Boldo have the main event, but the grunts are all his. As the chaos erupts, a loyal follower takes a knife meant for Jory, who is warned to be careful. But the old man simply scoffs at the thug's enraged insults, calling him noisy. With a terrifying flash of steel, Chijori brings his heavy hatchet down in a vicious arc. The blade smashes into the man's back with bone-shattering force, ending him instantly. He then effortlessly dodges and weaves through the onslaught, proving he's no ordinary brawler. An enemy grunt can only stare in disbelief, witnessing a level of power he can't comprehend. Another thug roars in fury, swinging wildly as Jory calmly blocks the heavy blow. But even he can't dodge everything as a clean punch finally lands hard across his face. Unfazed, he crosses his blood-soaked hatchets, creating an unbreakable defensive wall. The attacker can only curse him as a rat, completely outmatched by the old man's superior skill. Suddenly, his young ally leaps back into the fight, delivering a devastating kick to create an opening. With the path now clear, Jory swings his hatchet one last time for the killing blow. A knife plunges deep into the enemy's gut in a desperate, all-or-nothing attack. The young brawler puts everything into the strike, expecting his opponent to finally fall. Nearby, a blood-soaked hatchet clatters to the floor, its wielder seemingly disarmed and in trouble. But the hulking brute who was just stabbed only trembles in pure rage, furious at the punk's audacity. With terrifying resilience, he grips the handle and rips the blade from his own body, vowing to kill him right there. His young attacker can only stare in disbelief as the monster shrugs off a fatal wound and prepares to strike back. He braces for the inevitable as the giant's overwhelming power comes crashing down upon him. But at the last possible second, a hatchet blade intercepts the knife, stopping the execution cold. The old man, Jory, holds the line with one weapon, his cold glare silencing the beast's scream. He then calmly retrieves his second hatchet from the floor, preparing to fight for real. With both weapons now in hand, his eyes gleam with killing intent as he winds up for a spinning assault. Jory unleashes a vicious whirlwind of steel aimed directly at the monster's head. But the fight is suddenly interrupted by two new figures, a class of killer not often seen in Korea. The leader, a scarred man in a green coat, calmly assesses the situation, noting that their opponents are no mere amateurs. He knows that if they can't take down Boldo's crew here and now, a funeral will be their only reward. His subordinate listens intently as the leader warns his men to stay alert for this life-or-death battle. Suddenly, Boldo's eyes lock onto a scar on the enemy's neck, a mark he definitely recognizes from his past. His ally confirms the worst, identifying them as the infamous Mirror Gang from China. A cold memory flashes through Boldo's mind as he recalls the ruthless reputation of these foreign killers. Their leader flashes a demonic grin, known for a brutality so extreme that even the Triads fear his axe unit. But Boldo is unfazed, declaring that he'll crush this scum in 15 minutes before taking Lee Yongbin's head. With a roar, the Mirror Gang leader orders his men to charge, vowing to cut off every last one of their fingers. In response, Boldo silently wraps his prayer beads around his fist, preparing to unleash his own brand of hell. Beside him, Jory charges forward with his hatchet, promising to personally grind these new enemies into meatballs. Boldo clashes with a bald enforcer, their power meeting in a bone-shattering stalemate. But the thug's face twists in agony as Boldo's raw strength begins to overwhelm him. Suddenly, Jory attacks from behind, wrapping his prayer beads around the thug's neck in a chokehold. The man gasps for air, completely caught in the brutal 2-on-1 assault. With his enemy immobilized, Jory raises a gleaming hatchet for the finishing blow. Boldo leans in close, coldly questioning the monster about the disgusting things they do to people. With a sickening laugh, the enforcer confesses that children fetch a much higher price. A switch flips inside Boldo, and with pure, unrestrained fury, he smashes his head into the man's face. Seeing this, the Mirror Gang's leader roars that these enemies are beasts who deserve no mercy. He swings his massive axe with deadly intent, vowing that not a single one will get away. But just as the axe descends, Tae Yoon-suk throws himself in the way, intercepting the fatal strike. Bleeding but enraged, he glares back with pure killing intent, promising to slaughter every last one of them. As a thug swings a hammer for a killing blow, a masked ally suddenly moves to intercept the attack. With impossible speed, he catches the weapon just inches from its target. He then plunges his blade deep into the man's side, vowing to slaughter them all with their own brutal methods. Meanwhile, young Boldo's gaze locks onto the true threat in the chaos. He calmly identifies the scarred man with the top knot as the leader of this entire operation. The two titans face off, with Boldo coldly telling him to hurry up and die. Enraged, the Mirror Gang leader swings his massive axe, mocking their eagerness for death. But the blade sinks deep into Jory's shoulder as he throws himself in the way to protect his ally. Jory is sent flying back, screaming in agony from the devastating blow. Before anyone can react, Boldo explodes into motion, deflecting a storm of attacks from all sides. He masterfully uses his prayer beads to parry their blades, moving like a phantom through the battlefield. The gang leader can only watch in disbelief, realizing he's facing a true master, where a single mistake means instant death. Boldo stomps his foot down, trapping the leader's axe on the floor with a sickening crunch. His eyes burn with absolute fury as he curses the man who wounded his comrade. The gang leader's confidence shatters, realizing with dawning horror that he is in mortal danger. Before the man can even pull his weapon free, Boldo explodes forward in a blur of motion. He smashes a brutal fist into the leader's face, staggering the giant with the raw impact. Unrelenting, Boldo coils his arm back, his prayer beads swinging as he prepares to end this. A devastating elbow crashes into his opponent's collarbone, the sound of bone cracking through the air. The once mighty leader is left completely stunned and defenseless from the vicious, one-sided assault. His blood-soaked axe, once a symbol of terror, now lies abandoned on the wooden floor. Boldo calmly picks up the weapon, its weight feeling natural in his hand. Towering over his broken foe, he coldly asks if he has any last words now that time is up. The defeated leader can only stare in pure terror, muttering curses at the absolute monster before him. His final enemy is silenced with a brutal, bloody impact against the wall. But this all started when a smirking man finally cornered his elusive target. The legendary Asura, young Boldo, had arrived to call out the so-called god of business himself. He mocks Lee Yongbin for trying to run away after creating such a mess. Terrifying grin. He challenges the cornered CEO to a one-on-one duel. Unimpressed and utterly annoyed, Lee Yongbin glances back with pure contempt. He coldly orders his enforcers to shut the lone intruder up immediately. But his men are completely outclassed as Boldo turns the hallway into a blur of motion. He effortlessly smashes them into each other like ragdolls. The one-sided beatdown continues as body after body is sent flying through the air. All Yongbin can do is watch in fury, cursing the useless pawns who can't stop one man. Finally, covered in blood and holding a mallet, Buldo sarcastically asks if his customer is ready to be served. Buldo calmly utters a single name that cuts deeper than any weapon. Lee Yoonbin. Lee Yongbin's face drains of all color as he stares at the phone in pure shock. Displayed for him to see is a picture of his sister, and Buldo's voice coldly confirms her identity. He smirks, revealing he knows she's studying in France, a detail no stranger should ever possess. A wave of fury washes over Yongbin as he demands to know how this monster could have possibly learned that name. Buldo cruelly reminds him of the perfect life his sister is living, all thanks to the money her loving brother sent over. But then the true poison is injected, as he asks what she would do if she knew that money was earned by selling girls her age into darkness. Yongbin can only tremble, his entire empire reduced to nothing, as this man threatens the one person he truly cares for. With a disgusting leer, Buldo says she's his type and asks for an introduction, shattering Yongbin's composure completely. The cornered CEO finally cracks, clutching his head and screaming about which bastard put him up to this. Leaning in close, Buldo whispers that it could be any number of people, or maybe it was one of Yongbin's closest friends. He begins listing the names of Yongbin's own associates, twisting the knife as the CEO's world finally begins to crumble around him. Yongbin finally snaps, landing a vicious punch right across Buldo's face. For a split second, the monster known as Asura is caught completely off guard. Another strike connects, throwing the legendary fighter off balance as Yongbin unleashes his rage. Buldo crashes to the floor, seemingly defeated in an instant by the cornered CEO. Yongbin calmly adjusts his watch, warning the downed man to choose his next words with extreme care. This was all in his head, a desperate fantasy of power over the man now seemingly bound and helpless before him. In reality, it is Yongbin who trembles, muttering that Buldo just spoke a name that should never have been uttered. Buldo's cold eyes, however, promise that any thought of a comfortable death is a complete delusion. Leaning forward, he calmly echoes the CEO's own threat, telling him to think carefully before he speaks. His ally, Tae-yoon-suk, chimes in, adding that no matter what he says, his death is already guaranteed. Chijori watches the psychological torment unfold, uncertain of what his next move should be in this brutal interrogation. Tae-yoon-suk realizes with a grimace that Buldo has revealed his ultimate trump card, making the situation far more volatile than he ever imagined. Buldo snatches a weapon from the ground, his grip tightening with pure murderous intent. He swings it wildly, screaming that his enemy's pathetic resistance changes absolutely nothing. But the monstrous mirror gang leader narrowly dodges the first savage blow. Buldo's eyes burn with rage as he presses the relentless assault forward without hesitation. The gang leader finds an opening, landing a devastating counterpunch that rocks Buldo to his core. The bare-chested brawler seems to have the upper hand in this brutal exchange. Buldo staggers from another heavy blow, yet his unbreakable will refuses to shatter. Then, with an explosive burst of power, he sends his opponent reeling backward across the room. A brutal stomp pins the gang leader's weapon arm, ending any chance of escape. He brings the improvised hammer down with crushing force, the impact echoing with finality. Bloodied, but triumphant, Buldo leans in, whispering that he's finally caught the bastard. And with a final, blood-curdling scream, he unleashes a merciless storm of blows to end it all. But just as the monster Buldo is about to finish the job, another hand grabs the hammer with shocking strength. A new, impossibly powerful challenger smirks, mocking Buldo as his own hands begin to tremble from the sheer force. In a contest of pure grip strength, Buldo finds himself completely and utterly outmatched. He can't believe it. The raw power of this unknown man is on a completely different level. The weapon is ripped from his grasp and tossed aside like a child's toy. Before Buldo can even react, a devastating punch sends him flying backward. The newcomer then turns his attention to the defeated gang leader, hoisting him up with terrifying ease. He unleashes a brutal kick to the man's head, demanding to know who he is. His rage explodes as he furiously questions how the gang leader knew about his sister. The mysterious warrior roars for an answer, his voice shaking the entire room. A spray of blood hits the floor, signaling the absolute brutality of this interrogation. And as Buldo lies defeated and coughing, this new, enigmatic monster has completely taken over the fight. The captured gang leader scoffs, calling his captor a damn nobody. Nearby, the legendary fighter young Buldo lies defeated, coughing up blood and shaking. But the new interrogator, Jory, is disgusted by his prisoner's arrogance, wondering if he truly understands his situation. Having had enough, Jory grabs the man, declaring he'll pry his mouth open himself. The gang leader smirks at the tiny hammer keychain Jory reveals, mocking the cute little Mjolnir. Jory's fist clenches around a different object as his expression turns cold. He then reveals his true weapon, a cheap screwdriver he bought for 201. A blood-curdling scream erupts as the gang leader calls him a crazy bastard. Meanwhile, Buldo groans in pain, clutching his head and his shattered ankle. The tortured gang leader looks up defiantly at a new figure, holding a real hammer, once again calling him a nobody. But his defiance is met with a sickening, bone-shattering strike. It's Buldo, now standing over the mangled body, remarking how the man's bones crunched like a cuckoo clock. Lee Yongbin trembles as he stumbles towards what he hopes is an exit. His eyes reveal a desperate plan forming amidst the sheer terror of being hunted. He collapses, dragging his broken body across the floor while leaving a sickening trail of blood. His only hope is an emergency gun hidden in the break room, his last chance to turn the tables. But a chilling voice cuts through the silence, asking him just where he thinks he's going. He desperately crawls on, his mind locked on the one weapon that could save him. Suddenly, a hand violently seizes his hair, yanking him to a dead stop. It's young Buldo, who pulls his head back and speaks his full name with absolute finality. He coldly questions Yongbin's hypocrisy, asking how he can value his own family while treating others like worthless objects. Bloodied and enraged, Buldo glares down, condemning the man as nothing more than trash. As his world shatters, Lee Yongbin frantically wonders where everything went so horribly wrong. And in his final moments of clarity, the face of his own ruthless boss, Yang Hee-soo, flashes before his eyes. The last face Yongbin sees is the smug grin of his own boss, Yang Hee-soo. With a final, desperate curse, he's violently slammed into the unforgiving ground. Sometime later, in a dark and desolate building, the real interrogation is about to begin. A lone figure, bound and broken, coughs violently under the harsh glare of a single light bulb. He chokes up a sickening trail of blood, his pained gasps echoing in the silence. Suddenly, one of his captors turns, revealing that the night is far from over. It's Tae-yoon-suk, who calls out to the mangled CEO, confirming he's still conscious, barely able to speak. Yongbin desperately asks how much his former boss paid them for this betrayal. Cursing Yang Hee-soo's name, he makes a last-ditch effort, offering to triple their pay if they work for him. Jory can only scoff at the pathetic offer, as an injured Tae-yoon-suk fights to stay on his feet. But instead of a counteroffer, a hand violently seizes Yongbin's hair, yanking his head back. Tae-yoon-suk then shoves a phone in his face, forcing him to look at the screen and remember a very particular face. Yongbin feigns ignorance when shown a photo of a young girl, sputtering that he has no idea what they're talking about. A single tear rolls down his face as his interrogator asks if he truly doesn't recognize her name or face. He coughs and claims he trafficked so many people he can't remember, prompting the chilling ultimatum that if he won't talk, he'll just die. Suddenly, a furious Jijori slaps him across the face with brutal force, calling him a low-life bastard. Bloodied and broken, Yongbin is warned to watch his mouth as more tears stream from his eyes. Jijori then grabs him by the hair, demanding to know the truth. But the CEO continues to stammer that he doesn't know her. As his lies crumble, he's forced to confront the haunting question of just how many lives he has utterly destroyed. Tae-yoon-suk holds him steady, seething with disgust, and calling him a worthless piece of trash. He then leans in, coldly reminding Yongbin that this is exactly what he warned was going to happen. Meanwhile, in another room, the captured Mirror Gang leader sits bound and beaten, his face a bloody pulp. The entire crew, including Buldo and Jijori, surrounds him, remarking that the thug probably doesn't even know why he's being tortured. But Tae-yoon-suk turns to Jory, gravely warning that leaving this monster alive will only cause more problems down the line. Tae-yoon-suk spits that scum like this don't deserve to dirty their hands, as the bound gang leader trembles in agony. But a furious Jory raises a paddle, declaring he's heard enough, and it's time to end this now. Tae-yoon-suk frantically intervenes, screaming that Jijori can't cross this line. He desperately explains that this is bigger than one man, as there are piles of trash behind him that they need to hunt down. His eyes burn with absolute conviction, thinking of every single one of those bastards. With tears of rage, he vows to make them pay back 10,000-fold for what he's suffered. Caught in the middle, Buldo turns to Jory, questioning what their next move should be. Tae-yoon-suk leaves the final, brutal decision to Jory, saying that since this is for his daughter, he can either kill or cripple the man. A sudden flashback to a happier time with his smiling daughter, Sia, causes Jory's hands to clench in the present. He's haunted by the memory of a promise he made to her 10 years ago. He had sworn to leave his violent life behind, realizing with a shudder that this is the one line he cannot cross. With a final, heartbroken apology, Jory lets his knife clatter to the ground, abandoning his quest for bloody vengeance. Jory tearfully admits that while some trash can't be rehabilitated, he just wants to live peacefully with his daughter. Buldo shows a rare moment of empathy, telling the heartbroken father that he understands his decision, but his understanding quickly turns to cold fury as he clenches his jaw. He takes a decisive step forward, a silent declaration of what's to come. Without warning, he unleashes a brutal kick directly into the captured gang leader's face. The impact is sickening, smashing the man's skull into the ground with bone-crushing force. Barely conscious, the once feared leader can only gasp and bleed on the floor. Boldo declares he also has a promise to keep, finishing the job himself. As he and Jory prepare to leave, Tae-yoon-suk desperately tries to stop them. He frantically explains that this is just the beginning, and that his plan to infiltrate the organization is already in motion. But Boldo coldly dismisses him, stating that how he proceeds is entirely his own problem. With a final, chilling warning to never cross paths again, Boldo shuts the door, severing their temporary alliance. Left behind by his former allies, Tae-yoon-suk can only sigh in frustration. But a smirk crosses his face as he vows that fate will force them to meet again. He reflects on how they've kicked the hornet's nest, known as the Ambition Group. Meanwhile, at 7 a.m., we're taken inside the luxurious mansion of the Ambition Group's chairman. A tense family breakfast is underway, where Yang Hee-soo aggressively greets his younger brother. He roughly pinches the boy's cheeks, taunting him about having a girlfriend. The youngest son, Yang Hee-yoon, stammers in fear under his brother's intimidating presence. Suddenly, the boy's mother, Kim So-hee, sharply tells Hee-soo to stop his bullying. She glares at him, furious that someone barely older than her acts so condescendingly. Young Hee-soo instantly fires back, mocking her for daring to act like a real stepmom. But another figure, the eldest son Yang Hee-suk, calmly intervenes to defend her. With a chilling glare, he commands his brother to show some respect. Young Hee-soo continues to taunt his younger brother, feigning shock at his defiance. He then chillingly warns that even this sniveling kid could one day hold a knife to their throats. With a flash of rage, his verbal assault shifts to his stepmother, his voice dripping with contempt. But the eldest brother, Yang Hee-suk, coldly declares the entire scene pathetic, his patience clearly worn thin. He then turns his icy gaze upon the stepmother, questioning her choice of cheap, common utensils. With a quiet menace, he scolds her for failing to adjust to the family's customs. Hee-suk delivers a final, crushing insult, telling her to stop wearing her nauseatingly cheap perfume. As Yang Hee-soo erupts in cruel laughter, the humiliated woman can only whisper her submission. Just then, a servant peeks through the door, sensing the sudden shift in the room's tension. She formally announces the chairman's arrival as a massive, imposing shadow falls over the entrance. Instantly, the entire dysfunctional family freezes, their petty squabbles forgotten as they turn to face the new presence. A single polished shoe steps onto the marble floor as the unseen patriarch finally makes his entrance. Both sons bow their heads, their previous arrogance completely gone in the face of true power. With a single command to sit, the chairman establishes absolute control over the opulent dining room. This is Yang Jong-yoon, the 9th richest man in the nation, and the untouchable head of the Ambition Group. His personal aide silently gestures for the meal to begin, her movements precise and cautious. The chairman sits impassively, a silent predator waiting at the head of the table. A line of servants marches in, carrying trays laden with an extravagant feast. An incredible meal of sushi, abalone, and pork is laid out, yet nobody dares to touch it, ignoring the food entirely. The chairman takes the morning paper, brushing off his aide's offer for a briefing. He turns directly to a bizarre, seemingly nonsensical article about kids not studying Korean anymore. The entire family sits in a deafening, uncomfortable silence as the patriarch reads. Suddenly, his eyes narrow with cold fury as he glares over the newspaper, demanding to know why they aren't eating. Trying to break the terrifying tension, the stepmother nervously urges her son to eat before school. The youngest son chokes on his food, as his mother nervously tells him to eat slowly. But the chairman's suffocating rage is palpable as he silently crushes the newspaper in his fist, before suddenly bringing up a political marriage for his eldest son, to the daughter of a defense contractor. And the eldest, Hee-suk, coldly acknowledges that her profile looks good on paper, yet his eyes narrow with a flash of defiance, unwilling to be controlled so easily, as he places his chopsticks down with a sharp clack, a silent challenge to his father's command, confirming he saw the materials but clearly signaling his disapproval, before he attempts to delay the arrangement, stating he won't meet her until a major project is complete. However, the chairman simply chews his food, blood dripping from his lips as he warns his son to do it right, delivering a chilling ultimatum that building a family is not a choice, but a core part of their business strategy. Defeated, Hee-suk can only agree, while his other brother smirks at the brutal power play, who then celebrates the engagement by viciously slamming their youngest brother's face into his bowl of rice. Yang Hee-soo continues to taunt his brutalized younger brother about the family's twisted politics, but the chairman's chilling voice cuts through the room, calling out Hee-soo's name with absolute authority. The eldest son, Hee-suk, then coldly warns his brother not to act like the family's black sheep. He delivers a cutting remark about having manners, even if it can't change one's true nature. Hisu only escalates his cruelty, questioning if his youngest brother is even family and suggesting a DNA test. Again, the patriarch's voice rings out, his patience clearly exhausted by his son's disgusting display. The chairman then belittles him, asking if he's still playing that childish friend game of his. Hisu can only respond with biting sarcasm, feigning shock that his father is even speaking to him. He then turns to the family's aide, mockingly asking why the chairman is acting so strangely today. He presses her further, wondering aloud if it's because of the woman his father was seen with in the paper. Suddenly, the chairman's fist crashes down onto the table, his voice booming with a single, final word, enough. In the dead silence that follows, Hisuk looks up at his brother and calls him a pathetic idiot. The family aide announces that breakfast is over and the chairman is now leaving. As the patriarch stands, the rest of the family sits in stunned silence while the staff is ordered to clear the table. The chairman walks away, muttering to himself that all of his children are completely hopeless, but he isn't finished. Turning to his eldest son Haesuk and cutting him down for being a diligent but useless fool. His gaze then falls upon the enraged Hisu, coldly ordering him to sit down and eat before he dares to leave. The chairman scoffs at Hisu's immaturity, questioning if his arrogant ramblings could ever possibly threaten his own ambition. As the door slams shut, Hisu finally explodes, screaming that he is part of this damn family too. Outside, a sinister smile creeps across the chairman's face. As he admits his son's defiance reminds him of his younger self, he continues through the grand hall, his authority absolute as he calls for his aide, Chief Cha, with ice in his voice. He commands her to make sure he never hears any more commotion from his sons again. Chief Cha bows her head in complete submission, promising to handle the delicate matter properly. Meanwhile, outside, his drivers can only speculate on the old man's terrifying mood, wondering what could possibly be going on with the chairman. Left reeling from his father's humiliation, young Hisu wonders why the old man is suddenly making a fuss when he never cared before. He crushes his cigarette, his grip tightening as he seethes over his father and brother's disrespect. A dark determination crosses his face as he vows that when the time comes, he will be the one to take over the entire family. But suddenly, his phone begins to ring, interrupting his moment of rage as his men stand guard by the car. He glares down at the screen, annoyed by who could possibly be calling him so early in the morning. The caller is Lee Yong-bin, and Hisu scoffs, muttering that the idiot is done for if his work isn't finished today. He answers the phone with a furious roar, demanding to know what the bastard wants from him. On the other end, however, a calm voice mockingly apologizes for startling him with his shouting. The mysterious speaker, battered and bandaged, then taunts him, asking why he's already swearing at his so-called friend Yongbin. Confused, Hisu grits his teeth, wondering what kind of mess that fool has gotten himself into this time. He furiously demands to know who has Yongbin's phone, only for the calm voice to simply reply me. Dronzer reveals his beaten face, introducing himself as Tae-yoon-seok, and proposing a direct meeting with the gangster leader. An unknown man muses that he's got plenty of bullets ready to fire. He then excitedly shouts about going on a date with 200 bullets, clearly ready for a confrontation. But his mood instantly sours as he reads a text message telling him to act his age. Sighing in defeat, he leans back from his desk, only to realize his guest, Tae-yoon-seok, has finally arrived. He casually offers the battered young man some coffee, but Yoon-seok coldly states he doesn't drink that brand. The older man prepares a cup anyway, condescendingly remarking on how hard it must have been to catch Lee Yong-bin. Annoyed, Yoon-seok cuts him off, demanding to know the status of the favor he asked for. His associate confirms he's looked into everything but questions what Yoon-seok even plans to do with the intel. With a cigarette hanging from his lips, Yoon-seok calmly announces he has a meeting with the big boss, Young Hisu, tomorrow. His ally completely loses his composure, screaming in disbelief at the sudden and reckless change of plans. He reminds Yoon-seok that he was the one who said they shouldn't rush things. But with a confident smirk, Yoon-seok simply explains that the situation has become far more interesting than he ever expected. Yoon-seok calmly states that a very interesting opportunity has come up, but his associate is horrified, stammering in disbelief at the implication. He can't believe Yoon-seok made him dig up all this dirt just because of that old gangster from before. Unfazed, Yoon-seok admits he doesn't know what he's walking into, which is exactly why he needed the intel. His ally slides over a confidential file, pleading for him to listen carefully from here on out. He gives a stark warning: do not, under any circumstances, mess with the Gangsu gang, especially their boss, Jung Buldo. Clutching his head in frustration, he says Yoon-seok is too young to understand the true gravity of this situation. The file reveals a terrifying truth. Young Boldo isn't just some thug, he's a national gangster. This means his crimes are so severe that he's handled directly by the National Intelligence Service and the Ministry of Justice, far beyond the scope of mere police. The broker desperately reminds him of the risks taken to get this information, warning that the moment you cross these guys, the name Jung Boldo itself becomes a death sentence. But instead of fear, a cold determination flashes in Yoon-suk's eyes as he realizes that to survive against these monsters, he'll have to reach their level. Tae Yoon-suk declares that despite the immense risk, they have no choice but to take down young Boldo. His ally desperately questions this insane plan, asking what he'll do after meeting the ruthless Young Hee-soo. But Yoon-suk's resolve is unshakable, coldly stating they will stick to the original plan. The broker then confirms if Yoon-suk followed his instructions to put a tail on the monster himself. Yoon-suk simply tells him to wait, confident that a call is coming through at any moment. Right on cue, the broker's phone lights up with an incoming call, shocking him completely. On the screen is a live feed of young Boldo, standing ominously before an old medicine shop. A chill runs down the broker's spine as he realizes this isn't random. Young Boldo is making a huge move. The horrifying truth is revealed. He's reassembling the legendary and brutal old Gangster members. A few days later, under the quiet morning sky, the next phase of the operation begins. As birds begin to chirp, a voice from the street below asks how much more is left. A man reports to his boss that the last box is loaded onto a truck, their mysterious preparations finally complete. With the job done, a bandaged hand unlatches the door to their hideout. Young Boldo takes a long drink as his ally Jijori acknowledges the hard work they've put in. Standing outside the now closed Chinese restaurant, Boldo finally takes a moment to breathe after the long fight. But Jori, the man whose daughter's suffering ignited this entire war, still wears a heavy expression. He lights a cigarette, a quiet moment between two warriors who have been through hell together. Boldo muses that it must have been tough for Jori to run his business while raising a child. Jori humbly dismisses the praise, reminding him that Boldo was the one who put in all the real effort. The conversation then shifts to Tae Yoon-suk, with Boldo confirming a strange rumor that their allies helped pay for shop repairs. Jori admits Yoon-suk was a great help with his daughter Sia, prompting a grim warning from Boldo to never trust anyone too easily. With their revenge seemingly complete, Boldo asks the crucial question, what will Jori do now? Jori confesses with a heavy heart that he's neglected his daughter and feels like he got caught up in a storm he never intended to join. And so, he makes a decision. He's closing the shop for good to finally take a trip and spend time with Sia. With the car door shut, Boldo agrees that Jori's decision to leave is for the best. As his friend drives off into the distance, Jori admits that running a legitimate business was never his path. He glances back at his now abandoned shop in the mirror, a flicker of regret for the normal life he's leaving behind. Meanwhile, young Boldo drives on alone, accepting the grim reality that life rarely goes according to plan. Suddenly, he pulls alongside Jori's truck, passing over an envelope of money meant for his daughter. Jori tries to refuse the gesture, but Boldo insists. Revealing it's clean money he earned after his release from prison, he tells his old friend to take it, adding that a mysterious note inside should only be opened later. Boldo then offers one final gift, a safe haven at a mountain temple, a place of peace run by an old acquaintance. Overwhelmed with gratitude and looking at a photo of his daughter, Jori asks what his boss's next move will be. Boldo looks out at the passing scenery, calmly stating that he'll just keep living the way he always has. But this was all a facade, as he secretly declares this is just the beginning of his plan to infiltrate their inner circle. Because with a fire burning in his eyes, the Asura makes it clear that the real war has only just begun. With his revenge concluded for now, young Boldo decides it's time to check in on his old crew. His journey takes him to Dongmyo Station, a place that holds memories of his past. He makes his way through a bustling market, searching for a man named Jamba who runs a clothing shop nearby. Inside a vintage military surplus store, he finds an old man completely absorbed in a newspaper. The shop is called Dream America, and Boldo approaches it, ready to reunite with his old comrade. But as he looks inside, the scene is not quite what he was expecting. He confirms he's at the right spot, recognizing the old-school vibe of the surplus store. Stepping through the door, he calls out for Jamba, only to find two young kids browsing the racks. The boys are completely engrossed, admiring the unique style of the clothes as Boldo wonders who these punks are. Suddenly, the shopkeeper appears, grabbing the boys by their heads in clear annoyance. He aggressively critiques their fashion sense, warning them that their choices are for losers who get bullied. To save them, he proudly presents his shop's hidden gem, a garish pink shirt that leaves the kids utterly horrified. The shopkeeper pressures two young kids about their budget, completely unaware that the legendary young Boldo is watching from behind. He dramatically offers a steep discount, pretending he'll take a huge loss just to make a sale. The high-pressure pitch continues as he throws in freebies and even a discount on cigarettes, trapping the kids in his grasp. Suddenly, Buldo steps forward, his immense shadow falling over the small-time hustler. The shopkeeper freezes in pure terror, telling the kids to run as Buldo addresses him with a weary sigh. Trying to play dumb, the man stammers that he'll go find the boss for such an important guest. He then frantically sniffs one of his own employees, desperately calling for the boss to deal with the unexpected big shot. But his employee accidentally exposes the entire charade, asking why Jamba isn't responding to the high-level customer call sign. Flustered, the imposter scolds his underling for not getting their secret code, before nervously opening a door to the back room. Inside, a man's ramen is interrupted as he complains about his cursed life, his meal sitting next to a set of menacing tools. This is the real Jamba, a former elite pursuit captain and Buldo's close confidant, wondering who dares disturb his precious mealtime. In an instant, he drapes a red cape over his shoulders, declaring with fiery eyes that it's time to show society that justice still exists. Jamba drops his baton as a familiar voice greets him from the shadows. The tough-as-nails veteran is overcome with emotion, barely able to speak as he sees who has returned. Buldo warmly greets his old friend, teasing him about his unchanging, unfashionable style. Overwhelmed, Jamba embraces his long-lost leader in a tearful reunion after so many years apart. To celebrate, he immediately orders his entire military surplus shop closed for the day. Shortly after, the reunited pair head to a nearby street vendor to finally catch up. Jamba enthusiastically downs a drink, ready to celebrate their reunion all night long. But Buldo is horrified by the retro clothes Jamba picked for him, realizing he's become a walking relic. As they share a meal after 10 long years, Jamba reveals another member of their old crew is coming. Buldo learns that their old friend, Tityolj, now works at a butcher shop in Mahjongdong. Just as they speak, a large intimidating man in a red hoodie arrives, complaining about the summer heat. This is Tityolj, another former elite captain, and the next piece of Buldo's legendary crew being reassembled. Jamba playfully reminds Buldo who the real boss is, kicking off their long-awaited reunion with a laugh. But the mood instantly shifts as the massive Tityolj appears, overcome with emotion at the sight of his leader. With the legendary crew finally back together, they immediately order a feast fit for kings to celebrate their return. 3 hours later, however, the initial joy has faded, replaced by a somber talk about 20 years spent just trying to survive. The Phytuntines lament how difficult it's been to live a normal life, a shadow of their once dominant past. Tityolj admits that while he's making money, the grueling physical labor is slowly destroying his body. Jamba agrees, confessing he's barely scraping by selling clothes, after the pandemic crippled his small business. Buldo listens intently before cutting them off, reminding them that everyone is struggling in this new world. He admits that while hard work is one thing, it's the things you can't control that truly weigh on a man's soul. This strikes a chord with Tityolj, who grimaces and confesses that's exactly what's been driving him crazy. He reveals the source of his anguish is his younger brother, a kid Buldo remembers as being diligent and full of potential. But Tityolj explains that after a nasty divorce, his brother became obsessed with something on his computer, transforming into a complete stranger he no longer understands. Tityolj mentions his brother is obsessed with a group called Friends, and Buldo's eyes narrow instantly. While his allies bicker, Buldo silently pieces together this new, dangerous information. Jamba's petty arguments are just background noise, as the name Junhee triggers a warning in Buldo's mind. Elsewhere, a terrified thug reveals under duress that you must be a friend Junhee member to even see the boss. Buldo's hand trembles with rage as he realizes this isn't just a gang but a twisted membership program. A dark hunch takes root in his mind. This entire operation reeks of something far more sinister. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Boxing Club, Yang Hisu's top executives arrive for a tense, mysterious meeting. A car pulls up and their target finally appears, signaling that the night's main event is about to begin. One of the men grumbles as they head upstairs, questioning why they were summoned to Yang Hisu's personal gym. The executive guy Jin Myung remains stone-faced and silent, refusing to give up any information. Suddenly, the thunderous crack of an impossibly powerful impact echoes from inside the gym. Terrifyingly powerful boxer is seen training, his raw power shaking the very foundations of the building. A mysterious figure stands silently inside the gym, his presence casting a shadow over the room. But the coach snaps at him, telling him to hit a sandbag if he's so bored. The man turns with a cold, intense gaze, addressing his unseen boss, revealed as Junhee, a top leader in the friend organization. He arrogantly claims he doesn't waste energy on trivial matters. The coach simply scoffs at his attitude, telling him to sit down and watch what's about to happen. Just then, the rest of Yang Hisu's top executives make their grand entrance, filling the tense space. Gaijin Myung immediately questions his boss about Yongbin, confirming he's heard the news. The coach cuts him off, cryptically mentioning Yongbin was just there before ordering them to take their seats. After a brief greeting, the executive's attention is pulled back to the strange standoff. The coach then turns his taunts on Junhee, mocking his weak appearance and challenging him to a sparring match. While Junhee coldly refuses the offer, Gaijin Myung watches on, unnerved by the creepy display. The executives finally take their seats in a line, an ominous silence falling. As they wait for the true purpose of this meeting to be revealed, the coach addresses the tense executives, announcing he has some breaking news for them. Jennifer and Gaijin Myung lean in with curious smiles, eager to hear the good news first. With a confident grin, the coach agrees. Building the suspense for his big reveal, he suddenly calls for someone to enter, and the executives turn in surprise as a door clicks open. A single polished shoe steps across the threshold, heralding the arrival of an unknown figure. Then, a man in a blood-red suit walks past them, his face hidden, but his presence immediately shifting the room's power dynamic. The once cocky executives now sit in stunned silence, wondering who this mysterious man could possibly be. The coach proudly presents him as the organization's newest friend, ready to make the introduction. But he pauses dramatically, feigning for a moment that he's forgotten the newcomer's name. The bandaged man himself breaks the silence, introducing himself as Tae Yoon-seok with a chillingly friendly smile, repeating the name. The coach formally welcomes Yoon-seok, leaving the executives utterly bewildered by this development. Yoon-seok gives a casual wave as the executives whisper in shock, completely blindsided by the arrival of a man who shouldn't exist in their world. Story flashes back 3 days, to an exclusive pop-up coffee shop run by the Ambition Group. A mysterious figure in a beanie and sunglasses watches from the shadows, preparing to make his move. Inside, the organization's top brass, including the dangerous Yang Hee-soo, are holding a private meeting. Suddenly, Tae Yoon-seok strolls in with a confident smirk, casually impressed by their operation. But he's immediately stopped dead in his tracks by Yang Hee-soo's top enforcer, Seo Dong-cheon. The fixer gets right in his face, demanding his name and his reason for being there. Yoon-seok tries to brush him off, claiming they should already know who he is, and not to waste any more time. This only enrages Dong-cheon, whose patience runs out as he prepares to get violent. Just as he's about to strike, another director calmly orders him to stand down. This senior executive dismisses Yoon-seok with disdain, telling him to state his business quickly and leave, ignoring everyone else. Yoon-seok addresses Yang Hee-soo directly, confirming his identity and revealing he's already cut ties with Yongbin. He then gets straight to the point, proposing a massive business deal and ominously asking about their organization, the Friends. With a confident smirk, Tae Yoon-seok makes his audacious demand. Let him join their organization in Yongbin's place. The executives are stunned into silence, with Director Oh wondering what kind of lunatic is babbling before them. Even Yang Hee-soo scoffs at this random thug's arrogance, questioning who he even is. But Yoon-seok simply brushes off their threats, dismissing their entire concept of friendship as meaningless. He then wheels in a heavy suitcase, placing it on the table with a thud that echoes through the room. Director O's eyes widen as the case clicks open, revealing its contents. As Yoon-seok slowly unzips the luggage, the sheer weight of his leverage becomes terrifyingly clear. The suitcase is overflowing with stacks of cash and damning documents, a treasure trove of betrayal. He casually explains that this is all of Yongbin's dirty laundry, backdoor accounts, shadow contracts, and every secret he ever kept. Director O pores over the evidence, realizing this is more than enough to completely ruin their former associate and justify this insane offer. But Yoon-seok isn't done, revealing his ultimate prize, a new drug business that Yongbin was secretly preparing. And to seal the deal, he drops a final bombshell, revealing he has a direct connection to Japan's largest and most dangerous gang, the Sekuryu. Yang Hee-soo listens intently, a flicker of acknowledgement in his eyes that this guy is the real deal. Tae Yoon-seok lays out the impossible terms, a 50-50 split on a staggering 50 billion won enterprise. Director O is left completely speechless, the sheer scale of the proposal hanging in the tense silence. But Yang Hee-soo just scoffs, casually propping his feet up on the mountain of cash as if it were nothing. His fixer, Dong-cheon, can only glare as his boss remains utterly unimpressed by the life-changing offer. The director finally breaks the silence, directly questioning the newcomer's audacious play. But Hee-soo calmly dismisses the idea, claiming countless fools crawl to him every month begging to be friends. Tae Yoon-seok's jaw tightens, his composure finally cracking under the gangster's condescending gaze. The boss offers a sliver of credit, acknowledging his cunning in taking down the disgraced Yongbin. He even admits that Yoon-seok has a sharp mind and some decent skills to have pulled it off. But then he leans forward, his voice dripping with menace, as he asks if that's all he brings to the table. Suddenly, a knife slams into the cash, pinning it to the table with a final, chilling demand. Prove it. Hee-soo lays out a brutal test. Fight one of his directors, and make it interesting. If he succeeds, he'll be recognized as a friend. But if the fight is boring, the outcome will be fatal. The threat becomes chillingly clear as he vows to personally kill Yoon-sik for messing with his former associate. Yoon-suk sweats, realizing the boss's closest men, including Seo Dongxian, are no ordinary thugs. According to his intel, these enforcers are top-class fighters in the underworld. The stakes are absolute. One wrong move here, and he could lose his head. But as he grips the knife on the table, he knows hesitation means certain failure. His resolve solidifies, vowing to crush anything and anyone that stands in his way. Just as he steels himself to act, he's caught completely off guard by the gangster's next move. With a cold command, Yang Hee-soo simply tells his men to break it down. The executives instantly rise from their seats, the tense negotiation exploding into violence. Director Oh grins with excitement, declaring that the fixer, Dongxian, is the lucky one who gets to fight. Deciding to seize the initiative, Tae Yoon-suk explodes forward to end it now, unleashing a powerful punch aimed directly at his opponent's face. But with a furious roar, the fixer Dongxian braces for the impact, and Yoon-suk's eyes widen in disbelief as his attack is somehow dodged. Before he can recover, Dongxian shatters his guard with a brutal counterpunch, sending a wave of pure agony through Yoon-suk's body. The fixer gives him no room to breathe, instantly grabbing his shirt, and then slamming him down with overwhelming force. Yoon-suk crashes through a table, the wood exploding around him in a shower of splinters. Lying broken and bleeding, he can only curse the monster's insane athleticism. Dongxian looms over him with a smug grin, condescendingly telling him to stop playing games. He then casually picks up a thick roll of cash, the fight already forgotten. Dongxian coldly crushes Yoon-suk's hand, telling him to stick to weapons he can actually handle. But the downed fighter refuses to yield, grabbing the fixer's leg in a last-ditch effort. This defiance only earns him a brutal backhand, sends him reeling in pain. He collapses to the ground, utterly overpowered as his opponent stands above him unmoved. With a final burst of rage, Yoon-suk screams for him to just die and lunges forward with a sharp wooden shard. The desperate attack connects, drawing a pained grunt from the seemingly invincible enforcer. Annoyed, Dongxian grabs a nearby wooden mallet to finally end the pathetic struggle. Yet his devastating swing narrowly misses its fatal mark, giving Yoon-suk a critical opening. As the fixer grabs his face and mocks him, Yoon-suk laughs maniacally through the blood. With a sickening squelch, he drives the shard forward with everything he has left. The fixer's condescending grin vanishes, replaced by pure shock as blood pours from his ruined eye. Now completely enraged, the wounded monster roars that he will crush this bastard to death. Just as the enraged fixer is about to murder Yoon-suk, Director Oh intervenes, grabbing his arm and telling him to stop. Dongxian pleads with his boss to let him kill this vermin, but Yang Hee-soo calmly asks if he was actually serious about the attempt. With a chilling smile, Hee-soo wraps his arm around the trembling Yoon-suk, dismissing the entire life-or-death struggle as just a joke. The power dynamic shifts instantly as Hee-soo casually orders a strong espresso from the man he just watched nearly die. Hee-soo mockingly compliments Yoon-suk's feisty nature, and the young man can only play along, agreeing with his new boss. Yoon-suk serves the coffee with surprising confidence, promising a taste so good he'll never want to go anywhere else. But as he takes a sip himself, he reveals there's one more thing to their new arrangement. Yang Hee-soo completely shuts him down, stating there will be no negotiation. He'll take what he's given and be quiet. He then throws down a card for a tailor, ordering Yoon-suk to get new clothes or face death for looking like a stray. With the test concluded, Hee-soo tells him to wait for their call, before turning to leave with his executives. The powerful trio walks out, leaving Yoon-suk alone with the aftermath of his incredible gamble. Yet despite the humiliation, Yoon-suk sips his coffee with an unreadable, calculating gaze, his true plan still a complete mystery. With the first step of his plan complete, Yoon-suk coolly considers his next move. Suddenly, now bandaged and in a new suit, he is presented by the coach as having a special gift for the organization's executives. He walks them through a gym, building the suspense for this supposed gift. A knife is drawn as he tells everyone to prepare themselves for the main event. He grins with a chilling confidence, promising the skeptical executives something they will never forget. With a theatrical flourish, he throws open a door, announcing the grand opening. The executives are unimpressed, with Gai Jin-myung scoffing that it's probably just a boring bundle of cash, but his mockery instantly turns to wide-eyed shock as he sees what's inside. Because the gift isn't money, it's their former subordinate, Lee Yongbin, beaten, bound, and served up on a platter. Yoon-suk grabs the disgraced CEO by his hair, mockingly telling him to greet his old colleagues. The entire room freezes in disbelief, completely stunned to see the man who failed them delivered in such a brutal fashion. The coach calmly tells the still shocked Guy Jin-myung to take a seat, the power dynamic in the room having completely shifted. The coach reveals Yongbin's secret betrayal, explaining he siphoned off cash for his sister's education without permission. As a twisted form of justice, he yanks the beaten CEO's head back, boasting that he stuffed him real good in return. Disgusted, he orders his enforcer Dong Xian to get rid of the trash, no longer wanting to see him. With the problem disposed of, he begins a round of applause for their newly inducted friend, Tae Yoon-suk, but Guy Jin-myung immediately objects, questioning if they can truly trust a complete nobody who just joined. He argues their business deal is too massive to risk on an unknown, demanding to know who will take responsibility if he fails. A single cold glare from Yang Hee-soo is enough to make the executive freeze and stutter in pure terror. Suddenly Jennifer grabs the new recruit by the collar, asking if he's insane for causing such a scene. But the coach intercepts her, coldly stating that responsibility now falls on the existing executives. He then turns his chilling gaze on Guy Jin-myung, asking if he's scared and wants to end up just like Yongbin. Yang Hee-soo silences all dissent with a simple command to clap properly, as Yoon-suk smirks, his plan clearly moving to the next stage. Meanwhile, under a lonely moon, a forgotten monster, the betrayed OFF fighter Kang Hanseong pushes his body to its absolute breaking point. He pushes past his limits, gasping for air as his body screams in protest. But the haunting memory of his one-sided defeat reminds him he's gotten far too rusty. His hand clenches around the cold steel, a silent promise of vengeance burning in his eyes. Exhausted after 30 sets, his brutal training is suddenly interrupted by an unexpected call at this late hour. He glances at the screen and sees it's from his old comrade, Teal'c. He answers with a friendly tone, but the desperate voice on the other end immediately shatters the calm. His face hardens instantly as he realizes something is terribly wrong. Teal'c's panicked voice explains that his younger brother has run into trouble and has suddenly gone missing, leaving behind only a cryptic note promising to return rich. The word missing sinks in, his expression turning stone cold with focus. A few days ago, the scene shifts to the late-night alleys of a Seoul livestock market, where inside a butcher shop, a massive cleaver is being sharpened with chilling intent. This is Teal'c, the former action squad leader and one of young Buldo's most trusted confidants. After a long day's work, he carefully puts away his razor-sharp butcher knives. With a deep sigh of exhaustion, he shuts down the equipment for the night. He curtly tells his workers he's heading out, his mind clearly on something far more important. A grim determination is etched onto his face as he leaves the market behind. He boards a public bus, barely noticing the trivial fare as he focuses on his destination. His imposing presence and intense aura are enough to immediately startle the young bus driver. She can't help but feel a chill as the intimidating man takes a seat right behind her. He grips a heavy bag tightly in his lap as the automated voice announces his stop is approaching. Finally arriving at an apartment, he grumbles to himself, annoyed by the noise and his own hunger. Without waiting for an answer, he knocks and announces that he's coming right in, but the door swings open to a dark, trashed room, and he's disgusted by the state this brat lives in. With aching shoulders, Teal'c mutters to himself about getting old while standing in the filthy apartment. He calls out for his brother, Lee Dong-yuk, annoyed by the disgusting mess and the lack of a welcome. But a flashback reveals Dong-yuk is a 34-year-old streamer, completely ignoring his brother for the sake of a video game. With his fingers glued to the keyboard, he's completely absorbed in his digital world. He then furiously yells at Teal'c for interrupting his stream, as his live chat relentlessly mocks his poor performance. Teal'c's patience wears thin, while his brother nonchalantly tells him the game will be over soon. Disgusted, he starts cleaning the apartment himself, questioning what happened to his university-educated brother. Dong-yuk finally emerges from his room, complaining about the meddling as his brother offers him the fried chicken. But this isn't a friendly reunion, as Teal'c immediately starts berating him for his failing streaming career. He screams at his brother, questioning his future with his current management and demanding he stop making excuses. In a shocking display of disrespect, Dong-yuk calls his brother a stupid idiot and slaps his phone away. Then, after everything, he takes a bite of the food only to complain that it's dry and disgusting. Teal'c calmly sips his drink and asks his brother how the stream went. Dong-yuk casually dismisses his failure, vowing to win back his lost money 100 times over. He then has the gall to tell his brother to quit his butcher shop and get into the coin market. Fed up, Teal'c gives him an ultimatum: come to the market and work with him starting tomorrow. But his brother explodes in rage, screaming that he didn't go to college just to cut meat. He cruelly blames Teal'c's gangster past for his own divorce, yelling he'd rather die than take that job. Teolj is left completely stunned as Donghyuk defiantly shouts that he will succeed on his own. With nothing left to say, Teolj quietly accepts this as the consequence of his own past. Then, in the past after this fight, he leaves his brother's apartment with a quiet, sorrowful apology. But alone in the darkness, Donghyuk finally breaks down, weeping over how his life fell apart after a failed coin investment. Suddenly, his eyes flash open as a painful memory resurfaces. He recalls the moment he realized the game was rigged, knowing that small investors like him were always destined to fail, without enough capital to survive. In his darkest moment, Donghyuk recalls a company that recruited streamers. Realizing he has to go big, he finds their business card and entity named Chronicle, promising to pay initial investment funds immediately. With tears streaming down his face, he clings to this as his last chance to finally stop feeling sorry for his brother. He even dares to hope that this success could let him start over with his ex-wife. The next day, he simply leaves a note, promising to come back rich and telling Teolj not to look for him. His brother is left completely shattered. Realizing Donghyuk has run away from home, he tries to work through the pain, mechanically weighing out orders at his butcher shop. Though a concerned regular asks what's wrong, he forces a smile and brushes it off, but his knuckles turn white as he grips his cleaver, channeling all his sorrow into a silent rage. With a sharp slice, he begins to work, the violent motion a release for his inner turmoil. The day drags on, the clock on the wall a silent witness to his private grief, and so he just keeps chopping. The relentless rhythm, the only thing that can drown out his thoughts. Distracted by grief, Teolj cuts his finger while working, cursing his lack of focus. And after a long, heavy day, he finally closes up his empty butcher shop for the night. But his search for his brother leads him into a world of desperate gambles and discarded hopes. As he walks the dark streets, a man on a mission, hunting for any possible lead, until he corners a terrified young man in a back alley, demanding information. But the kid can only stammer in fear, claiming to be a nobody with no answers. 1 week later, a strange notice is posted on the door of his now abandoned shop, announcing it's temporarily closed for personal reasons. Signed by the Seoul police station, Teolj himself arrives at the station, his personal investigation having reached a dead end, and he feels like a criminal just standing there, the weight of the situation crushing him. An officer points him deeper into the building, towards the detectives' division, when suddenly, a detective peeks out from her office, asking how she can help. Teolj nervously reports that a family member has run away from home, and he explains it's his 34-year-old brother. While the officer begins typing up the report, but the officer is immediately dismissive, suggesting a man over 30 is just becoming independent. He then probes if they had a recent argument, which Teolj downplays as simple bickering. The questioning suddenly takes a turn as the officer demands to see Teolj's ID card. Teolj complies, handing over his identification without a second thought. After running his name, the officer's tone shifts, remarking that Teolj has an impressive record. The screen reveals a criminal history for assault, prompting the officer to coldly ask if he's taken out life insurance on his brother. With a condescending smirk, the officer implies Teolj is a suspect, treating him like a criminal instead of a worried family member. Enraged by the blatant accusation, Teolj slams the desk and declares he's canceling the report entirely. He storms out of the station, furious at being treated with such suspicion and disrespect. With the law having failed him, he makes a call to the one person he can trust, the monster known as Young Buldo. On a dark Seoul street, Teolj and Young Buldo meet to discuss the desperate situation. Teolj hangs his head in shame, apologizing for dragging his friend into another one of his problems. He reminisces about his younger brother, who was once the pride of the family after graduating from a prestigious university. Young Buldo listens patiently before asking if he's uncovered any clues on his own. The only lead he has is a strange business card from a company called Chronicle that he found on his brother's desk. When he went to the address listed, he was met not with answers, but with a gang of violent thugs. In a brutal flashback, we see Teolj fighting for his life as the thugs swarmed him, though he managed to capture them. They all denied knowing anything about his brother's whereabouts. A dark memory flashes through Buldo's mind of him interrogating those same thugs with overwhelming pressure. He confirms that Teolj went to that dangerous place all by himself, seeking answers. Suddenly, Buldo recalls a warning he gave his own men, telling them about a sinister group calling themselves Friends. Pieces click into place, and his eyes sharpen with suspicion. Realizing this is no simple missing person case, Buldo places a heavy hand on his friend's shoulder, vowing to personally handle the overwhelming stench of this shady business. Story then flashes back 2 weeks, to a dark night near a university where a sinister plot was already in motion. A man in a sharp suit checks his expensive watch, knowing it's almost time for a dangerous meeting. We're introduced to Sung Joon-hee, a gangster influencer for the Friend organization, and his menacing associate Park In-sung. They enter a dimly lit, ominous room, their shadows stretching long as they prepare for a confrontation. Park shivers, commenting on the creepy, haunted house atmosphere of their meeting place. Suddenly, he grabs a third man by the collar, furiously demanding to know why he took on a forbidden job. The man, revealed to be Tae-yoon-suk, desperately tries to de-escalate, swearing his loyalty to Joon-hee, but Joon-hee cuts in, his expression turning cold, as he asks if this is all just about the money. He dangles the promise of immense wealth, ordering his subordinate to let Tae-yoon-suk go. When his man hesitates, Joon-hee presses the point, questioning if he really wants to refuse this lucrative deal. Park finally snarls at Tae-yoon-suk, threatening to slit his throat and simply lie to their superior, Hee-soo, revealing the terrifying hierarchy of their organization. Tae-yoon-suk coldly mocks his companion, questioning if he truly believes he can handle this complex situation alone. His leader, Sung Joon-hee, glares back in confusion, demanding to know what he's talking about. Tae-yoon-suk scoffs from his seat, revealing that his leader is utterly clueless about the bigger picture and is backing the wrong horse. With a weary sigh, he admits it would take days to explain everything. Before dropping a bombshell, he wasn't the one who took down Yongbin. The real culprit was the boss Yang Hee-soo, a revelation that leaves Sung Joon-hee completely stunned and shouting in disbelief. Prove his outrageous claim. Tae-yoon-suk presents a folder containing special intel that Joon-hee has no clearance to access. Joon-hee cautiously asks to see the proof, which Tae-yoon-suk hands over with a casual air of absolute confidence. But as he looks at the photo inside, his face twists in shock, demanding to know why this person is involved. His subordinate, Park In-gun, can only urge him to look closer, unable to explain the shocking image himself. A wave of pure disbelief washes over Joon-hee as he stares at the impossible photograph in his hands. The picture reveals the legendary Jung Buldo holding the captured Lee Yongbin, a man who shouldn't even be in the game. Realizing this unknown player knows something critical, Joon-hee furiously whirls on his subordinate, demanding answers. Joon-hee recognizes him as a legendary fighter from his prison days, completely baffled as to why this monster is suddenly involved. With a chilling confidence, Tae-yoon-suk confirms his fears are correct. He reveals their own boss, Yang Hee-soo, is using the infamous Jung Buldo to wipe out everyone in one clean sweep. By infiltrating the organization, Yoon-suk admits he's now become a target too, caught in the very same trap. Joon-hee explodes in disbelief, refusing to accept that his boss would dismantle his own powerful organization. But Yoon-suk cuts through the denial, revealing a critical piece of intel about Hee-soo's father, the chairman of Ambition. A flashback reveals the chairman is officially naming a successor, igniting a brutal power struggle between his sons. It becomes clear that to Hee-soo, Friends was never about loyalty. They were just disposable tools and pocket change for a future corporate chairman. Ties to criminals are a massive liability that must be erased. The horrifying realization dawns on Joon-hee. Their boss is cleaning house, cutting off anyone who could expose him. With cold finality, Yoon-suk declares that every single one of them is now completely screwed. The dismantling has already begun with Yongbin as the first casualty, and he coldly informs a horrified Joon-hee that he's next. Joon-hee's world starts to spin as the devastating truth sinks in. But as he reels, Yoon-suk calmly takes a step forward. Even his own enforcer, In-gun, grudgingly confirms that this insane story isn't entirely a lie, because Yoon-suk has felt this betrayal coming for a long time, ever since their boss drew a clear line in the sand. For Hee-soo, this is just a cold-blooded move to sever all ties with his criminal past, and he ruthlessly mocks Joon-hee's shock, asking why he's surprised when they were all complicit. Yoon-suk then reveals a critical observation he made after analyzing the group's hierarchy. He points out that all of the most profitable ventures belong to Joon-hee himself, calling him the smartest leader. Yoon-suk implies he's now the biggest liability to be erased, and with that, he drops an impossible proposal, a coup d'etat to take down Young Hee-soo first. In-sung erupts in derisive laughter, unable to process the sheer audacity of the plan. But as the laughter fades, Joon-hee takes a long drag, the gears of rebellion beginning to turn. Sung Joon-hee flicks away his cigarette in disgust, calling the new kid a little punk for even suggesting such a thing. He crushes the embers under his shoe, furiously asking if Yoon-suk has lost his mind going against a monster like Young Hee-soo. His enforcer In-sung erupts in a panic, screaming that even if they somehow win, they'd be facing the entire Ambition group next. Joon-hee grabs his head in frustration, shouting that their target is the heir to the 9th largest conglomerate in all of South Korea. But Tae-yoon-suk remains completely unfazed, calmly adjusting his tie as he agrees that a direct confrontation is impossible. With a sinister smile, he reveals his true strategy is not to fight Ambition, but to weaponize it against its own. He explains that while the entire Yang family are monsters, their power is fragile, built entirely on public image at a critical time of succession. If they can make Yang Hisu a liability to the family's reputation, they won't even have to lift a finger to get rid of him. His rivals for the throne, whether it's the powerful crown prince or the overlooked youngest son, will tear him down for them. With plenty of insiders just waiting for Hisu to fall, Yoon Suk turns to Junhee, telling him it's time to put his brilliant brain to work. Hisu stares him down, challenging him to use his greatest talents for streaming and stirring up public chaos. With a final, knowing smirk, Yoon Suk promises that if they combine their inside information with Junhee's influence, they can absolutely destroy him. Park Ingon-sung stares into the night, his mind reeling from the impossibly dangerous proposal he's just heard. The name Ambition hangs heavy in the air, a terrifying reminder that the Yang family will crush anyone standing in their way. Junhee knows this better than anyone, remembering they won't hesitate to destroy their own blood relatives to maintain power. Yet Tae Yoon-suk remains utterly confident, promising that if they stir things up just right, Hisu will be the one cast out. But the stakes are impossibly high, and as Junhee weighs his options, he realizes staying quiet is just as much a death sentence as fighting back. He's trapped, sweating under the pressure to make a move, when every choice feels like letting himself be cut down. Ingon-sung watches his friend's agonizing turmoil, his own anxiety skyrocketing as he awaits the final decision. With a chilling calm, Yoon-suk simply tells him to join the plan, even as Junhee's mind races with the little background information he has on him. All he knows is Yoon-suk was tied to Yongbin, and while he doesn't seem like a spy, the entire situation is dangerously complicated. Suddenly, Junhee tells his worried friend to move aside, his expression hardening with a grim new resolve. He walks past with a determined stride, heading deeper into their base of operations. Without another word, as Yoon-suk makes his final offer, Junhee looks back with a dark glint in his eye, sealing their deadly alliance against a monster. Sung Junhee flicks his cigarette, reminding Yoon-suk that he's nothing without Yang Hisu. He takes a long drag, his expression unreadable as he prepares to lay down his final terms. But his agreement comes with a chilling threat. One wrong move, and they'll both be buried together. With the warning delivered, he finally puts out the cigarette, his deadly decision now made. Confident smirk spreads across Yoon-suk's face as Junhee finally asks to hear the plan. The very next day, the battle shifts to the heart of enemy territory, the Ambition Group headquarters. Inside the chairman's office, a golf ball sits ready, a quiet symbol of the game of power being played. The patriarch of the entire Yang family, Chairman Jong In-yoon, takes a powerful swing, his focus absolute. But his concentration is broken when his chief of staff announces an unexpected arrival at his door. After hearing his second son, Hisu, is waiting, the chairman calmly grants him an audience. The heavy doors swing open, revealing his staff as the target of their coup walks right into the lion's den. The chairman turns, his powerful presence filling the room as he demands to know why his son has come. Hisu finally confronts his father, asking a question that hangs heavy in the air. With a desperate look, he asks if he is still considered part of the Yang family. But as the chairman turns his back, Hisu presses on, asking if he even has a chance. His father scoffs, accusing him of only returning out of fear that his brother will take everything. Acknowledging his son's reckless ambition, the chairman lays down a chilling ultimatum. He challenges Hisu to earn the right to be his son, officially starting the war for succession. Taking this as his approval, Hisu declares that the childish games are now over. With a deep bow, he promises to show his true power before turning to leave the lion's den. The chairman watches him go, his thoughts ominously turning to his eldest son, Haesuk. Cold smile crosses his face as he realizes the brutal game for the entire empire is about to begin. Later that evening, Tae Yoon-suk sits at a small eatery, where he is met by an unexpected guest. Young Boldo appears, his eyes filled with distrust as he questions what the master schemer has been doing behind his back. Tae Yoon-suk calmly tells the legendary Asura that his problem is now his own, proposing a shortcut to their goals. He pours them both a drink, sealing the pact with a simple declaration for them to work together. But young Boldo remains unimpressed, comparing their increasingly complicated situation to flies swarming around. He cuts through the pleasantries, demanding to know the real reason Yoon-suk has sought him out after so long. With a confident smirk, Yoon-suk clarifies that this time, he isn't asking for help, he's taking the wheel. He then makes an unbelievable offer to share all the intel he's gathered on the Friends organization. Yoon-suk vows that he will be the one to clear the path of any obstacle that stands in their way. This will finally unleash Boldo to handle things the only way he knows how. The brutal, old-fashioned way. Meanwhile, at an internet cafe somewhere in Seoul, a new player is about to enter the game. A terrified gamer freezes as a menacing figure beside him casually lights a cigarette, completely ignoring the rules. The young man points out the non-smoking sign, but Sura simply scoffs at the laws of this crappy country. He then questions why a man like Boldo is even in an internet cafe, sensing he's not there just to play games. The young gamer tries explaining the modern world of streaming to Boldo, who is completely baffled by the new terminology. Boldo's patience quickly runs out, threatening the kid for making him sound like an old fool. The gamer hastily explains that streaming is just broadcasting online for money, a world where popularity translates to cold, hard cash. He then reveals the man they're hunting is a popular streamer working for a shady company called Chronicle. Boldo leans in closer, his legendary intensity now focused on the digital ghosts they're chasing. The kid pulls up the live feed, confirming their target is broadcasting to the world at this very moment. He confirms the face matches their intel, infuriated that while their friend suffers, this punk is living it up online. But Boldo is stuck in the past, wondering how they'll find one man in a sea of motel rooms. The gamer just smirks, telling the old school brawler that his methods are completely obsolete. He reveals the terrifying power of the internet, where online communities can be baited into becoming a personal detective agency. These digital hunters track everything down to the smallest detail, and suddenly, he spots a familiar background in another trending video. With a look of triumph, he declares he's found Sung Joon-hee, only for his expression to turn grim as he realizes their target is deeply entangled with something much bigger. Their target is hiding out in a place known only as the Streamer Village. Boldo is left completely bewildered by this modern-day criminal den. This so-called streamer empire is actually a shady group preying on creators in the outskirts of Gyeonggi. And the man at the center of it all is Sung Joon-hee, a key member of the Friend organization. He's nothing but a slick conman, passing off cheap convenience store wine as some rare vintage to impress his marks. With false promises of a new studio, he flatters and lures in naive streamers looking for their big break. But behind closed doors, these unsuspecting creators are cornered and completely trapped. Streamer's excitement turns to dread as she drags her luggage towards the isolated building. She stares up at the grim facade, horrified that this could be the so-called studio. Her blood runs cold when a voice from the shadows demands to know why she isn't moving. As she's forced through the doorway, she nervously asks about the representative she came to meet. Tattooed enforcer then reveals the horrifying truth. Once you enter on your own, it's already over. Sung Joon-hee and his crew welcome their new prey with a sinister grin, making it clear that once you enter, you can never leave. He cruelly mocks his victims' expectations, using psychological torment to break their spirit from the start. The moment the friendly facade vanishes, terror takes over as the victims are systematically broken down. Young Boldo listens with cold focus as the horrifying details of this broadcast are revealed to him. Teolj explains the twisted system where the platform is completely controlled, and the viewers themselves become accomplices. He clarifies that the audience, driven by morbid curiosity, simply treats the illegal content as edgy entertainment. The streamers are trapped inside cells, forced to monitor each other 24/7 while being exploited for content. For donations, these broken streamers are forced to complete humiliating missions, crossing every line of shame. Any hope of escape is crushed by a relentless flood of new missions from the insatiable viewers. Eventually, they become obedient puppets, ready to perform any degrading act as long as the rewards keep coming. The lure of money becomes so powerful that threats are no longer even necessary to keep them in line. But with a monster like Sung Joon-hee in charge, the contracts ensure that no one ever truly gets paid or gets out alive. Sung Joon-hee watches his ace streamer, thinking that while everything seems fine, he wants more than just commissions. He threatens her, saying her weak performance will trap her in this place until she's 50 years old. The horrifying scam is explained. Streamers are buried under endless fees, working for peanuts while their supposed earnings are held in an impossible-to-settle balance. But the cruelest twist is that all payments are made in completely worthless crypto coins, a revelation that shatters her. He shows her the evidence of the scam, a coin whose value does nothing but plummet. Her account is now over 180 million won in the negative. She's told she'll never get a settlement until it's recovered. Sung Joon-hee then grabs her, sadistically blaming her for the coin's collapse and her failure to please her sponsors. He throws a new, revised contract in front of her to ensure she can never escape. He forces her to sign it, dangling the impossible hope that she might be free if the coin's value suddenly skyrockets. This is how they trap their victims, planting just enough false hope to keep them clinging to an illusion until they completely break. Suddenly, another trapped streamer desperately begs to be let go, screaming that he did everything he was told. But Sung Joon-hee just smiles, savoring the despair of those who are perfectly trapped, knowing they'll cling to a lie until the very end. But sometimes, one of Sung Joon-hee's victims makes a desperate break for freedom. She runs barefoot through the desolate streets, her voice a raw plea for the nightmare to end. Her face bruised and tear-streaked is a mask of pure terror as she prays for salvation. Just as her hope fades, she spots a single light in the darkness, a small soup restaurant. She bursts through the door, collapsing and begging the owner to save her life. The kindly old woman inside seems utterly shocked to see someone in such a state. Sobbing, the girl explains she escaped from the nearby one-room area and begs her to call the police. The old woman comforts her, wrapping her in a cloak and ushering her inside to safety. Believing she's finally safe, the girl's terror turns to rage as she vows revenge on her captors. But as she listens to the phone call, her hope suddenly shatters into ice-cold dread. The woman's kind facade crumbles, revealing she's actually called an enforcer to retrieve the runaway. In a flashback, we learn this entire town is part of Sung Joon-hee's empire, a perfect prison where even hope is a trap. The old woman mocks the girl's pitiful lie about just wanting soup, her false kindness twisting into pure evil. This entire town, we learn, is an inescapable prison where local merchants are completely dependent on the tyrant Sung Joon-hee. It is a place of modern slavery, a hell on earth known only as the Streamer Empire. Back with our heroes, Tidiolj asks the legendary young Boldo if he truly understands the horrific scale of what they're up against. With a grim and resolute expression, Boldo confirms that he understands everything perfectly. Now ready for war, he declares it's time to catch the bastard, but his subordinate stays behind to make a crucial call. Call confirms their target's location but delivers a chilling warning. They are walking directly into a trap. Unfazed, Boldo arrives at the rendezvous point, fully prepared to march into the lion's den. But there's a sudden complication, as he's told a man named Tae-yoon-suk is supposed to be joining their operation. Boldo sizes up this mysterious newcomer, trying to gauge what kind of man he's just allied himself with. Meanwhile, Tae-yoon-suk is described as a scumbag who never backs down, a dangerous man who must be watched at all times. Finally, face to face, Boldo introduces this unpredictable wild card to his confused crew simply as their bus guide for the mission. Tae-yoon-suk introduces himself, a dangerous wild card explicitly labeled as someone who can't be trusted. 2 hours later, their uneasy alliance speeds down a desolate road, approaching the infamous Streamer village. Suspicion quickly mounts as one of Boldo's men questions if their new guide, Snake Eyes, is leading them correctly. But Tae-yoon-suk calmly reassures them while secretly sending a cryptic message to a group named Actors Entrance. Just as they doubt such an isolated place exists, bright lights pierce the darkness, signaling their arrival. The driver slams his hand down, bringing their vehicle to a sudden, tense halt. Tiolj curses in frustration, shocked that a place so remote could even be found. They've reached the entrance, barred by a sign forbidding entry to all but residents. Cold look. Tae-yoon-suk confirms this is the main source of income for Sung Joon-hee's entire empire. Before them lies the infamous Streamer village, a modern prison complex hidden under the night sky. Inside, a contact receives Yoon-suk's signal, announcing the star's arrival on the red carpet. Their target, Sung Joon-hee, grins sadistically, ready to turn this raid into his main content for the year. With a sadistic grin, Sung Joon-hee announces the start of his grand event, BJ 100. Back on the street, Tae-yoon-suk declares they've arrived at the main source of income for Sung Joon-hee's entire empire. Before them lies a desolate, rundown complex known only as the Streamer Village. Yoon-suk orders them out of the car, warning them to be on guard from the very moment they pass the entrance. He gives them a chilling rule for survival. If anyone speaks to them, they must never respond, because everyone here, from an old man to a child, is a planted agent working for their target. He tells them to steel their resolve, as this entire operation is connected directly to Sung Joon-hee himself. But young Boldo remains skeptical, questioning how much their guide truly knows about this hidden enemy. To confirm their objective, Yoon-suk shows a photo to Tiolj, asking him to identify his missing younger brother. Tiolj recognizes him instantly, enraged to see his brother looking so worn out and cursing the bastards responsible. Suddenly, the sound of a broadcast echoes from a nearby closed school, giving the team their first real lead. But just as they prepare to move, Tae-yoon-suk's face falls as he checks his phone. Realizing the situation has suddenly become much more troublesome, Tae-yoon-suk reveals that their target is hosting a BJ 100 event, a special group broadcast for his streamers. He explains this is the one desperate chance for the captive streamers to expose the truth, so they're all staking their lives on it tonight. The content is so brutally intense that even outside viewers eagerly anticipate this day. He warns the team to stay out of the way, because in this lawless village, no one cares what happens to anyone. But young Boldo sees right through the facade, realizing Sung Joon-hee has set a deadly trap and vowing to uncover the truth himself. Seeing the perfect opportunity, Boldo demands to know what kind of plan their guide has cooked up. Tae-yoon-suk lays out a simple strategy. He'll cause a massive distraction while the others rescue the hostage. But Boldo immediately flips the script, declaring that he will handle the chaos and putting the entire responsibility for the rescue on Yoon-suk's shoulders. Shocked Tae-yoon-suk questions this sudden power play, asking if there's a problem. Frustrated, but outmaneuvered, he relents and asks what Boldo plans to do after they find the missing brother. Boldo just scoffs at the question, calling him an idiot for even asking. With cold determination, he reveals his true objective. He's going to dispose of Sung Joon-hee and every last piece of trash in this village. Tae-yoon-suk leads his crew to an abandoned university campus, a place that feels more like a tomb. Meanwhile, in a secret meeting, Gai Jin-myung confirms their own sinister preparations are complete, with orders for everyone to consume what's been given. But his confidence wavers as he desperately seeks reassurance that they will all be okay after this. His plea is cut short by the casual sound of someone propping their feet up on the table. The executive with a face tattoo coldly corrects him, making it clear the risk is for Gai Jin-myung to bear alone. This internal division mirrors the thoughts of Yang Hee-soo himself, who clenches his jaw, finding Tae-yoon-suk's entire plan far too suspicious to trust. He recalls Yoon-suk's bold promise to secure their trust while secretly mobilizing his own personal army. But the sheer scale of Hee-soo's organization is legendary, a national-level force that makes any direct confrontation seem like suicide. Even the influential streamer Sung Joon-hee knows this, calculating that his own massive following wouldn't stand a chance against such overwhelming power. Back in the tense meeting, Gai Jin-myung is aggressively pressured to reveal what he knows about this mysterious newcomer who dares to challenge an empire. His only evidence is a chilling photo sent as a warning. A pile of bodies with the words "you die," a threat that is clearly no mere bluff. Left with only this terrifyingly vague proof, Gai Jin-myung's composure shatters, realizing he's a pawn in a deadly game he doesn't understand. Gai Jin-myung takes a drag from his cigarette, certain his mysterious partner has a hidden ace up his sleeve for this life-or-death game. With the trap already set, he feels cornered and has no choice but to reluctantly trust the process. He knows simple rumors won't be enough. It will take a massive crime scandal to truly threaten Yang Hee-soo's position. The plan is to use today's broadcast to expose Hee-soo as the mastermind behind the Sakuraba incident, fanning the flames of public outrage. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he imagines leaking all of Hee-soo's skeletons and burying him under a mountain of fake news. Meanwhile, Tae-yoon-suk gives the final command to bring Hee-soo to ruin, but selfishly warns he'll bail if anything goes wrong. Gai Jin-myung nervously agrees to cooperate, just as an aide announces the broadcast is about to go live. Elsewhere, the famous streamer Sung Joon-hee feels the intense pressure building as the moment arrives. He lifts his camera and begins the final countdown to what could be the most dangerous broadcast of his life. With a single pointed finger, the signal is given and the show begins. Sung Joon-hee goes live, welcoming his massive premium fanbase to the main event. The viewer count explodes instantly, climbing past 40,000 as the energy becomes absolutely overwhelming. Sung Joon-hee confirms this is a special broadcast, an all-time event you won't see anywhere else. He reveals it's the grand opening of the Africa TV Grand Sports Festival, a massive spectacle. With a triumphant pose and exploding fireworks, he declares that the magnificent opening act will now begin. The crowd goes absolutely wild, their cheers echoing through the entire venue. It's an unprecedented collaboration of over 100 top streamers and influencers competing in one place. Sung Joon-hee screams at the roaring crowd to make some noise, feeding their insane energy. But hidden within the chaos, young Boldo and a nauseous Teolj struggle to navigate the overwhelming number of people. Boldo scans the endless sea of faces, admitting that from his perspective, they all look the same. He warns his partner to stay sharp as they slowly push towards a university building in the distance. Meanwhile, on stage, the host prepares to introduce the main sponsor of the entire event, CEO Gai Jin-myung. The live chat explodes with questions, as Gai Jin-myung is asked to greet the tens of thousands of viewers. The man himself steps up to the mic, coolly introducing himself as the founder of the infamous arcade coin. On stage, the sponsor Gai Jin-myung humbly accepts the host's gratitude for his support. Thousands of viewers are glued to their screens, their expectations at an all-time high. But the host, Sung Joon-hee, can barely contain his annoyance at the sponsor's fake modesty. Gai Jin-myung continues his act, casually mentioning his Stanford background and modest crypto business. The live chat immediately explodes, mocking his humility as the value of his arcade coins is known to be skyrocketing. Changing the subject, the host asks about a rumored massive donation for the streamers at the event. Gai Jin-myung then stuns everyone by announcing a sponsorship prize pool worth a jaw-dropping 1 billion won. The audience loses their minds as they realize each coin is worth 1,000 won. making the prize unbelievably real. The stakes are raised even higher when he confirms the winner can exchange the prize for cold, hard cash on the spot. With the live chat going insane, the host jokes that they might just bankrupt this unbelievably rich CEO. But Gaijin-myung doubles down, announcing a massive viewer giveaway, with prizes worth up to 20 million won each. The sponsor, Gaijin-myung, triumphantly kicks off the main broadcast after a short ad for his arcade coin. The big screen. The flashy commercial sends the massive crowd into a wild frenzy. But behind the curtain, the mask of confidence slips as an exhausted Jin-myung is praised for the broadcast's explosive success. Suddenly, his partner in crime Tae Yoon-suk appears, coolly stating that this level of attention was always guaranteed. Jin-myung can only smile as he watches his coin's value skyrocket, confirming his bet on Sung Joon-hee was correct. The streamer himself, Sung Joon-hee, promises to uphold his end of the deal and make the shady gambling site go viral. With only 30 seconds left on the commercial break, Sung Joon-hee gets ready to start the main event. However, Tae Yoon-suk suddenly interrupts, his friendly demeanor completely gone. He confronts Jin-myung, asking if he's seriously considering not going all the way with their plan. His expression turns deadly serious, hinting at a hidden ultimatum. Tae Yoon-suk coldly reminds the paranoid CEO of his promise to pull out if anything goes wrong, revealing the deep fractures in their new alliance. Gaijin-myung makes his final move, ready to destroy Young Hee-soo once and for all. He receives confirmation that the actors have entered with perfect timing and gives the order to maintain control. Meanwhile, on stage, the charismatic streamer Sung Joon-hee greets the roaring crowd, announcing the real content is about to begin. He reveals the simple rules: catch the target for 1 million won, or knock them down for a staggering 300 million. The host then chillingly names the event the Death Tag Game, before quickly laughing it off as a harmless joke. He explains the weapons are just toys with retractable blades, too weak to even kill an ant. But a scoreboard reveals a sinister twist: the harder you stab, the more points you earn. Converted directly into valuable coins, the participants realize their glowing necklaces will display their scores in real time, turning the hunt into a public spectacle. Suddenly, a truck pulls up and the main targets are revealed, led by the legendary monster Young Buldo himself. Before anyone can react, his men are sent flying by an invisible force, a terrifying glimpse of the hellish reality awaiting them. With the pieces in place, the host throws his hand down and officially begins the game, unleashing the bloodthirsty crowd upon their prey. The host announces the main event, revealing the targets who have just arrived by truck. But before they can even process the situation, Buldo's men are thrown to the ground in utter confusion. On a giant screen, the face of their true prey is revealed for all to see: the legendary thug, Young Buldo. The streamer Sung Joon-hee whips the crowd into a frenzy, branding his target a filthy gangster who must be eliminated. A dazed participant suddenly remembers where he is, realizing this is his chance to serve justice and get paid. He stares at the toy knife in his hand, understanding that all he has to do is stab that man to win. His face twists into a greedy, maniacal grin, now fully committed to this twisted game of riches. Elsewhere, a desperate girl gazes up, dreaming of the 10 billion she could win to save someone named Hee-yoon. With the briefing over, the host prepares to unleash the bloodthirsty mob upon their victims. Screams start, and the entire crowd instantly surges forward in a unified, chaotic wave. One man charges with tears in his eyes, vowing to save his love from their nightmare. But 12 hours ago, the streamer BJ100 was calmly setting the stage for this entire deadly festival. The streamer BJ Harrow greets his fans, calling the massive gathering of influencers some crazy stuff. He's surrounded by other famous streamers, all posing and playing it up for their own broadcasts. The live chat confirms the hype, realizing this is a world-class event far beyond anything they've seen before. To keep his energy up, he takes a quick gulp from a bottle of Power Monster. It's his sponsored ad red, a special drink promoted by the festival's mysterious host, BJ100. He tells his audience the drink is insane, making his heart pound the second it touched his lips. With a crazed look spreading across his face, he shouts that it feels like he's just taken something illicit. But as he continues his broadcast, his eyes lock onto someone in the crowd, and his whole demeanor shatters in disbelief. He spots a familiar female streamer and can only whisper her name in shock: Hee-yoon. A memory of her face on his phone screen confirms his fear, even if she looks a little different now. There's no doubt it's his ex-wife, and he can't understand why she's here after she divorced him. His shock turns to pure rage as he glares at her, disgusted by her revealing outfit and her presence at this twisted festival. He scoffs that his ex is only here because she couldn't handle their breakup. But a voice suddenly calls out his name: Tong Hyok. He turns to find a young woman who claims she's been trying to reach him for ages. She introduces herself as the famous streamer BJ Gyumwol, annoyed that he could just ignore her. Before he can process this, another woman with a camera grabs his arm, asking for an interview. He realizes with a jolt that this new streamer is his ex-wife, Hee-yoon, and she's pulling him away from the crowd. His mind races, torn between his secret mission and the sudden appearance of the woman he once loved. His focus snaps into place with a terrifying intensity as he vows to save her from this madness. Fueled by a desperate rage, he silently screams that he will get her out of here, no matter what. Meanwhile, watching from the sidelines, Tae-yoon-sik can only mutter that these people are completely insane. His shock deepens as he sees Tong Hyok, camera in hand, actually running through the chaotic festival grounds. He turns to his ally Taedilj in disbelief, questioning how the man can't even recognize his own brother in the middle of the fray. And just as this family drama unfolds, a crazed contestant lunges for young Buldo's back, determined to claim the 1,000,000,000 prize. Buldo instantly counters the ambusher's wild swing with a devastating elbow strike, and the blow connects with enough force to shatter a normal man's skull. But the attacker just grins through the pain, maniacally asking if that was a real hit. Buldo's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. He put enough power in that to knock him out cold. The contestant simply laughs it off, calling the bone-crushing attack nothing more than a mosquito bite. With chilling certainty, Buldo realizes this man's strength and speed are far from normal. He shouts a warning to Taedilj, convinced these crazed hunters are all on drugs. Suddenly, the attacker's collar glows as he reveals the number 100 etched onto it. A massive screen confirms the death game, showing the first score has been claimed for 100 points. The host roars into the mic, reminding the bloodthirsty crowd of the 1,000,000,000 prize. As the points register, the attacker's mind is consumed by the unbelievable reward. But his greedy celebration turns to terror as he realizes the weapon in his hand is a real knife. His mind shatters at the thought of 1,000,000,001, laughing and crying in delirious joy. But his celebration is cut short by a brutal, unseen strike that knocks the air from his lungs. A worried Taedilj rushes to Buldo's side, checking if the knife attack left a serious wound. Buldo calmly dismisses the attack as nothing, his expression hardening as he takes command of the chaos. He gives a single, chilling order: "Find your brother, and I will carve a path through anyone who gets in the way." As a mob of crazed hunters closes in, Buldo confirms they are all completely high on drugs. Forgetting the cameras, he gives his final command: "Move now and call me the second you find the kid." Meanwhile, a popular streamer realizes this broadcast has gone horribly off script as the contestants descend into a rabid frenzy. Terrified by the escalating violence, she tells her viewers that people aren't thinking straight, and she's shutting down the stream for her own safety. But as she tries to escape, a staff member blocks her path, demanding to know where she's going. He coldly reminds her she can't leave and then asks a sinister question: did she drink the special beverage they handed out earlier? With the gates now locked, she understands the horrifying truth. This isn't a game, it's a prison. The terrified blue-haired streamer is coldly ordered to stay put as the event spirals out of control. But when she reaches a locked door, a staff member demands she open it. Two men then corner her, ordering her to surrender her phone and come with them quietly. And the horrifying reality of her situation finally starts to sink in. Suddenly, she's swarmed by security, dragged away as she screams for them to let her go, while a man leans in close, mockingly blaming her for making them look like the bad guys. Elsewhere, Guy Jin-myung confirms to the event host that all sober participants have been imprisoned, and with the stage set, the streamer reveals his trump card: explosive insider info about a thug tied to a major conglomerate. Watching live, a furious young Hee-soo realizes this broadcast is a direct attack meant to destroy him, yet a cold smile spreads across his face, confident that his enemy has just walked into a fatal trap. But just as he plots his countermove, a new message from Tae-yoon-suk completely blindsides him. Staring at his phone in disbelief, his composure shatters into pure, unadulterated rage. The message from Tae-yoon-suk is a public chronicle, announcing that Sung Joon-hee will expose both friends and ambition live on air. Seething with pure fury, Young Hee-soo declares that his organization is no longer in the game, and he's about to start severing ties. His first target is the streamer Sung Joon-hee himself, who is busy riling up the crowd for the big reveal. But elsewhere, Tae-yoon-suk grins with a chilling confidence, knowing the stage is perfectly set for his real show to begin. He mutters that it's time to clean up the front yard before storming the main house. Preparing to make his move, he calmly steps into a building, immediately drawing the attention of guards who demand to know who he is. The thugs recognize him as their boss's partner, cynically commenting on all the hard work happening deeper inside. Unfazed, Tae-yoon-suk is politely escorted deeper into the building, walking right into the lion's den. But as he enters the room, his confident demeanor shatters when he sees a completely unexpected face: Guy Jin-myung. Guy Jin-myung is equally stunned, questioning why an ally of Sung Joon-hee would suddenly appear here. The facilities director, who also finds Gai Jin-myung's presence strange, steps forward to question the intruder's purpose. Tae Yoon-sik simply states he's there to drop something off for Director Park, a special delivery from Sung Joon-hee himself. Tae Yoon-suk realizes something is wrong, questioning why he wasn't given a heads-up from the CEO. He tries to play it cool on the phone, casually asking his ally who would be dumb enough to attack them, but with a chilling smile. He decides there's no other choice but to kill both of the bastards right here and now. Meanwhile, back at the event, a mysterious green bottle is dropped onto the grass. A foot immediately crushes it, its unknown purpose now set in motion. The crowd of crazed contestants suddenly rushes forward, screaming about the 1 billion won prize. One of them locks eyes on the target, a terrifying figure known as the Monster Rabbit. The blood-soaked mascot is revealed as the key to the fortune, a challenge to all who dare. But before anyone can act, a slick-haired enforcer lunges through the chaos, preparing his attack. He smashes his fist into a contestant's face, who can only scream in agony. The enforcer's eyes burn with cold fury as he moves in for the kill. With a flash of steel, he draws a hidden blade and viciously stabs his downed victim. The enforcer's brutal attack is suddenly interrupted by a vicious kick from the legendary young Boldo. His face contorts with pure rage as he screams for his opponent to die. He grabs the enforcer's head with crushing force, the power difference making this a completely one-sided fight. But a shocked contestant calls him the Monster Rabbit, leaving the enforcer utterly confused by the strange name. The girl screams in terror, questioning what has happened to the man standing before her. The elite enforcer can only grunt in pain, completely overwhelmed by the relentless assault. Suddenly, her mind flashes back 15 years to a time of endless, brutal street fights. In this memory, she lies defeated on the ground, completely helpless before a terrifying shadow from her past. It was a fight she couldn't control, a struggle as futile as trying to hold a writhing snake. Now she rises with renewed determination, vowing to never forgive the monster who wronged her. But the real target, young Boldo, seems completely unaware of her. Confused by the unfolding chaos, he casually glances at the stab wound in his side and declares he feels nothing, proving the enforcer's ultimate attack was utterly worthless. The contestants are like zombies, refusing to go down as they brutally swarm a helpless girl, blinded by the billion-won prize. The hunters start turning on each other in a chaotic bloodbath. Young Boldo can only watch in disgust, enraged by the cowardly free-for-all unfolding around him. Purple-haired girl stares in pure shock as the situation spirals completely out of control. The ruthless swarm descends again, trampling over the fallen just to get a shot at the prize. A masked assassin suddenly breaks through the crowd, lunging at Boldo with a desperate killing blow. But the attack is utterly useless, as his body proves too tough for any normal weapon. Boldo realizes with growing fury that even innocent women and bystanders are being mercilessly thrown aside. The chaos is so indiscriminate that even a person in a frog costume is caught in the violent frenzy. He seethes, wondering how to deal with the monster, who is orchestrating this brutal attack on civilians. Meanwhile, the streamer Sung Joon-hee smirks, suggesting to his audience that this gangster might have powerful backing. He then drops a bombshell, connecting Boldo to a massive conglomerate and igniting the live chat with rumors about the notorious Yang family. Boldo is grabbed as the first attack lands, scoring points against the living legend, and a collar flashes, registering a shocking 200 points for the initial strike. A second blow connects, showing just how vulnerable even he can be to a swarm, as the score skyrockets to 400, proving that every hit counts in this brutal game. The greedy crowd surges forward, trampling each other for a chance at the massive prize money, while the live rankings update, showing someone has already surpassed 500 points in the hunt for the gangster. Elsewhere, a terrified female contestant realizes she must escape this hellish battle royale, but her resolve hardens as she understands that to survive, she must also fight. She looks at the drink they were given, certain that the organizers have drugged everyone. So with no other choice, she chugs the mysterious liquid, praying it gives her courage. A chilling calm washes over her as the drug takes effect, erasing all her fear. And her eyes now burn with a cold fire, as she decides it's time to hunt the demon bastard herself. A vision of a terrifying demon flashes through his mind, a monster made of pure fear. Outside, the battle rages as even his acquaintance, Haeyin, is forced to fight for her life. But the young streamer, Dongyuk, is frozen solid, completely paralyzed by terror. His hand trembles on his weapon as the artificial courage he felt moments ago evaporates. It feels as though his feet are shackled to the very ground he stands on. His mind screams at him to move, to get out of the way, but his body refuses to obey. His legs are weighed down by an invisible ball and chain, trapping him in place. He desperately wishes he could somehow shatter the mental prison holding him captive. But suddenly, a piercing scream rips through the air, snapping him out of his trance. He turns just in time to see Haeyeon being brutally grabbed by a shadowy figure. The attacker's aura transforms him into the very demon from Dong-hyuk's nightmare. And with a final, desperate cry for help, she screams his name, shattering his fear. With a furious roar, Dong-hyuk's paralysis shatters as he screams Haeyeon's name. The invisible chains holding him finally break as he takes a decisive step forward. His hands clench into fists, ready to unleash a fury he's kept buried for years. Meanwhile, young Boldo furiously demands Teolj find his brother, unaware of the chaos unfolding nearby. But suddenly, Teolji's eyes go wide in utter shock as he hears an unbelievable announcement. Even the legendary young Boldo freezes, caught completely off guard by the broadcast. Back with Dong-hyuk, his hands tremble with a mix of terror and newfound resolve. His collar suddenly flashes, displaying a staggering 1,000 points out of nowhere. The announcer's voice booms across the arena, declaring Dong-hyuk the new #1 contestant. He screams his own name in triumph, having just delivered a devastating blow to Haeyeon's attacker. The once menacing thug is sent flying, completely incapacitated by the unexpected assault, and as blood pools on the ground, the timid streamer has just announced his arrival with brutal finality. Young Boldo explodes with rage, roaring at Dong-hyuk for what seems like a sudden betrayal. But a terrified Haeyeon can only stare in disbelief, wondering why his brother's legendary boss is even here. He then looks down at his trembling hand, realizing with horror that it's covered in someone else's blood. His brother Teolj frantically apologizes to the imposing figure, who seems utterly unfazed by the chaos. The source of the panic becomes clear, as a blood-soaked knife lies discarded on the ground. Overwhelmed with terror, Haeyeon can only stammer that he knows nothing about what just happened. He breaks down completely, screaming his innocence, while his companions watch in confusion. Teolj tries to apologize for his brother, but young Boldo calmly states that it's nothing to worry about. In fact, clutching his side, he reveals that while he was stabbed, the blade fortunately missed anything vital. His focus is already on the bigger picture, ordering his subordinate to retrieve Dong-hyuk, so they can finally escape this death trap. Teolj agrees, his eyes darting around as more greedy contestants begin to swarm their position. And in the crowd, the hunters are already fighting amongst themselves, arguing over who gets the massive reward for taking down the legend. A fist clenches with deadly intent as the time for games finally comes to an end. And somewhere else, a man with a top knot stands before his victims, coldly asking who wants to die first. But his target is revealed to be Tae-yoon-sok, who simply smirks back, completely unfazed by the threat. The crime boss, Yang Hee-soo, tries to act casual by boasting about a recent 300% profit from his scam coins. He even thanks Tae-yoon-suk for the fun they had, turning his back as if to dismiss him completely. However, Tae-yoon-suk stops him cold, confirming he knows exactly why they're meeting, and that Hee-soo's fate is sealed. The boss's expression darkens as he asks if Tae-yoon-suk really thought he could just wait his turn in line. With a final clench of his fist, Tae-yoon-suk confirms the betrayal and bids a chilling farewell. Suddenly, Hee-soo reveals his own hidden card, questioning if Tae-yoon-suk is even his real name. He lays out his enemy's entire secret past, from his birth in Osaka to his time with the Hangir gang. With dawning horror, he asks if Hee-soo, was the true target from the very beginning. Enraged, he can only curse the fake name, wondering how this nobody managed to infiltrate his entire operation. Yang Hee-soo mocks his subordinate as just another pawn, all while desperately wondering how his secrets were leaked. Tae-yoon-suk gets unnervingly close, calmly stating that to him. Friends are nothing more than money bags. He declares that he's done playing along, and has absolutely no intention of interfering in the coming chaos. Enraged, Yang Hee-soo demands to know what this bastard thinks he's doing trying to defy him. He tries to regain control, reminding Tae-yoon-suk that he's already failing his current mission. With his goon watching, he orders his rogue agent to just step back and follow the damn script. Instead, Tae-yoon-suk snatches the command card, completely dismissing the supposed honor of a direct order. His eyes turn cold as he seriously contemplates whether killing his boss right here would even change his plans. With a look of utter disappointment, he realizes he was wrong to ever think this man could be useful. Meanwhile, across Seoul, an old associate worries if the legendary Jung Boldo is taking care of himself. That concern turns to confusion as a series of strange texts from Teolj suddenly cancel a meeting for a flimsy excuse. Suddenly, the former champion Kang Hanseong gets an urgent call, completely baffled by his subordinate's restless behavior. Kang Hanseong casually dismisses a video link, thinking it's just some pointless message from his subordinate. But his eyes widen in utter disbelief when he sees the legendary young Boldo on screen in a desperate situation. The video shows his own man, Teolj, grabbing Boldo in what looks like a chaotic ambush. Pure rage explodes from the former champion, furious that this mess blew up the moment he wasn't there to control it. His murderous gaze lands on a heavy crowbar, the perfect instrument for the violence to come. Gripping the steel weapon, he grits his teeth, realizing Boldo's recklessness has forced his hand. With the crowbar slung over his shoulder, he walks into the dead of night, vowing to settle this himself. His mind races, wondering if an old enemy is still breathing, another score that needs to be settled. Meanwhile, at 2:32 in the morning, the joint broadcast event is underway at a burger joint in Seoul. Inside, the stairs are eerily blocked off for cleaning as two imposing figures stand guard. A secret meeting is taking place, with Tae Yoon-sik and his team sitting quietly in the empty restaurant. The absurdity of their rendezvous isn't lost on them. Questioning the reason for this late-night meeting over fast food, Yang Hee-soo's fixer casually eats a burger, remarking that there's nowhere else to meet this late at night. Across from him sits the firm's shadowy asset manager, David, who quietly reflects on old memories. David breaks the silence, warning that this is no time to relax while their target, Sung Joon-hee, is still out there. The fixer's jaw tightens as he admits their enemy is far more cunning than he first thought. Suddenly, the casual mood shatters as he pulls on a pair of surgical gloves with chilling precision. He picks up a knife, questioning if this is really the time to be calmly eating hamburgers. With an unnervingly clean slice, he cuts directly through the burger, a clear display of his meticulous nature. David calls him crazy for his bizarre table manners, but the fixer coldly tells him to get to the point. The asset manager then drops a bombshell, revealing he placed a backdoor order through the traitor, Tae Yoon-suk. This name triggers a flashback to Tae Yoon-suk himself, quietly taking a drink while receiving an order. We see Yang Hee-soo telling a younger Tae Yoon-sik to take on some special side work. With a sinister smile, he orders him to keep a close eye on the very friends he claims to love, exposing a deep-seated plot of betrayal. David casually eats, remarking that the useless bastards threatening him is an art form in itself. He then gestures with his knife, reminding the fixer that he'd warned him specifically about Sung Joon-hee. But the fixer, Seo Dong-cheon, coldly declares he's done playing games with these so-called friends. David pushes further, asking if this means it's finally time to get rid of them for good. Seo Dong-cheon scoffs, clearly annoyed by all this talk of a cleanup. He then clenches his fist, crushing a napkin with brutal finality, tossing it aside like garbage. He clarifies that this isn't a cleanup, but a disposal. David taunts him, asking if such behavior is fitting for the ambitious chairman's top enforcer. With a sigh, Seo Dong-cheon agrees to handle the trash first, telling David to finish his meal. But just as he's about to leave, he pauses, remembering the real reason for their meeting. He gives a chilling order. David is to sabotage Sung Joon-hee's broadcast and silence everyone involved. As for the rest, he'll handle it personally, realizing he's dealing with a madman just as dangerous as the one in his own house. Quiet moment. Tae Yoon-sik reflects on his boss's misplaced trust in the mysterious David. But, in a shocking twist, he's seen conferring with his bitter rival, Seo Dong-cheon, who warns that in this war, they can only rely on each other. The enforcer coldly dismisses him as a pawn to be used and exploited for his skills. He insists that David operates on a completely different level, though Tae Yoon-suk brushes off the ominous warning without a care. Back in the present, a call from that very same enforcer lights up his phone, and he answers, agreeing it's time to dispose of the trash. As a convoy of black cars speeds through the night, their deadly operation is set in motion. On the other end of the line, Seo Dong-cheon reports directly to Chairman Young that he's closing in on their targets. He vows to bring the two traitors back with a chilling, ironic promise of utmost respect. Suddenly, a hidden tracker begins to pulse, signaling their prey's location has been exposed. Inside one of the vehicles, a team of elite killers gets the final order from their director to begin the assault. Meanwhile, in a dark room somewhere else, a pierced enforcer seethes with rage, cursing Tae Yoon-sik for being a little too smart for his own good. He looms over the fallen infiltrator with a weapon raised, sneering as he orders the son of a bitch to take a knee. Pierced ambusher scoffs at his captive, asking if he thinks he's the first idiot to try and take down Yang Hee-soo. He recalls how everyone who got in Hee-soo's way was utterly crushed and humiliated, even his own family. All their sloppy plans and public petitions ended the same way, with them disappearing without a sound. But he reveals there's a secret weapon, a woman named Jennifer, who can change everything. This woman has an unbreakable grip on both Hee-soo's father, the chairman, and his grandfather. In fact, she knows the darkest secrets of the ambition group better than anyone else. Tae Yoon-sik scoffs back, asking if he's really expected to set up some kind of meeting. The ambusher agrees, offering a connection so deep that even Hee-soo is completely unaware of its power. He smirks, knowing that if they can just get Jennifer to move, Their entire operation becomes easy. Taking the contact card, Tae-Yun-sik admits that his opponent came well prepared, but he gives a chilling warning. If he gets caught, the man in front of him will die on the spot. His ambusher just waves goodbye, casually advising him to be careful because Jennifer is pure poison. Tae-Yun-sik is left with a final, menacing warning. He'll only succeed if he survives what's coming. Meanwhile, in another location, the legendary Jung Buldo is already locked in a brutal fight. He lands a devastating blow that sends shockwaves through his opponent's skull. But for every enemy he takes down, another emerges, taunting him about the 1,000,000,001 bounty on his head. Surrounded and outnumbered, Buldo realizes the swarm of greedy bastards is endless. Elsewhere, Gaijin Myung watches the chaos unfold on his phone, deciding he's messed up and needs to go all out. He knows that, no matter what, Yang Hee-soo will have him killed for his failures. Deciding that facing legal charges is better than death, he makes a bold move to expose everything. He orders his associate to get a clear shot of Yang Hee-soo, preparing to detonate a bombshell. Stepping up to a live microphone, he announces to the world that he's about to reveal the hidden background of their target. He exposes the truth. The entire operation is backed by the colossal Ambition Group, run by Yang Hee-soo himself. Just as he reveals the name of the chairman, Yang Jong-yoon, the broadcast is suddenly and violently cut off. Just as the bombshell drops, the broadcast is severed, and Gaijin Myung's subordinate confirms the server has crashed at the worst possible moment. He roars in disbelief that simple traffic could take them down, frantically demanding a radio to get control of the situation. He screams into the device for his man, Park In-gon, to fix the catastrophic failure immediately. But the radio is dead, leaving him completely cut off and screaming into the static-filled silence. At the same time, his associate discovers his own phone has lost all service, plunging them into communication darkness. Suddenly, the entire building is plunged into a blackout, leaving him vulnerable in the pitch-black room. Panic begins to spread as another man realizes the power outage isn't just a flicker, but a total shutdown. Outside, chaos erupts as terrified screams echo through the darkness, signaling something has gone terribly wrong. Gaijin Myung, now drenched in a cold sweat, orders his men to find out what the hell is going on. Meanwhile, the mastermind Yang Hee-soo feels a chill as he realizes the entire area is in a blackout. His two top agents, Seo Dong-shion and David, exchange a knowing, sinister glance in the shadows. And just then, the sound of a roaring engine and breaking bones shatters the night as a car plows through his guards. The vehicle slams to a halt, its headlights cutting through the chaos of the night. But Yang Hee-soo realizes this entire disaster was a setup as he orders his men to charge forward, because from the shadows, his traitorous subordinate Tae-Yun-suk smirks, revealing his plan was never confrontation, but to use the Ambition Group itself. And the realization hits Yang Hee-soo like a tidal wave, his rage erupting into a bitter, manic laugh. Grabbing a radio, he declares that if he's going down, he's taking everyone with him as he initiates a terrifying emergency protocol. His men are ordered to grab fuel cans and move to designated areas throughout the building, and a wave of panic washes over them as they realize they are truly screwed. Then comes the final, chilling command from their desperate leader, to set it all on fire. Moments later, the night is torn apart by screams as the building is consumed by an inferno. Inside, innocent people choke on the smoke, their pleas for help lost in the growing blaze. And trapped within the hellscape is none other than Jung Buldo, desperately searching for an escape. His eyes burn with pure fury as he understands the horrifying truth. To get to him, they're willing to burn everyone alive. As terrified civilians are trapped by a barbed wire fence, their escape from the inferno is completely cut off. But through the flames, three mysterious figures in gas masks calmly make their way toward the CEO. A choking man spots the pink-haired executive among them and desperately begs to be saved. Instead of help, he's met with a brutal strike from a masked enforcer who tells him to move. The man collapses to the ground, utterly helpless and left to die in the smoke. Their leader ignores the chaos, ordering his men out of the way as he focuses on his real target. Suddenly, another masked figure blocks his path, demanding to know why he isn't trying to escape. But with a flash of movement, two of the enforcers are instantly knocked to the ground. The remaining man can only stare in utter shock, realizing the level of power he just witnessed. A figure emerges from the smoke holding an unconscious body, calling out the pink-haired executive by name. Terrified, Gaijin Myung frantically denies everything, trying to back away from the monster before him. But his pleas are useless as a powerful hand grabs him, dragging him deeper into the blaze. Jung Buldo violently chokes the terrified executive, Gaijin Myung, and with pure fury in his eyes, he declares that the traitor is coming with him. But Gaijin Myung's eyes widen in horror as he recognizes a terrifying figure standing right behind the monster. as Buldo accuses him of setting the fire. The executive desperately tries to warn him about what's behind him. He sputters out the name of the organization's most feared enforcer, Seo Dongxian. Buldo whips his head around in disbelief, caught completely off guard. Suddenly, a devastating punch connects with his face, sending him reeling back from the unexpected attack. But just 10 minutes earlier, in a secret office, the asset manager David was monitoring the entire situation. News reports flooded his screens, exposing the Ambition Group's crimes just as planned. The hooded figure watched intently as the corporation's downfall began to air live. He coolly declared that the operation had finally started. And at that exact moment, a call comes in from a KMT reporter, signaling the next phase of the plan. The reporter on the phone asks David if he sees the cringeworthy broadcast, which David already knows. But just as he's about to act, the reporter orders him to stop and not proceed as usual. Confused, David is told to simply leave it and abandon the current plan. He's sternly commanded to stop thinking and just follow the new, unexpected order. From a distant office, the reporter reluctantly agrees to the change of plans, but a cold look in David's eyes reveals this is no setback for him. Everything is still going according to his true plan as he accepts an incoming call from a Director Lee. David confirms his new orders right outside the electrical room that holds the key to the entire operation. Meanwhile, the director's subordinate reports that his team is moving into position. He describes their target location as an abandoned lot that was once a golf course. Inside the building, he discovers separate electrical and communication servers, realizing a strike here will cause a total blackout. Back in a high-end office, the director simply smirks, saying this is even better, and gives the final order to go ahead. Team of thugs moves in, ordered to cut every last cord and sever the building's power. A mysterious figure calmly raises a glass of wine. This hooded puppet master lectures an unseen Hisu, musing that it's more fun when you can't get what you want. A chilling question hangs in the air, revealing the true depth of their manipulative game. And, just like that, the entire venue is plunged into darkness, sparking immediate panic among the crowd. But the loss of light is the least of their worries as pure terror fills their eyes. Suddenly, a vehicle plows through the panicked people, sending bodies flying into the air. Screams erupt as the car barrels toward the entrance, forcing everyone to dive for their lives. As the chaos unfolds, the survivors can only wonder if this is some kind of sick hidden camera prank. But this is no joke, as masked enforcers in suits begin pouring out of their vans with a single objective. Squads of armed men storm the grounds hunting for specific targets, while the remaining streamers mistake it for part of the show. The line between the game and reality blurs into a nightmare as one participant realizes this violent takeover is all too real. Stage game becomes a real-life massacre as masked enforcers beat down panicked streamers with orders to seal the exits. Even the legendary young Buldo is caught completely off guard, watching as the event descends into a bloody, chaotic brawl. Realizing they need to escape, he frantically searches for his ally, Tae-yoon-suk, who is nowhere to be found. Elsewhere, in a silent hallway, two guards lie broken and bleeding, a testament to an unseen predator moving through the building. The mysterious attacker curses to himself, realizing that dealing with the executive Gai Jin-myung has cost them precious time. Meanwhile, Tae-yoon-suk works from a control room, desperately trying to locate the younger brother of Buldo's subordinate. But he quickly deduces that the boy is nowhere near Buldo, meaning he is lost somewhere in the chaos. Suddenly, the door behind him creaks open as a shadowy figure appears without a sound. Before he can even react, the entire building is plunged into darkness, cutting off all power and sparking a new wave of terror. Outside, a far more sinister plan unfolds as enforcers begin dousing the building with gasoline. Tae-yoon-suk's mind races, realizing this level of destruction is too reckless for his rivals. Something has gone horribly wrong. And just as he concludes a new, unknown player has entered the game, the entire room erupts in flames. Cars suddenly swarm the field. A voice rings out in utter confusion, but Tae-yoon-suk watches from the shadows, realizing with a grim smile that Yang Hee-soo's insane, long-laid trap is finally being sprung. He immediately notices two imposing figures stepping out of the vehicles, their threatening auras radiating pure power even from a distance. He deduces one must be Yang Hee-soo himself, while the other can only be his infamous right-hand man. The legendary enforcer, Seo Dong-xian, has officially entered the battlefield. Cold dread washes over Tae-yoon-suk, who knows that if young Buldo clashes with this monster, one of them is guaranteed to die. Back inside the blazing inferno, a man is sent crashing to the ground amidst a completely separate and brutal fight. He stares up in disbelief, utterly shocked by this completely unexpected turn of events. Nearby, another executive coughs violently, struggling to breathe as the flames and smoke consume everything around him. Powerful brawler checks on his fallen comrade, his expression twisting with rage as he glares at their attacker. He grits his teeth, realizing with a surge of adrenaline that this enemy is no ordinary thug. And, in a flash, he remembers the devastating counter that showed just how badly he'd been outclassed. Enraged, the brawler unleashes a furious assault on his opponent, and lands what should have been a devastating shot right on the jaw. But his eyes widen in absolute disbelief as his opponent doesn't even flinch. Young Boldo simply catches the punch, mocking the man's pathetic, weightless strength. A dangerous grin spreads across Boldo's face as he relishes the sheer audacity of the attack. With a single, brutal shoulder check, he sends the brawler hurtling through the air. Watching from the sidelines, the notorious fixer Seo Dongxian analyzes Boldo's surprisingly refined fighting style. He scoffs, spitting as he connects the dots to a recent rumor about Lee Yongbin's old crew. Meanwhile, Ambition Group Director Yang Haesuk gives a chilling order to his subordinates regarding an executive named Sung Junhee. Seo Dongxian looms over that very same executive, declaring their observation complete. He then turns his attention to Boldo's subordinate Tidiolj, demanding to know where the monster is hiding. And through the raging flames, a figure emerges, ready for the next brutal confrontation. Seo Dongxian's eyes narrow with killing intent as he unleashes his full power. He lands a devastating blow that sends shockwaves through his opponent's body. Boldo's subordinate screams his boss name, helpless to stop the brutal assault. The elite fixer looms over his target, his expression one of absolute dominance. He follows up with another powerful strike, determined to end the legendary monster for good. But through the flurry of attacks, Boldo reveals a chilling smirk, whispering that he finally has him. In an instant, he grabs the enforcer from behind, completely reversing the one-sided beatdown. His hand tightens around a set of prayer beads, transforming them into a deadly weapon. Seo Dongxian can only roar in fury, realizing he's walked right into a lethal trap. With inhuman strength, Boldo wraps the beads around his neck and begins to choke him out. The pressure intensifies, crushing the fixer's throat as he gasps for air. But just as he's about to pass out, a drop of blood suddenly falls from above. A brutal punch suddenly lands as the enforcer breaks free from the chokehold. On the ground, the other beaten thugs cry out as the real fight begins. Yet Boldo's death grip is still locked on his prey, the fixer desperately telling himself not to panic. Coughing up blood, Boldo orders his loyal subordinate to take his brother and leave him behind. He screams for them to hurry and go, trying to create an opening for their escape. The fixer immediately exploits that opening, launching a devastating punch at the distracted legend. But Boldo's eyes burn with resolve as he shoves his man out of harm's way. He twists his body with impossible speed, narrowly dodging the incoming blow. Enraged by the monster's agility, the enforcer swings again with absolute killing intent. This time, both fighters unleash their full power as their fists hurtle towards each other. The impact is apocalyptic, a shockwave of pure force exploding from their collision. Young Boldo spits blood, the sheer power of the direct hit finally taking its toll. Young Boldo winces, the force of the last blow rattling him to his core. But with a sharp intake of breath, he grits his teeth and channels his pain into pure focus. He unleashes a thunderous counterattack, a direct hit that sends the corporate fixer flying backward. The legendary Asura coughs, struggling to stand, the brutal exchange clearly taking its toll on his body. Meanwhile, watching the chaos unfold on a screen, the former UFF ranker Kang Hanseong pleads for his brother to be careful. With a fire ignited in his eyes, he vows to return, preparing to join the fray himself. Back in the inferno, young Boldo takes a steady step forward, refusing to back down from the challenge. He now sits before his opponent, who coldly asks if this is the old man causing all the trouble. The man introduces himself as Seo Dongxian, the nationwide executioner who has finally arrived to clean house. Boldo's glare is utterly unimpressed, finding the enforcers posturing nothing more than a pathetic joke. But Dongxian simply smirks, mockingly offering to show proper respect to the famous senior young Boldo. A dangerous smile touches Boldo's lips, admitting it's been far too long since he's faced a truly dominant fighter. Dongxian patronizingly calls Boldo a fierce young friend, mockingly dismissing his actions as pointless. But Boldo scoffs at the false respect, telling the enforcer he should be licking his senior's feet. Annoyed by this defiance, Dongxian decides it's time to teach this old man a lesson about the New World Order. And with a furious glare, he declares that he needs to beat him down properly. Boldo's eyes widen slightly, sensing the sudden explosion of killing intent from his opponent. In an instant, Dongxian lunges forward, aiming to end the fight with a single, overwhelming punch. He plants his foot with explosive force, kicking up sparks as he closes the distance in a flash. Punch was just a feint as he unleashes a devastating kick aimed straight at Boldo's head. The legendary fighter, however, twists his body with impossible speed, deflecting the blow. Suddenly, Dongxian is forced onto the defensive, throwing up a desperate guard as the tables turn. Boldo unleashes a vicious backhand, a strike so fast and powerful it cracks the air around it. The enforcer's arrogant smirk is wiped from his face as the impact sends him stumbling back in pure shock. Xiao Dongxian's eyes narrow, realizing that even in this hellscape, some instincts are impossible to shake, and the two fighters continue their brutal exchange, their silhouettes clashing amidst the raging inferno. Dongxian recoils from the heat, cursing whoever set this blaze just to kill their own men. But his thoughts turn to the legend before him, young Boldo. Knowing he can't leave this threat standing for the sake of the future, he tries to regain the upper hand, mocking Boldo's heavy breathing and asking if the old man is finally nervous. Boldo calmly retorts that with age, even mountains wear down, a quiet admission of his own mortality. The enforcer scoffs at the excuse, demanding they settle this before they're both burned to a crisp. With a final challenge, both men charge forward, ready to end this duel in the heart of the fire. But it's the old legend who moves first, his fist clenching as he unleashes a devastating counter. The blow lands with blinding speed, a thunderous impact that echoes through the flames. Boldo drives his fist deep into the enforcer's side, a strike meant to shatter bone and will. The arrogant fixer's face contorts in agony as he finally comprehends the vast power gap between them. Boldo's fist smashes into the fixer's jaw with brutal, unrelenting force. The enforcer is sent reeling, completely overwhelmed by the raw power of the legend. But even as he stumbles, the fixer grabs him, pointing out that Boldo is also bleeding heavily from their exchange. Bite his tough act. The strain of the battle is clearly taking its toll on the old warrior. Seeing this weakness, the enforcer's rage ignites as he prepares to turn the tables. The two titans stand off once more amidst the inferno, ready for a final, decisive clash. He reflects on how few men of this caliber existed in his prime, finally understanding the monster he's facing. With a new resolve, he decides he must end this fight right here and now. But just as they're about to collide, Tae Yoon-sik suddenly bursts onto the scene, screaming for them to stop. He desperately throws himself between the two powerhouses, demanding to know where his supposed ally has been. Boldo snaps back that he was busy with his own problems, his patience wearing thin. Tae Yoon-sik then turns to the fixer, trying to reason with him that this is not the right time for them to be fighting. Xiao Dongxian furiously rejects the idea of letting his target go, but Tae Yoon-suk warns that with the fire spreading, police will swarm the area any second. The fixer insists they must chase after the suspicious Gai Jin-myung immediately, refusing to let the rat escape. Tae Yoon-suk desperately tries to reason with him, stressing that getting caught by the authorities now would be a disaster for them all. But the fixer's rage is now directed entirely at his supposed ally, cursing him under his breath for the interference. Suddenly, their escape vehicle screeches to a halt as a voice calls out to them from the driver's seat. A hooded figure shouts that the car is here, and they need to get out before things get any worse. Before leaving, Xiao Dongxian glares back at Boldo with a chilling promise that their next meeting will be his last. Boldo fires back with equal venom, telling him to get out before he burns and vowing there will be no next time. Tae Yoon-sik then turns to his supposed partner with a cold glare, telling him to just wait and see. He demands a full explanation for the day's catastrophic events, holding Boldo personally accountable. As the driver yells that they are leaving, their car begins to pull away from the fiery scene. Young Boldo is left standing alone in the darkness as his so-called allies drive off without him. Young Hee-soo violently demands the information on the traitor Gai Jin-myung. Tae Yoon-suk reluctantly reveals that the target is heading to his office in the Jamsil area. But Young Hee-soo doesn't believe him for a second, landing a vicious backhand across his face. He snarls that the only reason Tae is still breathing is because he's under direct orders to keep him alive. Feigning compliance, Tae Yoon-suk tells him to hurry and get going, vowing to be ready when called. Young Hee-soo gives one last menacing warning, telling him not to overthink his position. He immediately gets on the radio, ordering all his forces to converge on the Jamsil office. Left alone in the smoke, Tae Yoon-sik realizes he can't trust anyone in this dangerous game. Cold smirk spreads across his face as he confirms that another conspirator is now out of the picture. With the pieces falling into place, he prepares to make his next move amidst the chaos. Elsewhere, under the pale moonlight, a mysterious figure notes that it's time for a long-awaited appointment. Suddenly, a fleet of black vans pulls up as a powerful director arrives to command his waiting army. Director Young Hee-suk receives a report that his forces have secured the remaining streamers and now grasp the entire situation. His subordinate confirms they are tracking Gai Jin-myung's car, but warns that one unidentified vehicle has already escaped their net. The director's face twists in rage as he curses the legendary Jung Boldo for slipping through his fingers yet again. He silently fumes, vowing to personally hunt down both Buldo and the traitor Tae Yoon-sik for this insufferable delay. But he knows his rival's schemes are far from simple, suspecting a much deeper and more dangerous game is being played. Snapping back to the present, he barks a new order at his waiting subordinate, Jinsu. The command is absolute. Follow the van that just left and seize the old man with the slicked back hair inside. He lights a cigarette, coldly authorizing his aide to use the entire family's forces to bring the target back alive without making a scene. But his subordinate hesitates, asking a critical question about the fate of the people they are currently holding captive. Terrified woman realizes the horrifying truth. If word of this night's work leaks, every single one of them is dead. The director's response is monstrously simple, as he orders the men sold to China and the women to Southeast Asia. With the command given, his forces descend upon the burning streets, unleashed to catch them all, as screams echo through the city. A lone car speeds down a dark road, as a voice yells they should have been called for something like this. Inside, a man bleeds from a gruesome wound while his ally is told to stop acting and dismisses the need for a hospital. The chaotic escape continues as they frantically tend to the injury, blaming each other for failing to protect their comrade. Tae Yoon-sik learns his brother is stable for now, but the unspoken danger hangs heavy in the air. His attention then shifts to an unconscious woman lying beside them, as he demands to know why she was brought along. The chilling explanation is that a man named Dong-yuk will throw a monstrous tantrum without her. But as young Buldo drives, he's alerted to something strange, an object stuck to the back of their getaway vehicle. His companions react with angry disbelief, completely blindsided by this new, unknown threat. Meanwhile, another car follows in the darkness, with Seo Dong-cheon coldly ordering his driver to push forward into the gloom. Suddenly, their headlights catch an obstacle in the road, and the driver is commanded to just plow right through it. His eyes widen in absolute terror as he realizes it's not a rock, but a person standing defiantly in their path. With a sickening crunch, the car slams into the mysterious figure, as the driver lets out a horrified scream. The pursuit car screeches to a sudden, violent stop on the pitch-black road, and inside, the driver panics, as his passenger calmly points out that a person is standing right in front of them. But Seo Dong-cheon's eyes narrow, realizing this might be the legendary thug their director warned them about. For standing before them is an impossibly muscular man in monk's robes, radiating an aura of absolute power, and the driver screams in pure terror, confirming this is the monster they were sent to find. Unfazed, Seo Dong-cheon coldly orders his men to arm themselves and exit the vehicle, so his enforcers pour out of the cars, moving as a single unit to confront the lone figure. But from the darkness, a second warrior emerges, mockingly asking if they've finally caught on, revealing an entire squad of armed thugs now facing down just two opponents. Yet the two warriors stand side by side, with Jijori confidently stating he could have handled this army all by himself, as he cracks his knuckles with a grin, claiming he just stepped out to stretch his legs. And that's when Seo Dong-cheon sees the horrifying truth. The road past them is already littered with the bodies of his men, a complete slaughterhouse. The two warriors calmly mock the horde of thugs, telling them not to be too scared, or they'll crap themselves from fright, as they question whether these scoundrels truly understand the odds of facing just the two of them. But Seo Dong-cheon's men only erupt in laughter, calling the pair pathetic wannabes who've lost their nerve. And one overconfident subordinate even begs for permission to crush the two old geezers in under a minute. However, Seo Dong furiously silences his entire crew, sensing a danger they are too arrogant to see. His face turns grim as he warns his men to stay alert, believing one of the men before him is the legendary young Buldo. The bald enforcer simply returns a cold stare, acknowledging that he's heard Seo Dong-cheon was once a big shot himself. Meanwhile, Jory reminds his partner that their orders are to take them alive, which he admits won't be an easy task. In response, Seo Dong-cheon gives a chilling command for everyone to bring out their sashimi knives. He declares that he has no intention of returning empty-handed as his hand moves toward his own weapon. Then he gives his men cold, precise instructions: stab to incapacitate, but make sure to leave them breathing. With his blade drawn, he finally gives the order to begin the attack, aiming to cripple the two monsters blocking his path. The bald enforcer calmly greets his old comrade Jamba, calling him brother as the tension thickens. But Jory simply grips his weapon, telling his partner to do what he always does. With a dark intensity, he gives the cryptic order to get lost smoothly. The bald enforcer just smiles, confident in his partner's absolute reliability in moments like this. As Seo Dong-cheon gives the final command, his entire force charges forward to overwhelm the two men. But the bald enforcer is the first to move, swinging his prayer beads like a deadly flail. Seo Dong-cheon watches intently, wondering if the devastating attack can even be dodged. His men cry out in shock and pain as the powerful blow sends them flying back. The enforcer's weapon carves a brutal path of destruction through the charging thugs. He then urgently points to one side, directing his partner's next move. Without a moment's hesitation, Jory pivots, unleashing his own savage assault. His pipe blurs through the air, ready to shatter the bones of anyone left standing in his way. Jory's pipe crashes down as his opponents desperately try to hold their formation. But a furious blonde fighter screams at them, questioning why they're worrying about others. Jory hurls a curse back, refusing to show any sign of weakness. The blonde fighter moves in with blinding speed, staggering Jory with a vicious punch. He follows up with another brutal strike, giving Jory no space to breathe. Jory grunts in pain as the relentless assault completely overwhelms his defenses. He's sent flying backward by the sheer force of the onslaught. His pipe clatters to the ground, leaving him disarmed and utterly vulnerable. Seeing his chance, the blonde fighter orders everyone to charge in and finish the job. But just as the mob descends, a figure blurs into the fray from the side. The bald enforcer suddenly intervenes, smashing into the blonde fighter with incredible force. He drives a devastating blow into the man's side, instantly turning the tables on the fight. Years ago, a much younger young Buldo is rocked by a clean shot to the jaw. His opponent, a blonde fighter named Jamba, looks on as the brutal brawl unfolds. Their commander, a furious Seo Dongxion, screams at his men to press the attack and finish him now. Buldo is immediately struck again, taking a heavy, merciless blow to the ribs. The relentless assault sends him staggering backward, completely overwhelmed by the numbers. A final kick launches him into the murky water, seemingly defeated. With the fight over, Seo Dongxian angrily orders his victorious men to regroup. He then turns on Jamba, berating him for his crew's sloppy performance. But a recovering young Buldo taunts his rival, asking how it feels to be fighting alongside rookies. Jamba nervously boasts about his own toughness before admitting that he's also gotten older. Buldo's expression then hardens as he brings up a shared memory of the day they dealt with the Jungnong District crew. A flashback photo reveals their complex history, with Jamba admitting he could never forget their battle in that insane underground arcade. Buldo remembers the day he cornered the Jungnang crew, challenging them to a fight after the lights were cut. He recalls the moment the circuit breaker was flipped, leaving only the glint of teeth and knives in the emergency lights. In that narrow corridor, the only thing that could be heard were the screams of his ambushed enemies. Present. Jamba asks if Buldo still has the same sharp eyes that made him a legend. Buldo's gaze hardens as he realizes what his old rival is suggesting they do. Gripping his weapon tightly, he decides to give the old tactic another shot. He unleashes a devastating swing, aiming for the one thing that can turn the tide of this battle. His weapon smashes into the electrical box, instantly plunging the entire battlefield into absolute darkness. Seo Dongxian's men cry out in shock, completely blinded and disoriented by the sudden blackout. They scramble in confusion, realizing their boss forbids them from carrying phones, leaving them without a single light source. Commander frantically orders them to stand back to back, knowing they are now completely vulnerable. Seo Dongxian can only glare into the void, furious at being forced into a fight in the one environment where his opponent is king. A single eye widens in the pitch-black darkness as a horrifying memory surfaces. He remembers the moonlight reflecting off sashimi knives, the only light in this perfect killing ground. Panicked men try to form a defensive circle, but a brutal strike lands from the shadows, sowing instant chaos. Their formation completely breaks as they start swinging wildly at each other in the dark. One man desperately begs for a phone light, willing to break his boss's strict rule just to survive. A sudden flash of light illuminates the terrifying face of young Buldo, the monster they trapped themselves with. The foolish man shouts that it's him, but he's just painted a massive target on his ally. In an instant, Buldo moves, and the man who was just illuminated is viciously struck down. Jamba spots the legendary Asura in the flicker of light and screams for everyone to get him. But it's too late, as another sickening impact echoes through the darkness, signaling one more victim. The men are warned not to repeat the mistake, fumbling with their phones in sheer terror. A subordinate named Lee Sungshul is berated for his recklessness, apologizing as the phone's glare makes him the next obvious target. As a shadowy predator with glowing eyes looms just behind him, the thug foolishly uses his phone's flashlight as a beacon. But in a flash, the device is slapped from his grip, clattering into the darkness. And before he can even process what happened, a hand slams down, extinguishing his only source of light. Enraged and desperate, he screams into the void, daring the monster to reveal itself, and he frantically waves his light to rally a small army of armed men ready for a fight. But his bravado instantly shatters into pure terror as a fist flies out from the pitch-black abyss. The devastating impact sends him reeling backward, completely overwhelmed by the unseen force. Coughing on the ground, He realizes with horror that his opponent has been toying with them this entire time. Suddenly, Jamba steps out of the shadows, mocking their inexperience and questioning if they've ever truly fought in the dark before. He reveals they were merely putting on a show, and as he brandishes a crowbar, declares the real fun has just begun. But the defeated thug glares back with bloody resolve, muttering that it's time to end this now. Meanwhile, the true commander of this operation, Seo Dongxian, calmly smokes as headlights finally approach his position. Seo Dongxian stares down the road with cold intensity as the situation escalates. But the approaching headlights belong to a clueless truck driver asking what's happening on the road, and his simple question turns to pure shock as he sees the truth. A battlefield of unconscious bodies with young Boldo and Jamba standing as the victors. Jamba then casually offers a single 10-01 bill, asking for a ride and ordering the terrified man not to report the minor incident. The driver accepts the money he believes is the price for his life, letting the two killers aboard his truck. As they drive away from the carnage, Zhang Boldo ignores any need for hospital and instead requests a 24-hour sauna. Meanwhile, the influential executive Jennifer impatiently waits, wondering why her agents haven't contacted her yet. Suddenly, her phone signal returns, finally connecting her to the outside world. A call comes in from an operative named Kazuta, arriving at the perfect moment. With a smirk, she answers, calling out to a new player named Ryuji and kickstarting the next phase of her master plan. Jennifer's urgent call finally connects, the contact name simply reading "stupid guy." Her operative, Kazuta, yells back from the darkness, playfully accusing her of being the one who's late. He approaches a waiting motorcycle, sarcastically asking if she even bothered to worry about him. But Jennifer scoffs at the idea, as this man is revealed to be Kazuta Naoya, a close associate of Tae-Yoon-suk. A new figure with a menacing grin greets another arrival, Tajima, expressing surprise that he actually showed up. The air itself seems to shift, hinting at the power this new player commands. Kazuta complains about the silent treatment, clearly disappointed by the lack of banter from his partner. The second man, Tajima Koichi, another of Tae-Yoon-suk's elite associates, simply revs his bike's engine. He coldly tells Kazuta that they're late and to just get on. Kazuta reluctantly agrees, but not without threatening to kill Tajima if he gets too close. Then, the true leader is revealed: Hayashibara Ryuji, whose Korean name is none other than Tae-Yoon-suk, the secret head of the entire Seikiryu faction. Meanwhile, the Ambition Group headquarters descends into chaos, desperately trying to suppress the news of the unfolding disaster. An urgent order is given to control the reporters and clear the building's entrance as the crisis spirals out of control. Meanwhile, a powerful woman fields a stressful call, clearly annoyed by the reporter on the other end. She smoothly introduces herself as Kang Gaeol from leadership support while making a veiled threat. Her voice echoes through the chaotic secretariat as she desperately tries to control the narrative about the company's disaster. But her true identity is revealed as Cha Yunmi, the chairman's executive secretary, who silently curses the pathetic Yang Hisu for this mess. As a terrified junior aide fumbles another phone call, Cha Yunmi listens in with cold disapproval. Suddenly losing her patience, she snatches the phone from the shocked subordinate to handle it herself. She immediately erupts with fury, demanding the editor take down a damaging article this instant. After calling them a piece of trash, she slams the phone down with terrifying finality. The younger aide can only stare in stunned silence, completely frozen by the raw display of authority. With a decisive click of her heel, Cha Yunmi prepares to address the entire room. She turns to her panicked staff, her voice cutting through the chaos as she barks out a new set of orders. She declares this is the chairman's son's case, locking down the entire office until the crisis is contained, threatening them with utter ruin if they fail to follow her every command. Then she grabs a terrified subordinate, ordering her to get back to the phones immediately. As the phone rings again, she stands with cold resolve, a silent storm of authority ready to be unleashed, because she knows her entire career is on the line, and failure to cover this up will destroy everything she's built. A flashback reveals the chairman himself, lamenting the useless trouble his sons have caused. She vows to bring it all down in one go, her fury directed squarely at the damned brat responsible for this mess. Just then, a call comes in from one of the young masters, and she internally curses Hisu, praying he doesn't make things worse. Answering the phone, she professionally introduces herself as Secretary Cha, her voice a perfect mask of calm control. On the other end of the line, an impatient Yang Hisu demands she get straight to the point. She coldly warns him to conduct himself with discretion, a command that only enrages the arrogant heir. He explodes with fury, questioning her authority, but she simply hangs up, leaving him to scream into a dead line as she seizes total control. As the call ends, Yang Hisu is left seething with pure rage at the blatant disrespect. He trembles in fury, wondering how a worthless mutt like her dares to stand above him. In another part of the city, Seo Dongxian screams at his driver to speed up the chase. The car tears through the night as he grows more and more agitated. He furiously wonders why his subordinate David failed to control the journalists, a dark suspicion beginning to form. At the same time, Tae Yoon-sik feigns panic in a getaway vehicle, realizing his supposed protector has no reason to save him. But it's all an act, as he calmly reviews messages confirming one of the traitors, Sung Joon-hee, has been secured. With one down, his attention turns to Gai Jin-myung, the man he always expected would be the first to betray them. He reflects on how his whole organization was nothing more than a show, with a predetermined ending orchestrated by him. A cold, predatory smirk forms as he mocks the fool who has no idea what kind of monster is hunting him down. His forces descend upon Gai Jin-myung's workshop on the outskirts of Seoul. A ruthless operative smirks, ready to carry out the final, bloody stage of this grand betrayal. A ruthless operative orders his men to capture Gai Jin-myung, launching a violent manhunt into the night. The target himself stares ahead, his eyes filled with a cold resolve as the walls close in. But across the city, at a quiet obstetrics clinic, a different kind of storm is brewing. From the shadows within, a wary eye peers through a crack, sensing the arrival of an unwanted guest. Someone calls out into the darkness as the door creaks open, revealing a tense silhouette. An annoyed man shuffles forward, believing it's just some drunk causing a late-night ruckus. His irritation instantly vanishes, replaced by pure shock as he recognizes the face at his door. It's Jamba, a ghost from his past, casually asking why the doctor has his clinic locked down so tight. The terrified man tries to slam the door shut, screaming that he's done with their dirty business. But Jamba stops him with a single name that changes everything. Jung Boldo is here. The legendary Asura himself steps into the light, his calm greeting met with the doctor's terrified disbelief. That very moment, the hunters arrive outside, their leader screaming that his true target is Jung Boldo and ordering his men to storm the building immediately. Inside the secret clinic, Dr. Joe carefully cleans young Boldo's gushing wound. The doctor scolds the legendary fighter, remarking that the injury missed being fatal by a single centimeter. After wrapping the wound, he warns Boldo to be careful, reminding him that he's a wanted man now. With the treatment done, Boldo simply compliments the doctor's unparalleled skill in stitching up torn flesh. He then turns to Jamba, asking for an update on their allies, who are now heading to the rendezvous point. But as he grabs his phone, Boldo curses his subordinate Teal'c for being completely useless. His frustration is interrupted by an incoming call from a completely unknown number. The phone buzzes insistently, filling the tense room with a sense of dread. With a grimace, Boldo cautiously answers the mysterious call. Cold, familiar voice on the other end states there's no reason for them to ever speak again. The man's knuckles turn white as he grips his phone with barely contained fury. From a dark control room, Tae Yoon-suk glares into the distance, his own sinister plan still in motion. Tae Yoon-sik's men arrive at a hideout, only to find their targets have already vanished. From his command center, Tae Yoon-suk orders them to the next location, coldly remarking that Gai Jin-myung's fate is sealed. Meanwhile, another player races through the darkened city streets, their car a blur in the night. A text message confirms the bad news. The panel bridge office has been completely emptied. This is Gai Jin-myung, who confirms he's been one step ahead, already aware of the hit on his workshop. Watching from a security monitor, he curses as he realizes two new major players have just entered the game. He clutches his throat in relief, knowing he barely escaped a psychopath's grasp and must now secure the core. He quickly types a reply to his manager, confirming that he is on his way, but his message reveals a critical question. Did his man manage to secure the servers and lists? The scene suddenly cuts to his manager, bloodied and broken on the cold, hard floor. The man's phone vibrates with Jin Myung's urgent message, lying right beside his unconscious body. And as the call goes unanswered, a mysterious hand reaches down to pick up the phone. The mysterious hand belongs to Gai Jin-myung, who now reads the unanswered message on the captured phone. As he speeds away in a getaway car, his face a mask of pure desperation, he scoffs at his manager's last message, knowing the man is already gone, and curses Yang Hee-soo, enraged that his carefully laid plans have crumbled to dust. In a flashback, he remembers the glory days of the Friends, a brotherhood built on nothing but pure greed, and recalls the exact moment he became nothing more than Yang Hee-soo's loyal dog. But even back then, the seeds of betrayal were already sown as he secretly planned his escape. He laments losing his entire criminal enterprise, the very pawns he had nurtured for years. However, a secret plan B was set in motion long ago involving the dangerous Tae Yoon-suk. Now he puts all his faith in Tae Yoon-suk and Jennifer to hold the line until he can return. And, with a smirk, he believes he's finally free and can take a well-deserved rest. 1 hour later, his car pulls into the supposed safety of his underground safe house. Guy Jin-myung finally arrives at his underground safe house, supposed end of his desperate escape. He grows increasingly agitated as his contact, Manager Kim, fails to answer his calls. Losing his patience, he gets out of the car, determined to find the man himself. His subordinate feels a chilling presence in the air, but Guy dismisses it as useless paranoia. Their mission is simple: grab the server data and run before their pursuers can catch up. But suddenly, a hand clamps over his mouth, pulling him violently into the shadows. He struggles, angrily assuming it's his manager playing a twisted joke. Then his eyes lock onto the pristine shoes of his attacker, stained with fresh drops of blood. A menacing eye glares back from the darkness, promising a fate worse than death. The mysterious figure is revealed to be Gyeon Jongpal, the former right-hand man of the monster Young Buldo. Guy Jin-myung stammers in pure terror, demanding to know who this man is, but his only answer is a chilling, blood-splattered smile that seals his doom. A hand slices through the air with brutal force, and the blow connects, stunning Guy Jin-myung with a burst of pain. He crumples to the pavement, completely overwhelmed by the sudden attack. Scrambling backward, he screams in terror, demanding to know how this monster found his secret location. Just then, his accomplice Sung Joon-hee arrives, yelling his name in a panic. But as Joon-hee rushes forward to help, Jin-myung desperately warns him to run away. In a flash, a second man appears from the shadows, moving with impossible speed. A blade sinks deep into Sung Joon-hee's throat, silencing him with a choked gurgle of blood. The new killer, a man covered in piercings, glares down with absolute contempt. Frozen in shock, Guy Jin-myung can only watch as his only escape route is brutally eliminated. He realizes with horror that Sung Joon-hee was already dead the moment he stepped out of the car, and looking back at his own soaked captor, he understands this isn't a random attack. He's been cornered by professionals. Guy Jin-myung's mind races with a terrifying thought. This professional wasn't from the friend's side, but from ambition itself. His blood-soaked captor, Gyeon Jongpal, steps forward with chilling calm, closing the distance between them. Jin-myung chokes back a cough, knowing that even the slightest reckless move will be his last. Suddenly, his mind flashes back 3 years ago to an intense training session inside a boxing ring. A younger Yang Hee-soo lectures his crew, telling them to listen carefully because this advice will be useful someday. A blonde fighter argues that you should never face a man with a knife and just back down. But a younger, cockier Tae Yoon-suk scoffs at the idea, suggesting you just blow their head off with a gun. Hee-soo reminds them, this isn't some safe utopia where you just listen to orders. He then tells the blonde fighter to pass him a banana, who hesitates, knowing this is some kind of twisted lesson. Tae Yoon-suk takes the banana instead, his face a mask of bored curiosity. Hee-soo then gets into a fighting stance, ordering Tae to imagine the banana is a knife and come at him. Confident smirk, Tae accepts the bizarre challenge, declaring that he's a natural at knife fighting anyway. Tae Yoon-suk smirks, realizing this bizarre training is about to get serious. And, at the signal, he explodes forward with blinding speed, banana knife in hand. But Yang Hee-soo casually sidesteps the attack, mocking Tae's speed as the young punk tries again, until frustration boils over and Tae screams at his smug boss to shut up. So Hee-soo suddenly turns tail and runs, taunting him by asking if running away is a valid technique. Then he scolds the enraged Tae for daring to show his back to an enemy, setting up a brutal lesson. As Hee-soo reveals his true intention, questioning if the knife looks slow now, as he prepares his real technique. And before Tae can even process the sudden counter, his world is turned upside down, because Hee-soo executes a flawless throw, using Tae's own momentum against him to send him flying through the air. The young upstart crashes violently onto the mat, the air completely knocked out of him. But as Hee-soo lands, he lets out a grunt of pain, realizing his opponent had a trick up his sleeve. In a shocking reversal, Tae has locked him in a flying armbar, sneering that brute strength can't overturn a proper submission hold. Guy Jin-myung believes he can grab the knife if it lands properly, but instead of fighting, he suddenly makes a desperate dash for it, confusing his pursuer, while the menacing Gyeon Jongpal sneers at this pathetic attempt to act tough. Gripping his bloody blade, he declares the offer to let him live is now cancelled. So Jin-myung sprints through the desolate parking garage, his footsteps echoing in the silence. He knows the killer is right behind him, carefully and relentlessly closing the distance. Then his eyes lock onto a concrete pillar as a desperate plan begins to form. With a quick glance back, he confirms his hunter is still closing in. He realizes that if he can just take away that knife, he might have a sliver of a chance to survive. And stealing his resolve, he decides this is his only moment to turn the tables. In a shocking reversal, he suddenly pivots and lunges straight at his attacker, aiming for a takedown. The two men crash to the ground as Jin-myung's desperate gamble unfolds. Jin-myung desperately tries to break his hunter's arm, believing he's finally gained the upper hand. But a chilling realization hits him as his all-out attack has absolutely no effect. His opponent, Jong-pal, calmly mocks his pathetic attempt before revealing an impossible gap in their strength. Jong-pal looks down with utter disdain, his expression cementing the fact that this was never a real fight. In a terrifying display of power, he effortlessly hoists Jin Myung over his shoulder. Then he hurls the traitor through the air, completely flipping the script in an instant. Before Jin Myung can even hit the ground, a devastating kick slams into his chest with bone-shattering force. He coughs up blood, the will to fight completely knocked out of him by the single blow. Jong-pal watches with the cold, unblinking eyes of a predator who has already won. He looms over his broken target, raising the blood-stained knife to deliver the final strike. His grip tightens on the handle, a silent promise of the brutal end to come. On the cold garage floor, Jin Myung is left coughing and defeated, his last-ditch effort having failed completely. Gaijinot struggles desperately on the cold ground, refusing to accept his death. He screams in defiance, vowing that he won't perish in some forgotten alleyway. His pride shatters as he resorts to begging, offering his executioner 10 times his pay to be spared. But Jong-pal only sees a pathetic young man, right before his own subordinate calls out to him. The plea is ignored as the killing blow descends, only for a hand to flash out and stop the blade cold. Jin Myung stares in utter disbelief as the knife halts inches from his throat, its wielder's hand now bleeding. It's the subordinate, Cheonjo, who now glares up at his boss with cold, defiant eyes. Jong-pal is stunned by this sudden insubordination, demanding to know what his junior is doing. Cheonjo reminds his senior that this execution was never part of their original agreement, but Jong-pal scoffs, asking if he needs permission to take out the trash, prompting Cheonjo to call his actions troubling. Enraged by the insolence, Jong-pal immediately slams his forehead into Cheonjo's face in a brutal headbutt. He follows up with a vicious backhand strike that sends his own defiant subordinate reeling across the floor. Cheonjo, bloodied but defiant, declares that rabble who only beg for their lives deserve to die. But Jong-pal coldly reminds him of a simple order to kill anyone who causes trouble, dismissing his subordinate's concerns as nonsense. He threatens Cheonjo directly, stating this is just work and he won't hesitate to eliminate any obstacle. Suddenly, Jong-pal relents, ordering everyone to drop their weapons and take the unconscious Jin Myung to a hospital. With a bow, Cheonjo expresses relief that his senior is still the same as ever, as Jong-pal goes to check on the director. Cheonjo then gives the official order to inform their network that Jin Myung has withdrawn from the conflict. A moment later, Jong-pal calmly invites him outside for a smoke. The immediate tension seemingly broken, the scene shifts to the quiet Han River overpass, where the two stand alone under the dark night sky. Jong-pal lets out a heavy sigh, the weight of the night's brutal events finally settling in. Cheonjo breaks the silence, confirming he knows Jong-pal has recently been working directly under Chairman Yong. Getting straight to the point, he begins to reveal a far deeper, hidden agenda, and in a stunning cutaway, the true motive is revealed. A powerful executive vowing to make Yang Hisu the absolute ruler of the ambition group. Jong-pal calls out his junior, Cheonjo, for his unwavering self-confidence. But Cheonjo makes a stunning plea for him to join Yang Hisu, warning that the chairman will eventually cast him aside. Possibility Jong-pal quietly acknowledges as he drops his cigarette to the ground, before asking if this is a direct order to take down the most powerful man in the city himself. Yet Cheonjo boldly claims he will handle that task, even knowing Jong-pal is the chairman's personal blade. A fact Jong-pal confirms, stating he wouldn't hesitate to cut down his junior, which is precisely why Cheonjo is revealing this now. As he flicks the cigarette into the water, Jong-pal gives him one last chance to back down. But Cheonjo makes a shocking confession, claiming Jong-pal is the very reason he stands with the reckless Hisu. Turning to his senior, he prepares to reveal the true depth of his loyalty, explaining that he and Hisu are not just allies in a power struggle, they are friends. A motive Jong-pal dismisses as youthful idealism, something everyone eventually grows out of. But as he walks away, he leaves Cheonjo with a chilling final warning about a truth he has yet to understand. Jong-pal is suddenly asked if he's aware that the legendary young Boldo has just made an appearance, a name that echoes from a distant, violent past, sparking a flicker of nostalgia. And as his junior calls out to him, his mind is pulled back to a defining moment in his life, back to when young Boldo was only 21, already the fierce leader of a newly formed group called Gangster, a man who accepted the crushing weight of leadership with a simple, unwavering yes. It was the same day a 19-year-old Jong-pal first pledged to dedicate his entire life to him, a pledge he made while beaten and bloodied, the day he truly understood what it meant to follow a real monster. He watched as Boldo, surrounded by broken enemies, was simply thanked by an old man he'd protected, and then he remembers Boldo's roar, warning everyone to stay out of their business forever. A declaration that he was the man to answer to, promising to cripple anyone who dared challenge them. Back in the present, he scoffs at his junior's own recent pledge to lay down his life, remembering how his own loyalty was forged, not with empty words, but with his first payout from Boldo, and a lesson that people always matter more than money. Boldo recalls a time they were broke, promising Jongpal that money would follow if they just stayed the course. Jongpal remembers this funeral as the day he met his boss, a moment that felt like a new life because back then, he was a nobody. In the past, loan sharks crash his parents' funeral, smashing their portraits, and demanding to know if he's all that's left of the family. But the young Jongpal stands firm, calmly informing the gangsters that the original loan had already been repaid. Thugs merely scoff, screaming that the interest is 6 times that amount, and that he should sell the bodies to pay it. Unfazed, Jongpal coolly points out there's no legal obligation to pay off illegal loan interest, as a thug threatens the boy for his insolence. A young Boldo is quietly asked to fetch more fish in the background, but Boldo suddenly intervenes, telling them not to be so noisy before delivering a brutal, silencing blow. The first man down, Jongpal is rushed by his aunt, as the gangsters are ordered to just steal the condolence money. A thug grabs the heavy offering box, mockingly commenting on how much a broke family received. His hand is suddenly stopped by an iron grip, freezing him in place before he can take another step. It's young Boldo, who calmly advises them to pay their respects and leave the donation box alone. Boldo crushes the thug's face, calmly warning him to just walk away. Then he immediately follows up with a vicious kick that sends another gangster reeling. A third thug swings wildly, screaming that they've messed with the wrong people. But his punch is effortlessly stopped by an unbreakable grip. Boldo twists the man's arm with terrifying speed and precision, before slamming him to the ground in a completely one-sided takedown. The last thug turns around in shock, demanding to know who these kids are as a young Jongpal watches in awe. This is Jung Boldo, who introduces himself as a senior from Seoul Bugong High, a title that carries more weight than any wealth. The thug orders his men to kill him, but Jongpal realizes that against a true fighter, status and numbers are meaningless, and as Boldo's fist lands with brutal force, he learns that even a strong punch must kneel to overwhelming power. The young warrior then places a reassuring hand on the crying Jongpal, who feels utterly pathetic and furious at his own weakness. But Boldo reveals he also buried his father that day, asking for the boy's name as fate brings two legends together for the first time. As the two formally introduce themselves, a fateful bond is forged between the young Jongpal and the legendary Boldo. But the older warrior gives the grieving boy a single, life-changing command: get stronger. And with a final promise that they will meet again, if destiny wills it, he departs. 3 years later, their paths cross, and Jongpal has transformed into a man even bigger than his mentor. But the story of what happened in those 3 years begins with a dark and bloody memory, starting with a violent rampage, as screams for help echo through a shattered room. A terrified loan shark trembles before him, begging for his life and promising to leave him alone. Surrounded by broken bodies, the man asks if his revenge is finally complete, but the answer is a chilling no. Jongpal clarifies this was never about revenge, leaving his victim to wonder what he could possibly want. He coldly admits he just needed test subjects to see how strong he'd become, explaining that his parents were trampled simply because they were weak, a fact of the world they must accept. And now, as he raises his blade, he declares the man will die for the exact same reason. With the chilling command to die, he swore that the day his tears ran dry would be his last show of emotion. Years ago, a younger, more reserved Jongpal preferred to keep his dark past buried when questioned by his boss. Suddenly, his leader Jung Boldo calls him a brat as a car screeches to a halt beside them on the pier. Boldo, completely unimpressed by the interruption, demands to know who has arrived. A cocky blonde kid named Puffer pops out of the driver's seat, much to Jongpal's immediate annoyance about the unlicensed driving. The 17-year-old smugly dangles the keys, admitting he just took his uncle's car for a spin. But Jongpal knows he didn't come alone, ordering him to introduce the friend he brought along. A nervous, burly kid named Dongjeol steps out, bowing respectfully to the boss he's just met. It's here that their brotherhood was forged, a group of 17-year-olds who would later become the feared Gangsu crew. A few years later, in a Korea where gangsters thrived, their crew finds itself in the middle of a violent redevelopment protest. As Gangsu's influence grew, they became a formidable force in the brutal turf wars sweeping the city. But a conflict was already brewing, as Jongpal questioned Boldo's choice to help the weak when their rivals offered them double the money. Boldo tests his right-hand man, asking if he remembers his most important lesson, but Jongpal only recalls the order to become stronger. With a hardened gaze, Boldo corrects him, reminding him of the one rule that defines them: people over money. He declares that their word is their bond, a promise they must honor even when facing down blades for almost no pay. Jongpal desperately argues that principals won't feed their crew, only to be silenced by his boss with a single command. Boldo coldly tells him to go beg their wealthy rivals, the Wangryong, if he's so worried about appearances. Meanwhile, those very same rivals watch from across the line, completely baffled that this unknown crew turned down double the money. Their leader, Yang Tai Huang, head of the Huangryong enforcers, finds this principled poverty incredibly interesting. With a confident stride, the rival boss starts moving across the tense no man's land between them. He calls out to the protesters, demanding to speak with the man in charge for a quick chat. Jongpal immediately warns that this could be a setup, but Boldo decides to face them alone, trusting his instincts. Without a shred of hesitation, the young legend steps forward to answer the challenge. As the two leaders finally meet, the air crackles with tension, setting the stage for a confrontation that will change everything. The rival leader extends an offer, but Boldo refuses to even shake hands, rejecting the notion of a deal entirely. The man sweetens the pot, offering an unbelievable 5 times the pay if Boldo and his crew simply switch sides. He tries to reason with him, explaining that the building is coming down no matter what, because it's a state project. Boldo sarcastically feigns ignorance, dismissing the threat and the massive bribe with a cold stare. He then makes a chilling vow that the building won't fall today, and openly challenges the rival crew, despite being outnumbered 3 to 1. Intrigued by this defiance, the rival boss turns to his men to prepare for battle, but not before asking for his opponent's name. With the weight of a legend in the making, he simply states his name, Boldo Jong. The rival leader smirks, praising the name and offering to buy him a drink after the coming war is over. Boldo accepts the future drink but warns him not to expect any mercy as he turns to face his own men. His loyal subordinate, Jongpal, asks what was said, and Boldo calmly reveals he turned down 5 times the money. Jongpal is left completely stunned, questioning his leader's sanity even as he prepares to follow him into an impossible fight. But just as the brawl is about to begin, the scene abruptly cuts away to a mysterious figure arriving at a grand estate under the cover of night. Jongpal asks his companion if he's alright, who dismisses it as just old memories returning. He then adjusts his glasses, declaring he never intended to join Husu and certainly not Boldo Jong. Turning away, he cryptically remarks that their thread of fate still seems to be intact. The next morning, the story shifts to the serene grounds of Hohun Temple. A quiet peace hangs in the air, broken only by the chirping of birds. Inside, a pair of hands firmly wrings out a cloth soaked in cool water. The damp cloth is then gently placed on the forehead of someone resting. It's revealed to be Park Sia, who is carefully tending to her father Jori and the bald enforcer. She then stands, offering to leave the two of them alone to speak privately. The person she was speaking to is none other than young Boldo, who looks down at her with a heavy heart, his face bandaged from the recent battle. He offers her a simple and heartfelt word of thanks, but she just smiles, reassuring him she's been fine before knowingly guessing that he's already gotten into trouble again. An old woman teases that even the fearsome young Boldo is no match for Sia's gentle care. The legendary fighter bows deeply, humbly apologizing for bringing his troubles to her sacred home. Kneeling before a Buddha statue, she asks how it feels to return to society, and he can only admit that things haven't gone as he hoped. He then confesses that he has no right to stand before the Buddha. Addressing the woman as his mother, she coldly questions what he truly learned during his sentence, calling his belief in a world without karma nothing but selfishness. He can only look down in shame as she declares his time served was wasted years, and he is still far from being a decent man. But then she rises, stating a child's sins are a parent's burden, and asks for his forgiveness. Suddenly, the door slides open as she announces a visitor has traveled a long way to see him. Boldo looks up, startled, wondering who could possibly have found him here. A man in a sharp suit steps into the light, remarking that even after 10 years, Boldo is still a wreck. This mysterious figure is revealed to be Hui Choi, a deputy director for national intelligence, who pats the gangster's shoulder like an old friend, with a cold stare. Boldo demands to know what damn good reason a man of his power has for showing up at this hour. The deputy director smirks, questioning how the country can run if its public servants slack off, while also mentioning Boldo's mother as well. But Boldo coldly dismisses him as the scene flashes back 5 hours to a tense moment. There, he had received a phone call from a mysterious voice, hoping it hadn't been forgotten. Boldo angrily declared that he and Huigu had no reason to ever speak again. On the other end, Choi stubbed out a cigarette next to a case file bearing Boldo's name, admitting the feeling was mutual. He warned Boldo for not laying low after prison, insisting the legendary fighter knew exactly what this was about. The high-ranking official then slumped into his chair, completely overwhelmed by the situation. The call ended with Deputy Director Huigu Choi stating they absolutely needed to meet. Back in the present, Choi steps into the temple, only for Boldo to mock him as a guest he'll need to disinfect the room for. Ignoring the insult, Choi sits across from him, but Boldo impatiently demands he get to the point. Choi just smiles, cryptically telling him to wait, because the old man is almost here, leaving Boldo completely baffled. Suddenly, the distinct sound of clacking heels echoes nearby, signaling another powerful player is about to enter the game. The mysterious guest steps into the temple, revealed to be a woman complaining to the deputy director. She rises from her car, apologizing for her tardiness and calling someone an old man as she adjusts her skirt. The insult lands perfectly, as a bandaged young Boldo glares with pure annoyance at the unwelcome title. Her identity is finally revealed as she is Sharon Park, a high-ranking prosecutor from the Supreme Prosecutor's Office. Boldo immediately springs to his feet, demanding why Choi explain what is happening. Choi simply taunts him, asking if the presence of a prosecutor is enough to spook the legendary monster. The deputy director then steps forward with purpose, directly addressing the formidable fighter before him. But it's the prosecutor who freezes Boldo with a cold glare, telling him he should at least hear what they have to say. Boldo tries to shut them down, insisting he's walked away from that life, and they should leave. Choi desperately pleads for just a moment, revealing that this matter directly concerns the fate of his crew. The prosecutor then delivers a chilling threat, warning that she has the power to drag every last one of them to prison. Powerless against such a move, Boldo sits back down as Choi cheerfully celebrates their little meeting. Boldo defiantly argues that his crew are the real victims here, but the prosecutor just scoffs at the absurd claim. She pulls out her phone, telling him to take a look at something that will change everything. On the screen are the familiar faces of the very men he's been clashing with recently. He recognizes the thugs, but she directs his attention to the one at the very top. The true mastermind is revealed as Yang Hee-soo, the boss pulling all the strings. She then accuses Boldo of messing everything up, explaining they almost had their target until he interfered. Suddenly, she drops the name of a corporate titan that shakes the entire country. The Ambition Group. The man he thought was just a gang leader is far more powerful than he ever imagined. She reveals the shocking truth. Yang Hee-soo is the second son of the Ambition Group's chairman. This changes the stakes entirely, as the corporation is now engulfed in a bloody succession war. And, because of his actions, the government now believes Boldo and his crew are key players in this corporate power struggle. Boldo is left stunned by the threat that he and his entire crew are heading straight back to prison. He explodes with rage at the accusation, but is coldly told that with his record, he may never see daylight again. Prosecutor slams her hand down, getting right in his face and challenging his disbelief. She furiously explains that her 3-year case against his enemies was completely torn to pieces by his interference. Throwing down her official ID, she gives him an ultimatum: go down with his crew, or work with her for a chance at leniency. The NICE deputy director watches with a faint smirk, impressed by her audacity before agreeing to the terms. He then lays out photographs, revealing the true faces of the powerful men who secretly run everything. Prosecutor explains that the Ambition Group's rotten roots are tangled deep in politics and business. She stares Boldo down, ready to make a final, life-altering proposal. With chilling intensity, she offers him a chance to bring the entire corrupt organization down together. Meanwhile, in a silent training hall, a bamboo sword cracks down with immense force. The session ends as 2 armored figures face each other, one raising their blade in an ominous, silent agreement. The intense training session concludes as 2 students formally bow to their master, who removes his helmet, casually accepting refreshments after the duel. This is revealed to be Huiseok Yang, the eldest son of the Yang family and a ruthless corporate president. His executive secretary, Ayaka Nakano, praises his overwhelming skill and rapid improvement. He immediately gets down to business, asking for a crucial update on his rival brother, Hee-soo. She begins to report on the disastrous fire incident, a scandal so big that even the chairman's office couldn't contain it. The final, devastating verdict is delivered. His brother's entire organization has been effectively dismantled. A cruel, satisfied grin spreads across Huiseok's face upon hearing of his brother's complete failure. He then asks for his brother's current whereabouts, learning he retreated to a boxing gym after a meeting with the chairman. Rising with ominous intent, Huiseok decides it's finally time to pay his little brother a family visit. He scoffs, believing his brother deserves to finally learn his true place in the family hierarchy. Suddenly, across town at the Dragon Boxing Club, a terrified scream for a man named Yongbin cuts through the night. A man named Yongbin lies twitching and broken on the floor, his life fading fast in a pool of blood. The killer, Yang Hee-soo, coldly glares at his knife, annoyed that the mess splattered on his clothes. On his order, a beaten Gaijin Myung is forced to drag away the lifeless body of his former comrade. Wiping the blade clean, Yang Hee-soo mockingly praises the dead man's unyielding loyalty. He then turns his chilling gaze to his two remaining captives, his former executives who now tremble before him, bound and broken. One of them desperately pleads for their old friendship, but Gaijin Myung knows it's a hopeless appeal. Yang Hee-soo confirms their worst fears, declaring that the man they once knew is gone forever. A bitter flashback to a past victory celebration shows the bond that has now been completely shattered. That memory is replaced by the grim reality of torture tools laid out on the floor, promising only pain and despair. With a terrifying calm, he orders his men to untie the captives' hands for a twisted game. He offers them a choice of any weapon, a sliver of false hope in a fight they can't possibly win. But the stakes are absolute. Graze him in 60 seconds and only have their bodies broken, or fail and die just like Yongbin. A trembling Gaijin Myung slaps his terrified accomplice, Junhui, to snap him out of his despair. He screams that they have to face reality because no one is coming to save them now. With their former boss watching, he explains their only chance is to take him down together and run for their lives. He quickly devises a desperate plan, ordering Junhui to attack the legs on his signal. As they both grab knives from the floor, Junhui panics, admitting he's never killed anyone, while Yang Hee-soo scoffs at the two clowns. But Junhui forces himself to focus, knowing how to use a blade and preparing for the attack. Realizing he only has one chance in his beaten state, he decides to aim straight for the artery. As Yang Hee-soo leans in with utter contempt, Junhui finally makes his move. He lunges forward with a desperate scream, trying to land a fatal blow on his former master. But the attack is impossibly slow, and Yang Hee-soo questions if he can even be beaten. He slips past the blade with almost no effort, completely nullifying the pathetic attempt. And, in a flash, his hand clamps down on Junhui's arm, stopping the hopeless assault cold. Junhui watches his one chance disappear in a blur, but Yang Hee-soo simply twists his arm, turning the desperate attack against his other traitorous executive. Gaijin Myung can only watch in horror as the blade whistles towards him. Realizing this is the end, the knife plunges deep into his stomach, a brutal punishment delivered by his own partner's hand. He collapses to the floor with a heavy thud, the coup officially and pathetically over. With one traitor dispatched, Yang Hee-soo yanks the other up by his hair, coldly ordering him to get up. What follows is a merciless, one-sided beating that echoes through the empty room. From the ground, the wounded Gaijin Myung can only watch the brutal display in utter disbelief. Junhui's screams of agony fill the air as the punishment continues without end. Finally, broken, Gaijin Myung shuffles backward, desperately begging his former master for his life. He crawls away sobbing, promising to do anything just to be spared from this monster. Yet as his hand trembles towards another knife, it's pinned to the floor by the blade being driven straight through it. Gaijin Myung can only let out a choked sob, utterly broken by the overwhelming torture. As the last of his strength fades, and his pinned hand falls completely limp, with a sickening rip, Yang Hee-soo pulls the blade free, leaving a pool of blood on the floor. His mind flashes back to a simpler time, a moment before all the betrayals began, when his once loyal executive, Tae Yoon-suk, casually suggested they go for a drink after business. But even then, there was a cold, calculating darkness brewing behind Yang Hee-soo's eyes. Snapping back to the present, he gazes down at the lifeless body of his other traitorous subordinate. He stands over the carnage he created and declares that his organization, Friends, is now officially over. Yet just as he finishes, the sound of an opening door makes him turn with a flicker of surprise. The hooded asset manager David appears in the doorway, horrified by the gruesome scene before him. Yang Hee-soo greets him with a chillingly casual smile, remarking that his timing is perfect for a drink. But before David can respond, a new deadly figure steps forward, questioning if he really wants a drink right now. It's Yang Hee-soo, whose eyes narrow as he recognizes the woman with David as his brother's constant companion. His mind flashes back to a seemingly innocent memory of her at a fast food joint. But something about that moment felt strangely familiar, a detail that reminded him of his own brother. Suddenly, the hooded man pulls back his cowl, a smirk on his face as he asks if he really didn't know. Yang Hee-soo's world shatters in an instant as he stares in utter disbelief, realizing the impossible truth. The man before him wasn't David at all, but Hui-seok Yang, the eldest son of ambition and his very own brother. The reveal triggers a flood of painful memories, taking him back to the day his father introduced a new woman as his mother. Forced to be polite, the young Hui-seok could only bow his head as this stranger tried to fill a void that could never be replaced. Then, his father presented another child, Husu, his new younger brother, a timid boy hiding behind his mother's legs. He never wanted a brother, forced into a cold connection with a boy who represented his father's neglect. As his new family walked on without him, he was left behind, an outsider in his own home. All he could do was cling to a fading photograph, a silent whisper of a life and a mother he had lost forever. But the fragile peace was shattered when he found the photo of his late mother, desecrated and defiled. Young Husu was beaten relentlessly, crying out in confusion as to why he was being punished. His mother slapped him again, desperately trying to protect him from the family's rotten blood. But an enraged Huiseok screamed that Huisu had defiled the picture on purpose. He glared with pure hatred, questioning where this insolent attitude came from. And even as his new mother commanded respect, all Huiseok could think was a silent wish for their death. Years later, that woman was gone too, and he could only tell Husu to cover his ears during his father's vicious fights. Then one day, after Husu came home beaten from school, his older brother had a chilling announcement for him. Huiseok declared he was leaving for Japan to inherit the company, abandoning his younger brother completely. He delivered a brutal ultimatum: prove your worth to the family, or be cast out and disowned forever, with a final, cold command to pull himself together. He left Huisu to fend for himself in their hellish home. But when Huiseok returned 4 years later with a fiancée, he discovered his timid little brother had changed beyond all recognition. Huisu remembers the skin-crawling hatred in his brother's eyes when he met his supposed sister-in-law. In a bitter flashback, Huiseok had sneered that all the men in their house were the same, a curse passed down through their blood. He recalled how his own fiancée meant nothing to their father, who callously threw her into a living hell just for the sake of the company. It was in that moment of despair that he made a vow to tear down every last one of those monsters. Now, in the present, that same brother, cloaked as the mysterious David, coldly tells Husu that they were never truly family. Just 5 minutes before this confrontation, a sleek car had screeched to a halt outside Husu's private boxing club. The door slid open, revealing an elegant woman in a sharp business suit waiting inside. A hand reached out to her from the darkness, offering assistance as she prepared to exit the vehicle. The one helping her was completely concealed, his identity shrouded by a deep, ominous hood. As the two figures emerged, Husu's guards recognized the asset manager David, but were left speechless by his companion. They realized with dawning horror that the woman was none other than Director Huiseok's personal secretary, carrying a long, menacing case. She strode past them with absolute authority, ignoring their frantic calls to stop. Her hand falls to the hilt of her katana as the guards futilely tell her master to stop. But before they can react, the secretary explodes into motion with shocking speed. She brutally smashes a man aside with her scabbard, leaving him reeling in disbelief. Without a moment's hesitation, her hand flashes as she begins to unsheathe the blade. The remaining guards can only stare in horror, completely outmaneuvered by her lethal grace. Steel sings as it's fully drawn, glinting menacingly under the dim lights. With another precise movement, she slams the pommel into a second guard's throat, incapacitating him instantly. Her work done in seconds, she cleanly sheathes her weapon as if nothing happened. Bowing respectfully, she clears the path for her master, David, who enters the club unimpeded. Inside, the chilling sounds of torture and begging echo through the halls as he remarks that the show is already over. He steps forward into the light, calmly greeting the man standing amidst the carnage. A bloodied and beaten young Hisu looks up in absolute shock, recognizing the face of his own traitorous brother. Young Haesuk smirks, mocking his brother's failure to realize he was the very man managing his finances all along. He confirms the impossible truth with a cocky grin. He's David, the genius his brother blindly trusted. But young Hisu furiously orders him to shut up, his face contorted in absolute rage. His bloodied knuckles clench the boxing ring ropes as he dismisses the entire confession as a sick joke, scoffs at the lie, claiming he's personally seen the asset manager's face and knows it isn't him. Hisuk only laughs at his little brother's pathetic denial, while Hisu defends the very traitor who stands before him. Then, he delivers the final blow with a single question: who was the one that set him up with David in the first place? That question triggers a violent, buried memory, flashing back to a hand covered in fresh blood. The memory is a chaotic scene of panic as a man lies on the floor, his heart no longer beating. A much younger, terrified Hisu trembles, realizing he's just become a murderer and his life is over. But in that moment from 10 years ago, his older brother Hisuk was there, promising to handle the entire mess. And as the memory fades, Hisuk pulls out an old flip phone, about to call the one person who could make it all go away. On the phone, a young Huiseok Young receives a desperate call from an aide named Joe, who, after identifying himself as Mr. Chian-sun, apologizes for the sudden intrusion, then frantically explains that his younger brother, Husu, has gotten into terrible trouble. The words hang in the air as he reveals the unthinkable. Husu may have just killed someone. Back at the scene, A terrified Husu trembles uncontrollably as Joe begs his older brother for help. Hisuk listens with cold annoyance, hearing the desperate pleas from the other end of the line. But his mind is already calculating, realizing that if Husu falls now, his own path to power will be destroyed. He reluctantly agrees to help, giving the desperate aide a sliver of false hope. Internally, however, Hisuk vows to destroy his entire family, promising to send a specialist to handle the situation. As news of a soccer prodigy named David plays on TV, he formulates a plan. Knowing a young family member can't go down so easily, he decides to create a ghost, a fixer, named David, who will become the perfect tool for his long-term ambition. And back in the present, the truth finally crashes down as Hisuk reveals the ultimate betrayal. He was the one who created David in the first place. Huisu's world shatters as he realizes only one person could have known his secret, his own brother. Staring at his blood-soaked hands, he accepts the horrifying truth that Hisuk was the monster pulling the strings all along. Hisuk smirks, praising his little brother for becoming the perfect killer he was molded to be, causing Huisu to tremble in pure terror. Years ago, a naive Huisu thanked the mysterious fixer David for his help, unknowingly trusting the very man who orchestrated his downfall. He recalls how he depended on David more than his own family, completely blind to the decade-long deception. He even questioned David's strange disguise, only to be fed a simple lie about personal safety. David then revealed a fake scar, claiming he was burned in a fire as a child, a calculated move to ensure Huisu would never want to see his real face. This elaborate trick worked perfectly, as Huisu let his guard down completely, discussing business with the hooded figure, without a hint of suspicion. David then slid a business card across the table, offering to bring Huisu into a massive project that would seal his fate. He promised to put him on the real money, using the same tactics that destroyed their mother, to build their criminal enterprise. With this partnership, they established back channels and expanded their empire into the highest levels of politics and business. And, with a simple handshake, Huisu sealed a deal with the devil, becoming a pawn in a game he never even knew he was playing. Huisu's world shatters as he wonders just how long his own brother has been playing him, because he remembers the handshake that started it all, believing he had a friend he could count on. But that trust was completely misplaced, and he can only question why Hisuk didn't end him sooner. Meanwhile, Hisuk coldly explains how his brother has always been a wild animal, but has recently been acting scared. As he finally removes his hood, he reveals his twisted philosophy: you must crush your enemies when they are full of hope. This, he claims, is simply the ambition method their family has always used, or, more accurately, their father's method. As he coldly sends a message to his brother, Huisu's phone suddenly buzzes with a taunt, noting his strange new behavior. The message includes a photo of him with their father, mocking his desperation to take his own brother down. Huisu can only imagine their father grinning as he watches his sons tear each other apart for his amusement. Hisuk then answers the unspoken question, revealing his plan began the very day Huisu, the worthless mutt, stepped into their house. Trembling with pure rage, Huisu finally understands he was always destined to fall once his brother took over. Hisuk coldly explains he only helped his brother to make his fall even more devastating, telling him to blame his own sorry self. With his piece said, he turns to leave, but stops for one final, venomous remark. He smirks, casually mentioning he saw Huisu's mother in a new show and that he's a big fan. Hisuk then laughs cruelly, mocking how well she pulls off the role of a housemaid. But just as he walks away, Huisu calls out his name, his eyes now burning with a defiant fire. He asks if his brother truly believes he's finished, promising there's still something left. Huisu roars that he'll show him the terrifying power of a man with nothing left to lose. Unimpressed, Hisuk simply tells him to keep squirming like a rat caught in a trap. He then calmly turns to his secretary, asking for his next schedule as if nothing happened. Meanwhile, the boxing coach makes a desperate run for the Dragon boxing room, seeking their last hope. But inside, a blood-soaked knife clatters to the floor near a lifeless body. The coach turns in horror, realizing his brother's purge had already claimed their final asset. Huisu whispers to himself that his family and friends have all betrayed him, leaving him completely and utterly alone as he grits his teeth in the darkness. But this despair quickly hardens into pure vengeance as he vows to tear his brother apart with his own hands. The very next day at Incheon Airport, a new chapter begins as a powerful force enters the country, where a tired-looking Tae Yoon-suk is yanked to his feet by an associate, who violently squeezes his face while yelling his real name, Ryuji. Annoyed, Ryuji pushes him away as the man tells him to stop messing around and look, because their backup has finally arrived. Ryuji simply adjusts his glasses, his expression unreadable as he prepares to greet them, when a phone is suddenly thrust in his face by a familiar voice. It's It's his elite unit from Japan. All 15 members of the feared Sekuryu have landed in Korea, and though they playfully mock his new look, their arrival signals a terrifying escalation of the war. Tae Yoon-sik promises his newly arrived Japanese crew the hottest spots in Seoul, starting with chicken and beer. Before declaring that for round 2, they're going all out at a place called J-Bar. He reveals the bar is run by his friend, the influential and dangerous Jennifer, but his friendly demeanor hides a chilling resolve, as he internally declares this the final step to ending the friend organization for good. Later his crew explores Myeongdong, casually joking in Japanese about buying souvenirs for their families. They fully immerse themselves in the culture, trying iconic street food like spicy tteokbokki and sundae. The group playfully argues over what counts as a true delicacy, disgusted by pork lungs but intrigued by intestines. Shifting to the high-end district of Cheongdam, Ryuji's crew eyes expensive designer clothing. The counter. A smiling cashier begins to calculate the cost of their shopping spree. The final bill is a staggering 7 million won, leaving his subordinates in utter disbelief. One of his men embarrassingly begs for a loan, promising to pay Ryuji back somehow. But Ryuji simply winks and flashes a limitless black card, revealing a level of wealth and power that leaves his own men speechless. Tae Yoon-suk casually flips his black card, telling his crew this is all they need in Korea. But the cashier nervously informs him that the limitless card has been declined. Realizing Yang Hisuk is behind this, Ryuji simply smirks and pulls out a different card, playing it cool. He then declares the shopping trip over, ominously thinking it's time to put an end to this friendship. With a decisive click, the ignition of a powerful motorcycle roars to life. Now on the move, Ryuji orders his forces in Songsu to converge on a new target location. His entire biker crew thunders down the street, a wave of organized chaos ready for war. They screech to a halt in the exclusive Apgujeong district. Arriving at a high-end establishment called J-Bar, his crew approaches the entrance, only to be immediately stopped by security asking for a reservation. The guard coldly denies them entry, questioning if they're Japanese and escalating the tension. After a quick taunt to his own men, Ryuji cracks his knuckles, his patience clearly at its end. And, without another word, he delivers a bone-shattering punch, starting the fight on his own terms. The arrogant guard is immediately subdued, his tough facade crumbling as he's mocked for suddenly speaking perfect Korean. Ryuji calmly steps forward, ignoring the chaos as he prepares to ask a very important question. He grips the guard's face with crushing force, demanding they speak Korean as the man stammers in absolute terror. But when asked about the number of men inside, the guard foolishly misunderstands, claiming he's the only Australian. Ryuji's patience snaps, and he furiously clarifies that he's asking about the number of guards, not nationalities. The guard breaks down completely, pleading that he's just a part-timer, who knows nothing and begging for his life. With a brutal crack, Ryuji sends the useless man flying, coldly stating he should have just answered the question. Wasting no more time, he gives his crew their orders. Hold the entrance while the main force follows him inside. With a chilling final command, he orders his men to eliminate everyone inside without exception. His team confirms the order, and he begins his descent into the heart of the J-Bar. Meanwhile, inside the lavish bar, patrons and staff chat casually, completely unaware of the massacre about to unfold. Suddenly, one of the men turns, his eyes widening in shock as the first sign of the bloody invasion appears before him. An elite swordsman calmly counts his victims, wondering if he's found all the guards. Before a terrified man can even process that the invaders are Japanese, a blade silently slits his throat. The massacre begins as the swordsman cuts through the room in a blur of motion, leaving chaos in his wake. With chilling composure, he flicks the blood from his blade as if it's a casual chore. A desperate guard lunges forward, screaming that he's dead and staking everything on a single, final attack. But his reckless charge is met with a sickening crunch as the swordsman effortlessly impales his hand. The guard collapses onto his killer, trembling helplessly as his life drains away. Unfazed by the body on his shoulders, the swordsman simply smiles as he spots the next wave of targets. Suddenly, a swarm of enforcers rushes in, completely clueless about the monster they're about to face. The killer casually steps over a fresh corpse, his footsteps echoing the impending doom. Their leader points aggressively, furiously demanding to know who these intruders are. Coughing up blood from a surprise wound, the swordsman just scoffs, mockingly asking if it's time for introductions. The wounded swordsman reveals his crew's identity. They are Sekuryu, an infamous gang from Osaka. Suddenly, their leader Hayashibara Ryuji steps forward, declaring the time for pointless chit-chat is over. He calmly rattles a keychain, announcing he has both good and bad news for the terrified enforcers. Condescending pat on his swordsman's shoulder, Ryuji delivers the bad news. They are all unemployed because their employer has been shut down for good. The bar's enforcer leader screams in confusion, but Ryuji just grins, ready to deliver the so-called good news. He then presents them with a new job offer, a chance to work for him under one chillingly simple condition. The only requirement for this new gig, he says with a dead-eyed stare while holding up a dark object, is to survive. Immediately, the slaughter resumes as blood splatters across the room and a body slumps to the floor. A trembling victim barely has time to beg for his life before he is mercilessly cut down. Elsewhere, Jennifer tries to light a cigarette, annoyed by her useless lighter as screams echo around her. Her lighter tumbles from her hand as another enraged enforcer steps up, demanding to know who these bastards are, but before he can even react, a hand calmly picks up the fallen lighter from the blood-soaked floor. Ryuji calmly offers a light to the supposed final survivor of his crew's massacre, and as the flame ignites, Jennifer is informed that 2 bodies from Husu's gym have already been dealt with, a chilling omen of the ongoing purge. She trembles, clinging to the belief that her connection to the chairman of Ambition makes her untouchable. But a cold dread sets in as she wonders if Husu himself sent these monsters to get rid of her for good. Her interrogator simply laughs, mocking her that it only took a small poke for all her secrets to come spilling out. He reveals that while other traitors were on the chopping block, she was only spared because she was a sycophant for Ambition's old guard. Surrounded by the dead, Jennifer snaps, demanding to know why he barged in and ruined everything. But Ryuji calmly explains that her old protectors are worthless, and she'll be a liability the moment Yang Huisuik takes the throne. He stares her down with dead eyes, declaring that the new leadership will see her as a loose end to be cut. Finding a final burst of defiance, she scoffs at the idea that a few thugs could ever make her kneel. She screams that her loyalty is to Ambition, and that a nobody from Japan is leagues below her level. But her words strike a hidden nerve, as Ryuji grits his teeth, haunted by an identity of being neither Korean nor Japanese. Ryuji's hand whips forward as he snaps, questioning what the world even wants from him. With a casual flick, he shatters Jennifer's earring without even touching her, a terrifying display of precise power. He leans in close to the trembling executive, menacingly asking if she was the one who dared to call him a nobody. Still patting her back, he explains that he could have easily crawled back to Husu, questioning why he'd choose this harder path if he was bluffing. He grips her chin, ready to reveal a secret that will shatter her entire understanding of the criminal underworld. In a chilling whisper, he reveals his true status as a prince, leaving Jennifer utterly baffled by the seemingly insane claim. He begins to tell a dark, forgotten story about Ambition's director, Yang Hisuk, and a Japanese woman he brought home only to be cruelly cast out. This exiled woman was sent back to her country, where she gave birth to a secret child in the shadows. That baby was given a Japanese name, Ryuji Hayashibara, and a Korean one, Tae-yoon Suk. His identity finally revealed, he confirms he is that child, carrying the dirty blood of the Yang family himself. He stares her down with newfound authority, declaring he is a rightful prince, a true heir in the brutal Ambition succession war. Plucking a single hair from her head, Ryuji reveals his next move, using her to get close to the chairman and claim his throne. Ryuji holds the single strand of hair, explaining that a paternity test is all he needs to prove his bloodline. And with that proof, he will devour the entire Ambition group whole. He gives Jennifer a chilling ultimatum: decide where she stands now, and he can give her a seat at the very top. She falls into a stunned silence, weighing the insane proposal from the man who just massacred her men. After a tense moment, she scoffs at his dramatic story, but surprisingly agrees to help with the test. However, she demands full protection and a guaranteed position, a deal Ryuji accepts while she secretly plots his downfall. Jennifer orders him to leave, but he stations his men as guards, while she waits for the moment his story unravels so she can kill him. Meanwhile, at Ho-Hun Temple, young Buldo's loyal crew spy from the shadows, shocked to see the mysterious visitor meeting with their boss. They recognize the man as the powerful NIS deputy director, Hwai Choi. Realizing this is a meeting that could change everything, the director's voice carries over, urging Buldo to accept Prosecutor Park's deal for the sake of his crew's safety. He takes a long drag from his cigarette, exhaling slowly as he prepares to play his final, most manipulative card. To finally break Buldo's resolve, he utters a name from a dark past, his old boss, Yang Tai Huang. Young Buldo dismisses the story, casually mentioning a plan to visit his old boss's grave, but the director presses on, questioning why he seems to know nothing about his own past. He then brings up a name from the ashes of Huang Ryong's collapse, Ho Tai-yong, a man Buldo only remembers as a miserable bastard. The shocking truth is dropped. That same man is now the honorary chairman of the entire Ambition group. Buldo is stunned, realizing his crusade against Ambition was always rooted in a past he never understood. Then, the director delivers the final, soul-crushing blow, revealing the man who killed his boss and framed him was none other than Ambition's Ho Tae-yong, A revelation so shocking his cigarette slips from his grasp. His hand begins to tremble with uncontrollable rage as the truth sinks in. With cold fury, he asks if that sleazy old man was truly the one who ruined his life and got him locked up. Suddenly, we're thrown back 20 years, to the day his old boss Yongtai first took an interest in him. A younger Boldo stands ready for a brawl, promising not to go easy even for the offer of free booze. And with a clink of glasses, a bond was forged, one that was destined to end in the ultimate betrayal. Years ago, after a grueling fight, Boldo's old boss Yongtai admits he's impressed that the Gangster crew lasted so long. He takes a drink, conceding that they held up remarkably well against his forces. An impulsive crewmate snaps back, but Yongtai just laughs it off, ready to make his move. He looks a younger, battered Boldo dead in the eyes and offers him a place in his organization. Hwanryong. The memory ripples as Boldo's men immediately recognize this as a massive opportunity. His subordinate explains the life-changing deal, a 20% stake in local construction projects. Later, in a bathhouse, Boldo's continued silence makes his crew anxious as he mulls over the offer. The pressure mounts as another reveals they're broke, and 2 months behind on rent. They plead with him, insisting that without this deal, their gang has no future. Boldo finally turns to the rest of his desperate men, asking for their honest opinion. A blonde-haired subordinate then lays out their heartbreaking reality, admitting they can't even afford a wedding deposit for their youngest member. But despite their desperation, another crewmate reaffirms his loyalty, leaving the final, fateful decision to his boss. A hooded subordinate gasps in shock as something unexpected dangles in the steam-filled room. It's young Boldo, who casually clears his throat, completely unfazed by his man's flustered reaction. His subordinate, Jongpal, reflects on their dead-end gangster life realizing his boss has been secretly training this whole time. He feels they've gotten by on rage alone, but now sees himself as a tiny basin, too small to hold any real future. In his mind, a man named Yongtai Huang was like the entire bathhouse, powerful enough to take in anyone. Wondering if even he could be accepted, Jongpal steals his resolve, deciding he has to see this man again. Back in the moment, Boldo makes his final decision, announcing that tomorrow they're going to Hwangryong services. The next day, they arrive at the organization's headquarters, where a voice warmly welcomes Boldo. Inside, the man gets straight to the point, asking if Boldo has an answer to his offer. But Boldo has a question of his own. He reveals he knows that this same offer has been made to other crews, getting a sharp reaction from the man. Boldo then fearlessly demands to know if he's trying to turn a gang into a corporation, instantly enraging his host. While his own man panics at the disrespect, Yongtai Huang suddenly breaks into a laugh, impressed by Boldo's incredible nerve. Yongtai Huang coldly tests Boldo's resolve, asking what he would do if his crew was crushed. But Boldo answers without a shred of fear, declaring he would say the same thing even if it cost him everything. He proclaims that his crew will stand with him, a conviction that enrages Yongtai's subordinate. While Jongpal panics that the deal has gone sideways, Yongtai Huang suddenly erupts in laughter. He admits his test was just a joke, praising Boldo for having guts that money could never buy. His tone then shifts, confessing he has no grand reason for gathering powerful men like him. Dead, he explains that seeing the fire in young men like Boldo awakens something deep within him. He needs that raw spirit, pointing out that while Boldo has heart, his lack of street smarts gets his crew hurt. Yongtai Huang gestures to the terrified Jongpal as living proof of his point. He reveals his philosophy is not a noble one, but about surviving by crawling unseen through the mud. In a flashback, he promises a young Boldo that he will protect that conviction, a word Boldo had never even considered. Back in the present, he makes his final offer, asking if Boldo will join them and become the hidden power that makes things grow. Refusing to be mere fertilizer, young Boldo finally accepts the offer on his own terms. And for the first time in his life, he pledges to follow a man, serving Yongtai Huang as his boss and brother. Smiling, Jongpal leaves. Yongtai reminds him to take care of his unpaid dues first. From that day forward, Boldo's crew became Hwangryong's bloody blade, sweeping across the country with overwhelming power. Their numbers grew, transforming the group into a nationwide syndicate known as the Hwangryong Group. They expanded their influence by merging with legitimate companies, operating quietly beyond the law's reach. But then, a new figure emerged from the darkest corners of the underworld, managing the dirtiest work. Ho Tae-young of Grand Ambit Trading, now known as Ambition, introduced himself with an unsettling smile. Yongtai shook his hand, welcoming him into the fold as Boldo vowed to uphold their name. But if Boldo had known this man would kill his boss and frame him, his whole life might have been different. Suddenly, he snapped back to the present, pulled from the dark memories of his past, and the truth echoes in his mind, that sly old bastard Ho Tae-young killed Yongtai and framed him for it all. Boldo finally learns the full truth. Ambition was built from the ashes of his fallen group after he was locked away. The director admits the prosecutor is simply using Boldo's deep-seated grudge as a weapon, with a cold fire in his eyes. Boldo accepts the deal, vowing to give them the bloodbath they want. But the mission grows more complex as he's handed a file on Tae Yoon-suk, a dangerous wildcard they've been tracking. The director offers a final, chilling warning. Trust absolutely no one in this game, not even their supposed allies. Then, he drops a bombshell that shatters Boldo's world. His old subordinate, Gyeon Jong-pal, now works for Ambition's chairman. He warns Boldo to tread carefully, lest this war end in the same catastrophic failure as the last. The revelation leaves Boldo stunned, questioning how his once loyal friend could have committed such a deep betrayal. Meanwhile, inside the golden fortress of Ambition, a familiar face is welcomed with reverence. It is none other than Gyeon Jong-pal, bowing deeply to Ho Tae-yong, the very man who destroyed their past. The chairman praises Jong-pal for his excellent work, solidifying his new position within the enemy's ranks. As they stand on the green, the chairman casually asks why Jong-pal personally requested this meeting. The chairman casually questions Jong-pal about his past with Hwangryong after a perfect swing. Jong-pal claims his old crew was the very foundation of Ambition, but the chairman scoffs at the idea, saying they just absorbed a failing group, complaining about having to clean up after his own son. He hands over a file for a new job. He reveals the task involves dealing with the flies around his son Huisu, one of whom was Jong-pal's old boss. The file contains a picture of young Boldo, and Jong-pal solemnly confirms their history. The chairman finds the irony delicious, remarking how Today's enemies were yesterday's allies. He asks if Jong-pal will really let that trash walk free, reminding him Ambition cannot afford bad press. Then he tests his loyalty, offering to send someone else if their past relationship is an issue. But Gyeon Jong-pal bows without hesitation, vowing to take care of his former leader himself. A few days later, one of Boldo's men demands to know if the news from the NIS director is true. He furiously insists that Jong-pal would never betray them, but a grim young Boldo tells him to cool it. His man begs for reassurance, but Boldo's heavy silence is the only answer as the bitter truth sinks in. Young Boldo sits alone, haunted by the thought of his old friend's betrayal, when suddenly, the sound of the door opening breaks the heavy silence. He vows to find Jong-pal himself, just as a voice tries to turn away an unexpected visitor. But a familiar voice cuts through the room, greeting him after a long time. Boldo grits his teeth, acknowledging that it has indeed been a while. As Gyeon Jong-pal stands before him, his gaze cold as he addresses his former boss, the entire crew freezes in shock, realizing the man who swore to kill him is now in the same room. Jong-pal coldly greets his old comrades by name, his tone completely empty of any warmth. One of Boldo's men erupts in fury, demanding to know why he vanished only to return with enemies at his back. But young Boldo remains unnervingly calm, inviting his would-be killer to sit for a drink. He then orders his two loyal men to step outside, clearing the room for the inevitable confrontation. His subordinate protests but is quickly silenced and dragged away, leaving the two former brothers to finally face each other alone. Jong-pal's man forcefully grabs a woman's arm, telling her it's time to go. Outside, Boldo's loyal men step forward to confront the traitor, their faces twisted with rage. Teolj warns that they'll be watching from the sidelines as Jong-pal coolly dismisses his old comrade. But the blonde thug slides past, getting in the face of Jong-pal's subordinate to ask for a light. The man calmly leans in and flicks his lighter, the tension in the air becoming suffocating. He then shatters the silence, calling the thug by an old nickname and introducing himself as Chang-soo. The blonde thug freezes in shock, recognizing the name of a kid he once knew from his past. Chang-soo then asserts his dominance, forcing his entire crew to bow and greet their seniors with false respect. Teolj narrows his eyes, sensing a trap and questioning why so many men were brought for a peaceful greeting. The real reason for their visit is revealed when Chang-soo declares they now operate under the name of New Gongsu. Enraged at this blasphemy, the blonde thug roars that the sacred name isn't for some random punk to claim. Chang-soo argues that Jong-pal earned them that right, only to be met with a vicious slap across the face for his insolence. Chang-soo remains stoic despite the insult, warned to shut up by the furious blonde thug, who, known as Puffer, completely loses his temper over the disrespect shown. But Teolj restrains his enraged comrade, reminding him this was meant to be a friendly visit. And yet, Teolj sees through the facade, questioning why a friendly visit requires an entire army. He issues a chilling warning that if this is a trap, then no one from New Gongsu will be leaving this temple in one piece. Chang-soo feels the immense pressure, forced to bow and acknowledge the veteran's terrifying presence. He realizes that even though these old dogs are past their prime, their steel is still lethally sharp. Even a fraction of their former power might be enough to annihilate his entire New Gongsu crew. The thought crosses his mind that perhaps they should just end this bloody fight here and now. But he clenches his fist, deciding to trust the plan and wait for his boss inside. Meanwhile, deep within the temple, Gyeon Jongpal comes face to face with his target, feigning a friendly reunion. Young Boldo calmly observes how much his former subordinate has changed, now bearing the weight of a leader. Jongpal admits that things have not been going well, which is precisely why he's come here today. Understanding the implication, Boldo cuts to the chase, asking what message Ambition's chairman sent with him. Jongpal states frankly that the chairman wants a clean sweep, a total erasure of the problem. He clarifies the chilling order. Young Boldo and his entire crew are to be completely annihilated. As he pours a drink, he asks his old boss what his final move will be in this unwinnable situation. But Boldo scoffs, raising his glass and saying he only knew the Jongpal from 10 years ago, the one who was his family. This new leader of Gangsu, this lapdog for Chairman Yang, is a complete stranger to him. Jongpal's face tightens, coldly conceding that the insult isn't entirely wrong. Boldo tries to remind him of an old lesson about chasing people over money, a philosophy Jongpal now openly mocks. He drops all pretense of respect, asking if Boldo truly understands why he chose to work for the chairman. It was because of that same tired nonsense. As he defiantly embraces his new identity as a lapdog, Jongpal slams his glass down, screaming that it was better than watching their boss's weakness let everything fall apart. Boldo's face hardens as he scoffs at the idea of loyalty, admitting he knows the chairman is the one who framed him. But his former subordinate coldly retorts that this is simply how the world works. The strong crush the weak, and their old boss Yongtai was no different. He shatters his cup, yelling that it was Boldo's outdated morals that held them all back, and reminds him of his own advice to get stronger. Leaping to his feet, Jongpal demands to know if this is the strength Boldo wanted, challenging his old mentor to deny the cold logic of his betrayal. As the pieces of broken glass litter the floor, Boldo quietly agrees with him. He then reveals he finally understands the meaning behind the smile Jongpal gave him back in Yongtai's office, leaving his old friend confused. With a chilling finality, Boldo declares their conversation is over and it's time to end this. He places a stack of cash on the table for the broken glass, offering his former subordinate a 3-day head start. Boldo orders him to vanish completely, to live as if he were already dead. This, he states, is the very last shred of mercy he has for the man he once considered family. With a cold stare, Boldo warns that if Jongpal doesn't disappear, not only will he die, but so will everyone connected to him. He casually dismisses his former brother's betrayal, taking a drink and telling him to get going. As Jongpal turns to leave, Boldo grants him exactly 3 days to vanish from his sight forever. Alone once more, the weight of the moment settles in as he pours himself another drink. But as he reflects on his old friend's true feelings, the door creaks open and his loyal men burst in. Enraged, they demand to know what happened, swearing to hunt down and kill every last one of the traitors. Ignoring their fury, Boldo calmly draws their attention to the shattered glass and tells them to listen carefully. Meanwhile, outside the temple, Jongpal's new crew asks if they should strike now that the meeting is over. But Jongpal holds them back, vowing that while they will retreat for now, the legendary Asura he knows will never truly back down. Back inside, Boldo stuns his men by ordering them to take a month-long trip abroad to lay low. He then reveals the true reason for his caution. Intelligence confirms that Ryuji Hayashibara's powerful Japanese gang is already in Korea. Boldo realizes that to wage war against his enemies, he needs the power of Hayashibara Ryuji's people. He makes a call to a mysterious contact known as Snake Eyes, vowing that this time, he'll be the one in control. Meanwhile, in another location, Ryuji's friend teases him for bringing his baseball gear from Japan, mocking his failed pro debut. The friend bitterly admits he never even made it to the big leagues, a memory that still clearly stings. He clenches the ball, feeling the familiar texture of the stitches. After so many years have passed, Ryuji just smiles coolly as his friend urges him to throw, asking if he's getting misty-eyed over old memories. But Ryuji dismisses the thought, claiming that these days, he's perfectly happy just being a spectator. As they toss the ball, a heated argument erupts nearby over a perpetually losing Korean baseball team. Suddenly, Yang Hisu swings a bat with a menacing smirk, jolting everyone as he calls out to the Japanese boy. Enraged by the insult, Ryuji shatters a glass in his hand, furiously demanding respect from the man who dares to mock him. But before blood can be spilled, Jennifer cuts in with a critical update. The DNA test for his mother is facing a major complication. Jennifer presses for any scrap of information about Ryuji's mother, desperate to understand how she died. Ryuji scoffs at her advances, coldly telling her to get lost and that he despises younger guys, admitting that, while he doesn't know what happened in Korea, he can reveal the truth of her story in Japan. He grips a baseball tightly, promising that once she hears this story, she'll understand his deep-seated hatred for the Yang clan. The scene shifts back 4 years to a high-stakes high school baseball final in Osaka, with a young Ryuji on the mound. In the stands, his mother Megumi cheers him on, screaming that he just has one pitch left to win. The young pitcher smirks with absolute confidence, declaring that he is going to the Nationals no matter what. But, in a soul-crushing instant, a walk-off home run is hit, and Ryuji can only hang his head as his dream crumbles. As the crowd roars for the other team, the announcer confirms that his hope of winning the Sekiryu Cup has been shattered. Later at home, his mother tries to cheer him up as he eats, telling him to slow down. She insists that making it to second place was an amazing achievement, but for Ryuji, his entire world came to an end that day. With forced cheerfulness, a young Ryuji tells his mother he's heading out, but she calls after him with a worried tone. She puts on a brave face, offering to make a special meal for him and his friends, Tajima and Kazuta. But the moment he leaves, her smile collapses into tears as she whispers an apology, wishing she could do more for her son. She's haunted by the thought that his life would be different if he had a father, but resolves to get through this together. Meanwhile, Ryuji meets his 2 childhood friends, a tight-knit group of Zainichi Koreans and a native Japanese boy. They start by teasing Tajima for being a champion, but he scoffs, admitting he was just a benchwarmer. The friendly banter then turns to Ryuji, questioning why he's so down when he's the one heading to the national championship. But the mood shifts when it's revealed that Ryuji turned down a scout from the Elite S High just to play with Kazutaya at their current school. His friends are stunned, asking why he would throw away such a life-changing opportunity. The true, painful reason flashes through Ryuji's mind. A conversation with his mother that made him realize a private school was a dream they couldn't afford. So he lied, pretending it was his choice to go to the lesser Y-High, sacrificing his own future to spare his mother from the burden of their poverty. Ryuji lies about his sacrifice, claiming he chose a lesser school simply because it was close to home. His friend Tajima erupts in anger, but Kazuta silences him, knowing the crushing truth of Ryuji's poverty. The conversation shifts to their bleak futures, with Kazuta bluntly calling them all useless outside of baseball. While Tajima shudders at having no plans, Kazuta smirks, revealing his life is already figured out. In a shocking turn, he announces that a Yakuza associate has made him an offer to join their ranks. Ryuji recoils in disgust at the thought of his friend joining the criminal underworld, but the 3 part ways on friendly terms, promising to help each other chase their now diverging dreams. Their promises echo under the moon, completely unaware that this was the start of a terrible tragedy. A few months later, Kazuta cheers wildly as he watches Tajima's team make it to the Koshien finals. His celebration is cut short when his grim-faced boss, Mr. Matsuda, orders him to get back to work. He's then handed an address with a chilling order to collect a 3-month overdue debt, principal and all. Mr. Matsuda gives Kazuta a final, chilling order, making it clear this isn't a warning visit. He threatens that if the money isn't collected, Kazuta will be the one to take the fall. But as they arrive, a wave of dread washes over Kazuta when he realizes the address is horribly familiar. His worst fears are confirmed as his partner smashes into the restaurant belonging to his best friend, Ryuji. Frozen by loyalty and fear, Kazuta spirals into a frantic panic, completely paralyzed and unsure what to do. Inside, Ryuji's mother desperately pleads with the thug, explaining she has nothing left to give. But the goon's gaze turns predatory as he suggests she still has another kind of value. He makes a vile offer, saying she could work off the debt in a few months, or even faster with a few videos. Suddenly, a hand falls on his shoulder before a sickening crack echoes through the room as Kazuta brutally strikes down his own partner. Breathing heavily over his unconscious colleague, Kazuta turns to Ryuji's terrified mother and apologizes for the chaos. Then, with a grimace, he asks for rope, fully aware that he just crossed a line from which there is no return. A furious Ryuji confronts his mother's harasser, thanking Kazuta for stepping in and saving her from a dangerous situation. Overwhelmed by the consequences, Kazuta spirals, realizing that going to the cops would ruin his own life forever. As Kazuta trembles with regret, Ryuji makes a shocking declaration. They're not going to run. They're going to fight. With pure fury in his eyes, Ryuji declares war on the Yakuza, vowing to make them pay for what they did to his mother. Kazuta desperately tries to reason with him, explaining that the Yakuza are real killers and their branch has over 10 members. Just as Kazuta insists they'll be turned into paste, a voice cuts through the tension as a third figure slides open the door, asking who said it was just the 2 of them. The newcomer is revealed to be Tajima, the star baseball player, whose presence is a complete mystery on the eve of his championship match. Tajima reveals he's thrown his future away after being benched by a corrupt coach, whom he assaulted before walking out. Ryuji smirks at his friend's explosive temper, Just as Tajima grimly states he's looking for a way to blow off some steam, the three friends stand ready for battle, with Ryuji deciding they have to strike immediately before the Yakuza get suspicious. But in a surprising move, Ryuji tells Tajima to stay out of it, warning that this fight could cost him not just his future, but his very life. Tajima scoffs, declaring his baseball career is already finished anyway. With the tension broken, the trio agrees to get Ramen after they handle business. Ryuji grabs his friend's arm, their resolve solidified as they decide to go wreck the Yakuza. Suddenly, they crash the Yakuza's hideout, shattering a window as an enforcer demands to know who they are. Ryuji just smirks, about to introduce his unlikely crew of troublemakers. He points out Kazuda, who apologizes awkwardly as the Yakuza recognize him instantly. Then he introduces Tajima, the celebrated winner of the Sekuryu Cup, much to his friend's masked annoyance. And as for himself, Ryuji proudly announces he was the runner-up. Together, they are the Baseball Boys, a name that only seems to confuse their opponents as the beatdown begins. The enraged Yakuza screams for their deaths, but the era of their absolute power has already crumbled, and so the legend of the Sekuryu was born, a name that would spread like wildfire after that fateful night. The Baseball Boys were no more. In their place, a hangar gang named Sekuryu rose to power, uniting delinquents and bikers under one banner. Led by Ryuji, their influence surged like a runaway train, quickly swallowing the entire Kansai underworld. But just as their empire peaked, karma struck a devastating blow when Ryuji's mother was killed in a suspicious hit-and-run. His world shatters in an instant, the unstoppable leader brought to his knees by overwhelming grief. Yet his sorrow quickly hardens into cold fury. Absolutely convinced this was no mere accident, he unleashes a roar of pure rage, ordering his men to tear the country apart to find the killer. His subordinate immediately suspects a man named Matsuda, a name dripping with bad blood. Just then, Kazuda announces he has a lead, taking two of his best men to pursue the faint trail. Back in the tense silence, Ryuji waits for any news when his phone suddenly begins to ring. The call is from Kazuda, the one man who might have the answers he desperately needs. And through the phone, 3 chilling words confirm his worst fears and ignite his vengeance. I found them. Ryuji's mind races, desperately trying to figure out who was behind it all. But then Kazuda calls, confirming the hitman was Matsuda, a ghost from their very first war. With the target located, his men tear through the streets, arriving in a screech of tires. A sudden splatter of blood stains the ground, a sign that the brutal interrogation has already begun. Kazuda stands over a broken man, demanding to know who dared to pull the strings from the shadows. Gasping for air, the thug reveals a shocking truth. The mastermind wasn't Yakuza, he was Korean. He claims to know nothing more, only remembering pieces of the conversation he overheard. In a flashback, a man slips Matsuda a fat envelope for a simple job, to take out a helpless woman. The photo reveals the target to be none other than Ryuji's own mother, Megumi Hayashibara. The client smirks, his voice dripping with venom, as he orders her death for tainting their household. And back in the present, the thug finally whispers the name of the true monster behind the curtain, Huisu Yang. Jennifer is stunned as the investigation reveals Huisu Yang's name was all over the case in Osaka. The plot thickens as Huisu is revealed to be the jealous brother of Ryuji's mother's lover, Huisuk Yang. But for Ryuji, the details are irrelevant. He coldly declares that whether it was an accident or not, Huisu will die for it. Jennifer, ever the strategist, points out that family rivalry alone doesn't prove Husuk is his father. In fact, with Huisu at odds with his entire family, any of the 3 powerful Yang men could be the one. Still, all signs point to Huisuk Yang, the man who spent the most time with his mother. Ryuji suddenly realizes there might be a physical resemblance, noting their eyes look alike, but he quickly shuts down the conversation, his own deep-seated distrust preventing him from accepting it. Jennifer agrees to investigate Husuk further, but as she turns to leave, a door creaks open behind them. She dismisses the interruption with annoyance, only to freeze in genuine shock at who she sees. An unexpected visitor has arrived, and she asks if this so-called top-knot guy is one of Ryuji's men. Ryuji is stunned, realizing his security has been breached by the infamous top-knot himself. The legendary young Boldo makes his shocking entrance, thanking Ryuji for sharing his story. He strides confidently into the room, questioning why the young leader has been ignoring his calls. But as one of Ryuji's men tries to stop him, Boldo gives a chilling warning to back off while he's still being nice. He dismisses the tension, asking if Ryuji reviewed the intelligence files he sent about the traitor Zhongpao Gian. Boldo reveals that after hearing Ryuji's tragic past, he knows they share a common enemy in ambition. Ryuji processes the offer, realizing Boldo is deadly serious about taking down Zhongpao and ambition together. Their interests are now perfectly aligned. Ryuji gets his revenge, and Boldo gets to straighten out his worthless friend. Seeing this unexpected powerhouse as a big catch, Ryuji extends his hand to forge an alliance. Boldo accepts with a powerful grip, but tells him to stop calling him uncle. When Ryuji asks if Boss Boldo is better, he coldly shuts it down, saying he's left that life behind. Instead, he simply tells the young leader to use his real name, leaving him to wonder. As he leaves, Boldo delivers one final, chilling threat. Ignore his calls again, and you're dead. Young Boldo questions Ryuji's sudden shift in tone after their intense agreement, but the young leader simply offers to buy him a drink to celebrate their new partnership. The seasoned warrior immediately shuts him down, claiming he's too old for such nonsense. He then warns Ryuji not to get too comfortable, just because they've decided to work together. Annoyed, Ryuji mutters that Boldo is a typical boomer who complains even when offered a free drink. His thoughts then shift to his true target, wondering how the cornered Yang Hee-soo must be panicking. Meanwhile, across the city at a high-end club, a car pulls up for a clandestine meeting. An attendant rushes to greet the VIP guest arriving at Club Emperor. Inside a private room, a lavish spread awaits as a server asks if any special arrangements are needed. The guest, Yang Hee-soo, takes a moment before giving his chilling instructions. He orders the room sealed for the night, telling the attendant not to let anyone else in. With a heavy clack, the door is locked, beginning a meeting shrouded in absolute secrecy. The guard reinforces the VVIP room, calling for backup to ensure absolute privacy for the special guest. Nearby, one employee reveals the guest's true identity to a shocked coworker. It's Hoo-soo Young, the second son of the infamous Ambition Group. The workers gossip about his reputation for leaving massive tips, a clear sign of his immense wealth and power. But a senior employee gives a stern warning not to approach him tonight, hinting at a darker, more volatile atmosphere. He reminds his junior that Yang was just embroiled in a major incident that was scrubbed from the news, making him a dangerous variable. Unheeding of the warnings, another ambitious employee named Jugyong walks with determined steps down the hall. He seethes with jealousy, convinced he can't let such a big catch go to waste just because of some news story. He's found his ticket inside. A heavily intoxicated woman he promises to make the night truly special for, leading the stumbling woman forward. He assures her they're headed to see someone important, a celebrity or a politician's brat. He tries to bluff his way past the guard at the VVIP door, but the guard flatly refuses. Remembering the trouble he got into last time, resorting to bribery, Jugyong slips the guard a hefty bill, pleading for just 1 minute to impress the client with the girls he brought. The guard reluctantly agrees, giving him 60 seconds before he's on his own, and Jugyong grins, confident his dangerous gamble is about to pay off. Inside the VVIP room, the second son of ambition, Yang Hee-soo, lets out a weary sigh. He takes a long drag from his cigarette, wondering where his meticulously planned life went so horribly wrong. Suddenly, his dark thoughts are interrupted by an unexpected knock at the door. An ambitious employee bursts in, presenting a group of beautiful women as a special gift for the powerful executive. He boasts that he's brought the cream of the crop, completely oblivious to the cold fury gathering in Yang Hee-soo's eyes. In a moment of chilling silence, the crime lord simply raises his glass. He then stands up, his movement slow and deliberate, while the employee foolishly believes his plan is working. But the employee's confident smile instantly vanishes, replaced by sheer terror as he realizes the fatal nature of his miscalculation. With explosive force, Yang Hee-soo swings the heavy glass in a vicious arc. The tumbler shatters across the man's face, a brutal punctuation to his failed ambition. While the women scream in horror, Yang Hee-soo looms over his victim, reminding him that he explicitly asked to be left alone. He grabs the trembling man by his hair, his voice dripping with ice as he teaches him the price of disobedience. He drags the terrified man across the room, questioning if he's some kind of joke. Without waiting for an answer, he relentlessly smashes the man's head against the table. He screams that the man is a worthless piece of shit while continuing the brutal assault. His face twists in pure rage as he internally vows to kill anyone who dares to look down on him, a sentiment mirrored by the cold stare of his fixer, Seo Dongxian. But suddenly, that same fixer grabs his arm, warning him that he's about to actually kill the man. Yang Hee-soo spins around in fury, demanding to know who the hell dares to interfere. In a shocking turn, Seo Dongxian answers not with words, but with a punch straight to his boss's jaw. The crime lord can only stare in utter disbelief, muttering his enforcer's name. Dongxian calmly wipes his face, ordering his own boss to cool off and take a seat. Immediately, the traitor Gaijin Myung appears, accusing Dongxian of being the real problem here. Yang Hee-soo, now at the door, furiously blames his subordinates for letting the situation spiral into this mess. Yang Hee-soo turns on Gaijin Myung, his eyes burning with suspicion as he asks if he is also one of Ryuji's moles. The crime lord's mind fractures under the pressure, cursing the layers of betrayal that have left him utterly surrounded. But we flash back to a private meeting, where his old friend Joe tells him he's drunk and needs to stop. Husu slumps onto the couch, lamenting that Joe is the only real friend he's had since the beginning. His paranoia immediately shifts, however, as he seethes that he never should have trusted his fixer, Dongxian. Joe calmly questions this delusion, asking if he truly believes his most loyal enforcer would turn on him. Back in the present, the conflict escalates as Gai Jin Myung physically restrains Seo Dongxian, yelling that this isn't the time. Unfazed, Dongxian coldly assures him he'll take care of it, and orders him to step outside for a moment. The door slams shut, sealing the volatile crime lord alone with the enforcer he just defied. Yet the flashback reveals the true depth of Husu's madness as he pours his friend another drink. He manically recalls Dongxian's gaze, convinced he's being set up for a backstabbing, and descends into insane laughter. In a terrifying twist, his trust completely shatters as he presses a blade to his own friend's throat, wondering who is left to believe in this miserable life. Husu's paranoia finally consumes him as he accuses his oldest friend of turning on him as well. But Dongxian meets his madness with chilling calm, offering a stark choice: die or have his throat cut open. The crime lord screams in disbelief, demanding to know if his most loyal enforcer was sent to assassinate him. In a shocking twist, Dongxian calmly admits he was offered enough money to drown in riches. Huisu dares him to act, pushing the knife into his friend's hand and calling it his one and only chance. With a sharp crack, the blade is handed over, sealing a betrayal that can never be undone. Husu declares his vow to kill anyone who looks down on him, no matter who they are. Suddenly, the knife is at his own throat as Dongxian finishes the thought, adding even if it's a real friend. The weight of that word, friend, hangs heavy in the air as years of loyalty begin to fracture. Dongxian's composure finally shatters, questioning if he was ever a friend or just a servant, as Husu roars at the audacity of being threatened. With bitter disappointment, Dongxian coldly states that the Husu he once knew is completely gone. The crime lord is left screaming in agony, unable to comprehend how his closest ally could be the one to betray him. In a sudden flashback, a young protector brutally stomps on an enemy, vowing to kill them himself, and we see it's a young Seo Dongxian, unleashing a furious punch as he defends his master, before turning to the bruised and weeping Husu, telling him to stop being a victim and fight for himself. Because, with a heavy heart, Dongxian declares this is the last time he'll ever step in to save him. But a vulnerable Husu can only call out to his only defender, Joe, and later asks him if he's only helping because his father is the family's chauffeur, which Dongxian scoffs at, saying Huisu already knows the answer and confirming his deepest fears. For the young fixer then reveals the harsh truth. Every time Husu gets hurt, Dongxian's own father gets punished, causing Dongxian's frustration to boil over, as he questions if Huisu's apologies mean anything when his family suffers. But with a desperate look, Huisu suddenly asks Dongxian to be his real friend, leaving Dongxian stunned as his young master confesses his deep loneliness and wonders if it's a crime to be born rich. As a heavy silence falls between them, the weight of that one question hanging in the twilight air. A young Dongxian agrees to be friends, but with a simple condition that has nothing to do with money. He declares that from now on, he will no longer treat Husu like a young master, and then commands the young heir to stand tall and stop apologizing for everything, a habit that makes him a target. Snapping back to the present, a trembling Husu whispers an apology, unable to follow the very advice his fixer once gave him. But just as suddenly, the knife clatters to the floor as Dongxian pulls back, horrified by his own actions. He grabs his head in despair, realizing Husu is the one person he should never have turned against. In a shocking turn, Husu gently pats his enforcer's hand, offering a moment of unexpected grace. He then pulls Dongxian into an embrace, reminding him of his destiny to inherit ambition and promising they'll achieve it together. With their bond seemingly reforged, Husu commands him to never apologize again. Just as the scene shifts to a dark city street where a new operation is underway, a swarm of black-suited thugs floods an unknown building, ready to unleash chaos on command. Their leader gives a simple, brutal order to wreck everything in sight, mocking his target's weakness. But inside, the blonde thug is already waiting, only to be caught completely off guard, as a blade appears at his throat in a shocking ambush. The ambush immediately backfires, as the attackers are brutally beaten down, their boss watching in horror as his men collapse. The blonde thug scoffs at the failed attempt, mocking their clumsy entrance, and asking how they ever hope to surprise him. He looks down on the fallen thugs with contempt, wondering why they've suddenly gone silent after making such a scene. Realizing they look like Jongpol's boys, he's confused, stating he doesn't recognize any of these new faces. But just then, a new faction arrives, their masked leader revealing in Japanese that they are the guests Ryuji sent. The blonde thug sizes up the newcomers, realizing they carry the dangerous aura of the Yakuza. With a glint of steel, their leader gives a simple command to his men: show no mercy and hold nothing back. Amused by the strange turn of events, the blonde thug smirks, never expecting to team up with Japanese fighters. He rallies his own crew, ordering them to get their bats and knives ready for an all-out war. The new leader then gives a final, chilling order to kill them all and not disappoint the chairman. The room explodes into a storm of violence as the combined forces charge forward, intent on total annihilation. But across the chaos, a pair of furious, glowing eyes watches the assault, promising death to every last one of them. The blonde thug moves like a blur, swinging his metal bat with terrifying precision. His first strike lands with a sickening thud, taking an enemy completely by surprise. He continues his rampage, cutting a brutal path through the stunned opponents. With one final, devastating smash, he shatters another man's face without a hint of hesitation. Their leader stares in disbelief, screaming at his men for freezing, as 3 of them fall in an instant. But the blonde thug just scoffs, asking if they really thought he was all washed up. As his own crew arrives, he casually tells them to wait their turn, wanting this fight for himself. He then reveals the shocking truth that Boss Boldo only called in the Yakuza as backup insurance. Meanwhile, across town, a body is violently thrown through the window of a butcher shop. A massive figure steps forward, gripping a heavy tool with blood-stained hands. The terrified victim trembles on the floor, begging for his life as the man looms over him. But his pleas are ignored as the bearded enforcer raises his weapon for the final, brutal blow. An attacker screams in terror, realizing his men are being butchered by a single, merciless opponent. The monstrous enforcer Teolj simply catches his breath, a terrifying silhouette who is not someone you'd ever want as an enemy. Looking over the bodies of his fallen comrades from Japan, the sole survivor apologizes that he couldn't even treat them to a meal, but Teolj, splattered in their blood, casually invites him to freshen up for meat and soju. A bloody hand then reveals a golden coin, exposing a shocking truth. These men weren't from New Gangsu, but from the Ambition Group itself. The next day, inside the massive Ambition Group headquarters, a report is given on the failed operation. The chairman scoffs while reading the paper, disgusted that his forces couldn't even handle Boldo Jiang's crew. His secretary promises to correct the failure, but is suddenly interrupted by another executive bursting in. Mr. Guyon storms past him, insisting he'll get the job done, only to be met with the chairman's cold fury. The chairman viciously berates him, demanding to know what he ever did to deserve this failure from a man who should just follow orders like a dog. He reminds Guyon that the order was simple: get rid of Boldo Jiang, not drag it out and give him time to recover. Finally rising from his throne-like chair, the chairman menacingly questions if old age has made Guyon believe he is above his master's command. The chairman coldly orders his secretary to send in Mr. Guyon's men now, and as the door clacks open, Guyon turns around in utter shock. Suddenly, his own subordinates are thrown to the floor, bound and brutally beaten. The bloodied man named Changsu looks up, weakly apologizing to his boss for their failure. The chairman lectures him, sneering that when a boss loses his touch, his men pay the ultimate price. He then delivers a terrifying ultimatum: 3 days to bring him Boldo Jiang's head, or his entire crew will be laid out in coffins. Guyon can only tremble and agree, completely dominated by the chairman's overwhelming authority. Humbled and broken, he apologizes to his subordinate, promising to settle this quickly. Even in defeat, the man begs his boss not to overdo it, showing unwavering loyalty. With a final bow of submission, Guyon is escorted from the room. But the moment the door closes, the chairman reveals his true nature with a chilling new order: eliminate Guyon too once the job is done. However, the beaten subordinate on the floor comes to a stunning realization. Their only path to survival is to join forces with their target, Boldo. His mind made up, a man walks with cold resolve down a long corridor. He peeks from the shadows of his memory, replaying the battles he fought. A soul-crushing realization hits him. What has he truly been fighting for all this time? This new leader of Gangsu is a stranger to him, nothing more than a lapdog for another master. In a flash of pure fury, he smashes the glass in his hand, his decision now sealed in blood. Realizing he gained nothing by leashing himself to the chairman, he vows that his first priority is saving his own boys. Without hesitation, he pulls out his phone and makes a critical call to a contact named Joe Cheon. The voice on the other end greets him after a long silence, but Guyon gets straight to the point. He brings up a past offer, a time when his power was desperately needed for another cause. With everything hanging in the balance, he asks if that dangerous lifeline is still on the table. Suddenly, at a secluded estate, a fleet of motorcycles screeches to a halt, their engines cutting through the night. The very same moment, A car ignition turns as another player prepares to make their move. Ryuji orders his crew to stand by, preparing to go in completely alone. He unstraps his helmet, the final piece of his disguise coming off as he prepares for war. Catching his determined reflection, his gaze is filled with cold, unwavering resolve. He has finally arrived at ambition, the stronghold of his sworn enemies, ready to step inside their fortress tonight. But just as he steels himself for the fight, thinking of his mother, his phone suddenly rings and shatters the silence. The call is from his key ally, In Seong-bak, a name that immediately demands his full attention. Ryuji impatiently tells him he's at the front door, but the voice on the line already seems to know he's about to go in. Bake celebrates their plan unfolding perfectly, though Ryuji coldly reminds him that it is his plan alone. Then, Bake drops a bombshell, revealing that the chairman's former fixer, Gyeon Jongpal, has suddenly reappeared on his radar. The news is a tactical nightmare. Jongpal has made contact with Yang Hee-soo, who is now ready to take down his own family. With both men cornered and abandoned by the chairman, their only move is to seize power, and Boldo must be warned immediately. The call ends with a grim realization hanging in the air. Jung Boldo is now in mortal danger. As Jennifer straightens his tie, she reminds Yoon-seok to stay focused on this big day. She warns him not to screw up all her hard work, though he dryly points out she was the one who arrived late. With cold determination in his eyes, he declares it's time to step into the tiger's den. Meanwhile, inside a private room, an extravagant meal sits waiting on a long table. An accomplice impatiently flips his wrist, checking the time on his expensive watch. He questions if their target even got the message, but Jennifer coolly tells him to be patient and trust her. He then asks if the files were delivered, earning an exasperated glare from Jennifer, who assures him everything is fine. Just then, the door slides open and a voice announces that the chairman has finally arrived. Both of them immediately bow low, and Yoon-seok introduces himself with practiced humility. But the chairman walks right past them, barely giving them a glance as he scolds Jennifer for the late meeting. Yoon-seok grits his teeth, his fury rising at the man's sheer arrogance as Jennifer tries to de-escalate. Unfazed, he steps forward and offers the chairman a cigarette, calmly asking to introduce himself once more. Ryuji, under the guise of Yoon-seok, offers a cigarette, formally introducing himself with a carefully hidden agenda. But the chairman's eyes narrow with suspicion, revealing he's personally executed every half-brother he's ever known. Jennifer quickly interjects, confirming the DNA test is a perfect match as her mind races to a mysterious woman from the past. The chairman then coldly demands to know the identity of this forgotten mother, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. Realizing his slow burn plan is over, Ryuji decides to drop the bombshell right then and there. He declares his mother's name is Megumi Hayashibara, a name that instantly shatters the chairman's composure. The chairman scoffs at the revelation, dismissing him as just another nobody trying to leech off the family's wealth. Jennifer leans in to confirm the genes are a perfect match, while Ryuji's own thoughts spiral into a deeper mystery. He continues his fabricated story, claiming his only wish is to dedicate his life to the family that abandoned him. But the chairman sees only a future liability, deciding to threaten Jennifer into silence while plotting to buy his new relative off. With utter disrespect, he asks for Ryuji's name again, barely even registering the man who just turned his world upside down. Then, crushing the cigarette, he dismisses Ryuji's entire existence as a pathetic attempt to escape Japan's failing economy. Chairman continues his condescending rant, questioning Ryuji's motives for showing up. He then dismisses Ryuji as a simple opportunist, telling him to go back where he came from. Jennifer tries to plead with the chairman to listen, but Ryuji subtly stops her, knowing someone else is on their way. Suddenly, a sharp knock at the door shatters the tense atmosphere, startling the chairman. The door slides open as an unfamiliar voice scolds him for being so cold to the family's supposed new heir. The true power of the Ambition Group makes his entrance honorary chairman Ho Tae-yong, who calmly calls his own son a rotten boy. The younger chairman flies into a rage, demanding to know why Jennifer brought his father into this mess. But the old man shuts him down instantly, revealing that Jennifer was acting on his orders all along. A young woman quickly attends to the honorary chairman, patting his back as he uses an oxygen mask. She then fawns over the old man, planting a kiss on his head while telling him how sharp he looks. With the pleasantries over, Ho Tae-yong finally asks to see this mysterious heir he's heard about. Jennifer points directly to Ryuji, who greets the true patriarch with a cold, unwavering smile. With a cold, confident smile, Ryuji formally introduces himself as Yoon-seok. The honorary chairman looks him over and agrees that blood doesn't lie, seeing the family resemblance immediately, while his companion points out the uncanny likeness. The current chairman recoils in shock as Ho Tae-yong laughs, patting his son's head condescendingly. The old man declares this a cause for celebration and orders everyone to sit, completely ignoring his furious son. With his authority shattered, the chairman has no choice but to obey, sinking into his seat in silent rage. But before anything else, Ho Tae-yong slides a document forward, pointedly asking whose son this fine young man is supposed to be. Jennifer steps in to explain that the DNA results were a perfect match, and his features are undeniable. She confirms Ryuji is without a doubt Hodae's son, causing the chairman to erupt at the idea of this nobody being his brother. Ho Tae-yong roars with laughter, absolutely delighted at the news of having a new son in his 20s. Ryuji plays his part perfectly, cheekily asking if he should start calling the old man dad, further humiliating the seething chairman. But beneath the surface, the current chairman vows to himself that he will never give up the successor's seat he's spent his life building. Meanwhile, on a dark rural road, a critical operation is underway as an agent confirms they've successfully evacuated everyone from Ho-hun Temple. While racing towards danger, Jung Buldo learns his crew has defied orders to evacuate without him, but his subordinate in the other car reports a chilling discovery about the assassins who attacked them. Buldo listens in shock as he's told the attackers weren't Jongpal's men, but multiple crews sent by ambition itself. This new intel raises a terrifying question about Jongpal's allegiances. Just as an urgent text arrives, the message is from Ryuji's top strategist, In Seong-baek, delivering information that could change everything. The text confirms the worst possible outcome. Gyeon Jongpal has officially joined forces with Yang Hee-soo. With this new, overwhelming power backing him, Buldo realizes with dawning horror who Jongpal's real target must be. Meanwhile, in the second car, the driver's frantic escape is cut short by another unexpected phone call. He answers, his expression hardening as he listens to the grim report from the other end. His face suddenly contorts in disbelief, causing his passenger to frantically ask what he just heard. The driver ignores the question, instead screaming an order to evacuate everyone from the temple immediately. And with pure, unadulterated rage, he realizes the traitor Jongpal has just struck their weakest point. At Ho-hun Temple, Park Sia and her father are cornered by a terrifying intruder who tells them not to move. The attacker is revealed to be the traitor Jeon Jongpal, who bitterly asks how they could do this to him. This all began when Jongpal, now completely alone, approached the gangster lord Yang Hee-soo to forge a dark alliance. He offered to put Hee-soo in the chairman's seat, but the crime boss was deeply skeptical of what a man with nothing could possibly offer. Jongpal only asked to borrow one of his men for a day, a request Hee-soo finally granted along with some of his own forces. But Hee-soo cut straight to the chase, demanding to know if Jongpal could truly stop the monster known as Jung Buldo. With chilling confidence, Jongpal admitted he couldn't stop Buldo, but he could absolutely kill him. As the plan unfolds, Jung Buldo realizes with pure rage that Jongpal is targeting everyone he knows. Back at the temple, Jongpal confronts the terrified group, demanding to know why Jory is even there. Meanwhile, Buldo's allies race against time, with the blonde thug screaming for his driver to go faster. Jongpal's true, horrifying goal is revealed, to utterly destroy Buldo's entire world, from his friends to his sanctuary. And the tragedy began just 2 hours earlier, on a peaceful night at the very same temple, under an oblivious, starry sky. An influencer named Harrow reflects on her peaceful stay at the temple, deciding it's finally time to return to society. While sitting with Donghyuk and Sia, she complains about the lack of modern comforts, setting a deceptively calm mood. Harrow then drops the news that she's leaving for Seoul tomorrow, prompting Sia to immediately tease Donghyuk about his obvious crush. Flustered, Donghyuk stumbles over his words, trying to explain his feelings for the influencer. He finally blurts out that she's pretty, earning a disappointed sigh from Sia about how simple men are. Sia leans in, pressuring him to confess his feelings now, before he loses his chance forever. But Donghyuk is terrified, blushing at the very thought of approaching an influencer with 1 million followers. He spirals into self-pity, calling himself a divorced, failed streamer who is completely out of her league. Sia tries to build him up by reminding him of his prestigious past, but he dismisses it. His pessimistic words accidentally offend Sia, a high school dropout, forcing him to quickly apologize. She laughs it off, saying she was only teasing before her thoughts drift to her own father. In the quiet of the night, she takes a drag from a cigarette, thinking of her ex-gangster dad who still sneaks away to smoke, just to keep her from worrying. Sia explains her profound love for her father, asking a question Donghyuk can't possibly answer. She reveals it's because she knows he would protect her, even if the world itself was broken. Using this as a lesson, she tells him that simple sincerity is all he needs to reach Harrow's heart. Suddenly, an old woman appears, praising Sia's wisdom for saying everything she was about to. She then gives Donghyuk a mission: drive Harrow to the terminal, with Sia accompanying them, to ensure a proper send-off. The woman slips them a crisp 50-01 bill for a farewell meal, though he tries to refuse. Her kind persistence wins him over and they agree to get pizza. With their plans set, the group rises to their feet, excited to take one last photo together. Haro eagerly volunteers Dong-hyuk to be their photographer, and he happily agrees. Watching them go, the old woman offers a silent prayer for the children's bright futures. But the peaceful moment shatters as she screams for everyone to get inside the temple and hide immediately. A confused monk emerges into the courtyard, completely bewildered by the sudden late-night commotion. Gyeongjipal calmly announces his arrival, demanding Boldo's mother come with him for a matter concerning her son. The old woman's eyes narrow, instantly understanding that this is no friendly visit. Just moments earlier, Jongpal's subordinate had nervously asked if he truly planned to kill them all. Jongpal coldly detailed his plan to use them as bait to lure out Boldo before eliminating his old crew. But his true, ruthless nature was revealed in a single thought. If necessary, every last one of them dies. Back in the present, she stands defiantly as Jongpal offers a false promise of safety if she complies. She clenches her fist, agreeing to go alone, but he grips his blade and declares that everyone is coming with them, with unshakable resolve. The old woman refuses, stating she alone is enough to bear her son's karma. She then turns to a terrified Sia, calling out her name for one final, heartbreaking message. She tearfully tells the young girl to hold her head high and begin her own journey, a clear goodbye. Nearby, Dong-hyuk and Haro are frozen in shock, completely powerless as the situation escalates. With a sad smile, Boldo's mother gives a final blessing, telling the children to believe in themselves as she prepares to face her fate. Boldo's mother turns to Jory with a final, desperate request. She begs him to get everyone out of this place, while secretly slipping a blade into his hand. But Jory refuses the escape, unsheathing the weapon with a chilling promise of bloodshed. He screams for everyone to run for the car, but his daughter Sia tearfully refuses to leave him behind. She hesitates, torn apart as someone urges her to go, warning she'll only be a burden. Suddenly, a hand grabs her wrist, forcing her to move. It's Haro, who yanks her away while yelling at her to listen to her father. Meanwhile, the traitorous Gyeon Jongpal receives his orders with a cold, unwavering stare. Yang Hee-soo impatiently commands his forces to move out and finish the job. One of his men lunges forward, blade drawn, ready to cut down anyone in his path. But back at the temple, Jory's hand tightens around his own weapon, preparing for a final stand. He roars a challenge as he charges forward, determined to carve a path to freedom. Jory lands a vicious slash, blood erupting from his enemy's neck, but the wounded thug recoils in a rage, cursing his own carelessness. Jory is already ducking under another blade with practiced ease, though he can't dodge everything, and a sharp pain rips across his side as a blade sinks in. Ignoring the wound, he twirls with blinding speed, turning defense into a deadly counterattack, and his hatchet finds its mark, tearing through another attacker's shoulder in a fountain of gore. He spins through the chaos, his eyes locked on the next target with cold fury. But suddenly, his hatchet is stopped dead, a deafening clang echoing as it meets twin blades. A new opponent appears, effortlessly blocking the blow, and declaring this struggle utterly pointless. Jory trembles from the sheer force, completely outmatched by this unknown monster. The assassin coldly orders his men to round up the others, confident he can handle this alone. And with a glint in his eye, he tells Jory there's no escape. Preparing to deliver the final blow, the assassin's blade cuts deep into Jory's side, drawing a pained grunt, and he immediately follows up with a vicious downward swing, intending to finish the job for good. But Jory withstands the attack, his eyes burning with defiance despite the searing pain. With surprising speed, he dodges under the blade, narrowly escaping a fatal blow, then retaliates with a powerful kick that slams into the assassin's ribs with a sickening thud. The impact is so great that one of the killer's knives is knocked from his grasp. However, the assassin recovers instantly, spinning through the opening Jory created with terrifying agility. His remaining blade is blocked by Jory's hatchet, the clash of steel echoing through the night. The assassin's cold expression finally cracks, revealing a hint of fury at this unexpected resistance. He studies Jory's form, realizing the way he wields his weapon looks disturbingly familiar. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he acknowledges the connection, promising this fight won't last much longer. He mockingly asks if Jongpal taught him these moves, just as Sia's desperate voice cries out for Jongpal to stop the bloodshed. Sia pleads with Jongpal, reminding him that he was once like a brother to Boldo. But across the temple grounds, Boldo's mother calmly accepts her fate, believing this is the price for her son's sins. Jongpal secretly slips a comb into her pocket, admitting her kindness is why Boldo relied on her. He then draws his blade, coldly stating that letting her live would only weaken his resolve to kill his former friend. with his own people to protect. He steels himself, promising he will not fail this time. Jongpal raises the weapon to strike the praying woman, vowing to beg for forgiveness in the afterlife. But just as the killing blow is about to fall, footsteps echo through the courtyard, stopping him cold. Suddenly, an ally leaps through the air in a blur of motion to intercept the execution. Filled with righteous fury, the rescuer screams out a curse at the traitor. An earth-shattering impact sends Jongpal reeling back from the force of the blow. The blonde thug lands perfectly, his powerful kick having saved the day as he challenges the stunned assassin. At the same time, another of Jongpal's men cries out in alarm, revealing their elite fighter has already been bloodied in a completely different battle. The backup crew arrives in a fury, with the blonde thug roaring at the traitor Jongpal, while his driver frantically searches for the others. Learning they've fled towards the cars, the bearded driver sprints off into the darkness, vowing to reach Donghyok. Gyeon Jongpal, unfazed by the interruption, coldly states they've crossed a line before wondering if the legendary young Boldo is also present. But the blonde thug fires back, warning him to never speak the boss's name and that Boldo is the least of his worries right now. Suddenly, another monstrous fighter steps forward, his knuckles cracking as he promises Jongpal will not be walking out of this temple alive. Meanwhile, deep in the mountain forest, a desperate escape is underway as feet pound against the dirt path. Harrow leads Donghyok and Sia through the trees, the three of them fleeing from the chaos, back at the temple. Their pursuers are close behind, with one of the assailants shouting for his men to search the whole mountain before realizing his targets are right in front of him. Gasping for air, Harrow urges her friends to keep running without looking back, their only hope being the parking lot just ahead. Through the trees, they finally spot the clearing Freedom is just a few more steps away. But just as they're about to break free, someone skids to an abrupt and terrified halt. Their path is suddenly blocked, and a look of pure shock spreads across their face as their escape is cut short. With freedom in sight, Harrow suddenly crashes to the ground, her body hitting the forest floor with a sickening thud. Her friends rush to her side as she curses herself for tripping on a stone at the worst possible moment. As Sia helps her up, Harrow tries to brush it off, insisting she's fine and ready to keep running. But a sharp, throbbing pain shoots through her ankle, betraying her words with a cry of agony. She collapses back to her knees, admitting through gritted teeth that her ankle is completely busted, dooming their escape. Donghyok desperately offers to carry her, but she pushes him away, urging them to leave her behind to save themselves. With their enemies closing in, Harrow resigns to her fate, telling them to go since she's used to being trapped anyway. Refusing to accept this, Donghyok makes a snap decision, telling Sia to help Harrow while he does something drastic. He turns to face their pursuers alone, declaring he will hold them off, and Sia realizes he's about to try a fighting move he's never practiced. Despite his body trembling with fear, he steels his resolve and calls out Harrow's name one last time. In what could be his final moments, he confesses his feelings, asking her on a date if they somehow survive this nightmare. She calls him a lame dweeb for confessing at a time like this, jolting the terrified man back to his senses. Stunned by his confession, Harrow reveals her real name is Harrion, jokingly calling it a tradition for dweebs like them. She promises him endless dates if they survive, and with this newfound hope, Donghyok steels his resolve to protect them. But as the adrenaline fades, his mind goes blank with terror, forcing him to desperately recall the lessons he was taught. His mind flashed back to a time when he asked his mysterious mentor if someone so weak could ever learn to fight. He confessed that while his skills were useless in the real world, he now had someone precious he needed to protect. The mentor's response was brutal and honest. For someone with no background, winning a real fight is nearly impossible. Yet, he offered a sliver of hope, explaining the first step is to never let the enemy intimidate you, or the fight is lost before it begins. Back in the present, with his pursuers charging forward, Donghyok realizes he's already failing that very first step. His legs give up from under him, and he desperately tries to remember the second piece of crucial advice. The memory of his master's piercing gaze returns, reminding him of the second rule: never close your eyes, no matter what. As the attacker screams at him to move, Donghyok stands his ground, refusing to back down despite the overwhelming fear. Suddenly remembering the third step, he screams about a tiger in the woods, just as two glowing eyes flash in the darkness behind them. The bluff works as a wildcat leaps from the darkness, making the pursuer cry out in shock. Following his master's lesson, Donghyok strikes the man down in one desperate, decisive blow. But his victory is cut short as the second assailant pulls a knife, his face twisted with rage. The man lunges, screaming that this is payback for what Flops did, and Donghyok can only scream in terror. As the blade descends, he collapses to the ground, trembling and calling out for Harrow. certain this is the end. Suddenly, a new, imposing figure appears, mockingly asking if he's crying for a woman in his last moments. An instant, the threat is violently neutralized, and the stranger calmly declares that at least they are safe now. Wiping blood from his hand, the mysterious savior, a man named Dongxiul, apologizes for being late. Dongyok collapses into the arms of his uncle, who praises his courage and tells him he can finally rest. But just as they plan their escape, his uncle stops him with a single word. He orders them to leave on their own, revealing he has a different, more important mission to complete. Meanwhile, an injured Park Sia stumbles through the woods, determined to go back and help the very monster who attacked her. Gion Zhongpao warns his men about the terrifying monster with the glasses, as his own hand trembles, admitting the man is on a completely different level of power. He orders his subordinate to go first, promising to deal with this problem himself. But his crew is already paralyzed with fear after their crowbar was caught with a bare hand. The monster, Jory, gives them one final, chilling warning. Leave now, or die where you stand. The leopard print enforcer simply grins, completely unfazed by the threat. Suddenly, Gion Zhongpul lunges forward, screaming that Jory will die by their hands. But Jory responds instantly, swinging his own weapon with unbelievable speed and fury. The backup confirms the kids are safe, forcing Zhongpal to admit this troublesome new pair has ruined his plans. Seeing no other way, he calls upon his trump card, the elite assassin known as Puffer. Guard Killer steps up, declaring his cold intention to simply kill them all. Enraged by such arrogance, the leopard print enforcer swings his bat to shut him up for good. The assassin Puffer clenches his knife, ready to end this fight himself, and in a flash, he lunges to stab the leopard print enforcer right through the gut. But his blade clangs uselessly against something solid, stopping his attack cold. To his horror, Jory has intercepted the strike with his hatchet, completely nullifying the lethal blow. A wave of pure terror washes over Puffer as he realizes he has made a fatal mistake. Before he can react, Jory's other hatchet comes crashing down with unbelievable force. Gion Zhongpal can only stare in disbelief as Jory stands over his two fallen fighters, completely unharmed. Without a moment's hesitation, Jory stomps down on his downed opponent with brutal finality. He then locks eyes with his next target, rushing forward with absolute murderous intent. Jory smashes into Puffer with a devastating shoulder tackle that sends the elite killer flying. The assassin crashes hard against a pillar, the sheer impact shaking the entire area. His ally shouts his name in alarm, but the defeated Puffer can only cough and tell him to shut up. Jory swings his hatchet down with terrifying speed, and the weapon smashes repeatedly into the already beaten assassin, Puffer. His ally can only scream in horror as the relentless assault continues. But the muscular enforcer roars, swinging his own weapon to end this madness. Jory merely twirls his blade, his movements impossibly fast and precise. And, in a flash, he slices deep into the enforcer's neck, ending the attack before it even began. Another brutal blow sends the powerhouse flying backwards, utterly defenseless, and he crashes hard to the ground, the one-sided fight ending in an instant. His comrade rushes to his side, but the muscular fighter can only cough weakly. A wave of pure shock hits Blondie as he processes the monstrous strength of their opponent, realizing that even with his best fighter, they were completely outmatched from the start. His hand trembles, but he firms his resolve to wear down this monster, no matter the cost. Blondie huffs and puffs, realizing his only hope might be if the legendary Flops joins the fray. But the hatchet-wielding Jejori admits his opponent is a tough nut to crack, feeling the rust of his inactive years. From the sidelines, Gion Zhongpal watches in awe, feeling like he's witnessing his own boss in his prime, as he urges the fight to continue. With blood streaming down his face, the blonde thug screams for his boss, vowing that if he goes down, he's taking this monster with him. He lunges forward in a desperate, final slash, putting every last bit of his strength into the attack, but Jory effortlessly sidesteps the blow, apologizing that he can no longer waste time on him. He turns away as headlights cut through the darkness, announcing that his long-awaited guest has finally arrived. A confused Gion Zhongpal questions if this is Husu's new order, but Jory coldly tells him to focus on their guest. Suddenly, a car screeches to a halt, its tires protesting against the pavement. The door swings open and a figure with an intimidating aura and a familiar topknot emerges from the vehicle. Both Gion Zhongpal and the blonde thug freeze, one recognizing the inevitable arrival, while the other cries out in relief for his boss. And there he is, young Buldo, the man they call Sura, striding into the chaos with an unstoppable presence. Jory stands over the battlefield, calmly taking stock of the fallen, starting with a man called Flops. His gaze then drifts to the motionless body of the enforcer they called Scruff. Young Buldo arrives to find the blonde thug, Puffer, beaten and kneeling, who can only apologize for having failed his boss. But Boldo isn't concerned with failure, only asking if the kids are safe, and is relieved to hear they were evacuated. He places a hand on his subordinate's shoulder, telling him to take the car and get treated, promising he'll deal with his mother's situation. With his men sent away, Boldo turns to face the remaining threat, vowing he alone will take care of her. Jory finally speaks, his voice cutting through the tension, as he notes that Boldo is later than he expected. Before Boldo can reply, Gyeongjongpal seizes the moment, declaring that Mrs. Jong will be coming with him. But suddenly, a new figure steps from the shadows, introducing himself as Jo Cheon, and telling Boldo he should greet his mother. The man's words hang in the air like a death sentence, as he adds that this greeting will be their last. Panicked Gyeongjongpal tries to intervene, yelling that he will handle it, but Jo Cheon silences him with a cold, simple no. This new monster reminds Jongpal of his own ruthless orders, making it clear that he will not allow this mission to fail, no matter who he has to kill. Jo Cheon mockingly offers to take on some of Boldo's burden by dealing with his mother personally. Unfazed, his mother calmly offers her final wish for him to live a righteous life, just as a blade flashes nearby. Overwhelmed with grief, Boldo can only apologize, begging for forgiveness for the life he's lived. A hand presses down firmly on the old woman, forcing her head to bow in submission. In a horrifying instant, a blade slashes through the air, ending her life in a brutal spray of blood. Jo Cheon coldly states that redemption was never an option, declaring her son's sins are far too great. A horrified Gyeongjongpal screams in disbelief, realizing the situation has escalated beyond his control. A single tear traces its way down Boldo's face as he asks a chillingly calm question about redemption. He answers his own question with cold certainty, declaring that none of them are destined for paradise. Jo Cheon smirks, agreeing that their tragic fate is exactly as it should be. With his rage finally boiling over, Boldo crushes his prayer beads and vows they will all go to hell together tonight. As the tension shatters, Gyeongjongpal's cane falls to the floor, its tip broken, symbolizing his complete loss of authority. A quiet question hangs in the air about whether a man can truly turn his life around. But the immediate, brutal answer is that redemption is completely impossible. In this world of violence, paradise isn't an option for anyone, a fact Jo Cheon smugly agrees with. With his path now set, Boldo declares that tonight, they will all descend into hell together. Suddenly, the entire temple erupts in flames, catching the invaders completely off guard. As his subordinates begin to panic, Jo Cheon angrily brushes them off, claiming everything is under control. But just then, a mysterious figure steps through the chaos, calling out a single name that makes Gyeongjongpal flinch. Boldo hesitates, shocked to sense that this newcomer, Hayashibara Ryuji, holds no hostility towards him. Ryuji calmly tells the enraged warrior that their fight isn't with each other, but Boldo remains coiled like a viper. Disregarding the warning, Boldo sheds his jacket, preparing to unleash his fury on everyone present. Yet Ryuji simply tells him to wait, promising that he'll deal with his own target soon enough. For the first time, the unshakable Jo Cheon is visibly terrified by Ryuji's gaze as Jongpal screams a desperate warning that he is no match for this man. Undeterred, Ryuji acknowledges the legend before him as Boldo steps forward into the inferno, drives through the roaring flames, a demon walking through his own personal hell. Ignoring everyone else, he kneels beside his mother's body, gently tending to her amidst the fire. He wraps her in a monk's robe, a makeshift shroud for the woman he failed to protect. Tears finally fall as he confesses his lifelong failure, a life of grief that led to this tragic end. He makes a silent promise to one day live the peaceful life she always wanted for him. But with a snap of his beads, he accepts that atonement is impossible, and his path is hellfire. His jacket begins to tear apart as he vows to become a vessel for all the world's filth. He will drag every last one of his enemies down with him, embracing his true nature. Meanwhile, Jo Cheon angrily confronts Ryuji, questioning his motives for provoking the monster. But it's Gyeongjongpal who answers, declaring he can't afford another failure, and Huisu must honor their deal. He reveals his final desperate condition. Even in death, his men must be protected. Jo Cheon's cold gaze fixes on his target as he finally breaks his silence. But, elsewhere, Yang Hee-soo confesses he has nothing left to lose, making his next move completely unpredictable. He knows siding against his own father makes no sense, and is questioned about the promise he made. With cold resolve, he declares the promise void and orders a double cross to eliminate both targets simultaneously. Suddenly, back at the burning temple, a terrifying voice cuts through the chaos, announcing his long-awaited arrival. Young Boldo emerges from the flames, his eyes burning with vengeance, calmly asking who he should start with. He then looks down upon the two traitors, Gyeongjongpal and Jo Cheon, offering to kill them both at once. But Gyeongjongpal steps forward, declaring that even in death, he will be the one to end Boldo's life. He places his final trust in Zhou Qian, believing he will honor the promise that Husu will inevitably break. Zhou Qian listens in silence, the glint on his glasses hiding his true intentions, as he calmly accepts the responsibility. As Boldo steps forward, a walking engine of destruction, Zhou Qian accepts this as the only fitting end for their lives of sin. Finally, he adjusts his glasses and warns the approaching monster, telling Boldo not to force him to be the one who kills him. Gian Zhongpal declares that his years of admiring Boldo are finally over today. He then asks for any last words, before defiantly telling the monster to come at him. With eyes glowing with pure rage, Boldo makes a simple promise to kill him, but it is Zhou Qian who accepts the challenge, calmly vowing to end this right here. His glasses clatter to the ground, a silent agreement to settle this without holding back. As Gian Zhongpal unsheathes a blade, announcing that he is coming for him, young Boldo stands ready, an unstoppable force of nature silhouetted against the flames. Suddenly, a memory flashes back to a funeral, where Boldo once questioned why Zhongpal was carrying a weapon. Zhongpal bitterly reminds him that he was the one who put that weapon in his hand. But Boldo's lectures fall on deaf ears, as his former student insists there's no turning back for them now. Zhongpal then asks a piercing question, wondering if Boldo regrets the bloody path they've walked together. The memory reveals a moment of tragic weakness, as Boldo admits his regret began the day his mother died. But Boldo's hand clamps down on the blade, refusing to let the fight begin. He trembles as he confesses that everything that has happened is his fault, leaving Zhongpal stunned. The confession hangs in the air, with Boldo taking full responsibility for turning his student into a monster. Enraged, Zhongpal shoves him back, screaming that he chose this path himself, and Boldo had nothing to do with it. He stumbles away, insisting his former master understands nothing about the life he was forced to live. But Boldo's resolve only hardens as he declares that he will be the one to take back the blade he once gave him. Zhongpal scoffs, challenging his old mentor's words, and asking if their entire past meant nothing to him. With a final, desperate cry, he lunges forward, determined to prove he is his own man. But in that split second, Boldo's true feelings surface, revealing that he always saw Zhongpal as his greatest friend. The blade arcs through the air, aimed to kill, as the student tries to sever all ties with his past. The blade slices deep into Boldo's flesh, a painful testament to how he viewed Zhongpal not just as a friend, but as a brother. The brutal attack lands true, a devastating blow meant to end the tragic bond between them once and for all. Zhongpal's knife clashes against Boldo's arm, a brutal strike between men who were once like family. Boldo blocks the attack, desperately questioning the reason behind this ultimate betrayal. The fight becomes a frantic blur of motion as Boldo deflects the gleaming blade. A heavy punch connects with Zhongpal's face, yet his resolve doesn't waver for a second. Boldo evades another deadly slash, calmly stating he won't pry into his student's motives. But his eyes harden as he admits he doesn't expect any explanation from Zhongpal anyway. With another vicious slash, Zhongpal tries to cut down the man he once called master. Yet even as he attacks, he confesses he doesn't understand how their bond shattered. Their brutal exchange continues, a testament to the pain and confusion between them. Zhongpal leaps into the air, his mind flashing back to a time he thought they could reconcile. He once dreamed they could share a drink and laugh about the old days. But as he grits his teeth, he accepts that simple hope has been completely destroyed. Zhongpal unleashes a blindingly fast slash meant to end it all, but his blade screeches to a halt as Boldo impossibly catches it with nothing but his prayer beads. As Boldo hurls his former student into the raging fire, Zhongpal reminds him that in this world, things never go as planned. Their eyes meet across the flames, acknowledging the unthinkable tragedy of their current battle. Zhongpal confesses that a few days ago, he was struck by a strange premonition about this very fight. He felt an inescapable sense of doom approaching, a gut feeling honed by decades of violence. With a final, desperate roar, he commits to ending their story right here, right now. Boldo quietly admits he had the same dark feeling, a hunch that this would be their final meeting. Zhongpal swings again, revealing his terrifying premonition that he would not survive this fight against his master. But as Boldo lands a crushing blow, a forgotten memory suddenly flashes through his mind. He remembers a time when they were just kids, and he made fried rice for a broken, hungry Zhongpal. And after all these years of luxury and violence, he realizes he can still taste that simple meal, a final, bitter reminder of the bond they destroyed. Desperate roar. Zhongpal wishes he could go back to the day their friendship was pure. But Boldo answers with a devastating punch that shatters his former student's jaw. The traitor collapses lifelessly to the ground, his knife clattering uselessly beside him. Barely conscious, Zhongpal's hand trembles as he feels his entire body breaking down. He looks up at his master, his eyes filled with defeat, and begs him to just end it all. Boldo quietly agrees, picking up the discarded knife to deliver the final Brutal blow. Yet instead of striking, he gently pats his former student's shoulder as the man coughs up blood. Meanwhile, the cold-blooded Zhou Qian watches from the sidelines, understanding the fight is finally over. With his last breath, Zhongpao can only think of that simple meal as he asks his master for one final favor. Boldo listens, his expression unreadable, granting the dying man his last request. Zhongpao begs him to save his captured men and warns him that Zhou Qian is a monster not to be underestimated. Then, with a tearful apology, he confesses he's glad his master is the one to see him off as his life finally fades away. With a trembling hand, young Boldo grips the knife. Agreeing to his former student's last request, he promises to see him in Hill before delivering the final, fatal blow. As the temple burns uncontrollably, a sudden crack of thunder echoes through the night. The heavens open up as the first drops of rain begin to fall. Rain splatters against his fist, a stark contrast to the fire still raging behind him. In the pouring rain, he ends his student's life, a tragic conclusion to their broken bond. The man responsible for this tragedy, Zhou Qian, watches the scene unfold with cold indifference. The rain washes away the blood, but not the sins committed this night. But the morning is cut short as Boldo turns his rage towards his next target. Questioning his connection to Yang He-su, the man calmly introduces himself as Zhou Qian. Acknowledging Boldo's fearsome reputation, he clenches his fist, mocking Boldo for daring to challenge the monolithic ambition group. Zhou Qian declares they are all just moths drawn to a flame, preparing to extinguish Boldo's light for good. Zhou Qian declares that today, Boldo will pay the price for looking down on them. But Boldo can only think about how his enemies always pass the blame onto others. Gripping his knife, he wonders if his entire existence is just for their sake, and as he wipes the rain from his face, he decides he will be the one to end it all. With eyes burning with pure hatred, he vows to slaughter every last one of them. Suddenly, Zhou Qian explodes into motion, his jacket whipping through the air like a weapon. He leaps high above the battlefield, preparing to bring his blade down on Boldo's head. But Boldo meets the attack without hesitation, swinging his own knife in a brutal arc. His blade cuts through the rain with blinding speed, aimed perfectly to intercept the strike. Steel crashes against steel with a deafening clang as their duel finally begins. Zhou Qian's jacket continues to twirl, a whirlwind of motion adding force to his attack. And in the instant the blades lock, one edge mysteriously twists from its path, revealing a hidden technique. Zhou Qian's blade whips through the rain, lunging with blinding speed straight for Boldo's throat. A brutal first strike that is almost impossible to survive. But if you do, the blade instantly changes trajectory, coming down vertically like a viper's fang, a lethal follow-up where most opponents fall, completely helpless. Yet Boldo's hand meets the steel with a solid thump, because he's faced this exact technique countless times from his former student. And Zhou Qian smirks, revealing the shocking truth that he was the one who taught Zhongpao how to fight in the first place. Annoyed that Boldo can read his every move, he declares he'll now unleash his own, true style. But Boldo cuts him off with a chilling warning to remember one simple rule, punctuating his words with a sudden, cracking blow right to Zhou Qian's face. As he rises from his stance, the water ripples with his building power, and he cracks his own body into position, declaring that no disciple ever surpasses the master. In response, Zhou Qian calmly straightens his jacket, promising to give this fight his absolute all. Zhou Qian tightens his grip, his entire focus now on killing his opponent, but Boldo leans forward, revealing a second knife in a shocking dual-wielding stance. Undeterred, Zhou Qian coolly decides to make his move, declaring he'll go first as he stomps forward with incredible speed. Boldo instantly meets the charge, his own blade flashing through the rain, and their weapons collide with a piercing screech of steel on steel. Without hesitation, Zhou Qian immediately pivots into another relentless swing, forcing Boldo to bring both his knives up in a desperate, trembling block. The strike is so precise it slices clean through his sacred prayer beads. Yet he clenches his fist, catching the broken strand before it falls. There's no time to recover as he deflects another powerful thrust from his enemy, using the momentum to spin into a ferocious and lethal counterattack. Boldo's blade slams down with unbelievable force, embedding itself in his enemy's weapon. A sickening crack spreads through the custom alloy steel as it fails under the immense pressure. The tip is sent flying through the rainy night with a sharp clang as Zhou Qian grunts in shock. His broken blade falls uselessly into a puddle, marking a complete shift in the battle's momentum. Zhou Qian can only stare in disbelief, realizing his priceless custom knife has been completely shattered. He admits to himself that this wasn't about technique. He was just defeated by pure, raw power. But just as the tension reaches its peak, his pocket begins to ring, cutting through the storm. Wondering if it's Husu, he knows he has to pick up, even in this life-or-death duel. In an ultimate show of dominance, Boldo simply tells him he'll wait, radiating absolute confidence. Humbled and furious, Zhou Qian excuses himself to take the call mid-fight. He listens for a moment, before impatiently demanding the caller get to the point. Suddenly, his face twists in horror at the unbelievable news he just received about Huisu. After the devastating phone call, Zhou Qian grimly ends the conversation, ready to make his move. With a cold, battered expression, he declares to Boldo that their little game is officially over. His eyes burn with pure killing intent, as he vows to end this fight right here and now. But Boldo simply scoffs at the empty threat, taunting the man whose prized weapon he just shattered. Zhou Qian strangely refuses the bait, claiming it would be too easy, just as the sudden wail of police sirens cuts through the rain. Boldo's confidence shatters as he realizes the survivors must have called for backup, trapping him at the scene. Seeing his chance, Zhou Qian makes a tactical retreat, promising that death will find Boldo no matter where he runs. Boldo, however, sends a chilling message back, telling him to bring the true mastermind, Husu, to their next encounter. With a final nod, Zhou Qian accepts the deadly invitation and turns to flee the approaching authorities. Boldo himself dashes away from the burning temple, knowing he has to vanish before he's cornered. His mind races with a single desperate thought. He cannot end up behind bars again, not now. Glancing back at the chaos, he steels his resolve, knowing he must escape to continue his path of vengeance. As the temple burns to the ground, Boldo whispers a final, heartbreaking apology to his mother. He accepts that his path is one of eternal darkness, just as a familiar voice calls out to him. His enforcer, Puffer, arrives at the scene of carnage demanding answers, but Boldo immediately asks if he was the one who called the police. Puffer reveals it was a brilliant bluff, using a car's megaphone to create a fake siren after dropping the kids safely at a hospital. He then asks the one question that hangs heavy in the air, where Boldo's mother is, and is met with a devastating silence. With cold finality, Boldo simply says his subordinate's name, who can only answer with grim understanding. A sound like something shattering echoes through the inferno, mirroring the breaking point of Boldo's soul. He stands unmoving amidst the flames, letting the heat forge his grief into pure, unadulterated rage. His eyes glow with vengeful fire as he declares his next move, ordering his man to handle the cleanup because he is going straight for ambition. Meanwhile, in a speeding car, a conversation reveals that the mastermind Huisu's organization is already crumbling from within. The driver, Donkil, recounts how Huisu has gone completely off the rails, consumed by paranoia after being betrayed. He furiously declares that Huisu's money and power won't save him from a blade to the gut, hinting at yet another mutiny. A car screeches to a halt, signaling the arrival at the heart of the enemy's den. Inside, Hayashibara Ryuji acknowledges that they've reached their destination, his face a mask of calm determination. But before he leaves, he makes a stunning power play, promising his driver all of Huisu's business rights and holdings. He gives one final command to settle everything before the shareholders' meeting, a directive accepted with a respectful bow. Ryuji and his accomplices then step out, sharing a deceptively casual farewell as their paths diverge. As the car speeds away, he and Jennifer turn toward the imposing skyscraper, their final mission about to begin. Jennifer leads the way, confirming that the person they came for is waiting for them upstairs. With a soft blip, she presses the button for the 22nd floor, sealing their intent. The elevator doors slide shut, isolating them as they ascend towards a confrontation years in the making. For a fleeting moment, Ryuji's resolve wavers, admitting to himself this is more nerve-wracking than he ever imagined. His eyes burn with the fire of vengeance as he thinks of the person his mother so desperately wanted to see. The doors finally clack open, and with a quiet invitation to enter, he steps forward to claim his revenge. The door creaks open, revealing the man he's come all this way to see, Shuishok Yang. The powerful executive offers a cold greeting, his expression completely unreadable. But Ryuji is not here for business. He's here to finally face the man he believes is his father. Playing his part, he boldly introduces himself under the alias Yoon Seok-tae, taking a seat at the president's desk. The tense atmosphere grows colder as the president dismisses an offer for tea, clearly unwelcoming. Unfazed, Ryuji waits patiently as Wishu coldly asks his assistant to bring him his glasses and some files. He then reveals a critical weakness, admitting the doctor forbids him from wearing contacts that damage his corneas. As the assistant leaves, Ryuji's suspicions are confirmed. The rumors about the president's bad eyesight were true. Shuisyok scoffs at the paternity test Ryuji has brought, mockingly asking if he's supposed to call him uncle now. He warns that this little trick won't work on him, telling Ryuji to go back to playing games with Huisu. But Ryuji fires back, reminding him that Huisu's empire is gone, and accusing him of trying to latch onto a new power. Enraged, Huishok rips the evidence to shreds, dismissing him as just another piece of scum born from his father's affairs. Wisuk coldly reveals that all the other illegitimate children ended up just like these scraps of paper, torn apart and buried by his own 2 hands, with only 2 targets remaining on his list. As he ignites his lighter, he mockingly praises Ryuji's creativity for daring to bring up the name of a woman he once knew. He promises that as long as Ryuji belongs to this rotten bloodline, a peaceful death is completely off the table. Then with a thunderous slam, he screams that the sole purpose of his existence is to stamp out every filthy trace of his own family. His assistant nervously hands him his glasses, allowing him to regain a sliver of composure, calmly wiping the lenses. He offers Ryuji a choice: run back to Japan with hush money or else. But Ryuji doesn't flinch as Wisio questions if this burning hatred is truly for his mother, or if it's just a convenient excuse to claim the throne for himself. Completely losing his cool, Ryuji erupts, shouting that his mother was more than just a name to be thrown around. And in a shocking final gambit, he looks Hwiseok in the eye and asks what he and his mother are to him to their father. Hwiseok looks down in utter shock, forced to ask if Ryuji is truly his son. In response, Ryuji simply slides a letter across the desk, providing the only answer he needs. The president's world shatters as he recognizes the handwriting, a message from a woman named Megumi. His hands tremble uncontrollably, clutching a ghost from a past he thought was buried forever. The letter begins, a voice from beyond explaining that if he holds this, it means he has finally met Ryuji. She recounts the endless agony of being driven from Korea, and how she desperately longed to see him again. But she was forced to let go of that past, because the birth of their son demanded she become a strong mother. This is the first letter she's written since they were torn apart, insisting the tragedies that befell her were no mere accidents. She recalls the night his grandfather offered her a fortune to leave, an offer she refused right before accepting a drink. After that, she lost all memory of the night, only for his own father to visit and repeat the horrifying ordeal. Feeling completely defiled and broken, she fled to Japan without a word, too ashamed to ever face him again. It was only later that she discovered she was pregnant, a revelation that filled her not with joy, but with absolute fear. She writes that she hesitated, knowing the truth would put her son in danger. But a child carries no sin, so she chose to raise Ryuji alone, giving him all her love. Years later, his eyesight began to fail, leading them to a doctor's visit she'd never forget. The diagnosis was avelino-corneal dystrophy, a rare hereditary condition that leads to blindness. She wept uncontrollably, because this was the exact same condition she inherited from her own mother. In that moment, seeing her young son's confusion, she knew with absolute certainty that he was theirs. A strange joy filled her, because this painful truth also meant Ryuji truly had a father. She couldn't tell him then, so she began writing a letter to prepare him for the day they'd meet. She even used her clumsy Japanese handwriting, a unique quirk she knew Hwiseok would recognize. Her final wish, for the 3 of them to share a meal together, causes the stoic president to tremble. There's no mistaking it, her gentle tone, her distinct writing. It's undeniably Megumi, and as he looks at the young man before him, the impossible truth sinks in. This is his son, his own blood. With tears streaming down his face, President Hwiseok finally accepts the impossible truth. This is Ryuji Hayashibara. But with the letter's authenticity confirmed, he must now tread carefully, questioning the boy's true intentions for suddenly appearing. He cuts straight to the heart of the matter, demanding to know if this is a quest for revenge or a play for ambition's throne. Ryuji replies that the 2 motives are one and the same, just like his father's own insatiable hunger for power. To avenge his mother, he must destroy ambition entirely, and to do that, he declares he must claim the throne. He reveals that even now, the very same people who drove his mother to her death are actively plotting to drag them both down. Meanwhile, the chairman receives a desperate call, a plea to be made director in exchange for dealing with this filthy bastard the family way. Unwilling to let an illegitimate nobody take over, the old man grants his other son one final chance to clean up the mess. But young Hisu explodes in pure rage, realizing his own father is choosing this unknown rival over him. Back in the tense meeting, Ryuji clarifies his true purpose. He only came to punish those who made his mother suffer. The throne itself means nothing to him. He then stuns Hwiseok, pointing directly at him and declaring that he, his father, must be the one to seize power. Only then, he explains, can their real revenge finally begin and their broken family be made whole once more. A few hours after the explosive confrontation, a new phase of the war begins in a luxury Seoul villa. A lone figure stands on a balcony, finding a rare moment of quiet in the dead of night. It's Ryuji, his thoughts consumed by his mother. As he takes a long drag from his cigarette, he stares into the darkness, questioning if the path of vengeance is truly the right one. Overwhelmed by the weight of his mission, he admits to himself that he doesn't know anything anymore. But his solitude is suddenly broken by a gentle, familiar touch from behind. Jennifer embraces him, sensing his turmoil and asking why he can't sleep. She probes deeper, wondering if the tense reunion with his father has left him unsettled. With a sly smile, she clarifies she means his real father, Hwaseo Kyong, not the old man they've been manipulating. When he gives a vague answer, she presses him, asking what could have possibly happened in his very first meeting as a son. He admits that while there's no trust between them yet, he has finally set the wheels of his grand plan in motion. Jennifer reminds him that as long as the old geezer is convinced Ryuji is his son, the other brother is neutralized, but warns him to never let his guard down. Jennifer leans in close, asking Ryuji if his father even recognized him. She presses further, questioning if the plan to deal with his brother, Husu, is truly in motion. But elsewhere, a dark road. The horn of a massive truck suddenly blares through the night. In a blinding flash, Yang Hee-soo's cigarette is the last thing he sees before a devastating crash. A mysterious officer reveals he has a new friend who will handle the job perfectly. The aftermath is absolute carnage, as the luxury car lies overturned and obliterated on the asphalt. A heavy boot clunks onto the pavement as the truck's driver emerges from the shadows. The figure steps out into the smoke, a silhouette of pure, unstoppable force. It's the monster young Buldo, who sneers at the wreckage, mocking his target for pushing their luck. He looms over the broken Hee-soo, taunting the pathetic state of the once powerful gangster. Grabbing him by the collar, Buldo whispers a final, chilling farewell to his new friend. The next day, in a hidden basement, the sickening sounds of violence echo from behind a locked door. Blood splatters across the cold floor as the interrogation continues, and Yang Hee-soo hangs his head, coughing and broken but refusing to make a sound. His captors mock his silence, debating whether their punches are too soft or if he's just built like a tank. They sneer at the once arrogant rich boy, calling him pathetic as he chokes on his own blood. But through the pain, Hee-soo's eyes burn with defiance, knowing that almost everyone he's ever met wants him dead. The beating continues as the thugs remind him of his own cruelty, a karmic punishment for a life of betrayal. A voice warns them to stop before they accidentally kill their prize, before the real boss arrives. But the man in charge is bored by the silence and decides to have a little fun. He slowly pulls out a gleaming knife, the cold steel promising a new level of agony. A twisted game is proposed to the room. Anything goes. And the first person to make Hee-soo scream wins, with a 1,000,001 wager on the table. A hand pats his head like a worthless animal. But just as the torture is about to escalate, a new voice cuts in, coldly declaring that this game is over. A man named Joe stops his comrade, warning him not to cross the line as Hee-soo twitches on the floor. But his subordinate snaps back, demanding to know who gets to decide where that line is for a monster like Husu. Joe declares that while he can kill for a cause, torturing someone for amusement is the work of scum. The thug is enraged by the insult, but Joe coldly confirms he meant every word. He reminds the man that while he was rotting in a cell for him, he was out running with lowlifes. Acknowledging he's right, he lets the knife clatter to the ground, abandoning the cruel game. Through the haze of pain, Hee-soo latches onto the words "don't cross the line," a phrase that seems to stir a memory. Suddenly, a new figure appears, patting Hee-soo's head as a chilling calm washes over him. Hee-soo groggily asks if he heard Dongshin's voice, only for a thug to correct him for speaking so informally to Director Seo. The boss grabs him by the hair, confirming Dongchan is coming, before asking where he should start carving. He leans in close, whispering that this is what happens when you pick your friends poorly. Then, without another word, he smashes his captive's face in a sickening display of brutal power. Yang Hee-soo is slammed to the ground, utterly humiliated by his captors who laugh at his defeat. They mock his helplessness as he's forced into a chair, daring the tied-up man to make a move. But even bound and broken, Hee-soo calmly offers his captors a piece of advice. With a terrifying glare, he begins to explain the correct way to restrain a man of his caliber. Suddenly, in a blur of motion, he explodes forward, having already shattered his bonds. He crashes into a thug, the wooden chair on his back splintering into pieces from the raw impact. As the wreckage falls away, he finishes his lesson. Next time, use a metal chair, not flimsy junk. The lead thug panics, screaming that they're all dead if Director Seo finds out about this failure. His men stumble forward in a pathetic attempt to regain control, but their fear is palpable. Hee-soo clenches his fist, knowing his body is giving out, but that this is his only chance. He channels all his remaining power into one desperate, final punch. The blow lands with sickening force, turning the one-sided torture into a one-sided slaughter. With a roar of pure rage, Hee-soo spins on his captor, slamming him with brutal force, and the thug's head snaps back from the sickening impact as his body crumples instantly. A lookout peeks inside, his face pale with terror as he screams for the director to arrive. Inside, Hisu becomes a blur of relentless violence, tearing through the remaining thugs like a monster unleashed. The realization dawns on them with pure horror. The beast has completely broken loose. Just then, a car screeches to a halt outside, announcing the arrival of Director Seo. The director, Hayashibara Ryuji, steps out coolly as his panicked subordinate rushes to report the chaos. From above, the man stammers about young Hisu's unexpected and bloody rampage. Ryuji's cold fury rises as his subordinate confesses their men are failing to contain the situation downstairs. Dismissing the pathetic excuses, Ryuji storms forward to handle the mess himself. The subordinate is left trembling, unable to comprehend how anyone could survive being hit by a dump truck. But as Ryuji descends the stairs, an eerie and unnatural silence has fallen over the once chaotic scene. Ryuji scoffs at his men's fear as he descends the stairs with chilling overconfidence. But as the door to the bloodbath swings open, his subordinate's warning about a man who can survive anything echoes in the silence. A face greets them from the darkness, a survivor who shouldn't exist. Young Hisu stands there, battered but unbroken, calmly acknowledging his captor's arrival. The room is a testament to his monstrous power, littered with Ryuji's defeated men as Hisu holds the last survivor by the throat. With a brutal slam, he silences the man's desperate pleas against the door. He then turns to Ryuji, his bloodied face contorted in a sneer, asking if this is all about some old grudge. Hisu presses on, accusing him of planning this betrayal from the very start, an accusation Ryuji coldly accepts. The taunts continue, questioning if anyone ever truly saw Ryuji as a friend, all while his hand tightens on a hidden razor. Ryuji finally speaks, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face, as he admits that none of their past matters anymore. Standing over the carnage, both men agree that the charade is over and it's time to end this. And with a flick of his wrist, Ryuji unleashes his blade, signaling the start of a final, one-on-one duel. With his razor drawn, Ryuji declares it's time to die, and leaps forward in a deadly blur of motion to end the fight. But Hisu's eyes widen, his instincts screaming as he reacts to the sudden attack, and his hand flashes out to intercept the killing blow, catching the assassin's arm with inhuman speed and strength, locking them in a brutal struggle as he realizes he's facing a true monster. But Ryuji's hand trembles under the crushing pressure, unable to maintain his grip, until a sickening crack echoes through the room as his wrist is broken, allowing Hisu to unleash a vicious barrage of body blows, each thundering impact driving the air from Ryuji's lungs. And his razor finally slips from his grasp, clattering uselessly to the floor, leaving Hisu to shuffle back, having completely and brutally turned the tables. Hisu explodes forward with terrifying speed, as Ryuji desperately tries to weave through a storm of missed punches. A haymaker whistles past his ear, the sheer force of it shocking him, and he ducks under another wild swing. But Hisu's momentum is relentless. Snarl of pure rage, Hisu puts all his weight into the next attack, forcing Ryuji into a desperate block that rattles him to the bone. But before he can recover, another devastating punch is already on its way. A brutal volley smashes through his guard as he wonders how a man hit by a truck could have this much power. He staggers back, realizing his opponent is a true monster who shouldn't be standing. Suddenly, Hisu seizes his arm, locking him in place, and a vicious backhand sends Ryuji flying across the room. He crashes hard, the one-sided beatdown leaving him utterly broken. Ryuji lies broken on the floor, his mind reeling at how easily he was taken down. He realizes with dawning horror that their sparring sessions meant nothing. The power gap was always this immense. But before he can process the despair, Hisu winds up for another bone-shattering punch. A merciless volley rains down, each blow feeling like a strike from an iron bar, shattering his will to fight. His vision blurs as the one-sided assault continues without pause. In a moment of terrifying clarity, he knows that if this goes on, he is going to die. With his last ounce of strength, he throws up a hand, desperately pleading for Hisu to freeze. He begins a pathetic apology, patting the floor to draw attention to the fallen knife as part of a desperate plan. He blames everything on a man named Yunseok-tae, inching his hand closer to the weapon while Hisu is distracted. Just as his fingers brush the handle, he thinks he's finally secured his only chance of survival, but his eyes widen in pure panic as he realizes the knife has suddenly vanished. In a flash, Hisu reveals he swiped the weapon first, coldly asking if this betrayal was the reason for everything. Hisu grins with a chilling calm, admitting he appreciates his foe's honesty. But with a flash of steel, he reveals the very knife Ryuji was just desperately reaching for. He scoffs at the failed gambit, asking if his target really thought he was the only one who noticed the weapon on the floor. Before Ryuji can even finish his pathetic plea, Hisu plunges the blade deep into his gut. He twists the knife viciously, snarling that his rival is a piece of trash, lying even to his last breath. The frenzied stabbing continues without mercy, as Ryuji's desperate screams about their friendship are completely ignored. Suddenly, a new voice cuts through the chaos as Jo Cheon appears, ordering him to stop because it's over. A trembling Hee-soo turns to his powerful ally, weakly asking if he's here to kill him too, but Jo simply observes the blood-soaked wreck and tells him to listen. He calmly declares that he's the one going after Yoon-seok now, with a look of cold determination. He announces that from this point forward, it is war. And as this new vow echoes in the silence, the camera pans to the massive Ambition headquarters, the epicenter of the coming storm. President Wiseok receives the one message he dreaded. His monstrous son, Hui-soo Young, has been lost. Unsurprised by his subordinate's failure, he slips his phone away, having expected nothing less. He now faces an even greater problem, knowing an enraged Hui-soo will be completely uncontrollable. With his own ambition to become chairman on the line, he decides he has no choice but to use his father's power. Few days later, the brutal consequences of the recent wars are laid bare inside a quiet hospital. The mighty warrior Jijori lies broken and unconscious, fighting for his very life on a ventilator. Watching over him is the disgraced CEO Lee Yongbin, his face a mask of grim resolve. Suddenly, a hand reaches out, squeezing Jory's in a silent, desperate plea. It's Dong Hyok, sitting vigil by the bedside of the man who sacrificed himself for them all. A flicker of life returns as Jory's eyes squeeze shut, a sign of his unbreakable fighting spirit. The sight fills Yongbin with a dark, simmering determination for the vengeance that must come next. And nearby, the leopard print enforcer's own fist trembles with barely contained fury. A grim silence hangs over young Buldo, his face contorted with the weight of recent tragedy. On a windswept rooftop, his men report the grim news. Jijori is recovering, but his survival is not guaranteed. But his subordinate Puffer can't understand his boss's mercy, questioning why he would honor the funeral of their traitorous comrade, Jongpal. He presses further, demanding to know why the killer Jo Cheon was allowed to walk away when they both deserved to die. Buldo calmly poses a chilling analogy, asking if you blame the car or the driver in an accident. His men struggle with the comparison, but Buldo's cold logic is unshakable as he dismisses their doubts. He explains that a weapon has no will of its own, flashing back to Jo Cheon, the deadly knife that was wielded against them. The same cold logic, he reveals, applies to the traitor Jongpal as well. They were merely tools, and he declares that true vengeance must be directed at the mastermind who controlled them. Still fueled by raw anger, Puffer argues he'll just hunt down Jo Cheon himself. Unable to accept this strategy, he furiously insists that he will not let the monster who hurt their friends escape justice. But with a chilling calm, Buldo simply tells him not to worry, a terrifying promise of a greater plan reflected in his eyes. Buldo recalls the vow he made the day he buried his mother, to drag all the filth of this world down with him. He calmly tells his men there's no need to rush, for he is a man who always keeps his word. But Puffer notices his boss's old dress shirt, a chilling relic from his infamous Gangster days. He realizes with a shock that this means Buldo truly intends to return to his past. He's not just seeking revenge, he's becoming the demon he once was to see it through. Meanwhile, at an exclusive restaurant in Seoul, a car pulls up as a new power player makes her move. A woman in a sharp suit slides open the door to a secret meeting. She's revealed as Sharon Park, a prosecutor from the Violent Crimes Investigation Division. Her guest is none other than So-hui Kim, the current wife of Ambition's chairman. So-hui nervously confirms a shocking conspiracy. The government is keeping a close watch on the Ambition succession war. She asks if the plan is to support a new candidate named Hui-yun, but the prosecutor simply eats her sushi, completely unbothered. Annoyed by the casual dismissal, So-hui demands to know why, only for Sharon to coldly state that she's already explained everything. So-hui desperately argues that her son isn't ready, completely missing the prosecutor's true motive. But Sharon's expression twists into contempt, mocking her for being blinded by a pampered life. She then lays out the cold, hard truth. They will make her son a puppet to send every last member of the Yang family to prison. Prosecutor's final threat is absolute, reminding So-hui of a past she desperately wants to forget. So-hui trembles in pure terror, realizing she has been completely trapped by the government's scheme. With the deal sealed by fear, Sharon Flynn pats her stomach, satisfied that her long-term plan to dismantle Ambition is secured. Meanwhile, in a quiet cemetery in Osaka, Japan, a lone figure arrives to pay his respects. Young Buldo solemnly lays a white flower on the grave of Hayashibara Ryuji's mother. He dismisses his subordinate, needing a moment alone to face the weight of his promise. With a quiet, mournful gesture, he gently brushes the dust from the cold stone. Standing before the tomb, the legendary Asura is nothing but a man burdened by immense regret. His head droops in shame as he finally apologizes. admitting he came far too late. Racked with guilt, young Boldo finally knows with absolute certainty what he must do. As his tears fall onto the cold stone, he vows to live for the child she left behind, and with gritted teeth, he swears to dedicate his life to her revenge. Elsewhere, President Hwseok-yong receives a report confirming that all the evidence about his secret son is true. Grimly accepting the facts, he dismisses his subordinate and prepares to leave. His mind is made up, declaring that he must now go see his son. That same afternoon at In-seong Baek's office, a new power play is already in motion. Hayashibara Ryuji boasts about a genuine watch gifted to him by Ambition's honorary chairman himself. He then reveals the old man is putting him on the family register and recommending him for the board. With a personal security team now assigned to him, his nervous partner reminds him not to forget their deal. In-seong Baek can't believe it. An Osaka street rat is making a serious run for Ambition's top seat. But when asked if this was his plan all along, Ryuji simply turns with a chillingly calm expression. He confesses that at first, his entire plan was driven by simple revenge. But his path changed after encountering a girl named CA, who he'd saved while investigating a different target. In a flashback, he recalls confronting her father with a file that left the man completely shaken. The document exposed the man's criminal past with the Gangster organization, placing him alongside the legendary Boldo Jong. When CA furiously denied her involvement in a crime, Ryuji questioned her innocence, pointing to her father's dark history. He noted the strange fact that every other witness pointed the finger directly at her, making her the sole dissenter. But it was Boldo's file that truly captured his attention. A simple gangster with his entire record mysteriously sealed from view. He realized in that moment that anyone with that much hidden power could be an incredibly useful piece on the board. Back in the present, he reveals to a stunned In-seong Baek that this was the true beginning of his much grander scheme. Just as his partner asks if this plan includes installing Hwseok-yong as chairman, their conversation is cut short by a knock. The door opens, revealing a visitor that makes In-seong's eyes widen in shock as he breathes Ryuji's name. President Hwseok-yong himself has arrived, flanked by Jennifer, asking if he's interrupting their meeting. In-seong Baek is utterly stunned by President Hwseok's sudden arrival, who calmly apologizes for the unannounced visit. Hwseok waves off the formalities, getting straight to the point that he's here to see Ryuji. He explains the urgency of their meeting, stating he wanted to see him as soon as he possibly could. After they sit, the tension hangs in the air as In-seong nervously awaits the reason for this high-stakes visit. Hwseok then drops a bombshell, revealing he just returned from visiting Megumi in Osaka, which makes Ryuji realize he's talking about his mother. In a raw confession, he admits he never wanted to know about his son and carried a deep hatred for his cursed family because he was too afraid to face the past. But now, placing a hand on Ryuji's shoulder, he declares that meeting him has finally given his life meaning. With his head bowed in apology, Hwseok finally acknowledges him, calling him my son. Yet just as Ryuji utters the word father, a violent blast shatters the emotional reunion. The force of the attack sends In-seong reeling, completely blindsided by the sudden chaos. An instant later, a blade slices clean through the office door, signaling an assassin has breached their defenses. Outside, the bearded driver Dongxiao's eyes widen in alarm as he realizes the meeting has just turned into a slaughter. Ryuji recognizes the voice of the legendary assassin Zhou Qian and immediately screams for his men to attack. But Hwseok freezes in utter shock as his son springs forward to get his attention. He desperately squeezes his father's arm, admitting his next words are shameless. Ryuji asks him to finally play the role of his father, and Hwseok solemnly nods his acceptance as Jennifer watches. With a deathly serious vow, Ryuji swears on his life to see their plan through. He then makes a chilling promise that his brother Husu will not see the sunrise, declaring that this is war. A flashback reveals that 5 minutes earlier, Zhou Qian's forces screeched to a halt outside, ready to strike because they had no time for a hospital. Zhou Qian declares that the chairman has finally chosen him over Hwseok, knowing that if he fails this time, it's the end. An entire army of assassins swarms the building, preparing to storm the office and slaughter everyone inside. Back in the present, Hwseok vows that this won't be the end for his other son, but the beginning of his downfall. The attackers burst from their cars, given the ruthless order to press forward and kill them all. Stepping forward together against the onslaught, father and son are ready to take over Ambition. From a window, In-seong Baek spots a horrifying figure on the street below the legendary assassin, Zhou Qian. Meanwhile, Hwseok finally accepts his role as a father, as Ryuji silently vows that his brother Husu will die by dawn. With cold determination, Jennifer peeks through the door, ready to face the coming storm. She unsheathes a katana and orders her men to guard the entrance, preparing for a last stand. But her own men seem to be from Osaka, recognizing her dialect and questioning her origins. She brushes past them, coldly stating she's an orphan with no home to speak of. Jennifer then leaves a chilling final message, entrusting the president's life to Ryuji if she falls. Her grim words about dying send a shiver down her subordinates' spines as she descends the stairs. One of them whispers a shocking possibility, that their mysterious boss might actually be Yakuza. Regardless of her past, her allies can only watch, realizing she's willing to lay down her life for her master. Suddenly, the assassins rush the stairs, and the defense line immediately erupts into brutal, close-quarters combat. The building echoes with the sound of battle as bodies are shoved and beaten in a desperate struggle to break through. But the attackers' leader, Jo Cheon, finally appears on the narrow stairway, demanding to know what's holding up his men. Jennifer holds the high ground, using the choke point to single-handedly beat back the overwhelming wave of assassins. She knows this is a battle of attrition for the staircase, and with cold determination, she formulates a plan. He recalls his orders from Yang Hee-soo, who casually agreed to take over this place once it was cleared. Back in the present, Jennifer senses something is wrong, knowing a monster like Jo Cheon would never just give up and walk away. Suddenly, instead of charging up the stairs, Jo Cheon leaps from a side ledge, beginning an impossible maneuver. He shatters through a nearby window, completely bypassing the defensive line his men couldn't break. The flank attack catches her allies completely by surprise, striking one down in an instant. Her men realize in horror that he just jumped across from the next building to get behind them. His blade slices through the air, aimed directly at an unsuspecting defender. But Jennifer reacts with inhuman speed, her own katana screeching as she intercepts the fatal blow. She counters with a powerful swing, finally meeting the legendary killer in a one-on-one duel for control of the building. Jennifer lands a powerful kick, sending Jo Cheon staggering back with a grunt of pain. She immediately follows up, her katana whistling through the air with deadly intent. But the veteran killer is just as fast, parrying the lightning-quick strike with his own knife. Meanwhile, the main battle rages on the staircase as Jo Cheon's men cheer him on, realizing the upper floor has been breached. His executive Gai Jin Myung screams for Husu to push forward, vowing to handle the woman himself. Jennifer coldly taunts Jo Cheon, asking if he really thought they wouldn't be prepared for his attack. Doubt flashes across his face as he realizes with dawning horror that they might have backup from ambition itself. Suddenly, a stern-faced emissary appears, commanding the young master to stand down immediately. He reveals he carries a direct order from the honorary chairman, a warning not to tarnish the company's name. The man declares they will be forced to act if this continues, leaving Yang Hee-soo absolutely furious. Another figure, Ms. Cha, steps forward to silence his subordinate with a chillingly polite threat. Husu trembles with rage, calling her a traitorous dog, but she simply scoffs at his empty accusation. She coldly reveals she was never the chairman's dog, but was placed in her position by the honorary chairman himself. The emissary agrees, declaring his duty is to chew up the company's filth before calling Husu a pig bastard. Enraged, Yang Hee-soo screams for his men to attack, realizing this is the final straw. Nearby, the tense standoff between Jennifer and the deadly assassin Jo Cheon finally reaches its breaking point. As the situation explodes, Ms. Che immediately switches to Plan C, ordering her team to secure an escape route. But the honorary chairman's men move instantly to block Husu's path, demanding he stay put. The lead emissary grabs the young master, urging him to keep things clean, but Husu just scoffs at the warning. Without another word, the emissary lands a devastating blow that knocks Huisu completely senseless. Jennifer watches in shock, unable to believe this is the end for him, giving Jo Cheon a fatal opening. The assassin lunges forward in a blur, his blade flashing through the air. Jennifer's eyes widen in horror as she realizes the attack isn't meant for her. The knife sinks deep into Ms. Cha's back, a shocking betrayal that changes everything. Jennifer pivots with blinding speed and lands a powerful spinning kick that sends the assassin staggering back. But Jo Cheon recovers instantly, abandoning his dropped knife to dash up the stairs with a new, deadly objective. He charges forward with terrifying focus, his eyes locked on his true targets. Realizing his plan to kill Ryuji and Hwiseok, Jennifer screams a desperate warning. She swings her sword in a desperate arc to cut off his advance. The blade rips across his chest, a deep gash that would stop any normal man. His tie is severed, fluttering uselessly to the floor as a testament to her speed. But as he looks up, a new guardian blocks his path, casually drawing a sword and asking about his business with Ryuji. Jo Cheon roars in absolute fury, screaming that he doesn't have time for this. Their blades meet with a deafening clang as the two masters clash. Yet even as he fights, his mind is consumed by one thought: kill them both and secure victory for Husu. Jo Cheon's eyes narrow with murderous intent, vowing that he will succeed no matter the cost. He smashes through Jennifer's defense with a single, devastating kick that sends her flying. With his path now clear, he unleashes a brutal barrage of punches, screaming for his next target to move. The force of his attack shatters the high-rise window, sending Inseong Bake plummeting into the night sky. Inseong crashes onto the roof of a car below, the impact echoing through the street. Left behind, a horrified Jennifer can barely whisper the name of the monster she failed to stop. Her shock turns into a desperate scream as she witnesses the bloody aftermath of his rampage. Meanwhile, a car speeds away from the scene, its driver racing against time. Inside, the seemingly unstoppable Jo Cheon is revealed to be critically wounded, slumping in his seat and coughing up blood. His ally, Jung Boldo, frantically calls for backup, screaming for Husu's father to pick up the phone. Boldo pleads that he's their only hope as Jo Cheon weakly mutters Husu's name in his delirium. But with a final surge of strength, the wounded assassin places a hand on his driver's arm, refusing to go to a hospital. Jo Cheon desperately pushes for the port to escape, but Boldo screams that he'll die on the boat. The wounded assassin argues that a hospital means capture for them both, a fate worse than death. Gritting his teeth, Boldo agrees to the reckless plan, vowing to get them out. He speeds toward the coast, his only request being that Jo Cheon hangs on just a little longer. But they're not alone, as Hayashibara Ryuji is tracking their every move by GPS. He confirms their location to an unknown ally, and reveals he's also closing in with a single, dark request. With ice in his veins, Ryuji demands that Huisu be left alive so he can kill him with his own hands. An hour later, the car skids to a stop at a remote fishing port under the moonlight. Boldo leaves the dying Jo Cheon in the car to secure their passage with the boat captain. Annoyed and short on cash, he shouts for Captain Wang. Seeing the boat waiting, he approaches the lit cabin, confused as to why the captain never answered his calls. Pushing the door open, he calls out into the eerie silence. Completely unaware of what awaits him, he steps inside, demanding to know why the captain never answered his calls. But, instead of a sailor, he finds Yang Hisu, the man behind everything, waiting for him. Hisu smirks, remarking that they finally get to meet face to face in this isolated place. Boldo's eyes burn with hatred as he introduces himself, his voice dripping with pure menace. With a grimace, Hisu confirms he knows exactly who the legendary Sura is. He then casually tosses the real captain's corpse into the dark water below. Boldo's rage finally boils over as he declares that today is the day of reckoning for every sin Hisu has committed. His intent is absolute, a single word echoing in the silence, die. But Hisu scoffs at the threat, questioning who a mere street thug thinks he's talking to. Boldo calmly takes a drag from his cigarette, admitting he'll pay for his own sins one day, just like Jongpal did. Before he can finish, Hisu lunges forward screaming for him to shut up as Boldo casually flicks his cigarette away. But the legendary fighter is already moving, his voice cold as he finishes his thought. That day will not be today. The fight's brutal impact flashes by, a violent memory of the explosive confrontation between Boldo and Hisu. But this path of vengeance began days ago, when an ally sat down with Lee Yongbin to discuss his mother's tragic death. Yongbin grimly declared his intent to end things, revealing he already covered up the messy details of Jongpal's case. His contact then places a recording device on the table, warning that if he's caught again, he'll take the fall for everything. Yet Yongbin dismisses the threat entirely, his face cold and determined as he states that it just doesn't matter. The man is stunned by this recklessness, unable to understand why Yongbin simply doesn't care about the consequences. Yongbin calmly takes a drink, explaining that a sinner must always pay for his sins, and he's ready to pay his. He then offers his contact a promotion in exchange for more intel, a proposal that only seems to enrage the man. Suddenly, their heated argument is interrupted by a buzzing phone, displaying the name Yoonseok Tae. Yongbin answers the urgent call, his face etched with stress as his friend watches his stubborn descent into chaos. He immediately gets up to leave, explaining that something important has come up that he must attend to. His ally screams a final, desperate warning that this entire situation is now completely out of his hands. Yongbin warns that Huisu's smuggling port is a mess tied to ambition that he can't possibly clean up. But Boldo has already accepted his fate, entrusting his men's future to Yongbin with his bank details. Overwhelmed by this grim resolve, Yongbin simply wishes him good luck. Unable to say more, he walks away, leaving Boldo to face his destiny alone as the door clicks shut. A fire burns in Boldo's eyes, his mind now completely focused on the coming storm. Looking at the final message, Yongbin can only pray that his old friend doesn't die. Suddenly, back at the port, Boldo lands a brutal, staggering blow against Yang Hisu. He charges forward like a demon, closing the distance before his enemy can even react. Weaving past a desperate counter, Boldo unleashes his own devastatingly fast attack. A series of thunderous impacts sends Yang Hisu crashing across the wet deck. Hisu barely manages to block, stunned that Boldo is so much faster than he was told. In that instant, He realizes the man before him isn't just a fighter, he's a monster. Yang Hisu sees a supposed opening and swings with all his might, but the blow lands with a sickening crack, only to be met by a chilling, defiant glare. A shocking reversal. It's Hisu who is sent crashing to the ground, completely stunned. Fueled by pure rage, Boldo immediately rushes forward, his face a mask of fury. He dashes with inhuman speed, a predator cornering his helpless prey. With a swift motion, he reveals a hidden shiv, ready to end this permanently. He lunges forward with a vicious slash, screaming for his enemy to just die. Yanking Hisu off balance, he creates the perfect opening for a finishing blow. A brutal elbow strike smashes into Hisu's head, silencing his struggle. Desperate and cornered, Hisu makes one last frantic rush forward, but Boldo calmly prepares his counter, his knuckles rattling with a strange power. A final, devastating punch connects, leaving the gangster's fate completely uncertain. A violent ambush sends men tumbling from a speeding truck under the dark sky. Yang Hisu takes a brutal blow to the face, admitting he was already in rough shape before this fight even started. But young Boldo shows no mercy, swinging his weapon again while telling his prey to quit scurrying around. He lands a devastating strike, plunging his shiv deep into Hisu's side with a sickening crunch. The weapon clatters to the ground as the critical damage is done. Staggering back in shock, Hisu realizes his opponent is faster and sharper than anyone he has ever faced before. In a flashback, Boldo coldly acknowledges his enemy's fearsome reputation, but dismisses him as just another thug. Back in the present, Hisu snarls not to get cocky, convinced he can win if he just takes the fight to the ground. Elsewhere, Chairman Hwisiok Young sips from a bowl while interrogating his subordinate about the legendary gangster Boldo. The subordinate, Dongchunj, makes excuses for his past defeat, blaming Boldo's unexpected ferocity and Ryuji's interference. The chairman coldly cuts him off, reminding him that street brawlers are useless once they're on the ground. And just as he explains how inescapable a heavy mount can be, Hisu makes a desperate, roaring dash to tackle his opponent, but Boldo stands his ground, an immovable wall against the desperate charge. He recalls taking down another high-level fighter while half dead, fueling his resolve. Before Hisu can even finish his thought, a fist wrapped in prayer beads shatters his jaw. Boldo swings again, his makeshift weapon whistling through the air with terrifying speed. The second blow lands with even more force, completely breaking Hisu's guard. In a flash of pain and shock, Hisu realizes he's made a fatal mistake. His last desperate thought is to drop him just once, but it's already too late. With a final thud, the heir of the ambition group crashes face-first onto the ground, utterly defeated. The fight over. Boldo calmly picks up a nearby rope, his true objective becoming clear. He quickly wraps the thick cord around his unconscious enemy's body. With a powerful yank, he begins to hoist Hisu off the ground. The rope tightens around Hisu's neck. As Boldo's brutal execution begins, Boldo dangles his defeated foe over the dark water, his execution having already begun. With pure hatred in his eyes, he tells Hisu to beg for forgiveness from all his victims in the afterlife. He snarls that this is for everyone who's suffered, including Jong Paul, ignoring Hisu's desperate pleas. But just as he's about to finish it, Hayashibara Ryuji appears, demanding Boldo stop and hand Hisu over. Ryuji acknowledges his rage, but reminds him of the sole reason he came all the way to Korea. He pleads with Boldo, insisting that he doesn't need to dirty his own hands with this kill, because Ryuji himself will be the one to personally deal with the man who ruined his life. After a tense pause, Boldo relents and begins to pull the rope. He yanks Hisu back onto the deck, letting him crash down with a heavy thud. The once mighty heir can only tremble on the floor. Completely broken and at his mercy, Boldo turns his back, leaving his ally to handle the final judgment as Ryuji thanks him. Then as he walks away, he calls out to his friend by his undercover name, Yoonseok. With his own vengeance complete, Boldo asks Ryuji what he plans to do next, but Ryuji seems unsure. Suddenly, Ryuji turns away, coldly declaring his intent to finish ambition and warning Boldo to stay out of his revenge. As he walks off, he's tormented by a hidden truth, debating whether he should tell his ally about it. He quickly decides against it, knowing the consequences would be dire. His hand clenches around a weapon, as he realizes revealing the secret might force him into a fight to the death with Boldo. For now, he focuses on the broken man at his feet, deciding to take care of business first. His eyes fill with pure hatred, as he remembers the man who murdered his mother. The name echoes in his mind, Huisu Yang, now completely helpless before him. Furious roar. He brings a heavy object crashing down on his defenseless target. He then grabs the unconscious man, telling him not to sleep because the real pain is just beginning. Frustrated, he hoists the limp body up, questioning if Hisu is just playing dead. He begins slapping the man repeatedly, screaming at the asshole to wake the hell up. Ryuji continues to slap the unconscious Hisu, screaming at him that he doesn't get to die yet. He grabs his captive, insisting that he needs to hear every single word he has to say. With brutal force, he rains down blow after blow, furiously demanding that his enemy get up. With burning eyes, Ryuji finally reveals the truth, declaring himself the son of Megumi, the woman Hisu killed. As young Boldo rushes in completely shocked, Ryuji screams that death is a luxury Hisu only gets after apologizing to his mother. His rage still unquenched, Ryuji's hand tightens around the handle of a heavy hammer. A sickening series of smashes echoes through the room as Hisu screams in pure, unadulterated agony. The hammer finally falls with a heavy thud, resting beside a shattered and trembling hand. But the savage fury finally breaks, and Ryuji collapses, sobbing in utter exhaustion and grief. Young Boldo places a steadying hand on his trembling friend, telling him that it's finally over. As they get ready to go, Boldo brings up a dangerous loose end. Jochion, the man who fled with Hisu, wiping his face. He explains that their other target is passed out cold in the car, leaving them to decide his fate. Exhausted and blood-splattered, Boldo gives a grim order to put both men in the car and sink it in the ocean, leaving an unconscious body to its grim fate. But as he lights a cigarette, he reflects on a bitter truth. These two monsters were once friends. The scene flashes back to their school days, where Jochion's own father arrives, calling out for Master Husu. A young Jochion stares in disbelief, shocked to see his dad acting as his friend's attendant. His father bows with a sickeningly servile attitude, announcing a family dinner has been arranged for the young master. It's an expression of utter submission he never showed his own family, reserved only for Husu. When Husu invites Joe to come along, his father coldly intervenes, ordering his own son to take the bus instead. He's then publicly shamed for his lack of respect, forced to apologize for calling the young master by his name. As his father holds the door to a luxury car, the other students begin to mock him, calling him nothing but a servant. Jochion turns with a furious glare, but their cruel taunts only escalate, and as the car drives away, the bullies close in, challenging the servant boy to a fight he can't back down from. As the luxury car drives away, the bullies' taunts echo, leaving Jochion utterly alone. He drops his bag, accepting their challenge with a furious glare, ready to fight them all. Inside the car, Husu looks back with a worried expression, torn as he leaves his friend behind. It was a familiar feeling for Joe, who had always faced the world with no one on his side. He fought back desperately, but his lonely struggle was completely one-sided. The mob of students swarms him in a vicious beatdown, kicking him while he's down. But that day, something changed when a powerful blow suddenly sends one of the bullies flying. An impossible atomic kick crashes into the scene, turning the tide in an instant. Joe looks up from the ground, his face a mask of bruised disbelief at this sudden rescue. It's Husu, who has returned to stand by his friend's side against overwhelming odds. Enraged, the pack of bullies turns their attention to the new target, deciding to take them both down. Shortly after, the two sit together on a playground, with Husu apologizing for making the fight worse, forging a bond that would last a lifetime. Battered and bruised, Joe sits beside his savior, admitting he was told not to speak a certain way. Husu turns with a faint smile, offering a simple word of thanks that leaves Joe completely stunned. Despite the pain, the two share a laugh, finding a moment of peace after the brutal fight. But Huisu's expression turns deadly serious as he imparts a core belief on what it means to be a man. He declares that you always help a friend who's in trouble, a principle that will define their entire lives. Then comes a shocking reveal, as Husu admits with a pounding heart that this was his very first fight. As Joe rises, he asks the one question that matters: if this means they are finally friends. Husu confirms their bond is real. Just as the first drops of rain begin to fall from the sky, the downpour intensifies, and Joe frantically tells Husu they need to run for cover. He sprints ahead, complaining that he'll be scolded if his clothes get any dirtier. Turning back, he calls for his new friend to hurry and follow him out of the storm. But Husu remains frozen in place, ominously stating that he can't go, revealing a hidden wall between them that even friendship can't overcome. A voice from the past echoes through the rain, commanding Joe to wake up and live. Suddenly he jolts awake with a terrified gasp, screaming Husu's name in a blind panic. He finds himself submerged in chilling water, his mind racing to understand the nightmare he's in. Frantically searching the darkness, he calls out for Husu, his voice trembling with fear. He thrashes against the current, shouting his master's name into the crushing silence. The horrifying truth is revealed, as he realizes they're trapped inside a car that's sinking into the abyss. Seeing Husu unconscious, he desperately hammers on the window, trying to wake him from his slumber. The water rises relentlessly, but his only thought is to save his friend. Coughing and sputtering, He struggles to break the surface, screaming for Husu to get up. Desperate cry. He smashes his fist through the glass, shattering their prison. But his victory is short-lived as the violent rush of water floods his lungs. He reaches for the door handle, pulling with all his remaining strength, only to find it hopelessly stuck. Just as he escapes the car, Jo Cheon is violently yanked back into the dark depths. He realizes with horror that he's being pulled away, losing his grip on his only escape route. As water fills his lungs, his last thoughts are of his unconscious master, Huisu. He tries to scream his name, but only a desperate gurgle escapes his throat. Looking back, he sees Huisu drifting lifelessly inside the vehicle, no air bubbles coming from his mouth. A closer look confirms his worst fear. There is no sign of life at all. The crushing reality sinks in his master is already gone. His body trembles with a helpless rage as he realizes he's completely alone. But in a final burst of adrenaline, he pushes off the car and swims for the surface. A single primal thought commands him as he leaves his master behind. He must live. His face breaks with grim determination, believing that Husu has to live on through him. Suddenly, a lone figure splashes to the surface, gasping for air under the shadow of a distant lighthouse. Jo Cheon claws his way out of the dark water, coughing and cursing in utter despair. As tears stream down his face, a faint memory begins to surface from the chaos. He recalls seeing a man through the car's tinted window just before they sank. It was the monster responsible for all of this young bulldo. The cold, hard realization hits him with the force of a tidal wave. That bastard was the one who killed Husu, and he watched it all happen. With his body trembling in grief, he swears to avenge his master, his only true friend. A few days later, at the Ambition Group headquarters, a crucial board meeting is about to begin. President Awishyok Yong can't shake his unease, scrolling through unanswered messages from Husu. He glances at his aide, demanding to know where his son could have gone after acting so confident. She dismisses his concerns, suggesting Husu is probably just sleeping off a night of drinking and trouble. As they head up in the elevator, the chairman can only hope that's all it is. As the elevator climbs to the 13th floor, Huishok knows this is more than just a simple board meeting. For a decade he's been chairman, yet the company's reins are still clutched in his father's hands. His entire plan hinged on promoting his son Husu, a desperate power play to gain leverage against the old guard. But one look at his aide's smug expression tells him that ship has already sailed. He's always known she was his father's spy, but her arrogance now screams that the scales have completely tipped. The elevator doors open with a ding, and with simmering rage, he steps out to face the lions. They would be dead wrong to underestimate him though, because with one son out of the picture, he still has another card to play. He strides toward the boardroom, believing that if he can win his other son back to his side, he still has a chance. But as his arrival is announced, the room rises to reveal his father already holding court. At the head of the table, the old man's face twists in disgust, publicly chastising him for daring to be late. He's humiliated in front of everyone, told to hurry and find an empty seat like a disobedient child. Suddenly, a calm voice cuts through the tension, and Huisyok freezes as his other son, Ryuji, greets him with a chilling hellfather. Huisyok realizes with a sickening grin that everything is terribly wrong. If this is the plan, his game is already over. Meanwhile, Jennifer takes the podium, formally beginning the emergency meeting, and announcing a critical matter will be addressed first. She slams the gavel, declaring the first order of business is to appoint a new member to a vacant board position. An executive points out that with Huisu Yong absent, they must proceed with the sole remaining nominee. Huisyok springs to his feet, pleading to postpone the vote, but Jennifer coldly informs him the decision isn't hers to make. She reveals this is the honorary chairman's will, and the old man himself bellows for them to carry on immediately. Another member tries to argue for debate, but is instantly shouted down by the others, who demand they get on with it. Huisyok's hands tremble with rage as he silently curses his worthless son for being absent, while Jennifer prepares to introduce the candidate. Suddenly, a calm voice cuts through the tension, greeting everyone in the room. The man introduces himself as Tae-yoon Young, the young blood who will supposedly carry the company's future. He bows respectfully to the stunned board, and the entire room falls into a dead, hushed silence. Whispers immediately erupt as the confused executives question if he's from Osaka, wondering who this mysterious Japanese man could possibly be. One of the chairmen scoffs that the newcomer has no place here. But a slow, menacing clap suddenly cuts through the tension, started by President Huisyok Yong himself, who sarcastically welcomes the new addition to the family with a forced round of applause. Clear threat that if the directors want to keep their pitiful shares, they'd better pick the right side. His piercing gaze sweeps across the room, demanding their absolute obedience, and the other directors quickly fall in line, agreeing that his nationality doesn't matter, but the true power in the room. Honorary Chairman Ho Tae-young roars at his son to clap even louder, completely unfazed. Ryuji thanks everyone for the warm welcome while staring down his humiliated father. He adjusts his glasses, promising his father that today, his plans will be utterly shattered. Suddenly, one brave director stands up, demanding to know who this person is before any decision is made. As Miss Cha begins to speak, Ryuji cuts her off, deciding to take the floor himself. He calmly addresses the murmuring board, acknowledging their confusion about an outsider from Japan. He then calls out the company's mob-like reputation, stating that only results should matter, and reminds them all that the honorary chairman himself built this entire empire on blood. He points out that the older board members know better than anyone how rivals were brutally pushed aside. Before he drops a bombshell, calling them all street thugs, which sends a shockwave of outrage through the room. One director scoffs, believing this worthless drifter is digging his own grave. But Ryuji's calm demeanor shatters as he explodes with rage, blaming their incompetence for the company's failures. He then smacks his own chest, declaring his true identity as Tae-young, the last heir of the chairman, a name he follows up with his even more infamous Japanese identity, Ryuji Hayashibara. As if summoned by his words, the doors swing open and his menacing enforcers begin to file in. The entire board looks on in horror as they are suddenly surrounded by a swarm of masked figures. The new arrivals stand ready as Ryuji prepares to make his final, chilling declaration. He announces that once he's a director, he will absorb their entire security division, sealing his hostile takeover. One director shudders, realizing this lowlife is actually the head of Kansai's largest syndicate with a terrifying plan for the company. Ryuji smirks, confirming he'll handle everything from the shadows, now that the pretense is over. Hwiseok-young trembles, knowing his son intends to swallow the company's entire security division whole. Just as Jennifer calls for a vote, a furious voice interrupts the proceedings. An old guard director leaps to his feet, refusing to let a no-name brat become an executive. But Ryuji coldly dismisses him, calling his own father blinded to reality and unfit to rule. He twists the knife, condescendingly suggesting his father's failing health is to blame for his weakness. Then comes the ultimate betrayal, as Ryuji announces the board has already named him the acting chairman. With a cold pat, he orders his own father to be escorted out of the room like a common nuisance. Hwiseok is dragged away screaming as the vote for Ryuji's appointment proceeds without him. In a chilling display of power, every single hand in the room is raised in unanimous approval. A triumphant grin spreads across Ryuji's face as the motion passes, sealing his absolute victory. 8 hours after the coup, Hwiseok-young congratulates his son on a job well done. He officially welcomes Ryuji to the family with a tight grip, though the newly minted executive seems bored by the thought of corporate life. Hwiseok then delivers a stark warning that the honorary chairman is already planning to retake control himself. But Ryuji is completely unfazed, revealing he's already rallying disgruntled directors against the old man. Impressed by his son's ruthlessness, Hwiseok gives a chilling order: seize the company by any means necessary. He promises to handle any obstacles, telling Ryuji to focus only on his mother's revenge. Their ultimate goal is now total control of the Ambition Group, the only thing that can end their shared vendetta. Hwiseok declares with grim determination that this will finally conclude their long and bloody feud. A sinister smirk spreads across Ryuji's face as he looks out over the city he now commands. But days later at a secluded countryside villa, the silence of the night is shattered by a sudden crash. An enraged man has smashed his glass, furiously demanding a real drink. His subordinate tries to calm him, explaining that their rural location limits what they can provide. The furious Jong Eun-young demands to see Director Seo, while his aide calmly states he will be arriving soon. Just then, the door opens and the director enters, greeting his frustrated ally. The aide, Miss Shah, offers tea, but Jong Eun-young angrily dismisses her, demanding they be left alone. She quietly leaves the room, but not before giving a final, knowing glance from behind the closing door. With the room secured, Director Seo asks how he has been, as guards stand watch outside. Jong Eun-young reveals that the guards, and even Ms. Shah, are spies placed by the Japanese bastard to keep him under constant surveillance. His hand trembles with rage as he realizes the great Jong Eun-young has been stripped of everything, and is now kept on a leash like an animal. Director Seo asks for news about Husu, only to learn he has vanished after supposedly fleeing to Hong Kong. Cursing his foolish faith in a worthless bastard, Jong Eun-young demands to know how many allies they can still rally to their side. But the director's expression darkens as he admits their situation is far worse than this he imagined. He explains that their final bastion of power, ambition, security, has been completely taken over by Tae-young. Now, the very muscle they once used for their dirty work is under the absolute control of their greatest enemy. Jong Eun-young seethes with rage, realizing his men switched sides the moment survival became a factor. He scoffs that all they have left are the ragged leftovers who once worked for Gian Zhongpal. Director Seo warns that while these men are skilled, their loyalty is questionable without their former boss. Even with their own people planted among them, he can't guarantee how long their allegiance will last. Pouring a drink, Jong Yoon dismisses them as moths chasing money, who will follow whoever holds the cash. The director explains their loyalty was secured by blaming Gyeon's death on Buldo, and framing Jong Yoon as their savior. Now, impatient, Jong Eun-yoon demands to know where this secret force is stationed. Director Seo slides a number across the table, revealing the men are hidden nearby and can arrive in under 5 minutes. Clenching the note, Jong Yoon vows to bide his time and crush the Japanese bastards to reclaim his throne. Meanwhile, at the front gate of his secluded villa, a lone car speeds through the night. The vehicle screeches to a halt just inches from the barricade. The guards are startled by the sudden arrival, dismissing it as a lost driver, completely unaware of the storm that has just arrived. A sharp tap of a polished shoe announces the arrival of an unknown, imposing figure. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, he calmly calls out to the unsuspecting guards. His request to borrow a light feels less like a question and more like a threat. Meanwhile, in a steamy bathhouse, patrons murmur nervously around a hooded man resting in silence. The sight of the demonic tattoos covering his back is enough to make everyone want to flee. But the man, the legendary young Buldo, is lost in a memory of a time long past. He recalls an elderly woman pleading with him to live a righteous life from now on. She urged him to honor the meaning of his name, a destiny he could never fulfill. His mind then twists to a darker vow, one that promises retribution for his enemy's unforgivable sins. He remembers the moment he decided who to kill first, a choice between his traitorous subordinate and his master. Back in the present, an old man suddenly approaches, calling the markings on his back terrifying. He then splashes water at the silent killer, telling him his very presence is scaring everyone away. The old man sighs, enjoying the bath's perfect temperature, but Buldo immediately turns on him, demanding to know if he's a cop. The stranger laughs, insisting he's nothing of the sort, and tells the tense warrior to ease up. He then reveals their connection, calling him Jeong, and wondering why he's been missing from their job lately. A flicker of recognition crosses Buldo's face as he finally identifies his old coworker, Mr. Park. The scene flashes back to a construction site, where Mr. Park remembers Jong as a quiet, hard worker who simply vanished months ago. But looking at the man before him now, worn out and haunted, he asks if he's returned to his old life on the streets. Buldo quietly admits it's true, though the old man reassures him that with tattoos like those, his past was never really a secret. He recalls the iconic ink on Buldo's back, a phrase about being honored alone in heaven and earth, and asks how it feels to live such a solitary life. Buldo admits it isn't pleasant, prompting Mr. Park to ask what could have possibly dragged him back into such a wretched existence. Lost in thought, he explains it all began with helping a friend, a simple act that spiraled into a dark path he knows can only end one way. He ominously declares it will end in death, a statement the old man accepts with chilling calmness, saying everyone dies someday. However, he leaves Buldo with a terrifying final thought. He has never once seen a man who lives by the blade die a gentle death. As the steam hangs heavy, Buldo finally confirms his name is Jong to the old man. Mr. Park simply smiles, inviting the troubled warrior to join him in the sauna for a talk. Inside the scorching heat of the mugwort sauna, the old man suddenly proposes a traditional wager. He flips an hourglass and casually bets a drink and a boiled egg on who can last longer. But then he turns to Buldo, asking what he is willing to risk in this simple game. Buldo agrees to the same meager terms, but the old man immediately rejects the offer, saying it's no fun. Instead, he raises the stakes to an impossible level. If he wins, Buldo must abandon whatever bloody path he had planned for the day. Stunned, Buldo demands to know how he could possibly know his intentions, but the old man just laughs it off as obvious. He explains that the sheer murderous aura radiating from Buldo was so intense that no one dared even get near him in the tub. Buldo tries to brush it off as fear of his tattoos, but the old man insists it's something far deeper. He even shows off his own small tattoo, dismissing ink as a meaningless fad among the youth. The true reason, he reveals with chilling gravity, is because his own younger brother once wore that same exact look of a man marching to his death. The old man recalls how his brother left home one day, just like any other, except he had the same deathly aura as Buldo, a man who had given up on everything, and tragically, he never returned home, not even to this day. Mr. Park then admits that as time passed, he never even tried to look for him, because he knew it was better just hope for his return, fearing that searching would only send him down the same path of murderous intent. A dark road he now sees Buldo walking down at this very moment. Buldo is stunned, asking if that's truly what Mr. Park sees in his eyes. but the old man just shrugs it off as a simple hunch, telling him not to worry. As Boldo tries to ask about the brother, Mr. Park suddenly gets up to leave, leaving him with a final, heavy piece of advice: to do what he thinks is right, because it's his life. The old man offers a final piece of advice, telling Boldo to take a drink and cool his head. Meanwhile, under the cover of night, a new power structure is forming at a temporary base for the worst generation. A subordinate named Zhang Tai approaches his boss, Zhang Yun, questioning why he's standing outside alone. Zhang Yun simply states he was watching the moon, admiring its beauty in the quiet night. As the two share a moment, Zhang Tai asks his boss for a cigarette to break the silence. While smoking, Zhang Yun confirms that his men are resting for the night, but his casual tone shifts when he asks about a certain Mr. Kim, whom Zhang Tai sneeringly calls the chairman's lapdog. With pure hatred in his eyes, Zhang Tai reveals the man is passed out drunk, wishing he could just end him right now. He explodes with resentment, claiming that he should have been in charge after their former boss Zhang Pal died. But Zhang Yun coldly silences him, admitting he understands the chairman's decision not to trust them. After all, he was the man their old boss once followed, and he took them in even knowing the monsters they had become. Zhang Tai furiously declares that Chairman Yang can't be trusted, stomping out his cigarette in disgust. His rage then turns to Boldo Zhang, vowing he'll never forgive the man who killed their boss. But Zhang Yun calmly tells him to watch his words. Zhang Yun points out that none of them saw what happened, though Zhang Tai bites back that the result is all that matters. To end the speculation, Zhang Yun decides he will go see Boldo himself to hear the truth directly. Zhang Tai is still bewildered, wondering who this Boldo really is to have held such sway over a man like Zhang Pal. His boss admits he barely knew the legend, having only worked under him for a couple of years. He then reveals a shocking secret. Zhang Pal kept the Gangsu name to honor the very man he fought, Boldo Zhang. A flashback shows a younger Boldo, the monster who built the entire Gangsu organization with his bare fists and later tore it all down. Because of this deep history, Zhang Yun believes Boldo isn't someone who would kill over something petty, and that there must be a reason. Zhang Tai grits his teeth, desperately hoping it's a reason he can live with, a sentiment his boss seems to share. But before they can reflect further, a subordinate bursts through the door, shouting that they've just received a call. The subordinate bursts in with a dire warning. Chairman Yang's villa is under attack. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yun orders his men to get ready, vowing to head there immediately. Meanwhile, at the villa, a guard's body slumps to the ground, the silent proof that the assault has already begun. The infiltrator, Li Yongbin, casually takes a drag from his cigarette, wondering aloud if his victims are foreigners. He calmly rummages through the dead man's pockets, musing that they must be expensive overseas mercenaries. While searching for something, he pulls out exactly what he wanted, a simple, yellow lighter. He complains that a cold drink he had earlier is now upsetting his stomach. Suddenly, a nearby radio crackles with a frantic voice speaking Japanese, but Yongbin has no idea what's being said. Their quiet infiltration is over, as a surveillance camera locks onto their position. Yongbin realizes they'll be swarmed any minute, admitting that so much for going in quietly. Dropping his cigarette, he defiantly declares this life is all he has left, asking only to finish his smoke first. With a final turn of the key, the engine roars to life. Li Yongbin accepts his fate as a natural-born brawler, knowing this dirty path is all he has left. With a quiet resolve, he whispers a final wish for his friend's reunion before committing to the fight. He slams his foot on the accelerator, rocketing the car forward without a hint of hesitation. The vehicle becomes a blur, a missile aimed directly at the heart of the enemy's stronghold. It smashes through the main gate with an earth-shattering crash, announcing his brutal arrival. The car screeches to a halt just inside the compound, the infiltration now a full-blown declaration of war. The guards are thrown into chaos, their blue-haired leader screaming for everyone to wake up, as this single vehicle tears through their defenses. The driver's door opens and Yongbin emerges, a heavy crowbar clunking against the pavement. He calmly asks if Zhang Yunyang is present, his casual demeanor completely unnerving the panicked men. Then, with a cold, dead-eyed stare, he challenges them all to a fight they never saw coming. A lone man is suddenly surrounded by Yakuza drawing their blades, who mockingly ask who this thug could possibly be. He simply smirks, dismissing their entire organization as completely irrelevant to the slaughter that's about to begin. Meanwhile, in the present, a startled Zhang Yunyang is jolted from his thoughts by the sounds of chaos erupting just outside his room. Back in the past, the legend roars his name for all to hear. Boldo Jeong, a name that carries the weight of certain death. With a clenched fist, he makes a chilling promise that he is coming for their leader's head. He then explodes forward in a black blur of speed, rushing the stunned swordsmen before they can even mount a defense. His first strike is so overwhelming it shatters a katana blade as if it were made of glass. Before anyone can react, he spins into his next attack, a fluid whirlwind of destruction. The brutal impact of his weapon caves in a man's face, turning the confrontation into a completely one-sided fight. He smashes through another guard's defense without slowing, leaving nothing but broken bodies in his wake. Present, Jong Yoon's subordinates tremble in absolute terror, wondering what kind of monster has just invaded their sanctuary. The flashback concludes with Boldo's terrifying aura, an aura so powerful it makes a lifelong killer admit he has never known true fear until this very moment. Young Boldo's intimidating presence alone freezes the swordsmen in their tracks as he questions their hesitation. He continues his menacing advance, his cane thumping against the ground, while his targets desperately try to rally their courage. But suddenly, two men block the entrance, frantically trying to stop the slaughter before it goes any further. One of them, Kazuda, shouts that he's a friend of Ryuji and Yoonseok, hoping the connection will save them. Boldo calmly acknowledges them as Yoonseok's crew, but Kazuda's plea to stop is met with a chilling silence. His face hardens as he coldly reminds them he made it clear to Yoonseok to stay out of his personal revenge. Just then, another of Ryuji's subordinates gives a grim report about the casualties already taken. The horrifying truth is revealed as a flashback shows their comrade Shoji lying broken and lifeless on the ground. This has crossed a line, and the subordinate declares that to turn a blind eye now would be a stain on the honor of the Sikuryu. Kazuda grits his teeth in utter shock, unable to process the brutal news that Shuji is actually dead. But Boldo simply states that if you charge at someone with a razor-sharp katana, you'd better be ready to die. With a terrifying glare, he delivers a final, bone-chilling ultimatum. Drop your swords and run, because this is not a game. His eyes burn with cold fury as he dares them to come at him with their lives on the line. But Kazuda ignores the warning, drawing his blade and declaring he can't turn a blind eye to a friend's death. He tells the old man he's gone too far, vowing this is where his path of vengeance ends. With his resolve hardened, he levels his katana and issues a death sentence for Boldo Jeong. Unfazed, Boldo simply lights a cigarette, accepting that there is no other way. He looks upon the surrounding swordsmen with pity, promising to make their deaths quick. The legendary Asura calmly invites them to begin the slaughter they so foolishly demanded. One of the Sikuryu grips his sword, his knuckles white with tension and rage. Suddenly, a subordinate breaks rank, letting out a battle cry as he charges forward recklessly. With inhuman speed, Boldo intercepts the attack, a sickening crack echoing in the night. The charging fool is stopped dead in his tracks by a devastating blow, as Boldo scolds him for giving away his position. In his final moments, the subordinate realizes his fatal mistake as the fight ends before it even began. Another swordsman lunges forward, convinced he made a fatal mistake by making a sound. But his attack is met with a brutal, bone-jarring impact that stops him cold. The red-haired swordsman rushes in to support him. Seeing that Boldo is instinctively protecting his vitals, he swings his own blade with deadly precision, aiming to sever Boldo's arm before taking his neck. A horrifying screech of metal on metal echoes as the swordsman realizes his blade didn't cut flesh or bone, letting out a final, desperate battle cry. The red-haired swordsman makes a reckless charge. Before he can even land his attack, Boldo counters with a blindingly fast swing of his own. The blow connects with devastating force, sending the man flying as his sword is ripped from his grasp. With one opponent down, Kazuda watches in disbelief as the legend calmly steps over the fallen body. Boldo brushes off his arm, thinking that if it weren't for his beads, he would have lost it. The horrifying truth is revealed as Kazuda sees a set of metallic beads wrapped around the old man's arm. Finally understanding the impossible power gap, he admits Boldo is the real deal. Seeing why Ryuji brought him into this mess, Lee Yongbin scoffs at the swordsman's ignorance, realizing he doesn't know who Yoonseok really is. But Kazuda doesn't care, raising his blade with lethal intent, dismissing the man's words. Suddenly, Lee Yongbin's crowbar rattles to the ground as he decides to end this with a single strike. Kazuda's eyes widen in disbelief and rage at the insult of his opponent dropping his weapon. Before he can even process the arrogance, Lee Yongbin explodes forward in a terrifying dash. The swordsman is frozen, his mind unable to comprehend the impossible burst of speed. A sickening crash echoes through the night as Lee Yongbin slams into him, seizing his head with bone-crushing force. Holding the trembling man, he coldly warns that taking your eyes off an opponent is a fatal mistake. He then steps away, leaving a chilling message to be passed on to Yoonseok. Stepping over the unconscious body, he promises that if their paths cross again, he'll come for him too. With the battle over, he pushes open the grand doors to the villa, remarking that it's all fallen apart now, but an eerie silence greets him. The opulent hall standing completely empty and unguarded. But the silence is deafening, and the legendary young Boldo knows this ambush isn't over yet. He stalks the corridors with murderous intent, his voice booming as he demands Jong Eun-yong show himself, hidden away. The cornered chairman gets a panicked report that reinforcements are still too far out. His aide desperately whispers praise, reminding him of his past victories to steel his resolve. A smug grin returns to the chairman's face as he boasts of having an ace up his sleeve. He reveals a powerful revolver, a special gift he never thought he would actually have to use. Suddenly, the door shatters as his subordinate screams in terror that the monster is already here. Boldo steps over the wreckage, knowing his target is trapped just beyond the next door. With a final clack, he pushes it open, calling out his enemy's name one last time. But Jong Eun-yong meets his gaze calmly, acknowledging the fearsome reputation of Boldo Jeong. Boldo cuts straight to the point, demanding to know the location of Jongpal's old crew. The chairman smirks, confirming the crew is now his and taunting Boldo about his true motive for this bloody rampage. Jong Eun-yong cruelly mocks Boldo's ignorance about a man named Yongtai, baiting him with a dark secret. Boldo's eyes narrow as he demands to know if the chairman was responsible for his death. A sickening grin spreads across the chairman's face as he begins to explain how his entire empire was built on that one event. Then comes the stunning confession. He killed Yongtai with his own hands and framed Boldo, sending him to the slammer. Boldo freezes, the full weight of the betrayal hitting him, as he realizes this man orchestrated his entire downfall. The chairman continues to taunt him, sneering that Yongtai squealed like a slaughtered pig before he died. With a grit of his teeth, he promises Boldo will meet the exact same pathetic end. A gunshot finally shatters the silence as the chairman bids his enemy a final goodbye. The blast echoes through the night, seemingly sealing the monster's fate once and for all. But Boldo is still standing, panting as blood drips from a hand that somehow took the force of the bullet. Director Seo steps forward, trying to reassure his boss that a gun is the ultimate equalizer. Yet his body betrays him, trembling uncontrollably as he realizes they just need to buy more time against a man who can't be killed. Despite the gunshot, Boldo Jong coolly raises his hand, revealing the bullet only grazed him. But instead of retaliating, his eyes gleam with a hidden purpose as he offers to tell a story. He promises to reveal the truth behind their old boss Yang Tai-hwang's death, a secret only he knows. The scene suddenly shifts back 20 years, where a young Jong Yoon makes an unannounced visit to Chairman Hwang's office. Jong Yoon humbly explains he's there on behalf of his father, personally pouring the chairman coffee. Chairman Hwang accepts the cup. He casually mentions that Boldo's coffee is always perfect, unlike his own. He then praises the ambition of the younger generation, placing his hopes on both Boldo and Jong Yoon. After the small talk, the chairman finally cuts to the chase, asking the reason for this sudden visit. Jong Yoon admits his company, Grand Ambit Trading, is still too small and lacks influence compared to its rivals. He then boldly asks to be put in charge of the massive Inshin development project, vowing not to fail. The chairman pauses, taking a slow sip of coffee as he weighs the gravity of the ambitious request. He then leans forward, wanting to be absolutely certain he understands what Jong Yoon is truly asking for. Chairman Hwang sees right through the facade, questioning if this is a personal power play. With trembling hands, Jong Yoon confesses that his own father has no faith in him. This is why he's so desperate to succeed on his own and prove his company's worth. But the chairman expertly dissects his words, pointing out he's acting for himself, not as a representative. He coldly rebukes the young man, saying if Jong Yoon were his own subordinate, he'd be severely disciplined for this overreach. He then dismisses the entire conversation, telling him to go back and learn under his father as a desperate Jong Yoon protests. The chairman's words are like ice, ordering him to stop and first prove himself worthy of his father's trust. He advises him to slow down, warning that ambition without foundation will only lead to ruin. As a final, fateful piece of advice, he suggests Jong Yoon should meet a man named Boldo, believing they could get along. But back in his office, a seething Jong Yoon utterly rejects the idea. Peeking from the shadows with pure hatred, he grips a blade, enraged that the chairman dared to judge him, while praising some low-life thug he'd never even met. And in that moment of blinding fury, he plunges the knife deep into the gift he had brought for Chairman Hwang. Jong Eun's rage explodes as he declares that no one who looks down on him will ever live to tell the tale. And with that final, hateful thought, his blade finds its mark, sealing the fate of Chairman Yang Tai-hwang. Back in the present, Jong Yoon coldly confesses he took the chairman out and, by a cruel twist of fate, used Boldo's own knife to do it. He then bribed the forensics team, erased his prints, and framed the lead detective to pin the entire murder on Boldo, locking him away in prison. From the shadows, Boldo listens with cold fury, finally understanding the pathetic reason he was betrayed and his life was destroyed. But Jong Yoon keeps his gun trained on him, warning that the next shot will go straight through his skull. Just then, He smirks as he sees his reinforcements arriving on the security monitor, ready to storm the room and end this. His men burst in. A force he believes has arrived just in time to turn the tables completely in his favor. The new arrivals immediately confront Boldo, who stares down the barrel of a gun with nothing but contempt for these punks. He recognizes them instantly. They're the same pathetic thugs who used to work under his traitorous subordinate, Zhang Paul. His eyes lock onto their leader, a man he knows, and he calmly identifies him as Changsu. But in a shocking turn of events, Changsu completely ignores his boss and bows deeply, respectfully greeting Boldo as his true superior. Zhang Yun explodes with rage, grabbing his subordinate and demanding to know why he's showing respect to their enemy. He brutally slaps Changsu across the face, desperately trying to reassert his shattered authority. But a powerful hand suddenly grips his wrist, stopping the assault cold. It's Boldo, who calmly mocks Zhang Yun for not even knowing his own crew's names. Director, CO, completely misreading the room's terrifying power shift, orders the man he calls Mr. Kim to handle Zhang Yun. Instantly, every single one of the reinforcements turns to glare at CO with unified, murderous contempt. Realizing his fatal mistake, the terrified director tries to back away, promising to settle things later. But Changsu stops him with a cryptic warning to Boldo, leaving CO utterly bewildered. Boldo then pulls out a baton, revealing his special forces background and utter disgust for common thugs. He steps toward the director, calmly announcing that the old man is about to get a beating. He promises that, after this, CO won't be able to sleep for a week from the pain. Yet Director CO simply sighs, underestimating the monster standing before him one last time. With a cold declaration that every thug deserves a beating, Boldo swings his baton with blinding speed. The fight is completely one-sided, as Director CO is instantly knocked unconscious. Collapsing to the floor in a heap, Boldo then leans around the doorway, taunting the disgraced chairman Zhang Yun from the shadows. Enraged at the betrayal, Zhang Yun screams at the reinforcements, demanding to know who's in charge now. Their leader, Changsu, calmly steps forward but delivers a shocking revelation. They're all just temporary contractors, not loyal soldiers. Panicked, the defeated Director CO whispers a desperate plan into his boss's ear. Zhang Yun seizes the opportunity, pointing a finger at Boldo, and revealing to the entire crew that this is the man who killed their former leader, Zhang Pal Gian. He tries to incite a riot, promising them promotions and full-time positions if they just kill the man responsible for their old boss's death. As the men murmur amongst themselves, their loyalties suddenly on the verge of shifting, Changsu holds up a hand, silencing them all. With the room hanging on his every word, he turns to Boldo, who calmly lights a cigarette, and asks to pose a single question. He looks the legendary monster dead in the eye, asking if it's truly him who ended Boss Zhangpal's life. Boldo simply takes a long, silent drag from his cigarette, the tension in the room stretching to its absolute breaking point. With the room hanging in suspense, Boldo finally confesses that he was the one who personally killed Zhangpal. The men behind Changsu erupt in fury, drawing their weapons, but he silences them with a single word, needing one final question answered. He stares down the legendary Asura, demanding to know why he would take the life of a man he was once so close to. The question sends Boldo reeling, his expression twisting in pain as a dark memory resurfaces. A flashback shows the lifeless body of Zhangpal sprawled on the ground. He remembers seeing his former subordinate utterly broken and defeated. The memory is tied to a mysterious old man who watched over the scene with a cold, grim expression. But back in the present, Boldo's quiet refusal stuns Changsu into silence. He simply states that he can't, and won't explain the reason. Accepting the impasse, Changsu cracks his knuckles with grim finality. He declares that if words won't suffice, they will settle this with their fists. Boldo looks on with a heavy heart, as if asking the ghost of Zhang Pal if this brutal confrontation is truly what he wanted. Changsu stares down his target, questioning if the legendary Boldo truly didn't see this confrontation coming. But Boldo can only think of the price he must pay for his past, lamenting that it had to be Zhangpal. His challenger snaps back, reintroducing himself as Changsu, and reminding Boldo that he was already recognized. The final, piercing question. He demands to know why Boldo killed their boss, accusing the legend of trying to dodge a fight. Yet Boldo coldly refuses, declaring that the truth behind Zhangpal's death is a secret between them alone. Realizing his former boss was right about Boldo's stubborn nature, Changsu yanks his tie in frustration. He then taunts the silent warrior, suggesting that to a street legend like him, a man like Changsu is a nobody. With words failing, Changsu leans into a fighting stance, promising to beat the answers out of him. This, he declares, is the fundamental rule of their world that their boss taught them so well. In a shocking twist, he reveals it was Boldo himself who taught this brutal code, and he is no exception to it. He remembers the life of violence Boldo gave him, and how he was also the one who ended it for his old master. Suddenly, with no more words to be said, the living legend explodes forward to answer the challenge. Changsu unleashes a furious punch, demanding the legend fight him like a true gangster. The onlooking subordinates are stunned by the sickening crack of bone against flesh. He lands another devastating blow, driving the air from the motionless warrior's lungs. Buldo barely flinches, his body absorbing the impact, while his mind remains somewhere else entirely. With bloodied lips, he stares back defiantly, refusing to give his attacker the answers he craves. Enraged, Changsu screams in desperation, demanding to know why his former master had to die. His relentless assault continues, pushing the cornered legend back as his allies watch in shock. Meanwhile, Zhang Yunyang observes with a wicked smile. Believing this is a display of loyalty, he confidently decides to promote Changsu, planning to raise him as a new lapdog. His eyes burn with vengeful ambition as he plots to take down everyone who betrayed him. Back in the fight, one final, desperate punch slams into Buldo's gut with a cry of anguish. But suddenly, the legendary fighter freezes, his eyes widening with a terrifying, unspoken realization. Despite the one-sided beating, Buldo refuses to fight back, stating there is no reason to face Changsu. He calmly declares the fight pointless and asks to stop, but this only enrages his grieving subordinate. Rejecting peace, Changsu furiously demands his gear, declaring this battle means everything to his men. With a cold shift in his eyes, Buldo finally issues a chilling warning. Cross this line, and you'll end up just like Zhangpal. Unfazed, Changsu draws his blade, demanding to know what line could ever justify killing a man who was like a brother. He clenches his fist, swearing that he and his men will never accept such a vague answer for their leader's death. Buldo's patience finally snaps, as he declares he is no saint who goes easy on those who stake their lives against his. With a menacing rattle of prayer beads around his fist, the legend's entire demeanor transforms. Bloodied but resolute, he promises to give them exactly the fight they've been begging for. He raises his hand, beckoning Changsu to come forward and face the consequences of his choice. Accepting the challenge, Changsu charges forward with his knife drawn, ordering his men to stay back. And in that instant, the monster known as Asura fully awakens, his eyes blazing with terrifying, murderous intent. Changsu feels an overwhelming pressure he's never experienced before. As Buldo's injured hand droops, making the tension in the air suffocating, a single drop of blood hits the floor, signaling that this entire battle will be decided in one brutal moment. With a flash of movement, the duel explodes into action. Changsu dashes in with his blade, but Buldo meets his charge head-on with a blindingly fast swing. He unleashes a bone-shattering punch wrapped in his prayer beads, and Changsu barely manages to duck under the devastating blow. Seeing an opening, he expertly twirls his knife for a fatal counter. He lunges forward, convinced the fight is already over, but it was a trap. As Buldo lands a thunderous punch directly to his face, the sheer force of the impact sends Changsu stumbling back, completely broken and defenseless. With cold fury in his eyes, the monster Asura winds up for another attack, turning this duel completely one-sided. Buldo unleashes another brutal backhand, contemptuously slapping Changsu across the face. The blow carries the weight of a freight train, and the sheer force of the impact sends the knife wielder flying backward. He slams into the ground, his weapon skittering uselessly out of reach as the fight is decided. But Asura isn't finished, letting out a primal roar as he prepares to end it all. Changsu can only stare up in terror, realizing this is the moment of his death. A dark voice in Buldo's head screams for him to kill him, reminding him this is a fight to the death and there can be no mercy. The command echoes again, pushing him to deliver the final, fatal strike. Instead, Buldo grabs Changsu by the head, his grip powerful enough to crush bone. Yet he stops, panting from the exertion, leaving his opponent alive to wonder why. Buldo trembles with barely contained rage, unable to answer why he spared the man who just tried to kill him. Buldo gives a final, chilling warning, telling Changsu to never get in his way again. But Changsu's eyes burn with defiance, refusing to lose any more of his people. Suddenly, their former master Zhang Yunyang steps from the shadows, a gun in his hand and fury in his eyes. He declares them all worthless scum, accusing Changsu of making the same fatal mistake as Zhangpal. With a cold click, he announces that he has to get his own hands dirty, firing them all. But before Buldo can even react, a single gunshot shatters the tense silence. The bullet finds its mark not in him, but in Changsu, who is thrown violently backward from the impact. Buldo stares in disbelief as the man he just spared goes limp, having sacrificed himself for him. A silent, terrifying rage builds in his eyes as he glares at the man who pulled the trigger. With a guttural roar, he explodes forward, charging directly at Zhang Yunyang. The chairman simply smirks, convinced the fool has a death wish as he prepares to fire again. but his confidence shatters into panic as he realizes the monster is closing in faster than he can even aim. Jang Yun-yong pulls the trigger, screaming for his enemy to die as a different kind of gunshot echoes. But in a flash, Boldo grabs his arm, forcing the gun upward as the shot goes wild. With an iron grip on his foe's throat, Boldo coldly asks if he has any last words. The chairman can only choke and struggle, his life slipping away in the monster's grasp. In his panic, he flashes back to a gift from a high-ranking general, a gun with 2 live rounds and 2 blanks. The general had laughed, warning that loading them in the wrong order would be bad news for them both. Tears of pure terror stream down the chairman's face as he realizes the horrifying truth of his betrayal. Boldo shows no mercy, telling him to just die before a sickening smash echoes through the room. As the dust settles, he turns to the fallen Changsu, who is somehow coughing and staggering to his feet. Changsu reveals a bulletproof vest under his shirt, admitting it felt like getting hit with a hammer, but he's still breathing. Taking a shaky breath, he looks around and asks what happened to the chairman. Boldo simply confirms the man is dead, his hands still dripping with the blood of his vanquished enemy. With his promise to Jongpal fulfilled, Boldo bids a final farewell to the wounded Changsu, but Changsu struggles to his feet, desperate to understand something crucial about his fallen boss. He comes to a quiet realization that Jongpal's betrayal was likely a desperate act to protect them all. With a final word of encouragement, Boldo walks away, leaving Changsu with a newfound sense of peace. The next morning, the scene shifts dramatically to Hwiseokyeong's office, where his son Ryuji has been urgently summoned. Ryuji questions the sudden meeting, completely unaware of the carnage that unfolded the previous night. He's left stunned to hear that the heavily guarded Yangpyeong villa was attacked by none other than Boldo Jong. Hwiseo calmly explains that Boldo somehow broke through their defenses, reaching his father, the chairman. The terrible truth finally lands as Ryuji learns his grandfather has been killed, his mind immediately racing to the fate of his men. Hwiseo confirms that Kazuta survived the one-sided slaughter, but is now in critical condition. Overcome with rage for his fallen comrades, Ryuji slams his fist on the desk, the name of his new enemy burning in his mind. But his father steps in, declaring that from this moment on, he will be the one to personally take on the monster known as Boldo. Hwiseok declares that from now on, he will be the one to personally take on the monster Boldo Jong. But Ryuji worries that even his powerful father could be in danger if Boldo somehow has the prosecutors on his side. He then reveals a far greater concern now that Jang Yun-yong is dead, a death that has shifted the entire power dynamic. Ryuji correctly predicts that his grandfather, Ho Tae-young, will exploit the chaos to seize absolute control of the company. His father grimly agrees, understanding that they cannot afford to hesitate or lose the initiative in this corporate war. Hwiseok reveals their counter-move. A board meeting will be called soon, and that is where they will stage their complete takeover. His hand trembles with rage as he admits his only regret is not killing his own father, vowing his grandfather won't die peacefully either. With their dark alliance solidified, he tells Ryuji it's time to move, as they can't waste a single second. Meanwhile, a secret message confirms the official story is in place. Jang Yun-yong died from a medical condition under a complete media blackout. At the prosecutor's office, a nervous Chief Prosecutor Wong asks if the clandestine job he ordered has been completed. A woman named Park Sharon smirks with chilling confidence, assuring him that she always delivers on her promises. When asked if she plans to tear the Ambition Group apart, she gives a cryptic reply that she doesn't want to destroy it, she wants to reform it. She calmly explains her intention to dismantle the problem company and reassemble it from the ashes. Despite her solid plan, Chief Prosecutor Huang remains skeptical, questioning if she can truly orchestrate such a massive corporate takedown. But with unshakable resolve, she promises to see it through, as long as she has the green light from above. The prosecutor turns to take a call, telling her to hold on for a moment. He nervously confirms his identity to the prosecutor general, the man at the very top of this conspiracy. As the call continues, a wide unhinged smile spreads across her face, knowing that the final order is just moments away. She thinks to herself how her partner is doing all the heavy lifting, letting her sit back and take the credit. This, she decides, is a much cleaner approach than directly challenging the infamous Friends crew. On the other end, the prosecutor confirms he will proceed as instructed. His ambition overriding his fear, he hangs up the phone, clenching his fist with the thought that this one job will let him climb even higher. As the final order is given, she thanks him with a triumphant grin, knowing her victory is secured. But just as her scheme comes to fruition, her phone suddenly rings, threatening to shatter her perfectly crafted plan. Her eyes widen in shock as an unexpected call interrupts her moment of triumph, and the screen flashes with no caller ID, a clear sign that this is no ordinary conversation. She answers cautiously, introducing herself as Prosecutor Sharon Park. only to be met with an almost reverent tone. The man on the other end introduces himself as Tae Yoon-young, the newly appointed CEO of Ambition Security. He then drops a name from the past Yoon-seok Tae, a ghost she thought was long gone. A few days later, news breaks that the Ambition Group is being torn apart by a massive prosecutor's raid, sparked by an anonymous whistleblower. Inside the chairman's office, Ho Tae-young shuts off the broadcast in disgust, enraged by the audacity of these punks. His aide, Jennifer, confirms that the one leading the charge is none other than prosecutor Sharon Park, but the old man scoffs, believing he can simply pressure the prosecutor general and make this entire case disappear. He orders Jennifer to arrange a dinner with the ruling party, ready to flex the political power that has kept him untouchable for years. Fuming, he blames his subordinates for this mess, completely unaware of the true mastermind pulling the strings. But just then, the door opens and the new director, Tae Yoon-young, steps in, calling the shocked chairman father. Ho Tae-young warmly greets his son Hwiseok, completely oblivious to the impending betrayal. The old chairman then asks what business the newly appointed director Young has with him. Hwiseok puts on a smile, stating he has a very important favor to ask his father. But before he can continue, his phone chimes, though Ho Tae simply tells him to take his time. In reality, Hwiseok is sending a secret signal, knowing the chairman is completely blinded by his hunger for power. The old man once again asks what his son needs, totally unaware that the trap has been set. A few days later, an emergency board meeting is in chaos over rumors of a sudden death. The room erupts as they question the prosecutor's raid, demanding answers from Jennifer. She attempts to begin the meeting, but is immediately challenged on the honorary chairman's absence. When Jennifer declares Hwiseok the acting chairman, the board protests, demanding Ho Tae take command instead. Amid the shouting, she leans over to Ryuji, quietly asking how the previous chairman could have died. Finally, Hwiseok sits calmly at the head of the table, ready to proceed with his takeover. Hwiseok presses the microphone button, his voice about to cut through the chaos of the emergency meeting. He immediately addresses the board's panic over the prosecutor's raid and the shocking news of his father's death. But just as he asks for their support to steer the company forward, a defiant voice interrupts his plea. Director Seong Tae-seo, a loyalist from a rival faction, rises to openly challenge his authority. He demands the return of the honorary chairman to restore order, and a wave of agreement sweeps through the room. An independent director named Seong-ho Jang quickly objects, arguing that bringing back the old man is simply not possible. The opposition erupts in fury, slamming the table and demanding the old hierarchy be reinstated as applause breaks out. Suddenly, Ryuji begins to clap sarcastically from the podium, his mocking praise directed at one of the furious directors. The director, Tae-yong-jo, furiously lectures Ryuji, claiming his royal blood doesn't give him the right to act out. He dismisses Ryuji as a product of nepotism, but the young man just smiles and asks if he's ever heard of a man named Jung Boldo. The director's bravado instantly vanishes, his face contorting in pure shock and confusion. A chilling silence falls over the entire room as Ryuji begins to utter the one name that spells absolute doom for them all. The name Boldo Jong hangs in the air, instantly silencing the room as the director's face drains of all color. With a cold smile, Ryuji taunts them all, asking if they truly feel confident their heads are safe. He reveals that the former chairman was killed by none other than Boldo, and rumors spread that he's also behind the recent disappearance of director Huisu Yang. Jennifer then confirms their worst fears, explaining that the monster is now backed by the prosecutors and is coming for their entire company. Ryuji clarifies this isn't just revenge. Boldo is using it as an excuse to work with the government and swallow the Ambition Group whole. As the board erupts in disbelief, Ryuji presents two key figures on screen, Prosecutor Sharon Park and an IS deputy director. He explains that after her last case collapsed, Prosecutor Park began hunting for much bigger prey. She then teamed up with the National Intelligence Service and roped in Boldo, a man who already held a deep grudge against Ambition. From that moment, Boldo went on an unstoppable rampage, killing both Huisu and the chairman. And now his blade is pointed at the new leadership. His targets include the acting chairman, Hwiseok Yang himself, and even the untouchable honorary chairman, Ho Tae-young. Ryuji delivers the final blow, declaring that once Boldo is done, everyone sitting in this very room will be next, throwing the entire board into absolute chaos. Ryuji calmly explains that the honorary chairman is safe and untraceable, but a director explodes with rage at the suspicious claim. The director lunges forward, accusing them of a coup to seize the entire company for themselves. In response, Ryuji simply gestures to his assistant, who prepares to play a video. She announces that this video came directly from the honorary chairman, silencing the room. On screen, the old man himself, Ho Tae-young, declares he's going into hiding with the only family members he trusts. He then drops a bombshell, transferring all decision-making authority within the company to his grandson, Hwiseok Yang. With a smirk, Ryuji listens as the chairman also transfers all his shares to Hwiseok and to his newly acknowledged son, Tae-yoon Yang. As the video ends, a figure rises to take command, introduced as the new majority shareholder with absolute authority. The man who will lead ambition into a new era is none other than the new chairman, Hwiseok Yang. A few days later, the newly appointed acting chairman Hwiseok faces a storm of press. Addressing the chaos left in the wake of the last chairman's death, he formally announces his appointment, stepping up to oversee all company affairs amidst the turmoil. Acknowledging the accusations of nepotism, he vows to prove himself and restore Ambition's tattered reputation through complete transparency. Chairman Hwiseok promises to do his utmost, as his assistant tries to end the press conference. But a sharp question cuts through the noise, irritating the newly appointed chief secretary, Jennifer. The press swarms them, demanding answers about the former chairman's death and Yakuza ties. Suddenly, a single question freezes Hwiseok solid, a rumor about his illegitimate son. He demands to know who asked, but the woman coolly states she isn't with the press. She's prosecutor Sharon Park, and she flashes her credentials, promising a summons is on its way. Unfazed, Hwiseok casually invites her for a meal to talk amidst the blinding camera flashes. He silently acknowledges that this is the very prosecutor overseeing the entire case against him, but she just grins menacingly, warning him that his time looking down on them is over. Hwiseok steps forward, challenging her to be ready to put her career on the line. Later, in the privacy of his office, the new chairman asks how she's settling in. Jennifer pulls him close by his tie, revealing Ryuji recommended her for the job. Hwiseok reveals he knows everything about her and Ryuji, implying she already knows what comes next. Jennifer immediately pledges her loyalty, offering to help him get revenge on the prosecutor and his rivals. With a cold smile, she confirms Phase 1 is the complete elimination of everyone who opposed him. He acknowledges her sharp thinking, chillingly adding, "It's the only reason she's still breathing." But his tone suddenly shifts as he warns her to keep her relationship with Ryuji strictly professional. He threatens that if she ever tries to join the Yang family, she'll end up just like her dead friends. Though visibly shaken, Jennifer plays it cool, insisting the board seat she was promised is more than enough. Alone again, Hwiseok's resolve hardens, vowing to cut out the corporation's rotten roots to secure Ryuji's future. Jennifer then confirms that board members from both factions are gathering for drinks tomorrow evening. With a cold gaze, Hwiseok declares it's time to start the cleanup and summons someone named Ayaka. Suddenly, Jennifer is paralyzed with shock as a mysterious woman appears silently right behind her. Hwiseok calmly asks this new operative how she's feeling, and she replies with a deadly stare that she is now fine. Hwiseok calmly orders his deadly new operative, Ayaka, to begin her mission while he handles the directors, and Ayaka pledges her unwavering loyalty with a chilling stare, vowing not to fail him again. Meanwhile, the next day, corporate directors from opposing factions gather in secret, terrified by Jung Buldo's sudden reappearance. Director Song Tae-seo suspects a deeper conspiracy, questioning if the monster is secretly being backed by the prosecutors themselves. But Director Taeyong-jo furiously points the finger at Hwiseok and the snake-eyed Yakuza as the true masterminds. Desperate for answers, they turn to a journalist who has been digging into the family's darkest secrets. She reveals her investigation started with a strange comment about an illegitimate child made during the press conference. The bombshell drops when she suggests the rumor is true, implying Tae-yoon is not the old chairman's son, but Hwiseok is. Although the evidence is circumstantial, she reveals that immediately after Tae-yoon's first meeting with the family, Hwiseok secretly flew to Japan. Then comes the most damning piece of information, irrefutable proof that Hwiseok conducted a secret DNA test. Suddenly, all the pieces fall into place: Tae-yoon's impossible appointment, the chairman's death, and the old guard's disappearance. The directors erupt in fury, finally understanding the horrifying truth of a father and son sacrificing their own bloodline for ultimate power. Panicked directors confront each other, desperately asking if the monster Buldo Jong is really working for the prosecutors. Just then, the door slides open, and the one man who can give them answers finally arrives. It's Chief Prosecutor Jang Yu-hwang, who joins the secret meeting with a disturbingly casual smile. Shortly after, Hwang blames the recent corporate raids on a subordinate's uncontrollable obsession with power. He insists he protected the main office, but the directors furiously tell him he should have shut her down from the start. One of them dismisses the subsidiaries, demanding to know the truth about Hwang's connection to Buldo. The prosecutor tries to deflect, claiming that relying on a criminal informant so heavily would be far too dangerous and illegal. But then he reveals the true depth of their corruption, admitting they simply avoid creating any evidence of their secret deals. The directors scoff, knowing the law is meaningless, when they can just order Huang to frame Boldo for anything they want. Reminded of his own ambition and who put him in power, the chief prosecutor is cornered and reluctantly agrees to their plan. As he leaves the tense meeting, Huang offers a hollow promise to take care of everything. But once he's alone, the prosecutor's confident mask crumbles, revealing a man lost without the chairman's guidance. Furious over the new leadership, the remaining directors plot to stop Huiseok Yang and his son. They agree that the fundamental structure of the ambition group must be protected from these outsiders. The conspirators decide Director Seo is the rightful heir and rally their secret forces to his side. But just as Seo agrees to lead their rebellion, a door slides open revealing an uninvited guest. Hayashibara Ryuji steps into the room, mockingly asking to join their meeting, as the directors freeze in absolute terror. Nearby, a journalist secretly ends a phone call, praised for her perfect timing in springing the trap. It's revealed their entire treasonous conversation was being broadcast live to Chairman Yang himself. Ryuji then raises his own phone, confirming he heard everything and found their little plot fascinating. Cold smile. He offers to take them all somewhere nicer as his enforcers swarm the room. Moments later, only screams echo from a dark alley where his men stand guard over the aftermath. A beaten and broken Director Seo hands over a blood-soaked list of every traitor he knows. Ryuji takes the list, coldly ordering his men to round up every last name for the coming purge. A terrified director asks what Ryuji will do as they are marched down a dark corridor. Adjusting his glasses, Ryuji chillingly states they will serve as the soil for the new ambition. The bloodied man trembles in confusion, prompting Ryuji to realize subtlety is wasted on them. With cold finality, he gives the order to bury them all in the ground. Meanwhile, Chairman Yang informs his subordinate Ayaka that the rest of the cleanup is her responsibility. He gently places a hand on her shoulder, suggesting a trip to Kobe when this is all over. But then the chairman changes her mission, explaining Ryuji's crew will handle the dirty work from now on. He admits he doesn't want to see her get hurt again. She quietly accepts his command. Far away at a hospital, the quiet night is broken by a question of why Dongyak and CA are still awake. On the rooftop, Puffer is caught smoking by the two, who had just come out for fresh air. CA immediately launches into a fierce lecture about the evils of smoking, much to Puffer's annoyance. Frustrated, he internally curses young Boldo, vowing to have a serious talk with him tomorrow. Puffer's quiet moment is shattered by a grim realization those aren't ambulances. Screech of tires confirms his fears, as black vans swarm the hospital entrance in the dead of night. Startled by CA's shout, his instincts scream that this isn't a random visit. He immediately orders Dongyak to call Boss Boldo as an army of suits storms the building, telling the others to lock themselves away. Panic sets in as Dongyak grabs CA, urging her to move with no time to explain the danger. Puffer's face hardens with resolve, desperately trying to get them to safety, while CA cries out in fear. He curses their timing, realizing with dread that their enemies have arrived precisely when their strongest protector is gone. Meanwhile, the assassins move through the eerily silent hospital, confirming their target is on the 5th floor. Jennifer reports their tactical advantage communications are cut, and security is neutralized for a clean, quiet operation. But as they advance, a defiant voice suddenly rings out, demanding to know who the hell they are. In the quiet of his room, Lee Yongbin clenches his fist, realizing he's been all talk and hasn't done a single thing right. Now facing down the entire swarm alone, he correctly identifies his attackers, the deadly Gangsu group. Lee Yongbin sighs, knowing that while he's past his prime, his name still carries weight. And, nearby, Puffer trembles not with fear, but with the resolve to fight to the death. But just 8 hours before this ambush, a man in a dark suit had arrived at that very hospital. He carried a simple gift box, looking like any other visitor. The receptionist looks up, surprised by his sudden appearance at her desk. She stares up at the imposing figure of the legendary young Boldo. He offers her a drink with a disarming nod, a quiet gesture before the storm. Later, he joins Park Sia in the elevator, his presence filling the small space. Sia glances nervously at the man in the black suit, a sense of dread washing over her. His tattooed hand rests on the elevator door, a silent promise of the violence he's known for. He calmly drags another patient's IV stand inside, securing the elevator for himself. And as he presses the button for the 6th floor, Sia trembles, realizing this is no friendly visit. The legendary strategist Hayashibara Ryuji turns after pressing the 6th floor button, his cold presence jolting the girl beside him. She flinches as his tattooed hand taps the 5th floor button instead, his true destination now a mystery. As the elevator ascends, Sia begins to doubt her initial fear, wondering if he might not be an enemy after all. The elevator smoothly arrives at the 5th floor, its chime cutting through the quiet tension. Ryuji walks down the hall towards room 505. unaware that the girl is cautiously following him. Sia finally speaks up, asking if he's headed to the same room, and catching him completely off guard. He confirms it, surprised she knew. But she explains that his powerful aura was impossible to miss. She smiles, chalking it up to intuition, the same feeling she had when she first met the legendary Uncle Boldo. The mention of that name shocks Ryuji, who makes a critical error by asking if she's the daughter of Scruff. Annoyed by his guess, she proudly declares that she's the daughter of the man known as Flops. Ryuji breaks into a cold sweat at his embarrassing mistake as she introduces herself and asks for his name. Meanwhile, inside the room, his ally Puffer devours his food, determined to recover his strength and get back on his feet. Inside the hospital, their powerful ally Jajori remains completely laid up, a constant reminder of their losses. Puffer feels the crushing weight of their situation, knowing Boss Boldo is out there fighting a war completely on his own. Determined to help, he suddenly approaches Lee Yongbin, handing him a thick envelope of cash. Yongbin is completely stunned by the sheer amount of money packed inside. He immediately questions if Puffer robbed a bank, but the answer is a swift denial. Puffer reveals the money was delivered by a man named Huigu, most likely on their boss's orders. But this gift came with a grim warning. Now that a powerful chairman is dead, the higher-ups are coming for Boldo, and none of them will be safe. He urges them to take the money and flee the country, a clear order to run away. The message is that Boldo doesn't want them dragged any deeper into this unwinnable war. He commands them to step away from it all and simply keep their heads down. Puffer turns to leave, explaining that even this hospital is no longer safe, and this is the last help he can offer. But in a surge of defiance, Yongbin rises to his feet, declaring he won't take this blood money and that their fight is far from over. Yongbin's furious rant about their vulnerability is suddenly cut short by a mysterious man stepping into the doorway. Puffer instantly assumes the worst, thinking Ambition's forces have found them. But the visitor calmly explains he only came to pay a visit. Sia cautiously lifts a tray of drinks, as the man complains that this is no way to treat a guest. Still on edge, Puffer demands to know if this imposing stranger really dared to come to this dangerous place all alone. The man simply says he's sorry to trouble them, but needed to ask something important. With a sigh, Puffer relents and tells him to come inside so they can talk. But once inside, Sia greets the visitor warmly as Changsu, revealing a surprising and friendly connection. The visitor's expression turns grim as he takes in their injuries, prompting Puffer to lead him outside for a private conversation. 30 minutes later on the hospital rooftop, the truth comes out. Jong Paul crossed a line, which is why Boldo couldn't tell them what was happening. Ryuji bows deeply an apology for all they've suffered, but Puffer just waves it off as something that's already in the past. He then asks about the location of Jo Cheon, only to learn that both he and Huisu Yong have completely vanished. Unsettled by this new mystery, Ryuji vows that he will be the one to track them down. Puffer reveals that Jong Pal's ashes are nearby, telling Ryuji to pay his respects while he's here. When asked about the future of New Gangsu, Ryuji admits he doesn't have a plan yet. He then makes a grim declaration that once their war is over, the organization itself must be disbanded for good. As the weight of his words hangs in the air, he silently pulls out a pack of cigarettes. Understanding the difficulty of leaving this life, Puffer offers to help find him honest work. Ryuji gratefully accepts the offered cigarette, a small but meaningful gesture between them. He lights it, the flame flickering across his determined face as a silent pact is made. With their business concluded, Ryuji turns to leave, promising they'll share a drink someday. But Puffer has one last request. Tell Jongpal he can rest easy now, because he is finally letting go. Touched by this powerful act of forgiveness, Ryuji sincerely thanks him for the closure. Later that night, a lone car speeds down a dark highway near Jongpal's final resting place. But when asked if he's heading to the hospital to see his allies, Ryuji reveals a completely different and far more urgent destination. The taxi driver remarks that suits in the countryside usually mean a funeral, but Ryuji is heading for the city. He explains that in this remote area, a suit only means one of two destinations, the hospital or the columbarium. Having driven these roads his whole life, the driver boasts he can spot an outsider's car immediately. Suddenly, two cars speed past, and he confidently identifies the black one as non-local. He checks at their recklessness, wondering why they're racing on a road with barely any streetlights. As the driver recalls a recent fatal accident, Ryuji's focus sharpens on the speeding vehicles. A chill runs down his spine as he asks if there's a hospital in the direction those black vans are heading. The driver confirms it's the very hospital he mentioned earlier, and Ryuji is overcome with a terrible premonition. He's about to make an urgent request, but a flicker of doubt stops him cold. Deciding he's just worrying for nothing, he tells the driver to continue on their way to Seoul. But at that very moment, Puffer stands as the last line of defense, defiantly blocking a hospital corridor. An army of assassins swarms past him on their leader's command. heading to the 5th floor to eliminate everyone. The lead assassin dashes past, ignoring the lone defender's command to stop. But Puffer moves to intercept, forcing the man to keep his eyes on him. With a ferocious swing, Puffer prepares to show them why he's a legend. He smashes his elbow into the man's back, sending a shockwave through the corridor. Declaring himself Gangster's Special Forces captain, Puffer faces down their insults with a glare. But the sheer number of assailants is overwhelming as a brutal punch smashes into his face. He proudly shouts his name, Puffer, even as he starts to falter. A flurry of relentless blows rains down on him, but he stands defiant, cursing his enemies. The first man he struck collapses to the floor, while the others draw their blades on command. Puffer is already out of breath. A weary smile on his face as he puts his trust in his old friend flops, covered in blood. He glares at them with pure killing intent, vowing they are all dead. He then makes one final, desperate charge to buy time, roaring as his enemies are ordered to finish him quickly. With his hand clenched tight, Lee Yongbin silently resolves to buy his friends more time. He desperately tells Donghyuk to take CA and run while he holds the line. But it's too late as assassins swarm the hospital room, finally cornering their targets. One of the attackers smirks at Jae-Jory's unconscious body, mocking the seemingly helpless man. He then draws a knife with a sadistic smile, preparing for an easy, free kill. The assassin lunges forward to end the man's life, daring anyone to try and stop him. Suddenly, a hand shoots out of nowhere, grabbing his arm mid-strike as everyone freezes in shock. The attacker trembles, realizing the iron grip belongs to the corpse he was about to execute. He can't comprehend the inhuman strength crushing his wrist, coming from a man who shouldn't exist. Jory's eyes snap open with terrifying intensity, whispering that he isn't dead yet. Meanwhile, in a car driving through the city, a mysterious voice lists the names of Boldo's targets. Inside, the legendary Jung Boldo is told his rampage has been an amazing success. Just as they expected, Boldo cuts straight to the point, demanding to know why he has been summoned. His handler, Prosecutor Park, reveals a new target connected to the Ambition Group, a man known as Tae-yoon Young. She explains that the timing of his message was too perfect. A blatant contact made the moment her investigation was launched. While she always knew about corporate bribery, this was the first time someone had been so brazenly obvious. With a grim smile, she recognizes this audacious move for what it is, a declaration of war. But she warns that this target is no longer a simple gang boss, but the CEO of a key Ambition subsidiary. Just when they thought the war was almost over, a powerful new roadblock has emerged from the shadows. Worse still, this new enemy is described as being exceptionally troublesome to deal with. The prosecutor reveals their window is closing fast, with only about half a month left before the entire case gets buried. She looks at him with cold intensity, warning him he has just 2 weeks to settle his score. If this drags on any longer, she declares, both of them are completely finished. The order is given with chilling finality. Do whatever it takes to eliminate Yoon Seok-tae. Prosecutor gives him a grim ultimatum. He has 2 weeks to settle things, or their deal is off. If he fails, his friends lying helpless in the hospital will be the ones to face the consequences for everything. With a chilling smile, she tells him to do his best before her car window silently rolls up. Left alone, Boldo watches them drive away, wondering what Yoon Seok is planning now that Hui Soo-young is dead. He questions why his ally would even remain in Korea, sensing a deeper plot brewing inside the Ambition Group. But his thoughts are shattered by a sudden, late-night call from Dong-hyuk. A wave of pure dread washes over him as he answers, sensing something is terribly wrong. Meanwhile, at the hospital, an enraged Puffer trembles, fueled by his unfinished business with the traitor Jongpal. In a shocking burst of strength, he rises and grabs one of the suited assassins by the throat, hoisting him into the air. Dong-hyuk can only watch in absolute terror as the man chokes and struggles. But Lee Yongbin sees the truth. Puffer isn't fully recovered, meaning this last stand is doomed. Realizing he has to act, the injured Jae-Jory shields his daughter and screams for her to close her eyes. A sharp wire slices through flesh with a sickening rip, as an assassin drives a blade deep into Lee Yongbin's neck, drawing screams of agony. But the attacker instantly recoils, blinded and screaming as blood pours from his own eye. A metal tray flies through the air, the desperate counterattack from an unseen ally. A second assassin whirls around in shock, barely dodging the projectile as he lunges forward with a knife. With no time to waste, the wounded Lee Yongbin grabs another tray and swings with all his might. He smashes it directly into the assassin's face in a brutal display of defiance. The bloodied thug stumbles back, infuriated that he can't even put full power into his punches yet. Suddenly, his skull cracks from a blow from behind, his attack cut short by a gurgle of pain. It's Dong-hyuk, the terrified young man, now relentlessly bashing the assassin's head in with a clipboard. The assassin's knife clatters uselessly to the floor as he collapses. Across the room, Jajuri trembles with pure, unadulterated rage, furious that these bastards made things so difficult. With the immediate threat neutralized, Jory reaches for the assassin's fallen knife. He screams at his daughter to close her eyes, as the final enemy lands a glancing blow on Puffer. But the assassin's attack is cut short as Jory's monstrous strength overpowers his knife hand, stopping him cold. With a guttural roar, he drags the blade across the man's face in a savage counterattack. The assassin screams in pure agony, his hands flying up to cover his ruined eyes. Before he can even fall, Jajori finishes the job, driving the knife deep into his gut, without a moment's hesitation. The battle finally over. He pants with exhaustion and limps towards his fallen comrade. Lee Yongbin frantically tries to rouse the dazed Jajori, who seems lost in the haze of battle. The injured giant finally snaps out of it, confused and disoriented, and is pulled into a relieved embrace. Nearby, the wounded Puffer finally begins to stir, weakly asking his friend what just happened. He's completely lost, questioning what became of Jongpal, only to learn they're in a hospital. Then comes the chilling truth. Their boss, young Boldo, personally executed the traitor, a grim fate he finally accepts. Amidst the carnage of the hospital room, the survivors realize ambition sent assassins to clean up Jongpal's failure. The situation is dire, as Lee Yongbin guesses their friend Puffer is downstairs fighting a hopeless battle alone. A wave of panic hits them, knowing the enemy forces must be overwhelming to have pushed this far. Despite his shattered legs, the wounded giant Jory tries to force himself to stand, determined to help, but his body betrays him, wobbling uncontrollably as he desperately tries to get up from the bed. His friends rush to his side, forcing him back down as he finally realizes his legs are completely useless. The truth hits him like a sledgehammer when he learns he's been unconscious for a full month. A new terror grips him as he desperately demands to know where their boss, young Boldo, has been all this time. Meanwhile, a lone car tears through the night, its headlights cutting through the absolute darkness. Behind the wheel, the legend himself, young Boldo, drives with a furious and vengeful intensity. He grits his teeth with a grim promise to his crew, vowing that he's on his way to save them. But back in the hospital, the battered Jory can only pant in exhausted despair, his strength completely spent. The leader of the ambush squad furiously questions his men's hesitation as their bodies tremble in absolute fear. But their target, Puffer, stands like a mountain of muscle amidst the bodies of their fallen comrades, taunting them for being unable to reach the 5th floor. Yet this display of dominance is a bluff, as Puffer secretly gasps for air, his stamina completely shot. Sensing his weakness, the remaining assassins charge forward in a unified rush, determined to finish him off. Puffer glares back, his mind racing as he tries to catch his breath, knowing he's at his absolute limit. He admits to himself that he has nothing left in the tank even as his hand desperately yanks an opponent's collar. But just as he's about to collapse, his body moves on pure instinct, fueled by sheer willpower alone. His enemies stare in disbelief as he literally throws a person like a projectile, a feat that shouldn't be possible. Ignoring their shock, he smashes his human weapon into another foe's face with brutal force. He roars, swinging the body again and again, his mind screaming at his muscles to just keep moving. With one final, devastating slam, he brings the makeshift weapon crashing down on his opponent. But in that moment of exertion, a blade sinks deep into his back. Yet even then, he vows he's not about to die here. With a sickening crack, Puffer breaks his attacker's arm, refusing to go down. He ducks under a wild punch, thinking how he's thrown fists his whole life for selfish reasons. But fighting to protect someone else, he smashes his knuckles into his enemy with newfound purpose. For the first time, this feels good, truly good. Yet in that moment of clarity, a cold blade sinks deep into his gut. He coughs up blood, realizing this is his one and only chance to die for something meaningful. Suddenly, a phantom slices through the attackers, a devastating swing that clears the hallway in an instant. Puffer can only gasp in relief, marveling at his boss's perfect timing. A desperate scream for Puffer echoes from down the hall. It's Lee Yongbin, watching in horror as his ally finally begins to collapse. The remaining assassin freezes in pure terror, recognizing the man who shouldn't exist, the monster, young Boldo. But as Puffer trembles on the floor, he knows this isn't salvation because with his boss here, the real bloodbath is about to begin. With a heavy clack of his prayer beads, young Boldo apologizes for being late as the assassins realize their window has slammed shut. He calmly tells Puffer to hang on, while the remaining fighters know that challenging this man is a death sentence. Boldo cracks his knuckles, giving them one last chance to run for their lives. But when they hesitate, his eyes turn cold with a chilling promise. Everyone dies here. Suddenly, a brutal strike from the shadows changes the entire dynamic of the fight. An unseen figure moves with blinding speed, a blur of motion in the dark hallway. A A blade flashes as a new player enters the scene, stopping Boldo in his tracks. It's Jennifer, holding a wounded Puffer hostage with a knife to his gut, threatening to kill him if Boldo moves, but Puffer scoffs at the threat, his hand gripping the blade embedded in his side, ready for a final, desperate move. Boldo warns him that pulling it out means certain death, a sacrifice Puffer seems willing to make. Realizing the situation has turned, Jennifer decides their losses are too great and orders a strategic withdrawal, but she's not leaving empty-handed, knocking Puffer out cold and declaring she's taking him with her. Puffer collapses, knocked unconscious, as Jennifer callously declares she's just putting him to sleep before taking her people and leaving. Her men immediately drag his limp body away as she barks orders, making a swift, tactical retreat from the losing battle, with a final, chilling glare. She promises the enraged young Boldo that this is far from over. As their vehicle speeds off, Boldo unleashes a curse and sprints through the parking garage, desperate to give chase. He reaches for the nearest car door, his mind set on one thing, hunting them all down. But suddenly, a car screeches to a halt right in front of him, its headlights blinding him and blocking his path. Enraged by the interruption, Boldo furiously yells at the driver to watch where he's going. The man, inside, a young ally named Changsu, recognizes the legendary fighter with a start. He throws the door open, telling Boldo to get in immediately because there's no time to explain. Now inside the speeding car, Changsu reveals he was visiting the hospital when he noticed suspicious vehicles moving out. He confirms Boldo's worst fears, stating that the attackers were from the Ambition group. Then he delivers the final, gut-wrenching news. They've taken Puffer, and he's in critical condition. As they speed down the highway, Boldo anxiously asks about his other allies, but Changsu confirms he has no way to contact them. Suddenly, Changsu spots the kidnapper's black van, realizing they are closing the distance. Meanwhile, Hayashibara Ryuji is already on the move, calling in his own forces to intercept the enemy. He gives a coded message, ordering his men to meet at the Pig's Woman's Clinic, a location only they would understand. Inside the target vehicle, Jennifer is warned that they're being tailed, and the driver suspects it's the legendary young Boldo himself. Unfazed, she coldly dismisses the warning, stating that she knew he would follow and this all ends tonight. She then turns to her subordinate and issues a chilling command: mobilize everyone at the dojo and arm them with swords. With absolute conviction, Jennifer declares that to protect the chairman, young Boldo must die. The chase comes to a sudden halt as the van stops, and Bold prepares to exit his car. They've arrived at the Grand Ambit Kendo Dojo, where Jennifer's men are already securing the perimeter for a final showdown. Stepping out into the night, Boldo tells his ally Changsu that this is where they part ways. He ignores pleas to wait for backup, and walks toward the enemy stronghold alone, knowing Puffer's life is on the line. Boldo knows time is running out, grimly acknowledging that Puffer might die from blood loss. With a flicker of rage, he vows he will not lose another one of his people. He tells Changsu that this isn't his fight, and orders him to leave once he's gotten Puffer. Using a dark metaphor, he warns his ally to stay away from this river of no return. He clenches his fist, telling Changsu to live the normal life he never could. Then, with a final drag from his cigarette, he dismisses his own words and says goodbye. Boldo turns towards the Grand Ambit building. Knowing he's already committed to this path, he steps into the dark, empty corridor, moving deeper into the enemy's lair. His eyes narrow with lethal focus as he scans his surroundings for a weapon. He spots a fire extinguisher and gently pats it, his plan forming in an instant. Now armed with an improvised bludgeon, he continues his solitary advance. The building directory reveals his destination, the Grand Ambit Kendo Dojo on the 3rd floor. Boldo calmly presses the button for the 3rd floor, summoning the elevator to his location. The doors ding open, but just as he's about to step in, a sudden premonition stops him cold. He freezes, his instincts screaming that this is nothing but a carefully laid trap. With his eyes narrowed in grim understanding, he realizes they're waiting for him on that exact floor, so he presses the button anyway, sending the empty car up as a decoy to lure them out. Meanwhile, an ambush team lies in wait, certain their target is on his way up. A squad of blade-wielding assassins falls silent as the elevator ascends, ready to strike. The car dings, announcing its arrival and sealing the fate of the man they believe is inside. But as the doors slide open, they charge into a completely empty elevator, their perfect plan shattered in an instant. Stunned and confused, they realize the legendary Asura is nowhere to be found. Suddenly, one of the men's eyes widen in sheer terror as he senses a presence behind him, because from the shadows, young Boldo emerges with his weapon, turning the hunters into the hunted. With a squeeze of the handle, young Boldo unleashes his brutal counterattack. A blinding cloud of foam erupts from the extinguisher, throwing the entire ambush squad into disarray. As the assassins choke and stumble in the mist, An unseen shadow begins to move between them. The sounds of sickening impacts and panicked screams fill the darkness as Sura hunts them down one by one. When the slaughter finally ends, the empty extinguisher lies on the floor. Its purpose served. Only a single assassin is left standing, trembling in absolute terror as he backs away from the silhouette in the gloom. The man's courage shatters instantly, and he collapses to his knees, begging for his life. He pleads that it's his first day, surrounded by the bodies of his comrades, as young Boldo stands over him in silence. But instead of delivering a final blow, Boldo simply reaches out and taps the elevator button. The terrified rookie looks up, utterly bewildered, as the monster who just killed his entire team speaks to him. He's pushed into the car and given a chilling order to go home and never return to this world again. As the doors slide shut, young Boldo is left alone in the blood-soaked hallway. Having shown a sliver of mercy in the middle of his war, he drops the extinguisher, thinking his old self would have shown no mercy whatsoever. And for a moment, he believes he's actually mellowed out with age, but his hand instinctively finds the hilt of a fallen enemy's sword, practicing his swings amidst the carnage, as if testing a new weapon. But he quickly realizes this kind of fighting isn't his true style, so he tosses even that fine blade aside, completely dissatisfied with its feel, because he knows his real weapons have always been his own two fists. Stepping over the bodies, he walks on, trusting only in the old ways, his path leading him directly to a door marked Grand Ambit Kendo. Pauses, the weight of a lifetime of fighting, settling on his shoulders for a brief moment. Yet his hand closes on the handle, a chilling premonition telling him he's walking into a slaughterhouse. Taking one last drag from his cigarette, he sighs, ready to face whatever hill awaits him. The legendary Sura faces down an entire army, his voice echoing with a simple, deadly promise. Let's fight. But elsewhere, Chairman Hwiseok Young casually tells his aide Jennifer to prepare his car for a late-night trip. He explains that jet lag is keeping him awake, making it the perfect time to meet his son Ryuji. Jennifer remarks on their close bond, before asking about the status of a certain operative. The chairman reveals this operative has one mission: to take care of Boldo Jong and his men. The plan is a cold-blooded assassination, targeting 2 critical patients while Boldo is conveniently occupied. Hwiseok promises the assassin an office job after the mission, treating murder like a corporate task. He gives final instructions for his vacation, a cover for the chaos he's about to unleash. As he prepares to leave, Jennifer asks where he's going before his flight. The chairman reveals he's heading to the Kendo dojo for a workout with Ryuji. Suddenly, at that very dojo, a loud crash signals an ambush is already underway and failing spectacularly. The female commander of the assassins rages at her men, shocked that a single old man is dismantling her elite team. The assassins realize their target's prayer beads are actually a weapon, and decide to overwhelm him with numbers. But as they charge down the hallway, the lone fighter stands his ground against the tide of blades. With a flick of his wrist, he sends the metal beads flying in a deadly arc. The chain lashes out like a whip, striking down 2 men before they can even get close. He then masterfully parries a sword strike, the beads blocking the steel with a sharp creak. In a brutal counter, he slams one attacker to the ground and whips another across the face. His eyes glow with lethal focus, demonstrating a perfect fusion of offense and defense. The beads move in a continuous, flowing motion, creating an impenetrable shield. Suddenly, he leaps forward, disarming a stunned assassin by wrapping the chain around his sword, then follows through with a devastating blow that smashes directly into the man's jaw. The assassin's commander watches in disbelief, realizing they have to disrupt his perfect rhythm, but she's frozen by a terrifying thought. Why does it feel like they're the ones at a disadvantage? With ice in his veins, he catches a blade bare-handed, revealing the key to being outnumbered is positioning. He masterfully exploited a narrow corridor, forcing the assassins into a series of one-on-one duels. But they know this too, ordering a retreat to pull him into an open dojo where their numbers will matter. Boldo sighs, knowing he's being forced into the tiger's den without any time to stall, because they hold his one weakness, a critically wounded Puffer, trembling and fading on the floor. Puffer weakly questions why his boss is here. Boldo silently begs him not to fall asleep, steps into the open room, surrounded, and mockingly asks if he needs to take his shoes off, wrapping the beads around his fist. He declares them all dead regardless, and tells them to do him a favor. His eyes burn with resolve as he challenges them to come ready to kill, because saving Puffer is worth his life. Across the room, Jennifer smirks, seeing this not as a match but a game of chicken she plans to win. She resolves to take him down by any means necessary, just as he resolves that he absolutely must win. With her silent order to kill him, the assassins charge forward as Boldo unleashes a defiant roar. Young Boldo clenches his jaw, knowing that a single moment of hesitation means instant death. In this impossible fight, there is no defense. so he puts everything into a vicious swing. His beaded weapon smashes into the first assassin, sending him reeling from the brutal impact. But another blade immediately clacks against his, stopping his momentum cold. With a furious spin, Boldo instantly redirects his power, turning the tables in a flash. He rips the sword from his enemy's hands and immediately slashes through the legs of the men behind him. An assassin screams in fury as he's taken out of the fight completely. Boldo flawlessly ducks under another wild swing, the blade whistling just inches from his head. Without a single pause, he thrusts the stolen sword straight through another killer's chest. He pivots again, slicing clean across another attacker's face in a brutal, fluid motion. But the cheap blade can't handle his monstrous strength, and the tip shatters against the floor. As his enemies realize his weapon is broken, Boldo stands surrounded by bodies, a storm of pure destruction. He slams the broken hilt into an attacker's face with brutal force, but Jennifer sees an opening and instantly dashes in for the kill. She strikes with lethal intent, but he just barely blocks the blade by pure instinct. Her follow-up slash still cuts deep into his arm, forcing him to stumble back. His animal reflexes take over, immediately chaining into a relentless counterswing. The broken weapon whistles past her face as she just barely dodges the attack. He pivots without pause, smashing his elbow into another assassin's jaw. Suddenly, another killer closes the distance, brandishing a knife for a fatal blow. Before he can react, another attacker slams him hard against the wall from behind. He's pinned completely, held in place while his captor screams for the kill. The man screams for the others to finish him, while he's trapped. Seizing the perfect moment, Jennifer charges forward to deliver the final strike. With a sickening crunch, the sword finds its mark but not in young Boldo. Jennifer's eyes widen in disbelief, her perfect kill completely thwarted by an insane gamble. Her blade trembles, stopped just inches from its intended target by an unexpected obstacle. In a split second of desperation, Boldo had twisted his own captor into a living human shield. The accomplice stares back in pure terror as Jennifer coldly declares she'll just skewer them both. But with a roar of defiance, Boldo hurls the man away like trash, clearing his path to fight. The discarded assassin can only lie on the ground and apologize for his failure as the situation completely unravels. Just then, his ally Changsu arrives, declaring that he couldn't bring himself to leave him behind. Boldo furiously tells him to get out, but Jennifer has already seen her chance, and orders her men to attack. Her entire squad swarms forward, ready to overwhelm the two fighters with sheer, unstoppable numbers. But suddenly, the hallway is flooded by a third army, armed with blades and turning the ambush on its head. Their leader, Hayashibara Ryuji, announces that today is graduation day for his new gangsu, giving one final, chilling order: kill them all. With her plan in ruins, Jennifer's hand trembles on her sword as she realizes the fight is lost. Boldo looms over her battered face, demanding to know who gave the order, but she defiantly refuses to speak. Nearby, his allies desperately try to rouse the unconscious puffer, whose life is fading fast. But Ryuji calmly takes command of the chaotic scene, warning everyone that a normal hospital is a death trap. While his men secure the remaining assassins, he presses Jennifer for the name of who is behind this all. Boldo's cold, murderous glare promises a brutal death to whoever is responsible. Jennifer knows with chilling certainty that if he leaves this building alive, the entire Yang family will be methodically hunted down and slaughtered. He turns his head with a silent vow that not even the chairman himself will be safe from his vengeance. Realizing she is completely and utterly outmatched, her sword clatters to the floor in surrender. She finally agrees to talk, but secretly she knows this is her last and only chance to kill him. As Boldo glances down at his phone to check a safe location for Puffer, his guard drops for a split second. In that instant, Jennifer slips a hidden blade from her sleeve for one last, desperate attack. With a flash of steel, Jennifer draws her hidden blade for a final, desperate strike. She lunges towards Boldo's blind spot as Ryuji screams for her to stop, and with pure killing intent, she screams for Boldo to die. But just as Boldo turns in shock, the sound of flesh being pierced echoes through the room, when suddenly, In-song Bake rushes onto the chaotic scene, frantically searching for Ryuji. He gets a call that makes his blood run cold, confirming his worst fears. While, on the floor, Jennifer collapses, coughing up blood and begging for her life. Her secret weapon, her last hope, clatters uselessly to the ground. But Boldo's attention is now fixed on another captured woman, named Ayaka. His eyes burn with cold fury as he asks if this entire betrayal was her doing, and the woman is thrown to the floor, her part in the scheme brutally exposed. Then, Bake reveals the true mastermind behind it all, Hwisiok Young, the chairman of Ambition. Outside the Grand Ambit building, a name is cried out in utter shock: Ayaka. Young Boldo's eyes burn with cold fury as he asks if this entire betrayal was her doing. But before he can get an answer, Inseong Baek explodes in a fit of pure rage. He snatches up a sword, screaming about how they dared to mess with his family. Blinded by vengeance, he rushes forward to strike Boldo down with a single killing blow. The blade swings in a deadly arc, aimed right at the seemingly defenseless warrior. But in a stunning display of power, Boldo stops the sharpened steel with his bare hand. Baek trembles in disbelief as Boldo effortlessly holds back the attack, telling him to back down. He then mocks Baek, questioning how the big boss of a conglomerate can't even control his emotions. Yet despite his calm facade, Boldo coughs up blood, revealing he's far more injured than he lets on. Meanwhile, Chairman Hwiseokyeong seethes with a chilling fury, vowing to kill whoever dared to hurt his people. The scene suddenly shifts, flashing back 10 years to a Yakuza office deep in Japan. A Yakuza member expresses disappointment that their guest, Mr. Hayashi, can't stay for what they've prepared for him. But before he leaves, the man asks a question about a group of children lined up against the wall. He wants to know their identities, his gaze falling on one particularly sorrowful-looking girl. The gangster casually explains they are orphans and children of rivals, nothing more than disposables. He then reveals their horrific fate. After a year or two, they're sold to brothels or the organ market. Most don't even survive a year. A chilling fact that Ryuji quietly acknowledges, realizing the darkness he's uncovered. Ryuji remarks that he shouldn't have asked, but the man just laughs it off. With the grim conversation over, a driver holds the door to a waiting taxi for him. However, Ryuji suddenly changes, telling his subordinate to leave without him for personal reasons. As the car speeds away, he slips off his jacket, his eyes fixed on the neon-lit street ahead. Rain begins to fall as he lights a cigarette, his mind flashing back to his fruitless search for someone named Megumi. Though his past searches led nowhere, a new resolve hardens in his eyes on this rainy night. Ryuji enters a Japanese bar, his thoughts clouded by the warm sake he's about to drink. As he takes a sip, he admits to himself that he was just about to give up his search for Megumi. But in a twist of fate, he runs into the same kid he'd seen at the Yakuza office. A nervous schoolgirl approaches, timidly interrupting his thoughts to ask for a moment. She claims she has no money to get home, a strange plea that catches Ryuji's full attention. He immediately recognizes her from the office, and his simple question makes her fidget with rising panic. She denies it's her and quickly turns to flee, desperate to escape the conversation. With a rushed apology, she bolts for the door, but Ryuji calls out for her to stop. Abandoning his drink, he throws down a stack of cash on the counter, his mind already made up. The old bar owner issues a grave warning, telling him the girl is connected to the Yakuza and to stay away. But Ryuji simply confirms he knows, declaring that's exactly why he's going after her as he walks out. Now back in the pouring rain, he scans the street, determined to find her before she disappears completely. He finally spots her rushing down the neon-lit street, and he breaks into a sprint, desperately calling for her to wait, just as she's about to escape. He grabs her wrist, stopping her cold. She panics, thinking he's with the police, but he quickly tells her not to worry. He tries to warn her that the office isn't safe, but she cuts him off, coldly stating she's not a runaway. He presses her for an answer, and her hand begins to tremble violently in his grip, tears streaming down her face. She confesses that those people killed her entire family. Now she's forced to pay off her father's debt, or their souls will never find peace. He looks down, muttering that her situation is pathetic as his wallet slips from his hand. Instead of judgment, he shoves a wad of cash into her hands, telling her to buy a ticket and disappear. As she turns away, clutching the money, he urges her to find a friend or relative for help. He then gives her one final, heavy piece of advice. She's just a kid and none of this is her fault. His face is a mask of regret as his own words, telling her it's not her fault, hang heavy in the air. With a final, cold farewell, he turns his back on her and walks away into the rain-soaked night. His steps are heavy and determined, a man trying to escape a problem he never wanted. But suddenly, the soft splash of another pair of feet proves she's following him. He grits his teeth in the downpour, cursing himself for ever getting involved in the first place. He freezes mid-stride, the sound of her footsteps stopping right behind him confirming his fears. Turning around in frustration, he tries to push her away again, telling her he's leaving for Korea. He questions his own actions, wondering why he's doing this, when he has never cared about others before. His inner monologue insists he doesn't care, that there was no reason to ask about her past, even as he stands soaked in the rain. Yet despite everything, something breaks inside him, and he finds himself asking for her name. The girl, caught off guard, quietly tells him her name is Megumi. She then looks him dead in the eye and asks for his name in return, a question that completely disarms him. Haunted by her name, Ryuji hesitates before finally giving his own. But the name he gives is not his own. It's the name of his father, Hwishyok Yang. Taking this as her only chance, the girl Megumi suddenly begs him to take her in. He stands conflicted as she desperately promises to repay him with her entire life. Trembling hands, she pleads for him to save her from a fate she cannot escape alone. He tries to refuse, coldly stating that he doesn't just take in strays from the street. Yet seeing her utter despair, his resolve breaks, and he reluctantly agrees to make her his junior assistant. He sets a brutal condition. She won't get paid, but if she can survive until he becomes a director, he will hire her as his official secretary, offering a single thread of hope in the darkness. To sever her past and protect her from the Yakuza, he commands her to abandon her identity and take a new name, Ayaka. Years later, back in the present, a luxury car screeches to a halt in front of a modern building. Ryuji steps out, realizing he's late for a critical meeting with the very father whose name he once used as a shield. A young man arrives at the Grand Ambit building, resigned to trading clubs for a kendo dojo at dawn. He heads for the elevator, his destination set for the 3rd floor. As the doors open, he thinks his fighting days might finally be over, but his hope is instantly replaced by sheer, uncomprehending horror. He's stumbled into a slaughterhouse, the corridor filled with the bodies of slain swordsmen. His hand instinctively finds the hilt of a fallen katana, the weight of the blade a cold shock. He can't believe what he's seeing, his mind reeling from the absolute carnage. His eyes fix on the dojo at the end of the hall, the epicenter of this bloodshed. He forces himself to move forward, dreading what he's about to discover. Then, a weak cough from inside the room proves there's at least one survivor. Meanwhile, the scene inside is grim, as a battered man is questioned for attacking someone's boys when they were minding their business. The unseen interrogator reveals the true stakes, asking why he would dare make a move on the powerful Yang family. The beaten man spits that everyone who got involved with him has died, and with a defiant cough, he declares this fight will only end when everyone is dead. But Boldo's eyes burn with rage as he promises to deliver the consequences personally, and he turns his murderous intent on the terrified onlooker, commanding him to die. Suddenly, a hand intercepts his attack as a voice pleads for him to hold on. Boldo turns in confusion, demanding to know why his ally Yunseok is interfering. As a fallen katana rattles on the floor, the man begs him to just listen for a second. It's Ryuji, desperately warning Boldo that he has no idea who this man truly is. But Boldo roars back, telling him to stay out of his damn business. Then the broken captive on the floor reveals the shocking truth. The man Boldo has beaten is Hwishyok Yang, and with a deadly serious expression, Ryuji confirms the bombshell, revealing the chairman is his father. The revelation shatters Boldo's world as he realizes this situation just became real damn complicated.